The imperial examination begins. No talking is permitted in Xinjing Hall. Once every candidate had taken his seat, Emperor Guangchang, over 40 years old, turned to the Minister of Rites beside him. I heard that a young man fainted upon entering and then ran about spouting incoherent words. Who was he? The Minister of Rites bowed and stepped beside Emperor Guangchang, raising a hand toward an examination desk below. Seated before it was a young man with refined features and fair skin. He wore a plain white robe. At that moment he covered his forehead with a worried expression, still looking somewhat unwell. That young man in white is the one. Should I investigate his breach of etiquette and have him imprisoned? The emperor on the dragon throne did not answer at once. After a moment he said softly, never mind. He looks no more than 17 or 18. It is normal for a first-timer to feel overwhelmed by such pressure. What puzzles me is this: how did someone so young, lacking even the composure to face a great occasion, pass the prefectural and metropolitan examinations and arrive at the palace examination? Does he possess genuine talent, or did he enter the palace examination by some other means? When the examination ends, bring me his policy essay. I will inspect it personally to see whether he has any real learning. Your Majesty suspects that someone cheated. The Minister of Rites broke into a cold sweat. He understood that the emperor suspected favoritism and fraud in the imperial examinations. If the young man lacked true ability, if his policy essay failed to meet the passing standard, not only would the young man face severe punishment, but a number of officials responsible for the examinations might also be dealt with. Meanwhile, Luo Chen had no idea that he had just narrowly escaped disaster. He only felt the dizziness in his mind gradually fading. He knew that he had transmigrated. The dizziness had allowed him to merge with all the memories of this body. After dying from exhaustion caused by late-night overtime, he had entered a historical simulation game he had downloaded before his death. The game was called The Empress and the State. Players could choose to become an empress or a custom-created minister and conduct historical simulations. In the early game, players struggled for power against other heirs and competed for the throne. In the middle game, they raised children and cultivated imperial descendants. In the late game, players fought external enemies and built an everlasting imperial age. Its features included strategy, farming, romance, and war, making it highly playable. That was why Luo Chen had downloaded it. However, because Luo Chen had worked endless overtime at his company, maintaining a brutal schedule week after week, he had no energy for a new game. Even during rare breaks, he only watched short videos or read online fiction. So after downloading the game, Luo Chen never played it. Apart from watching the opening video, he remembered only one setting: Emperor Guangchang had no sons and therefore appointed his daughters as rulers. He knew almost nothing else about the game's plot, and without the slightest understanding of its story, he had somehow become an impoverished scholar taking the palace examination. Unlike the Gaokao or civil service examination of his previous life, the highest-level palace examination of a feudal dynasty tested not only a candidate's ability, but also his attitude and etiquette. In the Gaokao or civil service examination, one could submit a blank paper if unable to answer. But submitting a blank paper in the palace examination would certainly be treated as an offense of disrespect. The examiner was the emperor himself. Refusing to answer would be a grave insult. At best, one would suffer harsh punishment, at worst one might lose one's life. Do modern historical games really need to add an empress every time? They ignore common sense just to attract a certain audience. And they make someone write a policy essay immediately after transmigration. What kind of hellish difficulty is this? Luo Chen gripped the calligraphy brush with one hand, leaving it suspended in the air for a long while. He was nearly in tears inside, but could only pretend to remain calm, terrified of committing an offense against the emperor. If I had the ability to write a policy essay, would I have worked like an ox for others on that brutal schedule? In his previous life, Luo Chen had imagined that transmigrating to ancient times would let him become a prince or minister with ease. Only after truly arriving did he realize that he could not even write a proper essay. The only possible way to break through was to rely on the modern viruses and bacteria carried by his body. But this was a game world, not a real historical dynasty. Had those microbes crossed over with him? While Luo Chen was lost in thought, a crisp sound suddenly rang inside his mind. An invisible to others luminous screen appeared before his eyes. Historical simulation program successfully activated. You have begun as an impoverished scholar. This game will simulate the future according to your behavior, personality, and abilities. If you assist any imperial princess in ascending the throne and complete the simulation, you can draw an ability from the simulation and bring it back to reality. Begin the simulation. The next moment, Luo Chen's mind cleared. He instantly understood every function of the system and how to use it. After a while, Luo Chen finally let out a small breath of relief. The interface of the historical simulation program was the same as the game interface of the Empress and the State. Within the game, he could arrange his schedule for a period ahead. When unexpected events arose, he could make choices and simulate their effects on the future. Although he did not know why he had to play a game within the game world he had entered, the simulation program was the only lifeline available to him. According to the program, he only needed to assist any imperial princess in ascending the throne to draw an ability from the simulation. In other words, if he mastered the examination techniques within the simulation, he should be able to extract them into reality and write a passing policy essay. With that thought, Luo Chen glanced at the slowly burning timed incense in the hall. There was no time to waste. He immediately activated the simulation. In the 15th year of Guanchang, because you did not know how to write a policy essay in the required 8-part form, you submitted a blank paper in the palace examination. Emperor Guanchang suspected collusion and cheating in the examinations and immediately had you taken to prison. In prison, you were subjected to harsh interrogation. The Ministry of Justice investigated the Ministry of Rights, and after several hearings a group of examination cheats was caught, but you were not among them. You had genuinely performed poorly in the palace examination and had not joined any faction. The emperor granted you the title of Associate Presented Scholar, but gave you no official post. You could choose a faction to support. Choose the ruler you wish to assist. Immediately afterward, 8 exquisitely detailed high-definition portraits of beautiful imperial princesses slowly unfolded before Luo Chen like a painted scroll. The woman in the first portrait had her black hair arranged in an updo and was tall. She wore a deep crimson robe with broad sleeves, her neck and fair skin visible in a dignified manner. Although her figure was hidden beneath her clothing, its graceful fullness remained evident. The woman in the second portrait was somewhat less imposing in build than the first. However, the second woman's expression was more lively than the first's. She appeared to possess a powerful sense of possession. The remaining portraits were equally distinctive. Some were gentle and approachable, like a friendly girl next door. Others were strikingly heroic, their brows revealing an unyielding pride. Without exception, they all possessed astonishing beauty. Even the celebrities and idols of his previous life could not compare. This game is far too flattering to male players. I really missed out by never playing it before. Time was running out, so Luo Chen had no time to study which princess was prettiest. He simply followed instinct and chose the one with the greatest initial power. Of course, he was not referring to age. After he clicked the first portrait, the system immediately displayed the princess's basic information. Prince of Qin Li Jinyu, the eldest legitimate daughter of the imperial family. Initial personal guard, 800. Other information unavailable. More detailed records will unlock as your experience grows. Luo Chen clicked the other portraits as well. Apart from their names, all their information was unknown. Their initial personal guards numbered only 100, making them clearly weaker than the Prince of Qin at the start. Since none of them has much information, I might as well support the strongest one. Besides, the ancient people value birth order so highly that the Prince of Qin's faction should be the most powerful. If I can join it, perhaps my fortunes will change completely. Prince of Qin's mansion. Prince of Qin and her followers gathered in the residence, the atmosphere tense. Now the emperor had no sons nor any imperial clan members and intended to pass the throne to a princess. The factions aligned with various princesses eagerly recommended their own protégés to participate in the imperial examinations, seeking to gain more influence in the court. However, to Li Jinyu's embarrassment, not a single one of the scholars whom the Prince of Qin's faction had painstakingly supported and funded managed to set foot into the palace examination hall, let alone gaining greater influence in the court. Outwardly, this could be glossed over as the Prince of Qin's shallow foundation and lack of experience. It was difficult to compete with those ancient and deeply rooted prestigious families. But privately, everyone knew well that this was a silent mockery of the Prince of Qin's ability. Those powerful families that could truly nurture and cultivate young talents. The powerful officials of the Ministry of Rights and Ministry of Personnel, who controlled the path of advancement through the imperial examinations, fundamentally looked down on her, unwilling to form an alliance with her, and even less willing to tie their own sons to the Prince of Qin. The Prince of Qin as the noble eldest legitimate princess. Her mother was not only the emperor's first wife whom he married in his humble beginnings, but also an indispensable figure in the founding of the nation. Unfortunately, this woman, a model of maternal grace to the world, had accompanied her husband on campaigns across the land through hardships and storms, and unfortunately contracted a severe cold. She had passed away long ago when the Prince of Qin was still young and ignorant with only vague memories. As for the Prince of Qin's maternal family, they were all loyal martyrs, every one of whom had heroically died in the war of founding, defending the peace of this land with their blood and lives. This glory while allowing the Prince of Qin to feel the brilliance and pride of her ancestors deep inside. In the actual political struggle, however, it could hardly provide any substantial help or support. After all, among the founding heroes, besides your deceased maternal grandfather, there is also the Duke of Ying of the Prince of Zhao's faction. But these are not the main factors. The most important reason was that everyone knew that until last year Li Jinyu had been nothing but a princess spoiled and neglected by the current emperor. She could not tell the 5 grains apart, nor recognize the 6 domestic animals. She had even learned all the empty platitudes from the Confucian scholars. Can such a person inherit the throne? My lords, I have summoned you all today to ask your views on this palace examination. The scholars we funded were not lacking in talent. Oh, why did not a single one get in? There must be fraud. Don't you agree? As she spoke, Li Jinyu's bright eyes swept over everyone present, hoping to get an answer from them. The Prince of Qin's question left everyone exchanging awkward glances. Doesn't the Prince of Qin herself know how capable she is? If you can't figure it out, why ask us? If we had the ability to investigate examination fraud, would we still have come to seek refuge under you? We came to you just to get a share of the imperial bread, didn't we? Besides, isn't your question just asking what you already know? If the examinations were not rigged, even the dullest of the Prince of Qin's people would have gotten a few in. Do you really need us to point out that the Prince of Qin's head is too dull? Watching everyone bow their heads in silence, Li Jinyu's gaze slowly swept across each face, a look mixed with both disappointment and anger. Leading such a bunch of parasites, how could she compete for the throne? Even if she only had the status of the eldest princess, what of it? Navigating the court is like navigating the martial world. It's all about human relationships and worldly wisdom. Without anyone supporting her, even if the emperor directly issued an edict bequeathing the throne to her on the day the emperor passed away, her throne would be overthrown. Rather than strive for a doomed outcome, it would be better to resign herself to fate and cause less turmoil in the court, to avoid plunging the people into misery and displacing the populace. That's it. With that, Li Jinyu stood up and swept away with a flick of her sleeve. Just as Li Jinyu was returning to her chamber, an ethereal voice suddenly rang out in her mind. The Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. Heavenly Tao deduction system, loading complete. You can participate in the deduction of the Heavenly Tao without interfering with reality. Do you wish to begin peering into the celestial secrets? What is this? Who is speaking? Who can peer into the celestial secrets? Me. No one answered Li Jinyu's confusion. The Heavenly Tao deduction system only responded with whether to start the deduction. Deduce the future. Does it mean I can divine the course of future events? Am I worthy of this? Li Jinyu was somewhat bewildered. She could not understand where this voice came from, but she felt a great curiosity about what the system described. It was said that the ancient sages could deduce the celestial secrets and predict the future. But she was merely the current emperor's legitimate eldest daughter. Even the emperor, the founding monarch of the dynasty, could not deduce the celestial secrets. How can I have the chance to peer into them? Am I worthy? Though she said that, Li Jinyu's heart was still slightly excited. At the same time, a glimmer of hope for her future rekindled. Heaven had allowed her to peer into the celestial secrets. There must be a reason. Perhaps a great mission to save the people was to be placed in her hands. After her chest heaved violently for a moment, Li Jinyu chose to begin. She wanted to see what celestial secrets heaven wished her to peer into. In the 15th year of Guangchang, someone submitted a blank examination paper at the palace examination. Emperor Guangchang suspected that there was fraud in the imperial examinations and thus ordered the Ministry of Justice to investigate. After 2 weeks of investigation, a total of 3 examinees who participated in the palace examination had used illicit means to sneak in. His Majesty ordered the execution of the 3 violators and also ordered the Minister of Rights, vice ministers, and others to be fined half a year's salary. Watching the text description on the light screen, Li Jinyu could not help feeling dazed. The secret joy that had risen in her heart just now faded away. Such a massive case of examination fraud, yet the emperor only executed 3 examinees and suspended the salaries of the Ministry of Rights officials for half a year. What did this mean? Either the forces behind the cheating had grown so large that even the emperor could not easily take action, or the emperor, after learning the mastermind behind the cheating, chose to tacitly accept it. He tacitly allowed his sisters to place more influence in the court. Father indulges them to meddle in the court. It seems even father is not prepared to pass the throne to the legitimate eldest. Li Jinyu mocked herself with a complex heart. I am not a son, so father has no need to follow the ancestral tradition. Besides, I am so incompetent, I suppose father looks down on me as well. Upon learning of the court's handling, you have completely lost hope in inheriting the throne. You have realized the cold-blooded cruelty of the royal family. Your wisdom 1, currently 59. The next day, after the court announced the results, Luo Chen, the Jinshi who had been punished for not answering in the examination case, came to visit. He wished to become your disciple and strategist. Do you agree? With the system's prompt, an interface with a portrait appeared. Various values were written on the interface. Luo Chen, 5-star famous minister. Age 20. Martial power, 25. Wisdom, 85. Ambition, 0. Health, 25. Severely injured. Talent, 0. Morality. Happiness, 20. Extremely anxious. Ability, promising future. Promising future, a mythical level famous minister possesses growth capabilities beyond ordinary understanding. With patient cultivation, he will surely achieve extraordinary feats. With the appearance of the famous minister, a talent panel appeared on the light screen in front of Li Jinyu. Opening the talent panel, one could see the attributes and star ratings of the Prince of Qin's faction members. Glancing over, aside from her own MasterCard, which was a 5-star gold, the rest were all 1 or 2-star blue and white cards. There wasn't even a 3-star green card, let alone a 4-star purple card. However, although Luo Chen, this 5-star famous minister, was a 5-star gold card, his various attributes were not good, even inferior to her own 1- and 2-star subordinates. This made Li Jinyu somewhat suspicious. Was this person rated 5-star because of his appearance? Never mind. He had suffered an interrogation for nothing. After all, it was the Li family who owed him. I'll take him in as a retainer. Consider it compensation from Father Emperor. Luo Chen is deeply grateful for your acceptance. He swears to repay your kindness for the rest of his life, and to be loyal to you unto death. Please assign the subject's duties. Li Jinyu paid no heed to these formal words. She casually assigned Luo Chen a training job managing the defense of the Prince of Qin's mansion, then chose to continue the simulation. Li Jinyu carried out the current plan of the Prince of Qin's mansion step by step, behaving dutifully and doing her best to recruit talented individuals. Under her day-after-day routine arrangements, the simulation time quickly arrived 5 years later. Guangchang 20th year autumn. Emperor Guangchang caught a cold and could not get out of bed. He issued a secret edict summoning you to the palace. You prepare to go to the palace to receive the secret edict. Your strategist Luo Chen says that His Majesty the Emperor is likely nearing his end and has little time left. Currently, the Prince of Qin's mansion has 800 elite axemen and over 1,000 thugs, each of them a match for 10 men. He has already bribed the captain of the Imperial Guard. Why not take advantage before the other princes react? Seize control of the Imperial Guard first, then lure the princes into the palace and ambush them on the spot. Facing the strategist's advice, how do you choose? 1. Enter the palace first to receive the secret edict, completely obeying Father Emperor's succession arrangements. 2. Follow Luo Chen's advice, lead your personal guards to sneak into the Forbidden City first, then use a forged edict to summon the princes for audience and kill them quickly. Seeing this, Li Jinyu was stunned by Luo Chen's plan. Not to mention that she didn't know when she had raised 800 elite axemen, and where did the thousands of thugs come from? Just the act of defying superiors and shedding blood among siblings. She could not accept it. After all, everyone was Father Emperor's child. Contesting the throne was one thing, but fratricide was another. Besides, Father Emperor's secret edict summoning her might be to pass the throne to her. Li Jinyu, who had been taught benevolence and morality since childhood, did not choose Luo Chen's advice, but went to the palace alone. In the simulation, she replied to Luo Chen. Leading mansion troops into the Forbidden City without imperial decree is a treasonous act of rebellion. You must not speak of such unlawful matters again. Besides, perhaps His Majesty summoned me this time because he sees me as dutiful and wishes to pass the throne to me. To inherit the throne, one should abide by the rules and behave dutifully. Teach the people with benevolence and morality. Li Jinyu thought somewhat wishfully. However, before she could be happy for 2 seconds, the next simulation content dealt her a heavy blow. The once energetic Emperor Guangchang was now old and frail. Seeing you come alone, he first sighed in disappointment, then forced a strained smile. Emperor Guangchang, pale-faced and with parched lips, lay in bed and said feebly, Jinyu has been kind and generous since childhood, worthy of being a wise ruler. It's a pity your mother died early and you had no siblings to accompany you. You played alone since childhood, neither causing trouble nor crying. I have indeed lacked care and guidance for you. I should not have thrown you to those Confucian scholars. Let's do this. Daizhou is a place of outstanding people with a chivalrous spirit among its people. Only a benevolent ruler can subdue them. It's also where your mother and I grew up. I leave it to you from now on. The emperor was gravely ill, yet he ordered the eldest princess to leave the capital and govern the provinces. The meaning was clear. Indeed, even her own father did not think highly of her. Seeing this, Li Jinyu bit her lip in frustration. She understood that her father was advising her to go to her fief. Her situation was simply not suited for inheriting the throne. She should have known long ago. Disheartened, Li Jinyu chose yes. You decide to go to your fief in Daizhou. Upon learning this, your retainers take their leave one by one. Only Luo Chen decides to follow you to Daizhou for a comeback. Your favorability toward Luo Chen increases by 40, currently 60. When favorability reaches 100, a romance line can be unlocked. In cold winter, we know the pine and cypress. In times of trouble, we see true feelings. As the road tests the horse's strength, time reveals a person's heart. This Luo Chen is worth befriending deeply. Li Jinyu remembered the retainers and strategists she had fostered. Each of them had sworn to serve her unto death with unwavering loyalty. Yet as soon as she was assigned to her fief, they all took their leave. There wasn't even a single person willing to follow her to manage Daizhou. What did they mean? Did they think she couldn't even govern a single province? With these retainers as a contrast, Li Jinyu truly felt the value of Luo Chen, this 5-star gold card mythical level famous minister. Recalling her past experiences, Li Jinyu couldn't help but sigh. Making Luo Chen's acquaintance is the most correct decision of my life. At the same time, Luo Chen, still taking the exam in Xianzheng Hall, had put on a mask of pain. Joining the Prince of Qin is the worst decision of my life. People indeed cannot judge by appearance. When a person has too much nutrition in one part, they might be lacking in other areas. This Prince of Qin is really an idiot. At a time like this, still following the rules. If you do nothing, will your younger sisters let you off? If the environment permitted, Luo Chen would be so angry, he would smash the table. Initially, Luo Chen was quite confident in supporting Li Jinyu's ascension to the throne, though the political influence of the Prince of Qin's estate was somewhat weaker compared to that of the other princes. However, Li Jinyu, though not the crown prince, enjoyed many privileges reserved for the crown prince. For instance, regarding the number of personal guards, other princes were only permitted to recruit 200 household troops, while the Prince of Qin could recruit as many as 500. Furthermore, in addition to the princely title, Li Jinyu also inherited the titles of Duke of Zhenghua and Marquis of Daizhou from her deceased maternal grandfather and granduncle. With the upper limit of 200 personal guards for a duke and 100 for a marquis, Li Jinyu could arm a total of 800 private soldiers within the capital. Moreover, this did not include flexible forces such as retainers, servants, wandering martial artists, and mercenaries. Leveraging her status as the eldest imperial princess, Luo Chen had recruited and hired over 1,000 thugs and martial artists over the past 5 years. In other words, as long as Li Jinyu could seize the capital's armory first, she could instantly muster a force of 2,000 armed men. Counting the imperial guards officers she had bribed, as long as she acted swiftly, it would not be difficult to take the heads of the other princesses and hang them at the eastern gate. For the Li family's struggle for the throne, it had to be the Xuanwu Gate succession method. No matter how many ministers you win over at court, can they outnumber my armed men? To implement the Xuanwu Gate succession method in the simulations over the past few years, Luo Chen had been frantically grinding his 8-legged essay examination skills, earning an 8-legged essay ace trait. At the same time, he trained the Prince of Qin's personal guards rigidly, providing extra supplies and training to talented warriors, and successfully cultivated over 24-star soldier kings from a group of blue and white card soldiers. However, Luo Chen now deeply understood the saying, an incompetent general exhausts the entire army. I have trained troops for you, little Yuzi, for a full 5 years. In reality, an entire hour has passed, and you just surrendered without even fighting. Prince of Qin Li Jinyu has decided to go to Daizhou to take up her fief. Please make your decision. Take up the fief. Then my past 2 hours of play were all for nothing. System, I want to reload and choose a new lord. Realizing the Prince of Qin was unreliable, Luo Chen immediately demanded the system to reload the save. Return to the point when he had chosen his lord. However, the system replied, this system is an Iron Man mode. There is no reload function. The host has chosen the Prince of Qin as the lord and cannot change factions. Even if the simulation reaches its end, you cannot change factions. To forcibly change factions, the simulation program requires a 1-week cooldown period. A 1-week cooldown. In a week, who knows if I can even withstand torture. No choice, Luo Chen had to continue the Prince of Qin's line of simulation. Let's go to Daizhou and develop quietly. Let the others fight to the death. We might still have a chance. To rise again, Luo Chen liquidated all immovable assets of the Prince of Qin's estate into funds. He also heavily rewarded the Prince of Qin's personal guards and household troops to prevent morale from wavering. As for the useless retainers, those who were willing to leave needed no further words. Those who wanted to continue mooching off the Prince of Qin were also dealt with by Luo Chen's men, helping them voluntarily resign. In the end, Li Jinyu and Luo Chen led over 1,000 personal guards and servants, leaving the capital in a grand procession. Meanwhile, on Li Jinyu's side, you appoint Luo Chen as the steward of the Prince of Qin's estate, fully responsible for the fief-taking affairs. Under Luo Chen's arrangements, your fief-taking procession leaves the capital. 100 li from the capital, you encounter bandits. Your personal guards annihilate the ambushing bandits like cutting melons and vegetables. 150 li from the capital, you encounter bandits again. Your personal guards once again annihilate them like cutting melons and vegetables. 200 li from the capital, you receive an imperial decree. A former retainer of the Prince of Qin's estate has reported that the Prince of Qin colludes with martial artists, maintains private troops, and intends to rebel. The emperor, upon hearing this, flies into a rage and issues a decree ordering the Prince of Qin to disband the personal guard and return to the capital for investigation and trial. Luo Chen suspects the decree is fake, but after your inspection, the seal on the decree is indeed the imperial seal. Seeing this, Li Jinyu's heart clenched, as if the entire world had lost its color in that instant. She had never imagined that her wise and brilliant imperial father would believe such baseless, malicious slander. This made her feel heartbroken and unacceptable. Luo Chen states that someone must be forging the imperial decree. We should immediately proceed to Daizhou to take up the fief. With an entire province in hand, no matter who wins in the capital in the future, they will have to show us some respect. Moreover, going to Daizhou now allows us to develop peacefully, observe the changes in the capital, and wait for them to exhaust each other. We might still have an opportunity to enter the capital. Please make your choice. 1. Accept the imperial decree, return to the capital to cooperate with the investigation. 2. Accept Luo Chen's suggestion, ignore the decree, and speed up the march to Daizhou to take up the fief. However, Li Jinyu felt that everything was beyond redemption. If the decree was real, doing otherwise would be treason. If the decree was fake, it meant the capital had already fallen into others' hands, and she would still be charged with rebellion. Either way, death was certain. Better to leave behind a clean name. Prince of Qin Li Jinyu chooses to disband the guards and return to the capital for trial. This action of Li Jinyu directly broke Luo Chen's composure. My God, Li Jinyu, you moron, what are you doing? The 800 elite troops are our last trump card. If you disband them, we're all lambs to the slaughter. I really want to take your head off and kick it like a ball. Of course, this was just Luo Chen venting his frustration at Li Jinyu. He had chosen his lord, and he would follow even through fire and water. Rather than dwelling on irreversible results, it was better to study how to break the situation in the next round. On the way back to the capital, you encounter bandit assassins. See, I told you after playing the last card, death is near. Little Yuzi is timid and afraid. She dares not do this, dares not do that. Her little sister, however, is not so lenient. Isn't she hiring people to kill you? Strike while the opponent is weak. That's the makings of an emperor. The soldiers escorting you are no match for the bandits. You and Li Jinyu are surrounded by bandits. What will you choose? 1. Kneel and beg the bandit leaders for mercy. 2. Fight to the death, vowing to protect the Prince of Qin. What choice do I have? This round is already lost. Why choose? Just surrender. You fight desperately to protect the Prince of Qin, but you cannot withstand the multitude. You are severely wounded. At the critical moment, a group of Prince of Qin's personal guards who had been funded by you and refused to leave appear and rescue you. The Prince of Qin is saved, but your wounds are fatal. You bleed out and die. Simulation ended. This simulation you earned the trait, 8-legged SAAs. But since you failed to assist the Prince of Qin in ascending the throne, the reward is sealed and enters the prize pool. After you successfully assist any imperial princess to ascend the throne, you may draw abilities from the prize pool. Please choose next. 1. Start a new round of simulation. 2. Change Lord 1 week system cooldown. Qin Prince's mansion. You were ambushed and Luo Chen protected you at the cost of his life until the Qin Prince's elite guards finally arrived. You were rescued, but Luo Chen had already perished. Luo Chen, what a loyal minister he is. Li Jinyu felt as if a beam of light had pierced the gloom of her life, her eyes welling with tears. To have a loyal subject willing to die for me in this life. I can consider my existence not in vain. Upon returning to the capital, you were immediately placed under house arrest. Later you learned that the emperor had passed away on the very day you left the capital. The Prince of Zhao and the Prince of Wei, fearing that you would return to seize the throne, replaced the emperor's death announcement with an imperial decree to investigate you. You were deceived and deceived most cruelly. Except for you, none of the other princesses followed the court's laws. In the prison, unable to accept the truth, you chose to hang yourself. The simulation has ended. Your entire life was spent within the bounds of obedience and propriety, always adhering to your own duties, never harboring the slightest thought of transgressing the royal law. However, this excessive compliance and reverence bound you tightly with red tape and rigid rules, depriving you of the flexibility and adaptability you should have possessed. You believed that all your actions were for the public good, and that your conscience was clear, but little did you know that your rigid adherence to rules and reluctance to change placed an invisible heavy burden on your ministers. They suffered under the strict constraints, unable to unleash their talents and creativity. To those who followed you with unwavering loyalty, you were more like an utterly irresponsible lord. Your stubbornness and conservatism left them without direction or motivation, forcing them to wander helplessly within the framework you set, unable to fulfill their aspirations and ideals. In this world of the strong devouring the weak, mercy toward one's enemies is often the cruelest act toward oneself. Your excessive tolerance and forbearance only embolden your enemies, ultimately placing you in mortal danger. You have failed not only yourself, betraying your own talents and mission, but also those who trusted and supported you without reservation. Their expectations and trust received no due reward from you, leaving only disappointment and coldness of heart. For you, doing nothing at all would be the greatest contribution. In summary, your rating worthless. Is this prince truly so worthless? Li Jinyu saw that heaven's evaluation of her was worthless. She felt deeply aggrieved. Yet no matter how furious she was looking at the final outcome, she could find no reason to refute it. She could have seized the capital preemptively, but she feared breaking the law and dared not adopt that plan. She could have heeded Luo Chen's advice to take control of Daizhou and await the changing tides of the realm. But fearing to be labeled a rebel, she crippled her own abilities. If she had shown even a shred of courage and heeded Luo Chen's counsel at any one of those critical junctures, she would not have ended up hanging herself. Just as Li Jinyu was still reflecting on her actions, the images of the heavenly simulation changed. A new heavenly simulation is about to begin. Do you wish to start? Begin. Li Jinyu had already decided on her strategy for this simulation. Since heaven said that doing nothing was the greatest contribution, Then in this round, she would delegate all authority to Luo Chen and follow his ideas entirely. Let's see if this yields a different outcome. In the 15th year of Emperor Guangchang's reign, someone submitted a blank examination paper at the imperial court exam. Emperor Guangchang suspected irregularities in the civil service examination and ordered the Ministry of Justice to investigate. Wait, I cannot let Luo Chen suffer another unjustly. Li Jinyu, feeling guilty about the previous simulation, intervened in the simulation from the very beginning. You entered the palace to meet your father, the emperor, and volunteered to take charge of the investigation into the examination fraud. Emperor Guangchang refused, so you barged into the Ministry of Justice's prison, interfering with their handling of the case and forbidding them from using torture on Luo Chen. In the prison of the Ministry of Justice, Luo Chen, grateful for your help, wishes to follow you and become your retainer. Do you agree? Absolutely agree. This is my great loyal minister. Not only must I save him, but I will also entrust all the affairs of the Qin Prince's mansion to him without hesitation. If I ever have the chance to ascend the throne, I will share wealth and honor with him. After 2 weeks of investigation, it was found that a total of 3 examinees had used illicit means to sneak into the imperial examination. His Majesty ordered the execution of the 3 offending examinees and also imposed half-year salary deductions on the Minister of Rights, the Vice Minister, and others. Luo Chen joins your camp. Having successfully recruited Luo Chen, Li Jinyu smiled. She prepared to create a great enterprise with her loyal minister. On the other side, however, Luo Chen's face was ashen, his whole body tense. Unlike the carefree and relaxed Li Jinyu, the time left for Luo Chen was not unlimited. The imperial examination lasted a total of 4 shurchen 2-hour periods. 1 round of simulation had already consumed 1.5 shurchen. Now only 2.5 shurchen remained for Luo Chen. Counting the time needed for his own answers, he could only perform 1 more simulation. In the next round, he must get the Prince of Qin onto the throne. Only then could he hope to draw the 8-legged essay expert from the prize pool and write a qualifying policy essay to escape this crisis. But with that woman, the Prince of Qin, who is brainless but well endowed, how can he achieve a 1-life pass? In the last simulation, he had trained 800 warriors at Xuanwu Gate, yet she managed to throw them all away. Even if he made more elaborate plans and trained more loyal assassins this time, even if he exhausted every brain cell, it would all be undone by a single inappropriate from Li Jinyu. Therefore, even the strategies that require Li Jinyu's final decision cannot be chosen. Even if I could skillfully execute both overt and covert schemes, none would survive Li Jinyu's role as the great logistics captain who delivers everything to the enemy. Luo Chen pondered carefully. Then how can I get Li Jinyu onto the throne? Before answering that, perhaps I should ask why the emperor chose Li Jinyu as his successor. The legitimate eldest daughter. Can a legitimate eldest daughter compare to a legitimate eldest son? If Li Jinyu were male, the other princesses would not dare to stir. Even if she isn't male, having an imperial grandson would help. After all, many emperors in history gained the throne because of a worthy grandson. Suddenly a flash of insight struck Luo Chen. He realized he had overlooked a question: why had none of these princesses married? Of course, one could say it's just game design, but any competent game writer would provide a reasonable explanation for such a setting. There must be a logical reason why all the princesses are single. Putting himself in Emperor Guangchang's shoes, what reason could there be for not allowing his daughters to marry when he has no sons? There is only one truth. Emperor Guangchang feared that his daughters would become tools of other families, ultimately turning the empire he built into a dowry for others. With this in mind, Luo Chen instructed his deduction self to investigate the marital status of the princesses. Not only that, but no family had ever sought a princess's hand in marriage. Although Emperor Guangchang was past his middle years, no one dared to provoke him. From this perspective, Emperor Guangchang did not oppose having imperial grandsons. What he feared was the grandsons becoming puppets of others. Before an heir fully seized power, they could easily be manipulated into a mere figurehead. Even a ruthless figure like Emperor Wu of Han Luche was controlled by Empress Dowager Do for several years after ascending the throne. Moreover, princesses could never marry into ordinary families. Princesses could only form marital alliances with great clans, and any imperial grandson born from such unions would ultimately belong to those influential families. Therefore, before Emperor Guangchang fathered a son of his own, he would never marry off his daughters. Understanding Emperor Guangchang's predicament, a bold idea suddenly surged within Luo Chen's mind. If he could produce an imperial grandson for the emperor, wouldn't the Prince of Qin's succession be secured? To an ordinary person, such a thought might be shocking. After all, a mere poor scholar attempting to court a princess would at the very least be torn limb from limb. But this was merely a deduction. A deduction wasn't real. Death was of no consequence. As long as he could obtain the rewards from the deduction, even being sliced to pieces within it was utterly irrelevant. Time was of the essence, so Luo Chen acted immediately upon his inspiration. He first checked the Prince of Qin's affinity toward him. How to arrange it? Since the imperial grandson tactic was settled, the approach naturally had to begin with Li Jinyu's emotional matters. Without further ado, he would first have heart-to-heart talks to raise the affinity. Since the deduction was a game system, the affinity increase should also function similarly to a game. Heart-to-heart talks on odd days, gifts on even days, and dates on weekends. It shouldn't take long before the emotional storyline unlocked. As Luo Chen conceived this, his deduction counterpart began acting accordingly. During the conversation, he asked Li Jinyu for her views on the imperial throne, whether the throne was more important or a person's happiness. At the same time, Li Jinyu at the Qin Prince Manor also saw the question Luo Chen asked through the deduction system. The throne or happiness, which mattered more? Li Jinyu was momentarily stunned. She had never truly pondered this question before. The throne was like a resplendent, luminous pearl. Every passerby couldn't help but gaze upon it. Yet what truly warmed the heart was the steam rising from a bowl of plain congee at home. Had she not been the eldest princess, burdened by nature with the heavy responsibility of caring for the world, she too would have longed for a tranquil and warm life. Happiness is something everyone pursues. If given the chance, I too wish to experience its taste. But the welfare of the world is also a responsibility I must shoulder. If both can be attained together, that would naturally be for the best. If they cannot both be attained, then the world must take precedence. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen expressed to her that he would dedicate the rest of his life to fulfilling her ideals. If possible, he wished to help her achieve both. As expected of the one I have my eye on. His sincerity alone is enough. Seeing Luo Chen's unwavering support, Li Jinyu cast off the gloom of the previous deduction and looked toward the future with renewed hope. From now on, let us as sovereign and minister join hands and forge a future together. Li Jinyu's affection toward Luo Chen increased by 10 and now at 60. Determined to overturn the tragic ending of the previous deduction, Li Jinyu resolved to give her all in her endeavors this time. Building upon Luo Chen's strategic framework, she diligently handled official documents every day and personally oversaw the training of her personal guards. Having delegated all planning authority to Luo Chen, the Li Jinyu within the deduction granted nearly every request he made. Luo Chen made no extraordinary demands. Each day he simply engaged her in heartfelt conversations, shared meals while discussing state affairs, and every few days took her out to admire flowers and enjoy music. In the winter of the 15th year of Guangchang, you caught a chill. Luo Chen personally prepared congee and brewed medicinal broth for you. In gratitude for his care, you bestowed gold upon him. Luo Chen reciprocated with a jade pendant and confided in you the loneliness of being far from home. He asked if you had any worries weighing on your heart. Will you confide your solitude and distress to Luo Chen? Because of their life and death bond in the previous deduction, Li Jinyu now held immense trust in Luo Chen. Whatever option appeared, she agreed without hesitation. She never held Luo Chen back. On the Lantern Festival of the 16th year of Guangchang, amid the fading glow of lanterns, you and Luo Chen went out in plain clothes to admire the lights, solving riddles under the moonlight. Luo Chen lost to you by one. When the Shaanxi Festival arrived with warm spring breezes and all things reviving, you and Luo Chen agreed to go on an outing, strolling through the green mountains and clear waters, feeling the vibrant vitality of nature. You spotted a swing in the fields and Luo Chen asked if you wanted to try it. You refused, but he insistently pulled you onto it. On the swing, you felt the gentle spring breeze brush past, a ticklish sensation stirring within your heart. Why do I feel the descriptions in the heavenly Tao deduction seem a bit strange? Li Jinyu wondered if it was her imagination, but the content of the deduction felt increasingly ambiguous. Did ordinary sovereign and minister pairs go lantern gazing together or swing together? Li Jinyu wanted to intervene and steer her own actions within the deduction. But recalling the tragic ending of the previous simulation, she held herself back. Luo Chen is my most trusted minister. Whatever he arranges must be reasonable. Surely I'm just overthinking this. In the summer of the 16th year of Guangchang, Luo Chen caught a chill and did not leave his room for 3 days. Luo Chen is sick. He is my core minister. Nothing must happen to him. The moment she heard Luo Chen was ill, Li Jinyu's heart clenched with worry. She immediately instructed her deduction self to bring fruits and pastries and pay him a visit. You brought fruits to Luo Chen's room. Contrary to your expectations, he was not lying in bed like an invalid. His hair was disheveled, his brow deeply furrowed, as though wrestling with a difficult decision. Seeing him in such a state pains you. Will you go comfort him? Yes. Li Jinyu, without a moment's hesitation, directed her deduction self to comfort Luo Chen. But what unfolded next left her utterly stunned. You gently pressed yourself behind Luo Chen and slowly reached out to embrace him. Sensing someone behind him, Luo Chen turned to look, but you tightened your arms around him. What did I miss? I said a normal comforting gesture. How did it turn into a sudden embrace? You rest your head against Luo Chen's back, speaking tenderly. I know what you're struggling with. No matter what kind of mistake it is, I will bear it together with you. Li Jinyu's face flushed crimson from the description in the heavenly Tao deduction. Am I that familiar with him? A lone man and a single woman embracing. What kind of propriety is that? Have some shame. I've disgraced the Li Tang imperial family. Li Jinyu covered her burning cheeks, with both hands quickly reviewing their past experiences. Seeing that in the deduction she and Luo Chen spent days and nights talking openly about everything large and small, and frequently went to listen to music and enjoy outings, she gradually began to understand what had happened between them in the deduction. No wonder the content of the earlier deduction seemed strange. It turned out that she had already developed feelings for Luo Chen. That explains it. No, this is very abnormal. How could there be such an absurd thing as a ruler and a minister developing mutual feelings? Although the version of herself and Luo Chen in the deduction were both single and unattached. Moreover, they had worked and played together for half a year discussing everything from official matters to emotional issues. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds affection. Coupled with Luo Chen's handsome appearance, it was indeed possible for them to fall in love. But this was too fast. In reality, less than half an hour had passed, yet the version of herself in the deduction was already throwing herself into Luo Chen's arms, without any shame. To be honest, even if this was just a future deduced by the heavenly Tao, Li Jinyu could not accept it at all. Whether it was her identity as the legitimate eldest daughter of the imperial family, or her duty as the Prince of Qin for the sake of the people of the world, she should not wallow in romantic entanglements. Moreover, in the current timeline of the deduction, there were less than 4 years before the emperor's demise. She should be racing against time to scheme for the succession to the throne. Otherwise, regardless of the fate of the people, her own life and Luo Chen's would certainly be lost. Precisely for this reason, even though the version of herself and Luo Chen in the deduction were already in love, she felt she had to draw a clear line with Luo Chen. Let him go immediately and turn around to leave this place. Li Jinyu interfered with the deduction, demanding that she pick up the dignity of the imperial legitimate eldest daughter. However, Li Jinyu, who had always been able to freely interfere with the deduction using her, suddenly found that her interference had lost its effect. Your intervention is invalid. The future of turning away is no longer possible for you. Your current affection level for Luo Chen is 95, and the romance line has been activated. During the secret crush period, you can no longer suppress your heart. For you now, Luo Chen imperial dignity. Luo Chen then takes the opportunity to confess his feelings to you. He has fallen deeply in love with you, the Prince of Qin, but dares not reveal it because of the gap in status. This has caused him to fall ill with lovesickness, confined to bed for 3 days without leaving his room. Since even your highness dares to boldly express feelings, he can no longer restrain his inner impulses. He cannot imagine how painful the future would be if he cannot be with you. Luo Chen wants to pledge eternal love with you. Do you agree? Oh, damn it. Li Jinyu said furiously, do you know what you're doing? Refuse immediately, refuse for me. The future of refusal is no longer possible. Please choose the degree of acceptance. To what extent do you accept Luo Chen? I can't even refuse, so what's there to choose? Li Jinyu took a deep breath to calm herself and comforted herself. After all, the heavenly Tao deduction is just one possible future. There's no need to get angry over uncertain things. In the last round of deduction, they even died, didn't they? In reality, everything is fine, right? After understanding what is illusory and what is real, Li Jinyu reluctantly accepted the various unconventional behaviors she had exhibited in the deduction. You gladly accepted Luo Chen's feelings. You spent a delightful day together, and both your body and mind have grown. You have acquired the buff term Imperial Revival. Imperial offspring are the crucial foundation for stable rule. Currently, the Li Tang imperial family is dwindling in population, teetering on the brink of collapse. As the first member of the second generation of the imperial family to fall in love, you bear the vital mission of Imperial Revival. Imperial Revival, your pregnancy rate 100, twin probability 100, offspring will always be male. After accepting it calmly, Li Jinyu was no longer so repulsed by the idea of having a relationship with Luo Chen in the deduction. With the mindset that it was just one possible future, she calmly continued the deduction. The next evening, you visit Luo Chen again to check on his recovery. Before entering, you notice a woman's voice coming from his room. They are chatting and laughing as if discussing something. Please make your choice. 1. Burst in immediately. 2. Eavesdrop outside the door. Seeing this, Li Jinyu, who had just calmed down, suddenly flared up with anger. You, Luo Chen. You already have me, yet you dare to flirt with other women. A lone man and a single woman laughing and chatting. What kind of propriety is that? The furious Li Jinyu immediately chose to burst in. However, after barging in, she realized she had misunderstood. You angrily burst into Luo Chen's room. You don't find Luo Chen, but instead encounter 2 young maids burying their faces in Luo Chen's clothes. One of them, while holding Luo Chen's clothes, says that the steward's clothes have a pleasant scent. It turns out to be just a misunderstanding. However, the explanation from the deduction did not make Li Jinyu happy. What kind of misunderstanding is this? My manor actually has such shameless maids. Although Luo Chen is handsome and holds an important position in the Prince of Qin's manor, he naturally has an unparalleled attraction for maids of common origin. But this is my manor, not a place for you to mess around. Not to mention Luo Chen now belongs to me. Secretly in love with Luo Chen, As if you're worthy. Thinking that someone had a crush on her future lover, even if just two nameless maids in the deduction, Li Jinyu felt burning rage. I must dismiss all these messy people. Keeping them is useless. Moreover, since things between Luo Chen and me are already settled, I must take precautions. You dismiss the maids of the Prince of Qin's manor. Luo Chen reports to you that the manor lacks maids to manage it. Many rooms cannot be cleaned, and there is no one to attend to your daily needs. Oof. That damned Luo Chen, what does he mean? Does he want those women to come back? Li Jinyu replied angrily in the deduction. What's the use of having so many rooms? You will be solely responsible for taking care of my daily needs. Luo Chen did not reject your capriciousness, but chose to spend the night with you. Prince Qin Li Jinyu's affinity toward you has increased to 100, and your current emotional state has entered a passionate romance. Finally unlocked the romance line. The moment Luo Chen witnessed Prince Qin Li Jinyu successfully captivated by him, he finally let out a long relieved sigh. He silently praised, excellent, now I have taken a small step toward success. In the system's simulation, Li Jinyu's simulated AI performed remarkably vividly. Not only did it answer every question Luo Chen posed with fluency, but it also displayed astonishing autonomy and vitality. At times she even threw mild tantrums, behaving like a flesh-and-blood real person. This highly intelligent AI rendered every step forward fraught with uncertainty. However, fortunately, he had already entered a relationship with the Prince of Qin. Moreover, he had incidentally cleared out the superfluous personnel in the Prince of Qin's mansion. This precisely indicated that his strategy of producing a royal grandson had a chance of success. Of course, he could not pop the champagne prematurely. From their smooth courtship to the birth of the royal grandson, there was still a very long road ahead. If other factions learned in advance that they were trying to conceive a child, they would certainly not sit idly by. Whether through poisoning, reporting, or causing an accident for Li Jinyu, anything was possible. Therefore, during this period before successfully conceiving the child, they had to keep a low profile. They not only needed to avoid conflicts with other factions, but also had to hide away from prying eyes, creating an illusion for other factions that they had given up on themselves. Most crucially, they must prevent Li Jinyu from acting impulsively and doing anything detrimental to the plan. To this end, Luo Chen decided to fill Li Jinyu's schedule to the brim, leaving her no time for other distractions or trouble. He stared at the daily action plan on the system interface and unhesitatingly poured all available action points entirely into interactions with Li Jinyu. On one hand, he solidified their emotional development. On the other, he paved the way for the grand plan of conceiving the royal grandson. Evening. As you gently ground ink for Li Jinyu, you deliberately lean close to her ear. Under your provocation, you light red candles together, talk intimately until late, and spend the spring night together. Your affinity increases, and your happiness value rises. Luo Chen seemed unsatisfied with only nighttime interactions. Even during the day, he continuously deepened the bond between himself and Li Jinyu. This left Li Jinyu herself in the Prince of Qin's mansion feeling both stunned and bashful. Blushing, Li Jinyu watched the future unfolding in the simulation. No way, how could I, the prince, degenerate to this extent? It would be one thing to maintain proper association with a subject, but how did it turn into such debauchery? Li Jinyu, oh Li Jinyu, have you truly forgotten the heavy burden on your shoulders, forgotten the suffering of the people under heaven, and forgotten the vital responsibility of the nation's rise and fall? Her tone was filled with self-reproach and anguish. At this moment, it seemed she saw the deviant path she might take in the future. With this thought, Li Jinyu made up her mind, a resolute gleam flashing in her eyes. I must quit Luo Chen. First, let me go to the library to write 2 poems from the Book of Songs to calm my mind. However, when you step into the library, you unexpectedly find Luo Chen slowly writing on the desk using water as ink. Just as the water traces are about to fade, he guides you over, and you see the faintly visible characters. If I could offer the mountains and rivers as a betrothal gift, would you lend me 100 years of your life? The words are full of deep affection, moving to tears. A surge of inexplicable joy wells up in your heart, and you engage in deeper communication with Luo Chen, your emotions quietly sublimating without your notice. This is utterly absurd. How could I, moved by a momentary sentiment, commit such a ridiculous act with him in the library? Li Jinyu clenched her teeth, her heart filled with indignation and unwillingness. To break free from her dependence on Luo Chen in the simulation, Li Jinyu resolved to immerse herself in various activities, trying to divert her attention. She busied herself with government affairs, immersed herself in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and even personally patrolled the streets to understand the people's conditions. Yet Luo Chen was like a dog, always able to sniff out her scent. No matter where she was, he would appear. In a meditation room, sheltering from rain, Luo Chen would bring a cloak to share the shelter with her. Or during a spring outing, Luo Chen deliberately stepped on the corner of her trailing sash, watching the blue lotus-patterned silk slip from her shoulder, lightly stained by peach blossoms. Then, as she looked puzzled, he placed the peach blossom petal into his mouth. Every interaction was like a meticulously orchestrated drama, making the simulated Li Jinyu's heart flutter and the real Li Jinyu helpless. On the day of the boat outing, the sun was blazing and the water surface sparkled. You play a duet on the pleasure boat. In the melody of your duet, Luo Chen deliberately slowed down by half a beat, letting your phoenix seeks his mate intertwine with his crane soars to the sky, unintentionally like two streams merging, creating a unique harmony and beauty. This was not only a fusion of music, but also a testament to two hearts drawing closer unconsciously. The prince. Li Jinyu growled, clutching her head tightly with both hands, her face filled with pain and struggle. How can I be so shameless? Future me, how can you sink so low? Even if you like a man, you must not lose your composure and pester him day after day. Fortunately, this tormenting simulation did not last too long. Time in the simulation flowed like water, and half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. In early winter, you feel slightly unwell. After a physician takes your pulse, it is confirmed that you are pregnant. Considering your current physical condition, which is unsuitable for labor, Luo Chen wishes to take full charge of all affairs in the Prince of Qin's mansion. Do you permit this? This news was like a ray of dawn piercing through the gloom in Li Jinyu's heart. Being pregnant, she was naturally not fit for marital relations. Li Jinyu's anger born from the heavenly Tao simulation finally subsided a little. Although she was dissatisfied with the high-intensity interactions between herself and Luo Chen, which had been repeatedly rubbed in her face by the heavenly Tao, she had to admit that Luo Chen was a man of responsibility. In the previous simulation, he was utterly loyal. In this simulation, from the moment they started dating, he was the one who actively created scenarios and built a romantic atmosphere. Now, knowing that she was physically indisposed, he voluntarily took on all the work. If it were not for her role as the eldest legitimate princess with more important responsibilities, being with such a responsible man would also be a good choice. In the early winter of the 16th year of Guangchong, Luo Chen began sleeping in a separate room from you. This sudden change made you feel an unprecedented sense of loneliness and desolation. To ensure the safety of the fetus in your womb, you are strictly forbidden from stepping out of the Prince of Qin's mansion and must not bear any heavy labor. Day after day, your daily routine becomes simple and repetitive. During the day, you only have scrolls to read. At night, you still have only scrolls to read. Luo Chen occasionally keeps you company, but because the Prince of Qin's mansion has dismissed the servants and is short-handed, Luo Chen has to manage the household affairs and also take care of your daily needs. Therefore, the time he spends talking with you gradually shortens, leaving you feeling lonely. What's so lonely about normal life? Besides, what could be more leisurely and interesting than reading and drinking tea? After raging for half an hour, Li Jinyu finally showed a smile. The following days seemed like a preset program, repeating day after day. Apart from reading, playing chess, and nurturing the pregnancy within the mansion, there were no other ways. Watching the entirely repetitive, monotonous simulation, Li Jinyu gradually felt bored. Meanwhile, a feeling of emptiness spread in her heart. In the earlier simulations, almost every note and scene contained Luo Chen's name. Not only that, but she could also see the various ambiguous scenarios he created for her. But now, after watching the simulation for a long time, she no longer saw such interesting scenes. This visual contrast directly reflected on her emotions. Although she had been furious when Luo Chen dragged her into inexplicable activities, now that everything had calmed down, she actually felt that nothing was interesting anymore. I think I can somewhat understand the version of myself in the simulation. In reality, if a name that appears every hour suddenly disappears, there is a sense of loss. Not to mention that in the simulation, I have already lived through more than 2 years. As soon as this thought appeared, Li Jinyu immediately shook her head. It's just watching a simulation of the future. How could it stir up feelings? Li Jinyu yawned and continued the simulation. You learn from a trusted confidant that the Prince of Zhao, Li Yifei, has come to visit. Luo Chen says you are ill and declines the visit. Having failed to gain an audience with you, the Prince of Zhao extends an invitation to Luo Chen, trying to recruit him under the Prince of Zhao's banner. Luo Chen firmly refuses, stating that a loyal minister does not serve 2 masters, and the Prince of Zhao need not mention it again. Li Yifei bluntly says that following you has no future for Luo Chen. Luo Chen replies that if following the Prince of Qin has no future, then following the Prince of Zhao is like jumping off a cliff. Li Yifei, livid with rage, storms off, leaving behind harsh words that she will never let you two off. Suddenly, such a message was inserted among the system's monotonous records. The drowsy Li Jinyu's eyes lit up the moment she saw this message. Li Yifei was the second imperial princess, only half a month younger than Li Jinyu. Since she was the elder sister, her father and teachers had taught her from childhood to be considerate of her younger sister. As a result, whenever Li Jinyu had something she liked, this second sister would come and demand it. In the past, her father, seeing that she was only half a month younger, always taught her to yield. This caused her to suffer many losses since childhood. Now, seeing Li Yifei, who had always been successful in taking things from her, get rebuffed, Li Jinyu felt an indescribable comfort all over her body. That bitch Li Yifei, how dare she try to recruit my man? See, she hit a wall. After refusing the invitation, Luo Chen immediately reports the matter to you, hoping you won't worry. Look, that's what trust means. Do you think you can take away my legendary minister? Meanwhile, at the Xinjing Hall, all my hard work day and night has not been in vain. Finally, Jinyu is pregnant. As long as she gives birth to a boy, all problems will be solved. In the future, when Li Jinyu ascends the throne, I'll surely obtain the title of eight-legged SA Wiz. Seeing Li Jinyu pregnant, Luo Chen felt the heavy burden on his shoulders finally lighten a bit. There is still 1.5 shurchen left for the exam. Use half a shurchen to help Li Jinyu ascend the throne, then use the remaining 1 shurchen to answer the questions. In this way, the calamity of exam fraud can be avoided. A new round of the imperial examination begins. You who holds only the title of Jinshi without any official position, will you register to participate? If you pass the palace examination successfully, you may accept an appointment from the court. Refuse to participate. The imperial examination gathers the finest talents under heaven. Will the Prince of Qin's mansion sponsor young scholars? No. Luo Chen not only refused to sponsor those scholars with ambiguous standpoints, but even dismissed all the useless retainers of 1 or 2 stars that the Prince of Qin kept. Those retainers you drove away spread rumors everywhere that the Prince of Qin was deceived by petty men and had lost his senses. After hearing this, the Prince of Zhao came to mock Li Jinyu. When he failed to gain an audience, he extended an olive branch to you, saying that the Prince of Qin was weak and alone and would surely be vulnerable in future struggles. Now that you hold a crucial position in the Prince of Qin's mansion, this is the perfect time to defect to the Prince of Zhao. If you come to him, he will ensure you future wealth and honor with endless blessings. 1. After all, he is the Prince of Zhao. Politely decline and leave him some face. 2. Severely rebuke him. How dare a mere Prince of Zhao like you test my loyalty? You want to mock my wife? How could I tolerate a puny Prince of Zhao like you? You sneered at the Prince of Zhao. I thought your presence would bring profound wisdom, but your words are nothing but the barking of a jackal. Does the Prince of Zhao think that other strategists are as utterly unscrupulous as the fame and profit-seeking bunch under your command? A loyal minister does not serve 2 masters, let alone abandon light for darkness. How could one forsake a wise lord and turn to a fatuous ruler? The Prince of Zhao, enraged by your mockery, said that following the Prince of Qin was seeking your own doom. She vowed solemnly that she would not let you off easily in the future. Hearing this, a smile curled at the corner of Luo Chen's lips. He thought to himself, when my child is born, you won't even have a chance to cry. Under your guidance, the Prince of Qin's influence gradually waned in the court, and even the retainers who once flocked to win you over dwindled day by day. In the summer of the 17th year of Guangchang, Li Jinyu safely gave birth to twin baby boys in the Prince of Qin's mansion, and the joyful news spread throughout the residence. You and Li Jinyu named these precious babies Li Huqing and Li Haiyan, symbolizing that the world will usher in long-lasting peace and prosperity, a golden age for 1,000 generations. Immediately after, the system slowly unveiled 2 brand-new baby character portraits. In the images, the children had snow-white skin like exquisite porcelain dolls, instantly capturing Li Jinyu's heart. My children are so beautiful, with the bones of a unicorn and the eyes of a phoenix. They have the bearing of an emperor. They will surely be wise rulers. However, this joy vanished in an instant when she realized these 2 children were the product of her secret affair with Luo Chen. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. As a member of the royal family, having a secret affair with a commoner and bearing children was undoubtedly a great insult to the dignity of the imperial house, something that would invite the scorn of her ancestors. She would also become the laughingstock of the world, bearing eternal infamy. Li Jinyu knew well that the existence of these 2 children must become the deepest secret, never to be revealed in the slightest, to avoid unforeseen disaster. While filled with fear and anxiety, Li Jinyu also felt the burden on her shoulders grow heavier. In the past, when she was alone, she had nothing to fear. For integrity and justice, she would rather die to prove her innocence. But now that she had these 2 adorable babies, Li Jinyu felt she could no longer sit idly by. Even if not for herself, for the children to grow up safely, she must give her all to fight for the throne. In short, she decided to call Luo Chen over to discuss a plan to seize power. I remember in the last simulation, Luo Chen advised me to train my personal guards and strike first with force before my father's death. I wonder if this plan can still be used in this simulation. At the moment the children were born, Li Jinyu's mindset began to change. Regardless of whether she could accept her relationship with Luo Chen in the future of the simulation, he was her beloved. He was also the husband who made her pregnant. Even if being with Luo Chen violated moral norms, he was still the man she had chosen. As for her previous dissatisfaction with Luo Chen's presumptuousness, after all, she was only watching the future of the heavenly Tao simulation. Why bother getting angry with the people in it? Moreover, the future version of herself clearly had a good relationship with Luo Chen. If she forcibly separated them, wouldn't that only cause herself trouble? So she decided to overlook Luo Chen's previous presumptuousness. You found Luo Chen and discussed with him the plan to seize the throne. Now the struggles in the court are becoming more intense, with various factions overtly and covertly contending, and the situation changing rapidly. Moreover, since we have children, the burden on our shoulders is even heavier. Even if we don't care about our own safety for the future of our children, we must work even harder and ensure we ascend to the throne. Luo Chen fell into deep thought after hearing this. After a moment, as if he had made a decision, he solemnly swore to you. Even if I have to risk my life, I will surely make you and our children happy in the future. However, just as Li Jinyu was expecting what Luo Chen would do, on the other side Luo Chen had already revealed a confident smile of victory. Now that the imperial grandson had been born, the only obstacle left for the Prince of Qin to inherit the throne was himself. As long as this convenient father died, the remaining Prince of Qin and her orphan children would be the best candidates for the throne. Therefore, Luo Chen secretly sent someone to report to the emperor about his illicit affair with the Prince of Qin. In the autumn of the 17th year of Guangchang, the Guangchang emperor received a secret report saying that the Prince of Qin had an illicit affair with a commoner. Enraged, he summoned the Prince of Qin to the palace. Li Jinyu's expression changed dramatically upon seeing these words, and the scene, knowing that they were in trouble. Only Luo Chen and a few old servants who had served her since childhood knew of her pregnancy. Unexpectedly, among the few trusted confidants, she had left someone had betrayed her. This was terrible. To Li Jinyu, her father was like heaven itself. She and Luo Chen had committed an act of great treason, and now her father knew. If she didn't have 2 infants to feed, Li Jinyu would have wanted to die. Regardless, the children must not be implicated. Li Jinyu pondered for a moment, and now that things had come to this, she had no choice but to brace herself and proceed. You arrange your personal guards and death warriors to take Luo Chen and the children out of the capital to hide, while you handle the matter with the emperor. You believe that as long as no concrete evidence is caught and you stubbornly deny any illicit relationship with another, then everything will be just rumors and can only be treated as rumors. In the autumn of the 17th year of Guangchang, you entered the palace to meet the emperor, and your imperial father had been waiting for a long time. Also present were your younger sisters, the Prince of Zhao and the Prince of Wei. Evidently, they had also received relevant news. From their faces you saw not a trace of sympathy, but instead an undisguised schadenfreude. Evidently, your illicit relationship with Luo Chen had become the most joyful event of their day. Li Jinyu's heart sank to the bottom. It seemed that the spies around her were also connected to the other princesses. Otherwise, how could these two have arrived? The Emperor Guangchang's countenance was like cold iron, his voice low and majestic. I have heard that you are suspected of illicit relations. Is this matter true? Please make your response. 1. Confess frankly and speak directly. Although your child has acted improperly, it is indeed true. However, one person should bear the consequences of their own actions. I beseech your majesty not to implicate the innocent. Your child is willing to bear all punishment alone. 2. Clever deflection, turning the tables. Father Emperor, please see clearly. This absurd talk is nothing but malicious slander by ill-intentioned people. Your child implores you to thoroughly investigate this matter, uncover the mastermind behind it, and restore my innocence. 3. Silence is golden, using stillness to counter motion. Remain silent, eyes revealing determination and fearlessness, as if saying, the truth will reveal itself, no need for words. Li Jinyu thought it over. Although she might have been betrayed by traitors in her mansion, as long as her children were not discovered, and there was no solid evidence, at most it would only affect her standing in the emperor's eyes. Therefore this matter absolutely cannot be admitted. Raising her head, chest out with a solemn expression and piercing eyes, she shook her head, her voice carrying unshakable firmness. Absurd. Such nonsense is utterly ridiculous. Li Jinyu have always acted uprightly. How could I do such a despicable thing? There must be villains behind this. Having said that, you raised your hand and pointed at the Prince of Zhao and Prince of Wei. I understand now. It must be you few for your own selfish desires who have not hesitated to fabricate rumors attempting to destroy my honor. Please, Father Emperor, examine the minutest details and decide for your child. Upon hearing this, the Emperor Guangchang's expression indeed softened slightly. His brows furrowed, his eyes revealing a hint of doubt and scrutiny. I also do not believe that Jinyu, who has always been honest and dutiful, would commit such a heinous act. There must be something suspicious about this. Li Jinyu felt a slight relief, thinking that this crisis had been resolved. However, this part of the simulation had not yet passed. The scene of Heaven's Way was still lingering here. A sudden ominous premonition surged into her heart, instantly alerting her. At this moment, a eunuch hurried into the hall, silently approached the Emperor Guangchang's ear, and whispered a few words. The Emperor Guangchang's expression instantly turned from sunny to dark like the sky before a storm. Bring the person up to me. The Emperor's voice was like thunder, causing the very air in the hall to tremble. His eyes blazed with fury as if he wanted to devour you alive. Then the sound of heavy footsteps arose, and Luo Chen, surrounded by several imperial guards, walked into the hall. Li Jinyu sighed in despair. She had clearly arranged for her personal guards to escort Luo Chen out of the city to hide. But now even Luo Chen had been captured here. It seemed that the spies around her were far more numerous than she had imagined. Now everything was lost. Completely finished. You quickly knelt on both knees, your tone carrying a hint of determination and tragedy. Father Emperor, all the mistakes for this matter lie with your child alone. It was your child who was momentarily confused, bewitched, and took the initiative to seduce a subordinate. It has nothing to do with Luo Chen. Please, Father Emperor, in consideration of your child's first offense, spare his life. As soon as your words fell, the Prince of Zhao and Prince of Wei fanned the flames on the side, smug smiles on their faces, as if watching a spectacular show. Father Emperor, look, Li Jinyu's actions have truly damaged the imperial dignity. If not severely punished, how can we convince the masses? The Prince of Zhao's voice carried a hint of schadenfreude. The Prince of Wei also chimed in, indeed, Father Emperor, if this matter spreads, where will the face of our imperial family be? Upon hearing this, the Emperor Guangchang's chest erupted with fury like a volcano. His face turned livid, and his eyes seemed to blaze with raging flames. Li Jinyu, as a princess, you have committed such an act contrary to human ethics and damaging to the imperial family's honor. It truly grieves me deeply. From today onward, strip you of all your titles and offices, degrade you to a commoner, exile you to the borderlands, and forbid you from ever returning to the capital. The Emperor Guangchang's voice was like thunder shaking the air in the hall. Li Jinyu sighed silently in her heart. This round of simulation had ended in tragedy after all. Exiled to the borderlands, not to mention the throne, would have nothing to do with her. In the bitter cold of the borderlands, even raising the two children to adulthood would be a problem. She indeed was not cut out to be an emperor. Wait, your majesty. At this moment, Luo Chen's voice suddenly rang out in the hall, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It was I who seduced the Prince of Qin. As he said this, a smile curled at the corners of Luo Chen's mouth. I must say the Prince of Qin is quite smooth. Upon hearing this, the Emperor Guangchang's gaze pierced Luo Chen like a sharp sword, fury in his eyes, almost devouring him. The Emperor's voice was low and icy, as if coming from the depths of hell. Oh, I had forgotten about you. How dare you seduce an imperial princess? I will have you executed by slow slicing in the marketplace. Let's see if you can still smile then. At the same time, in reality, Luo Chen, who was taking the imperial examination in Xianzheng Hall, secretly glanced at the Emperor Guangchang himself, who was invigilating from the dragon throne. In reality, he did not even dare to meet the Emperor's eyes. But in the simulation, he could stand tall and tell him that his daughter was quite smooth. With such a strong contrast between reality and the virtual, Luo Chen's actions in the simulation became even bolder. He directly projected his consciousness into the dialogue of the simulation. You spoke directly in front of the Emperor. Your Majesty, whether you want to have me sliced or torn apart by 5 horses, I have no complaints. After all, before I fell in love with your daughter, I had already thought of these outcomes. But please do not involve the 2 innocent children. After all, they are your own grandsons. The Emperor Guangchang was rendered speechless for a long time by your words, his eyes wide, as if he could not believe his ears. The Prince of Zhao and Prince of Wei, who had just been mocking, were also stunned. They exchanged glances, their eyes full of surprise and confusion. They could not understand how the most dutiful and obedient eldest sister among the sisters had not only had an illicit relationship with a commoner, but had even secretly given birth to children. So it turned out that Li Jinyu, who appeared the most honest and rule-abiding in front of everyone, was the one who played the wildest. Li Jinyu's face instantly turned pale. Even her own child had been exposed. This was completely over. She wanted to say something to salvage the situation. But the Emperor Guangchang in the simulation did not give her time. The Emperor Guangchang ordered someone to take you to face the wall for reflection, first imprison Luo Chen, and then immediately bring the 2 imperial grandsons to see him. The next morning, the Emperor Guangchang summoned you alone, and by his side were your 2 sons. The grand heir is young, he cannot be without a mother. I have deliberated for a long time and decided to revoke your punishment. Grand heir? How did my son become the grand heir? Li Jinyu was... The wording in the simulation was correct. The son she had born in her own sin not only did not suffer punishment, but actually became the grand heir appointed by her imperial. Happiness came too suddenly, catching Li Jinyu, who was still regretful a second ago, completely off guard. She had actually turned misfortune into fortune, escaping a disaster thanks to her 2 sons. Moreover, the title of grand heir could only be used by the heir to the throne. Could it be that the imperial father had already decided to let her son ascend the throne? Her son was still young, so wouldn't it be herself who would hold power over the court? Li Jinyu had never imagined such a way to win. In this simulation, she had done nothing. She had not employed any strategies or plans, nor had she engaged in a bloody power struggle. She had only fallen in love with Luo Chen and given birth to 2 sons, and she won. It could be entirely called a lying down win. But no matter what, a lying down win is still a win. But her own future was temporarily safe. Oh, what about Luo Chen? You mentioned the matter of Luo Chen to your imperial father. The Emperor Guangchang replied, I have investigated him. His identity is very clean. There is no great hidden danger. However, while the death penalty can be avoided, the punishment for living cannot be escaped. The choices left for him are either exile to the frontier or having his nose cut off and face disfigured. I decide to give you the decision-making power. As long as he doesn't die. Li Jinyu was overjoyed. As long as the Green Mountain remains, there is no fear of running out of firewood. As long as Luo Chen lived, there was hope for everything. After all, the imperial father would pass away in 2 years, and then she could bring Luo Chen back. It would be the same. In the afternoon, you visited Luo Chen in the prison, and said to him, "You go endure hardship outside for a few years. After the imperial father passes away, I will definitely bring you back." At the same time, Luo Chen, on the other hand, did not think so. At this point, what's the point of saving me? Although I come from a clean background and have no family behind me, I am still an unstable factor. As long as I live, there is a possibility that the realm could fall into my hands. The more you show that you care about me at this moment, the more I become a major threat in the emperor's eyes. I can think of this possibility, and other imperial princesses can think of it too. They will surely use this reason to persuade the emperor again. So the current win rate is only 80, not yet 100. And the method to increase the win rate to 100 is just one word: death. You said to Li Jinyu everything must be prioritized for the greater good. From now on, everything is left to you. You must raise the children smoothly. That night you hanged yourself in the prison. The next day you were found dead from suicide in the prison. In this simulation you were devoted only to the Prince of Qin. For the Prince of Qin and the children you resolutely went to death, leaving an indelible impression in Li Jinyu's heart. Although you could not leave your name in history, your choice brought centuries of stability to the future. Do you want to continue watching Li Jinyu's story? Skip. After Luo Chen chose to skip the simulation, on Li Jinyu's side continued. On the spring festival of the 18th year of Guangchang, the Emperor Guangchang solemnly announced to the world amidst the attention of all, officially appointing Li Jinyu's eldest son, Li Huqing, as the grand heir. This act marked the transmission of the empire's future hope and the continuation of the royal bloodline. The whole country celebrated. At the same time, the Emperor Guangchang announced a reinvestigation of the previous year's imperial examination fraud case. Once the case was reopened, it was like a boulder thrown into a lake, stirring up layers of ripples. The entire imperial examination chief examiner team was suspected of cheating. After deep interrogation, more involved personnel fell like dominoes, with the number of involved people reaching tens of thousands. Nearly half of the capital's officials were implicated, causing shock in the court and the public. Facing such a vast fraudulent network, the Emperor Guangchang showed no mercy. All were severely punished without leniency. In this anti-corruption storm, even the maternal grandfather of the Prince of Zhao did not escape. He was sentenced to property confiscation for suspected buying and selling of official positions, and the family's glory vanished in an instant. As for the uncle of the Prince of Wei, he was even more heinous, suspected of forming cliques for private gain and manipulating the imperial examinations. He was ultimately sentenced to execution of his entire family, and his clan was annihilated overnight. The uncle of the Prince of Wei was suspected of forming cliques and manipulating the imperial examinations, and was executed with his entire family. The implicated Prince of Zhao had his title and official position stripped, was demoted to Marquis, and was exiled to the frontier to govern his fief, thus far from the center of power. The Prince of Wei also failed to escape punishment. He was expelled from the capital and forbidden to return forever. In the 20th year of Guangchang, the Emperor Guangchang died, and you smoothly inherited the throne. During the entire power transition, there was no internal depletion of national strength. After ascending the throne, you immediately arranged for people to investigate who exactly betrayed you and Luo Chen. Later, the person who originally reported to the palace was found, and that person indicated that it was Luo Chen who did it. Li Jinyu, who had intended to kill the traitor to vent her hatred, was dumbfounded. The one who betrayed them was actually Luo Chen himself. Why did Luo Chen do this? Suddenly, Li Jinyu thought of that scene in the simulation. Luo Chen had said that even if it cost him his life, he would make them mother and child happy. Is this what you meant by giving your life, Luo Chen? Without a doubt, Luo Chen used his own death to send them mother and child to the throne. Is this the price of gaining the realm? For some reason, Li Jinyu could not feel happy at all even after obtaining the throne. This throne was clearly what she had longed for day and night, but why did it feel so painful in her hands? This time she had won the simulation, and she had won without even lifting a finger. It was just that the cost was Luo Chen. What was she feeling so miserable about? A trace of sorrow crossed Li Jinyu's expression. He was just someone she had met through a simulation, so why did she feel a suffocating bitterness in her heart? However, Luo Chen was extremely happy. Simulation ended. Congratulations, host, for successfully sending the Prince of Qin to ascend the throne. The host can obtain the traits that you have already acquired in the simulation from the reward pool. Do you want to draw immediately? Draw immediately. Successfully drew the 8-legged essay expert. 8-legged essay expert, you are quite skilled in writing 8-legged essays sufficient to handle ordinary official documents. The reward pool only contained the 8-legged essay expert that had been generated from the previous simulation. So Luo Chen effortlessly claimed that trait. At the moment of claiming the reward, it seemed as if a large amount of memory appeared in Luo Chen's mind out of nowhere. The memory showed him studying diligently, reading the 4 books and 5 classics every day. Although he was not a genius, writing a qualified official essay full of bureaucratic jargon was no longer a problem. In the 21st year of the new calendar, Li Jinyu passed away and bequeathed the throne to Crown Prince Li Huqing. The simulation concluded. Looking back upon this life, you secured the imperial succession through your son, sparing the royal family from fratricidal strife and preventing internal exhaustion of the nation's strength. Upon ascending the throne, you streamlined the central bureaucracy and governed with frugality. Though you fell short of ushering in a golden age, there were no wars beyond the borders and no famines within, allowing the common people to live in peace and prosperity. As a sovereign, you proved competent, yet as the head of a household, your life was manifestly a failure. During the succession struggle, your beloved Luo Chen perished because of you. After claiming the throne, you became consumed with state affairs and neglected your son's education, resulting in Li Huqing growing up arrogant and contemptuous of others. Following your death, Li Huqing elevated sycophantic villains to power and rashly launched an expedition against the northern steppes, only to suffer total annihilation of his forces. This catastrophe caused the dynasty's strength to plummet precipitously, marking the transition from prosperity to decline. Your verdict for this lifetime: adequate and unremarkable. As the evaluation faded from the luminous screen, a reward materialized. You successfully ascended and governed once, earning a reward attribute. Imperial Revival. Imperial Revival. Your firstborn, with Luo Chen, shall undoubtedly be twin princes. The cooldown timer reads 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Gazing upon the reward bestowed by the heavenly Tao, Li Jinyu felt no joy whatsoever. Though the heavenly Tao's blessing guaranteed that she and Luo Chen would bear twin princes who would smoothly inherit the throne, such a sacrifice upon another's suffering was something Li Jinyu could never bring herself to do. Worse still, the one who would be sacrificed was the father of her own child. Having undergone 2 rounds of heavenly simulation, Li Jinyu now understood the trajectory of the future and had already conceived numerous changes. She had come to recognize her own shortcomings and understood that she needed more courage. Regardless of whether for the sake of the nation or for herself, she had to forge ahead with greater resolve. But before all else, she must secure Luo Chen's safety and shield him from the threat of imprisonment. Through the window of her chamber, she gazed toward the inner palace, toward the direction of the palace examination hall. Luo Chen, this time the 2 of us shall surely achieve great things. Beyond the palace walls, scholars and examinees destined for the imperial examination walked together in clusters. Luo Chen trailed behind the procession, his expression relaxed. Thanks to the attribute Master of 8-legged essays, he had completed his examination paper just as the final incense stick burned out. With that moderately decent policy essay, though he would not rank among the top scholars, the Zhuangyuan, Banyan, or Tanhua, he was confident he would earn the title of Jinshi in good standing. He would then accept the court's appointment and retire to a remote county magistrate's post, living a carefree and comfortable life. As for why not remain in the capital, the answer was obvious even to one's toenails. He was an unknown outsider, a penniless man with no connections. In a court rife with factional alliances and cliques, how could a man like him possibly find his footing? Rather than staying in a place where he could never integrate and where his head could be forfeited at any moment, he would far prefer the tranquility of the countryside, presiding over a county with its mountains and rivers. Luo Chen entered the elegant tavern where examinees had gathered, awaiting the announcement of the palace examination results. Inside the tavern, the air buzzed with lively conversation as scholars debated the examination questions. Glancing about, Luo Chen observed that the scholars had grouped themselves into factions according to their backgrounds and allegiances. Among them, one group stood out immediately, not merely by their demeanor, but by an unmistakable aura of distinction. Clad in luxurious silks, they carried themselves with an air of confidence that set them apart. Compared to them, the other examinees appeared nothing more than provincial bumpkins. Such prominent figures were not to be trifled with, so Luo Chen swiftly kept his distance. He found a group of examinees dressed entirely in coarse hemp and quietly merged into their ranks. At this moment, the group of common-born scholars was engaged in animated discussion. It appears His Majesty has already decided to establish a female heir as emperor. I surmise that the one who shall ascend the dragon throne can only be the Prince of Zhao. On what grounds do you say so? The Prince of Zhao's maternal family traces its lineage to Duke Ing, one of the 4 founding dukes. His household has held noble titles for 3 generations across 7 branches. Only the Prince of Zhao can command the allegiance of the ministers. In my opinion, not necessarily so. Admittedly, establishing the Prince of Zhao may quiet the meritorious officials, but whether he can win the hearts of capable ministers is another matter entirely. Consider the Prince of Wei, whose maternal grandfather serves as Left Chancellor. His disciples and followers permeate the court and the provinces. Only by enthroning the Prince of Wei can one gather widespread support and pacify the realm. Why do you treat the meritorious officials and the capable ministers so differently? Are there no outstanding talents among the former? Huh. Those men merely bask in the late emperor's glory and happen to be in the right place at the right time. To govern a nation, one must elevate Confucian scholars. Without genuine ability, how could they earn the emperor's favor? How could they share in the immortal achievements forged alongside the sovereign? Your words spring only from jealousy. And who is jealous? You are the one who is jealous. Watching the two men grow increasingly heated in their debate over whether the Prince of Wei or the Prince of Zhao could better win the realm's submission, a bystander stepped in to defuse the tension. Gentlemen, might I ask, do you believe the Prince of Qin stands any chance at all? The subject shifted to Prince of Qin Li Jinyu, and the two men who had been on the verge of drawing swords upon one another simultaneously broke into smiles and responded in unison, absolutely not. Preposterous. At the mention of Prince of Qin, Luo Chen's ears perked up. Though Li Jinyu's chances of inheriting the throne were slim, they could hardly be entirely non-existent. Moreover, in his own simulation, he had helped Li Jinyu become emperor once. Do not speak so absolutely. Should Prince of Qin gain a capable advisor, she might suddenly find herself inheriting the throne after all. Luo Chen believed that although Sha Yu was somewhat dim-witted, she was hardly beyond hope. If she recognized early enough that all her sisters were ruthless contenders and launched a coup first, there was still a chance. By what means would Prince of Qin inherit the throne? It is fundamentally impossible. Then tell us, how could Prince of Qin possibly ascend? By whom? Would it be by your aid? What capable person could possibly contend with both the Prince of Wei and the Prince of Zhao? Luo Chen had nothing further to discuss with these men. He would settle things with Li Jinyu's blade when the time came. You are right. Forget I said anything. Carry on, carry on. Luo Chen quickly deflected the matter and turned to flee. However, no sooner had he turned than he collided with a man clad in fine robes. The man, barely startled by the impact, smiled and inquired after Luo Chen's background. Pray tell, brother, what is your station? I am but a commoner by birth. Upon hearing that Luo Chen was merely a commoner, the man's expression turned cold. So you are nothing more than a provincial bumpkin of common birth. No wonder you dare to meddle in matters of state. Do you truly believe you can sway the affairs of government? Neglecting your studies for frivolous talk, your words are nothing but nonsense. That individuals such as you are permitted to sit for the palace examination is a disgrace to our great Tang. The imperial princesses were all in the prime of their youth, each possessing extraordinary grace and talent, like a myriad of blooms in spring, radiant and dazzling. In the capital, many had long harbored secret admiration for the princesses, silently nursing their affections. However, both they and their families feared arousing the suspicion of the Guangchong emperor, so no one dared to propose marriage. They dared not reveal their thoughts lest a single misstep incur the emperor's wrath and bring about utter ruin. Among these young men coveting the princesses, the one who had come to inquire about Luo Chen's background was such a person. He was Zhao Xingxian, the third son of Marquis Wenyuan. From a young age, he had been educated and nurtured by renowned masters. In public, he was supposed to conduct himself as a refined and elegant gentleman. Yet at this moment, Luo Chen's presumptuous words had ignited his fury. Zhao Xingxian had long cherished a deep affection for the former Grand Princess Li Jinyu. He had planned to court her after the Guangchong emperor fathered a prince. He was already past 30 and had never married. But to his utter astonishment, the Guangchong emperor had this year bestowed princely titles upon all the imperial princesses. This clearly indicated that the emperor intended to choose an heir from among the princesses. At the same time, it meant that the Grand Princess and he would never be possible. Being single at 30 with a hopeless secret love was already exasperating beyond words, yet he had no one to confide in. Now hearing that these country bumpkins had the audacity to gossip about the Grand Princess, his anger surged even more. The fury within him erupted instantly, compelling him to step forward and mercilessly mock the commoners who had dared to discuss the Grand Princess. All those around Luo Chen were of common birth. Subjected to Zhao Xingxian's blanket insult, they dared neither to show anger nor to speak up. Though they were considered above the common folk and elsewhere would have received the courtesy of local gentry before the capital's aristocratic families, they were still utterly insignificant. Moreover, after earning their official titles, they would still need to curry favor with these powerful families to advance their careers. Naturally, they could not afford to offend these noble scions. As for Luo Chen himself, he felt nothing at all. Compared to modern internet trolls, this man's feeble taunts were nothing more than scratching an itch through a boot. However, Luo Chen felt that this fellow must have some screws loose. Everyone was discussing politics. When others said the Prince of Qin was no good, you didn't show up. But when I said she was good, you jumped out. Just as Luo Chen wondered whether this guy might be a hater of Li Jinyu, a clear female voice suddenly rang out in the examination tavern, which was filled entirely with men. Silence. How dare you insult the pillars of our great Tang? Do you have no regard for the imperial court? As she spoke, the clamor of the entire tavern seemed to freeze in that moment, and all eyes turned toward the entrance from which the voice came. Outside the tavern door, a group of people in splendid attire was approaching with steady steps. The one at the forefront had a face of pure and ethereal beauty like a lily in first bloom, innocent and noble. Her skin resembled fine porcelain, fair and delicate, as if a mere touch would cause it to blush. Surrounded by attendants, her identity was self-evident. Luo Chen recognized her face at once. It was none other than Zhao Wang Li Yifei, whom he had infuriated in the simulation. His Majesty employs worthy ministers regardless of their origins, yet you spew arrogant words to belittle the scholars. What exactly are you plotting? Zhao Wang declared, her tone carrying a fierce offensive edge. The scholars present immediately recognized the newcomer as one of the main contenders for the throne, Zhao Wang. They all turned in unison to face her and bowed respectfully. I was just joking with him. Esteemed brother, I spoke out of turn just now. I offer you my apologies. The man who had been directly rebuked by Zhao Wang instantly turned pale. He immediately apologized to Luo Chen. Just as commoners could not afford to offend nobles, Zhao Wang was also someone he could not afford to offend. Moreover, Zhao Wang's character was notoriously arrogant and overbearing. She might indeed report his words to the emperor, mocking common-born scholars. This matter could be seen as minor or major, but once weighed on the scales it would become a crime of 1,000 jin. Who would have imagined that the lofty Zhao Wang would come to this ordinary tavern today and even stand up for a common scholar? At this moment Luo Chen was even more flustered than the man. That man had only said one wrong thing and was already put on the hot seat by Zhao Wang. He recalled that he himself had once pointed at Zhao Wang's nose and mocked her. This is terrible. Wait, what does the simulation I played in the game system have to do with reality? She is not the Zhao Wang from the simulation. With this thought, Luo Chen let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that Zhao Wang was simply helping him out of kindness. She really was a good person. After 7 days, when the next round of simulation begins, he must repay the favor in the virtual world and send Zhao Wang to the throne. Still, Luo Chen wondered why Zhao Wang would help an unknown nobody like him. But then he remembered that in the simulation Zhao Wang had always been wealthy and generous, recruiting anyone she saw. He understood at once. Perhaps Zhao Wang simply liked to meddle in others' affairs. As a chosen one who could glimpse the celestial mechanisms, Li Yifei believed herself to be the enlightened ruler selected by heaven, the first female emperor in history. Yet in the past 2 rounds of heavenly Dao simulations, Li Yifei had never once ascended the throne. In the first simulation, she was framed for plotting to murder the Prince of Qin and was given poisoned wine, failing to inherit the throne. In the second simulation, she eliminated the traitors around her and won over 2/3 of the court's important ministers. She thought she could smoothly ascend the throne and inherit the mandate of heaven. But to her utter shock, her useless elder sister had recruited a 5-star renowned minister. And this minister had even given Li Jinyu 2 children. When the emperor learned of this, her promising situation collapsed instantly because of these 2 nephews. The emperor, using the incriminating evidence he had long held, purged her faction in one fell swoop and exiled her to a remote frontier. She was left alone at the border, leading troops day after day to fight against barbarian tribes. What angered her even more was her elder nephew. After her useless elder sister died, her nephew insisted on personally leading a campaign to conquer the northern barbarians. And she, as the frontier-guarding second aunt, naturally had to serve as her nephew's bodyguard and enforcer. But that nephew had been spoiled so utterly that he was unbearably arrogant. Not only did he order the troops to advance in a long snake formation, but he also personally led the vanguard. In the end, her nephew was surrounded. As the one responsible for guarding him, she too ended up dying in the wilderness with no place even for burial. Therefore, whether for her own succession or for the sake of the nation, she could not allow Luo Chen, this 5-star minister, to fall into Li Jinyu's hands. Besides, if a 5-star minister were given to Li Jinyu, would she even know how to use him properly? A top-tier minister is meant for strategic planning, not for hiding away in a golden chamber. A talent like Luo Chen can only realize his true potential by following this king. Li Yifei was not one to be bound by rigid formalities. She addressed Luo Chen directly. Sir, would you be willing to befriend me and visit my residence? Luo Chen was utterly stunned. Although the Prince of Zhao was a good person and he had intended to help her ascend the throne in the next simulation, in reality Luo Chen had to consider the matter carefully. The court struggles in the real world were far from the simple comfort of a simulation. He could not simply rely on his wits, activate a few talents, or implement a policy to solve difficulties effortlessly. Even if he failed, he could just start over. But reality was not a simulation. One misstep could lead to his destruction on a fabricated charge. Rather than risk everything for empty fame, Luo Chen preferred a stable life. After weighing the matter, Luo Chen replied to Li Yifei, "At present, I am merely a scholar seeking knowledge. If I fail to pass the imperial examination and gain His Majesty's approval, it means my learning is still insufficient, and I am not yet worthy to serve your highness." The Prince of Zhao, Li Yifei, showed a look of regret, but inwardly she was unconvinced. You, a man who would quietly study the classics. In the last simulation you had 2 sons with Li Jinyu, and you call that studying the classics? You were reading right onto her belly, weren't you? Immersed in her own thoughts, Li Yifei unconsciously studied Luo Chen before her. His strikingly handsome features, illuminated by the slanting rays of the setting sun, appeared even more angular. Every line seemed to hold endless stories and charm. Li Yifei's gaze drifted across his face, and her mind involuntarily fell into a subtle daze, as if drawn by some mysterious force. Feeling her suddenly racing heart, Li Yifei shook her head. At that moment she began to doubt her earlier judgment. Perhaps Luo Chen truly was, as he claimed, a scholar immersed in the sacred texts rather than the frivolous person she had initially assumed. She even began to believe that it must have been her elder sister Li Jinyu who had seduced Luo Chen. That would explain why he had been reading onto Li Jinyu's belly. But regardless of whose fault it was, as long as she severed their bond early, she would have cleared an obstacle in her own path. As long as Luo Chen did not end up with Li Jinyu and produce a nephew for her, he could pursue wealth, study, or even join her faction to seek glory and prosperity. Li Yifei's lips curled into a gentle, yet slightly mischievous smile. You are too modest, sir. I have come today to make your acquaintance. Whether you choose to remain in the capital or travel to study, I will support you. Accept this jade pendant and befriend me. With that, Li Yifei flicked her sleeve. The attendant behind her immediately stepped forward, holding a piece of emerald green jade pendant in both hands, and bowed respectfully as he handed it to Luo Chen. If you encounter any difficulties, sir, you may come to the Prince of Zhao's residence to find me at any time. Luo Chen stared at the jade pendant for 2 seconds, then accepted it. After all, the Prince of Zhao did not restrict his freedom. One more connection meant one more source of strength. Then her gaze swept lightly over the crowd and finally settled on the man who had just challenged Luo Chen. Her voice suddenly turned cold and commanding. I shall visit Master Luo again in a few days. Although I am acquainted with your father, I will not forget what you said today. If Master Luo has not forgotten either in a few days, then I shall have a word with His Majesty about it. With that, Li Yifei turned and walked away slowly, leaving behind a meaningful silhouette. The crowd was left staring at each other, each harboring their own thoughts. Only after the Prince of Zhao and her retinue had disappeared did the deathly silence of the tavern finally give way to sound. The scholars present snapped out of their stupor and began to murmur among themselves. Didn't that fellow just claim to be a poor scholar from a humble family? How is it that even the Prince of Zhao has come to visit him in person? Truly, you cannot judge a book by its cover. Today I have learned this lesson deeply. The next moment, the ordinary scholars who had harshly criticized Luo Chen's remarks just moments before crowded around him. Who would have thought that among them was a talent favored by the Prince of Zhao? Upon reflection, Master Luo's argument is not without reason. With Master Luo's assistance, the Prince of Qin, aided by the Prince of Zhao, could surely ascend the throne. Indeed, Zhao Xingxian, who had earlier mocked Luo Chen's background, now felt utterly distraught. His legs felt as heavy as lead as he stared blankly in the direction the Prince of Zhao had left, unable to move. The joys and sorrows of men are not shared. He only found the people around him noisy. Why would the Prince of Zhao value this insignificant pawn? Did the Prince of Zhao mean for him to bow his head and apologize to this fellow? The man clenched his fists, bit his lip, and fury flickered in his eyes. The Prince of Zhao went too far. Did she really think she was the emperor? Don't forget, besides the Prince of Zhao, there were 7 other princes, and the Prince of Wei was no less powerful than her. Did she really think she had already won? The outcome was still uncertain. We would see about that. Then the man turned around. His gaze fell on Luo Chen, and the anger on his face instantly vanished without a trace, replaced by a face full of fawning smiles. He cupped his hands in salute, his tone laced with flattery and awe. Brother Luo, I truly failed to recognize Mount Tai. I was rude earlier. I hope you will forgive me. Brother, your talents are extraordinary. If the Prince of Qin can gain the Prince of Zhao's assistance through you, it will be like a tiger gaining wings. The great unity of our dynasty can be safely extended, ushering in an unprecedented era of prosperity. Although Zhao Xingxian had joined the ranks of those flattering Luo Chen, he had ulterior motives. He linked Luo Chen's earlier remarks with his current identity, embellishing and loudly proclaiming them, deliberately drawing the attention of the crowd. He knew that the scholars present belonged to different factions, each with their own informants and channels of information. With a little embellishment, these rumors would soon spread like wings to every corner of the capital and even reach the ears of the other princes. If Luo Chen achieved a top rank in the imperial examinations and assumed a key position, his talent and status would arouse the vigilance and jealousy of many, making him a target of public criticism. And if Luo Chen only obtained a lowly post outside the court, the princes who were eyeing the Prince of Zhao would begin to suspect whose side Luo Chen was really on. Thus, Luo Chen's situation would become extremely perilous. Once he left the capital and ventured into the vast world, he would be like a lonely boat adrift amidst raging winds and towering waves, in constant danger of perishing in the wilderness. A faint, barely perceptible cold smile curled at the corner of Zhao Xingxian's mouth, as if he could already see Luo Chen's tragic end. Luo Chen, subjected to a barrage of empty flattery from the crowd, found his head throbbing with pain. Though the sensation of being praised was indeed pleasant, these hollow words, not grounded in his true ability, made him deeply uncomfortable, as though countless invisible lice were crawling over his skin, causing an itch he could not scratch. Luo Chen made a flimsy excuse about feeling unwell and retreated to his room early. The others, meanwhile, remained immersed in their discussion of his relationship with the Prince of Zhao. Particularly under the deliberate instigation of that man, more and more rumors began to circulate speculating whether the Prince of Zhao truly intended to commit some unorthodox act. At one table sat several figures in splendid brocade robes, their bearing noble, and their faces etched with vigilance and worry. Could it be that the Prince of Zhao is really planning to form an alliance with the Prince of Qin through this fellow? If the Prince of Zhao allies with the Prince of Qin, then our Prince of Wei will have no chance at all. The Prince of Zhao and the Prince of Qin have never gotten along. How could they reconcile through a mere impoverished scholar as an intermediary? Besides, the Prince of Zhao is in a favorable position now. Why would she take such a risky gamble? What if the Prince of Qin merely uses her influence and then betrays her? Then why did the Prince of Zhao come to seek out this humble scholar? A middle-aged man with a beard lightly tapped the table twice with his folding fan. Do you all remember the person who fainted at the palace gate today? That person is this very Luo Chen. It is said he not only lost his composure outside the hall, but also remained silent for 3 or 4 hours. It was only during the final incense stick that he hastily completed his answers and submitted his policy essay. With such an attitude, let alone passing the imperial examination with honors, it is already the emperor's benevolence that he was not punished. What can such a man accomplish? Let us not discuss this under someone else's preset agenda. Be careful not to be manipulated by those sowing discord. Hearing this, the others showed relieved expressions. Well said. Why should we care about someone who cannot even make it into the second tier? Meanwhile, within the forbidden city of the imperial palace, Li Jinyu, the Prince of Qin, took the initiative to seek an audience with Emperor Guangchong, hoping to prevent Luo Chen from suffering the persecution that had occurred in the simulation. In the simulation, Li Jinyu had not understood whether her father had launched an investigation to keep a leverage card hidden or to uphold the fairness of the imperial examination system. But Luo Chen had suffered entirely because of the investigation. Having merely performed poorly, he was subjected to various tortures, truly a stroke of terrible misfortune. As the future lord of Luo Chen, she naturally could not allow him to endure such a calamity again. In the great hall, Emperor Guangchong sat upon the majestic dragon throne, his eyes like torches, and slowly asked, "Prince of Qin, you have come to see me of your own accord. What important matter do you wish to discuss?" "Your Majesty," Li Jinyu knelt. "I beg you to dismiss the attendants." After sending away all the idle personnel, Li Jinyu spoke directly. "Your Majesty must already be aware that there was fraud in this imperial examination." Emperor Guangchong's brows furrowed slightly, his eyelids widening in an instant. When had his eldest daughter gained such insight? He had not yet ordered an investigation into the examination, yet she already knew he was about to look into it. "What do you mean? Have you already uncovered clues?" "Your Majesty, your son knows who the culprits behind the examination fraud are. The maternal grandfathers and uncles of the Prince of Zhao and the Prince of Wei were all involved. Among the Minister of Rights, Li Wenshi placed 32 candidates in the palace and provincial exams. The Vice Minister of Rights placed, and the Governor of Yangzhou and the Education Commissioner of Yangzhou deliberately altered the provincial exam results. Li Jinyu, following the list of crimes her father had publicly exposed in the simulation, recited them all meticulously. Emperor Guangchong's expression turned grave as he stroked his beard. More than the alarming number of high-ranking court officials implicated in the case, he was now far more concerned that Li Jinyu had managed to investigate all of this on the very day the examination concluded. Could it be that his eldest, who had always been honest and unassuming, was finally growing up in the brutal struggle for power? He felt both regret and shame. Li Jinyu was his favorite daughter, obedient, considerate, principled, and resembling her mother. However, because he had spent his early years leading military campaigns east and west, he had neglected her upbringing. Moreover, since she was a girl, he had from childhood taught her the values of a princess, to be content with her lot, to manage the household, and to support her husband. Now, because he had killed too many, he had been punished with no male heir. The only child he had with his lawful wife was a dutiful and honest daughter. Pitting her against his other sisters was simply not a fair fight. Even if he could eliminate all the maternal relatives, Li Jinyu without support would not be able to control the court. But now Li Jinyu had taken the initiative to act against others, which greatly gratified him. Using wisdom to balance the powers of all sides was a skill essential for any qualified ruler. Then what does the Prince of Qin think should be done about this matter? After hearing Li Jinyu's account, Emperor Guangchong asked in a grave tone. Identifying the problem was not difficult, how to handle it was the key factor in distinguishing a worthy successor. Li Jinyu replied, Your Majesty, I venture to add a word. In this palace examination, there was a scholar named Luo Chen. Although his results were poor, he did not participate in the cheating. I beg your Majesty not to harm the innocent in the thorough investigation of this case. These sudden words left Emperor Guangchang momentarily bewildered. Luo Chen. Who is this? How had he never heard of such a figure in the court? I asked you what you intend to do about this matter. Li Jinyu nodded. How to handle this matter? Naturally, according to the laws of our great Tang. What I wish to say is that we must not abuse torture and harm the innocent. Emperor Guangchang was disappointed after his initial joy. This case involved half the court. Could such a major affair be handled strictly by the law? Moreover, as a successor, doing so would not win people's hearts. Instead, it would make everyone in the court fear for their own safety and unite to condemn you. And you came all this way just to plead for this fellow named Luo Chen. Emperor Guangchang neither agreed nor objected, but directly ordered the palace examination papers to be brought in. He wanted to see why his eldest daughter was so concerned about this Luo Chen. Your Majesty, since you are already aware of this matter, I will take my leave. Seeing that her father had begun handling the examination affair, Li Jinyu hurriedly asked to withdraw. Having averted disaster for Luo Chen, the next step was to recruit him into the Prince of Qin's mansion. The barely concealed eagerness on Li Jinyu's face was clearly caught by Emperor Guangchang. This made Emperor Guangchang sense something suspicious. Wait, where are you going? I am going to the inn where the scholars are resting to seek out talented individuals. Li Jinyu dared not conceal her intention. Seeking out talents. She was probably going to find this Luo Chen fellow. Connecting this with her plea for Luo Chen earlier, Emperor Guangchang saw through everything in an instant. But the truth only made him more displeased. Was this Luo Chen more important than your father? Stay here, review the examination papers with me, and see the caliber of these scholars. 5 days later, in the dead of night, outside the Ministry of Right's moonlight was like water, serene and profound. Emperor Guangchang took a detailed dossier on Luo Chen from a deferential eunuch. The records meticulously detailed the chance encounter between Prince Zhao and Luo Chen at the tavern several days prior. According to the file, Luo Chen had readily accepted Prince Zhao's jade pendant, which undeniably signified his formal alignment with Prince Zhao's faction. Emperor Guangchang was taken aback, turning to cast a glance at Li Jinyu, who was tallying the examinees' rankings alongside the Ministry of Right's officials. He muttered inwardly, how strange. This Luo Chen is Yifei's man, so why would Jinyu be so concerned? Come, summon this Luo Chen's examination paper and the Minister of Rights before me. Moments later, the Minister of Rights Li Wenshi stood before Emperor Guangchang respectfully, holding the palace examination rankings. Emperor Guangchang, without even glancing at the list, asked directly, what rank did that commoner Luo Chen who fainted during the palace examination achieve? Li Wenshi, upon hearing this, presented a sheet of rice paper with the examination essay, saying cautiously, Your Majesty, this candidate named Luo Chen only earned the rank of third-class graduate Tong Jinshi, failing to enter the second class. Here is his policy essay. After repeated deliberations, we all concluded that while his writing was passable, it was far from outstanding. Although it offered suggestions for governance, they were too idealistic, suitable only for reference, not for immediate implementation. Emperor Guangchang had already read Luo Chen's essay a few days earlier. This time he examined it carefully twice more, concluding that the wording was overly contrived. Though the text was neat and antithetical, reading smoothly, a closer inspection revealed nothing but hollow, repetitive platitudes. From this essay, this Luo Chen was nothing more than a pedantic scholar. Yet why would such an unremarkable pedant draw the simultaneous attention of both Prince Zhao and Prince Qin? Could it be that he possessed talents beyond the written word? Emperor Guangchang was utterly perplexed and let out a long sigh. Minister of Rights Li Wenshi heard the emperor's sigh. Mistaking it for dissatisfaction with their evaluation of the essay, he promptly asked for guidance. Your Majesty, what is your esteemed opinion on this essay? This essay is fine. Keep this person in the court. I wish to observe him slowly in the days to come. Emperor Guangchang could not fathom what abilities Luo Chen possessed, but such an unpredictable factor was better kept under the court's watchful eye. With that, he returned the essay to Li Wenshi and turned to leave. After the emperor departed, Minister of Rights Li Wenshi gathered all the officials involved in grading, including Li Jinyu, the Prince of Qin. Gentlemen, this superb essay, I could not grasp its brilliance after 3 or 4 readings. Only upon the 5th did I realize that it is a masterpiece of heaven and earth, a true gem, where every word is a pearl. Alas, it is a wonder that our shallow knowledge almost caused the court to miss a talented man. The Vice Minister of Rights, recalling the emperor's recent summons, immediately inferred this to be the emperor's opinion and echoed in agreement. Indeed, thanks to your keen discernment, sir. I too was blind to it. Brilliant, truly brilliant. This essay is worthy of the title of Zhuangyuan top scholar. The senior officials of the Ministry of Rights passed the essay around, singing its praises endlessly. Only Li Jinyu found it rather mediocre. Although Luo Chen was a 5-star renowned official, his base attributes were low, so producing such an essay was already an overperformance. Yet why did Luo Chen not submit a blank paper? Could the future deduced by the heavenly Tao also have variables? Watching the others' fervent admiration of Luo Chen's essay, her heartbeat quickened, her fists clenched, and her eyes sparkled with delight. Perhaps someone committed fraud and exchanged Luo Chen's paper for a blank one. See, I knew Luo Chen could at least write an essay. In any case, the fact that everyone thinks so highly of my Luo Chen puts my mind at ease. The next morning, Luo Chen changed into new clothes and went with other candidates to the Qingtian Gate to await the imperial examination ranking list. According to the examination regulations of this world, 6 or 7 days after the palace examination, the official list would be published announcing the names of the 3rd class Tong Jinshi, 2nd class Jinshi, and 1st class Zhuan Yuan Bongyan Tanhua. 1 week after the list's publication, once the results were known throughout the realm and no objections arose from the people or the court, the emperor would personally preside over a celebration for the successful candidates and assign them official posts. At the Qingtian Gate, despite the early dawn, a considerable crowd had gathered along the streets on both sides. Apart from a few relatives of the examination candidates, most were locals who had brought their children to enjoy the spectacle. Folklore held that those who passed the imperial examination were reincarnations of the star of literary enlightenment, and that basking in their aura might bring similar fortune to one's own household. Thus the anticipation was palpable. Besides the curious onlookers, several middle-aged men in ornate attire stood out conspicuously among the crowd. They were accompanied by household guards, each burly and sharp-eyed, as if ready to act at any moment. In fact, they were indeed prepared to act, not to fight, but to snatch a son-in-law from among the successful candidates for their masters seeking a distinguished match. Apart from the aristocratic lords seeking to seize grooms, there were also plenty of love-struck common girls in the crowd. They stood on tiptoes, craning their necks, eagerly hoping that a talented scholar might take a fancy to them. That young gentleman over there is quite handsome. Is he a candidate this year? You don't know? He is Zhao Xingxian, the son of Marquis Wenyuan. He is still unmarried and reportedly has been diligently studying. Then he will surely pass the exam this year. The girls chirped and giggled softly, exchanging low whispers and occasional clear laughter. Wealthy scions were always popular in any era. Good morning, Brother Luo. Did you sleep well last night? It was Zhao Xingxian, the man who had offended Luo Chen earlier, who spoke. He had spotted Luo Chen from a distance, and his words were laced with veiled sarcasm. I imagine you didn't sleep much last night. This must be the most important event of your life. Indeed, I barely slept last night. Luo Chen smiled radiantly, not detecting the hidden meaning, and showed no sign of anger or humiliation. After all, this man who held no presence in the deductions was nobody in reality either. Moreover, if Emperor Guangchang investigated the corruption case in the imperial examinations, he might incidentally settle accounts with him. Since I haven't done a thing these past few days, it's only natural I couldn't sleep. Insomnia is a critical issue not to be ignored. I truly envy your sound sleep, and I hope you can always sleep well in the future. Zhao Xingxian sneered inwardly, putting on an act. Clearly he too failed to catch the underlying meaning of Luo Chen's words. Before Zhao Xingxian could exchange more words with Luo Chen, other candidates gathered around him and took over the conversation. Brother Luo, you are certain to pass the exam this time, aren't you? They were all curious and eager to see what level Luo Chen's examination result would reach. Over the past few days, while flattering him, they had gradually discovered that his learning was not as profound as they had imagined. Not only could he not understand the sage's teachings, but he also had no insights into contemporary politics. The only passable skill he had was writing policy essays very quickly. Considering all of Luo Chen's performance, he would at most achieve the rank of Tong Jinshi, and even that would be difficult. It was truly baffling why Prince Zhao would befriend such an unremarkable fellow. Yet despite their confusion, they were rather eager to see Luo Chen make a fool of himself. After all the praise they had heaped on him, it was only fitting that Luo Chen obtained the Jinshi degree. If he failed to even achieve that, it would be a laughingstock and a great source of amusement. I dare not claim such praise. As for Luo Chen, his own requirements were modest. Merely securing the rank of a Jinshi with distinction to serve as a local magistrate in a remote county would suffice. Firstly, having been reborn into this world, he had no desire to work overtime again. Secondly, he lacked the capability for higher office. Of course, even if he failed to pass the examinations entirely, it would not matter. Possessing the jade pendant of Prince Zhao, he could always seek patronage from the prince to make a living and would never starve. Amid the expectant gazes of Luo Chen and the assembled crowd. In the moment when Luo Chen and all present held their breath with anticipation, the golden list of the imperial examinations, the very symbol of defying fate, finally arrived, carried slowly forward. At that instant the air seemed to freeze, and every heartbeat quickened in sync with the approaching footsteps. The red list of the golden examination had arrived. According to the examination system, the golden list was revealed starting from the last passer, moving forward one rank at a time, unveiling gradually. This method respected each candidate's efforts and demonstrated the fairness of the imperial examination. The names of all successful candidates were inscribed on a single placard covered by a bright red cloth. Each time an official from the Ministry of Rites loudly called out a name, a corner of the red cloth was gently lifted, revealing the name of the one who had passed. As for the top three, the Zhuangyuan, Banyan, and Tanhua, the Ministry of Rites dispatched separate official teams to announce the news with great fanfare, parading through their hometowns to spread the word. Third rank 17th place Jinshi with distinction Li Desho. Third rank 1st place Jinshi with distinction Shi Qi. Second rank 8th place Jinshi Liang Jingping. Second rank 1st place Jinshi Song Junxian. As each name was announced, those on the list wept with joy, and those not on it wept as well. When the final Jinshi was announced, everyone realized that Luo Chen's name was absent from the list. Those who had already obtained the Jinshi or Jinshi with distinction ranks gathered around Luo Chen again. Brother Luo, why is your name not on this list? It shouldn't be. Perhaps Prince Zhao overestimated Luo Chen's talent. He didn't even make the list. I wonder if Prince Zhao still wants him. This time their tone no longer carried the same reverence as before. Zhao Xingxian, seeing that Luo Chen had not obtained the Jinshi title, could not help the corners of his mouth curling upward. He himself was not on the Jinshi list either. But through his father, the Marquis of Wenyuan, he had already known his own result. He was the third place in the first rank, the Tanhua. With the title of Tanhua and his father's maneuvering, he would soon secure a key position in the court. Later, at a critical moment, he would deliver a heavy blow to Prince Zhao to avenge the humiliation of a few days ago. As for Luo Chen, once he left the capital, there were countless ways to make him disappear. With these thoughts in mind, a faint smile hung on his lips. As the sun rose higher, the sound of gongs and drums came from afar. Along with the sound, a procession of officials from the Ministry of Rites dressed in black robes and black hats approached from the distance. They held aloft a golden plaque bearing Zhao Xingxian's name, beating gongs and drums as they marched grandly toward the city gate. Look, the Tanhua's congratulatory procession has arrived. Someone in the crowd shouted aloud. The Tanhua is Master Zhao Xingxian. Look, who is that riding the white horse? Suddenly, another exclamation erupted from the crowd. Everyone's gaze was drawn to a striking figure riding a white horse, majestic and elegant. The horse's coat was as white as snow, its four hooves lightly prancing. On its back sat a beautiful woman with a delicate nose and bright teeth. In the capital, only the highest-ranking dukes and princes were permitted to ride horses. Since she was both a woman and riding a horse, her noble status was beyond question. Those with knowledge in the crowd immediately recognized her. She was the eldest legitimate princess, Li Jinyu, titled Prince of Qin. It's actually the Prince of Qin herself coming to deliver the Tanhua plaque, someone exclaimed in disbelief. This news quickly exploded among the crowd. In all of history, no prince had ever personally delivered congratulations to a Tanhua. The treatment for this Tanhua is extraordinarily high, unprecedented. Li Jinyu, unaware that her appearance had caused such a misunderstanding, had been released from the palace by her father the previous night. She first returned to her residence to sleep, and at dawn, she went to the Ministry of Rites. Originally, she had planned to set out with the procession for the Zhuangyuan to congratulate Luo Chen. But considering that once others learned Luo Chen was the Zhuangyuan, she would hardly have time to speak with him in detail. She rode ahead at full speed, intending to recruit Luo Chen into her household first. Zhao Xingxian, who had long known he was the Tanhua, felt immensely proud upon seeing the Prince of Qin personally deliver his plaque. The princess he adored had come in person to present the plaque on the day of his exam success. Could there be a more exhilarating moment in life? Watching the Prince of Qin approach on her majestic white horse, Zhao Xingxian's face unconsciously broke into a gentle, refined smile. Your Highness the Prince of Qin. He cleared his throat and spoke softly, a faint tremor in his voice, a mix of excitement and eager anticipation for the conversation to come. However, just as his pride and expectation were about to peak, the Prince of Qin's horse did not stop. Instead, it passed him and headed straight for the crowd behind. Whoa! The Prince of Qin reined in her horse in front of the gathered onlookers, dismounted, and walked directly to Luo Chen. Luo Chen, have you eaten? Li Jinyu's gaze fell upon him. Amidst the noisy city gate, her voice was not loud but calm. Rather than calm, it was gentle with a soft, tender quality. Luo Chen was stunned. What did this have to do with him? He met Li Jinyu's eyes. The warm sunlight filtered through her pupils, making them appear as clear and transparent as amber. At that moment, those amber eyes were fixed on him. This was the first time he had seen the wife from his simulated illustrations in reality. He couldn't describe it, but the feeling was subtle. After a few seconds recovering his composure, Luo Chen quickly bowed. Your humble subject Luo Chen pays respects to your Highness the Prince of Qin. Luo Chen inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt. No need for such formality. Come, return to my residence with me. I have already arranged a banquet. We can dine as soon as we arrive. Li Jinyu's feelings were equally complicated. Although the simulations depicted futures that had not yet occurred, just thinking that she and Luo Chen would privately pledge themselves to each other in the future made her ears burn with embarrassment. Even her words seemed strange and utterly lacking in social decorum. In normal social interaction, one never invites someone to one's home for a meal at the very first meeting. What on earth am I saying? This scene left everyone else dumbfounded. How could the Prince of Qin personally come to recruit Luo Chen, a man who had failed the imperial examination? Moreover, the Prince of Qin had arrived with the procession for the Tanhua, yet instead of speaking to the Tanhua of this imperial examination, she went straight to Luo Chen, an utterly ordinary fellow. What kind of background did Luo Chen have? Could it be that Luo Chen was the Tanhua? But that didn't make sense either. The Tanhua's nameplate clearly read, Master Zhao Xingxian. The other onlookers were equally puzzled, and as the Tanhua, Zhao Xingxian's mood needed no further explanation. His originally jubilant expression instantly darkened. Luo Chen and the Prince of Qin, however, did not notice the change on his face. Your Highness, wouldn't it be inappropriate to dine at your residence? What's inappropriate about it? Is it appropriate? In any case. Li Jinyu pressed her lips together and said softly, You come with me. It was more like a command than a request. Luo Chen naturally disliked such an inexplicable demand, and at that moment Zhao Xingxian's liver-colored face caught his eye. Luo Chen tilted his head. Your Highness, instead of me, perhaps you should first attend to this Tanhua beside you. His face seems to be twitching. Standing behind the two, Zhao Xingxian listened to their conversation, a stiff and ugly smile frozen on his lips. The hand he had half raised in salute to Li Jinyu could only be awkwardly withdrawn. Li Jinyu paused, perhaps finding some truth in Luo Chen's words. She also realized it was somewhat rude to have arrived with the Tanhua's procession, yet left the Tanhua's side. She gave a light cough, then turned around, her gaze falling on Zhao Xingxian. After a moment of recollection, Li Jinyu finally remembered who he was. In the Heavenly Dao simulation, Zhao Xingxian was merely a blue neutral character card, and in the later stages of the simulation, he even defected to the Prince of Zhao. It could be said that this fellow was neither a talent nor a loyal subject of Li Jinyu. There was naturally no need to take such a person seriously. So Li Jinyu replied perfunctorily, I remember you. You are the youngest son of Marquis Wenyuan. It seems you performed well in this imperial examination. Zhao Xingxian's lips twitched slightly. The Prince of Qin had warmly invited Luo Chen to her residence right away, but toward him, she only had the attitude of an elder appraising a junior. Zhao Xingxian could clearly perceive the difference in closeness between the two. Why should Luo Chen, a mere common-born country bumpkin, a vulgar man who didn't even know the sayings of the philosophers or current affairs? Zhao Xingxian's face grew even uglier. This junior Zhao Xingxian pays respects to His Highness the Prince of Qin. What made Zhao Xingxian even more embarrassed was that the surrounding crowd and scholars gathered around, and someone shouted congratulations to Master Zhao for placing as Tanhua, causing the scene to briefly spiral out of control. Master Zhao is the Tanhua. Congratulations, Master Zhao. The Prince of Qin has come personally to congratulate you. The Prince of Qin must have come personally to invite Master Zhao to work together. If the Prince of Qin gains the support of the Zhao family, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Zhao Xingxian was lifted onto a high pedestal by the crowd, a pedestal from which he could not descend. Those close to Zhao Xingxian were fine, for they could see the Prince of Qin had not come for him. But those farther away, both commoners and scholars, had no idea what the Prince of Qin had just said to Luo Chen. Hearing someone say that the Prince of Qin had come to show respect to talent and recruit Zhao Xingxian, everyone assumed the prince was there to win over the Tanhua Zhao Xingxian. As the saying goes, the higher you are lifted, the harder you fall. If they made a big fuss and then found themselves looked down upon by the prince, it would be an utter disgrace. But Zhao Xingxian would not consider this his own fault or that of the passers-by. It was all Luo Chen's doing. If Luo Chen hadn't been here, the prince's attention wouldn't have been drawn to him. It was all Luo Chen's fault. Zhao Xingxian clenched his fists so tightly that his nails seemed to dig into his flesh. Whether for face or pride, he had to receive the same attention from the prince today. I am honored by your highness's kind regards. I was fortunate to gain the Tanhua. To express my respect for the Prince of Qin, I would like to invite your highness to my residence for a gathering. My. Li Jinyu blinked her eyes, doubting she had heard correctly. She had just invited Luo Chen, and this fellow had heard her invitation. Yet he still dared to invite her. Didn't you just hear my conversation with Luo Chen? Your highness, I am the Tanhua of this examination, Zhao Xingxian said pleadingly, hoping the prince would give his family some face. Oh, so what? Li Jinyu, fearing the other might misunderstand her as targeting him, let out a calm, light laugh. Hey, even if your father were here, I couldn't go. But this unintentional laugh sounded harsh and piercing in Zhao Xingxian's ears. He felt a burning pain on his cheeks. The prince not only looked down on him, but also on his father. She had come deliberately to humiliate and mock him. Those scholars, those commoners. He looked around and felt that everyone was laughing at him. Hasn't the Prince of Qin come to congratulate Master Zhao? It seems not. Then what is the prince here for? The prince seems to have a grudge against Marquis Wenyuan. Zhao Xingxian could almost hear the whispers around him, their low murmurs, their private mutterings. A bunch of sycophantic rabble. And that Luo Chen. Even he was mocking. Wait, what was he doing? At some point Luo Chen had pulled a white steamed bun from the cloth bag he carried, and this fellow actually began eating right in public, staring at him while he ate. Zhao Xingxian stared at Luo Chen in shock, feeling his worldview crumbling. So there was such a way to humiliate someone. How wicked this Luo Chen was. Zhao Xingxian had never experienced such ultimate humiliation. Seeing this, he couldn't help but point at Luo Chen and say to the Prince of Qin, Li Jinyu, "Your Highness, look at this fellow. He's like a starving ghost. If you're selecting talent from this imperial examination, I should be more suitable." However, Li Jinyu was unimpressed. "You're just a mere blue card. How dare you act up here? You talk too much. Don't block the way." Unwilling to waste words with Zhao Xingxian, Li Jinyu turned to Luo Chen. "Stop eating the bun. Come back to my residence with me." "Your Highness, suddenly visiting your residence. This is not appropriate. Did I not make myself clear?" Li Jinyu decided to dispense with pleasantries. "From this day forth you belong to me." "No, wait. You can't just forcibly claim a living person like this. I never signed a contract of indenture, so how am I yours?" Luo Chen still couldn't figure out what was going on. He hadn't even passed the metropolitan examination, so why would the Prince of Qin personally come to recruit him? Just a few days ago the Prince of Zhao had also come to recruit him. This behavior was utterly bizarre. Could it be that this world was deliberately setting up opportunities for him to align with one of the imperial princesses? Would the other princes come to recruit him next? At the mention of the Prince of Zhao, Luo Chen suddenly recalled that she had gifted him a jade pendant a few days ago. So Luo Chen immediately pulled out the jade pendant from his robe. "Your Highness, I have already received an invitation from the Prince of Zhao a few days ago. It would be difficult for me to go to the Qin residence." "What?" Li Jinyu's pupils contracted upon hearing this. Her originally serene countenance instantly clouded over, as if confronting a formidable rival. Had Luo Chen not produced the jade pendant of Li Yifei, the Prince of Zhao, it would have been fine. But the moment he did, memories of Li Yifei, seizing her belongings, flooded back to Li Jinyu. Li Yifei was truly insufferable. How could she want everything? Stealing things was one thing, but now she was stealing men. How vulgar, utterly vulgar. "Who told you to accept her gift? Give it to me." Li Jinyu snatched the jade pendant and hurled it onto the ground with a sharp crack, shattering it into pieces. Even so, Li Jinyu's fury seemed unabated, and she stamped heavily on the fragments twice. "Your Highness, this was the Prince of Zhao's jade pendant," Luo Chen weakly reminded her. His words only fueled Li Jinyu's anger further. "She may be the Prince of Zhao, but am I not also a prince? And her giving you a gift is her being cheap, but why did you accept it?" Luo Chen looked bewildered. Was I not supposed to accept it?" Meanwhile, at the Zhao residence, Prince of Zhao Li Yifei learned the results of the imperial examination from her attendant. "What? Luo Chen is actually the top scholar of this examination." Li Yifei narrowed her eyes, puzzled as to how Luo Chen, who had allegedly submitted a blank paper in the palace examination, could become the top scholar. "Yes, Your Highness. It is said the Emperor personally appointed him. Could it be that my own actions have altered the future? If Luo Chen were merely a desperate poor scholar, she wouldn't care so much. Because she had already secured a safety net for him, ensuring he wouldn't need to seek refuge with the Prince of Qin. But unexpectedly, the Emperor had suddenly appointed Luo Chen as the top scholar, and that changed everything. A top scholar of common birth, unaffiliated with any faction or background. Countless people would surely seek to win him over. There was a real chance that Li Jinyu would personally come to recruit him. And if Li Jinyu and Luo Chen were to come together, they would produce a grandnephew with a 100 claim to the throne. Recalling the terror of being dominated by that grandnephew, Li Yifei knew she had to act. "No, I must personally go to recruit him. A verbal promise and a jade pendant alone cannot guarantee his loyalty to me." Li Yifei paced the hall, and after a moment's thought she resolved to seize him herself. Only by holding Luo Chen in her grasp could she truly feel at ease. "Someone prepare my horse. I shall go capture the top scholar at the honor list." The Prince of Zhao's procession far surpassed that of the Prince of Qin. Surrounded by guards, attendants, and servants, numbering over 100, it was a grand spectacle. When the Prince of Zhao set out from the Zhao residence in full force and arrived at Changtian Gate, the escort bearing the honor list for the second-place scholar happened to arrive as well. The appearance of the Prince of Zhao once again stunned the onlookers and passers-by. It's the Prince of Zhao himself delivering the honor list for the second-place scholar. Truly, the Prince of Zhao has come in person. What a spectacle this imperial examination must be. For the top candidates to receive such attention is unprecedented. The second-place scholar, unlike Zhao Xingxian, had a modicum of self-awareness, knowing full well that the Prince of Zhao's visit was not for him. Nevertheless, since the Prince of Zhao had accompanied the escort, he had no choice but to muster his courage and approach to greet her. Indeed, the Prince of Zhao's actions mirrored those of the Prince of Qin. She completely ignored the second-place scholar who had approached to greet her, striding past him to directly confront Li Jinyu, who was fervently trying to recruit Luo Chen. At that moment, the gathered crowd fell utterly silent, exchanging uneasy glances. The Prince of Zhao is also here for that poor scholar. Does it make any sense? Whatever others said, Li Yifei, the Prince of Zhao, neither wanted to hear nor cared. What she cared about was her jade pendant, which now lay shattered on the ground, being trampled insultingly. Oh my dear elder sister, it's been days. Why have you taken such a grudge against a jade pendant? Li Yifei deliberately spoke in a syrupy, mocking tone. That voice sent chills down Luo Chen's spine. So even in the ancient world, there were people who spoke in that cutesy, grating manner. How terrifying. Just by hearing that voice, one could tell the speaker was not a kind soul. Luo Chen couldn't stand that syrupy tone. Neither could Li Jinyu. Her affected, coquettish voice was like oil on fire, igniting Li Jinyu's rage completely. She replied icily. Luo Chen is a talent I have set my sights on. If the Prince of Zhao is only concerned about the pendant, then please take your leave. And do not pretend we are so familiar with each other. Li Yifei showed no anger. Her face still wore a contrived smile. Your talent. I personally invited Mr. Luo several days ago, and even gifted him a jade pendant. My dear sister, tell me, whose man is Mr. Luo? A jade pendant. Who saw it? Li Jinyu kicked the shattered fragments aside. Everything follows the order of arrival. I was here first. It is you, Prince of Zhao, who should leave. The Prince of Zhao and the Prince of Qin stood locked in verbal combat, their words laced with sarcasm and veiled barbs. This sent the surrounding onlookers stumbling backward in fear, lest they be drawn into the turbulent currents of royal intrigue. They muttered, inwardly worried. Were these words even fit for commoners' ears? In contrast, the third place and second place scholars who should have been the focus of today's honor list were now relegated to the sidelines, utterly eclipsed by the two princes' imposing presence. Zhao Xingxian witnessed all this with a whirlwind of emotions. Envy at Luo Chen being courted by both princes and resentment at being overlooked himself. Yet amidst this complex array of feelings, there was a faint, barely noticeable pride. After all, his title of third-place scholar was earned through genuine talent, unlike some who were merely famous in name. He silently vowed that one day he would rise to an even higher position through his own ability and avenge today's humiliation. Just as Zhao Xingxian was lost in his self-reassurance, the distant sound of gongs and drums announced the grand arrival of the top scholar's honor escort. Zhao Xingxian instinctively turned to look, and the sight struck him like a thunderbolt, freezing him in place. For on the top scholar's plaque the name, Luo Chen, was written in bold characters. The onlookers, seeing this, cast astonished glances, and then understood. So that poor scholar Luo Chen was none other than this year's top scholar. No wonder both the Prince of Qin and the Prince of Zhao were fighting over him. In that case, sister, I have heard that the Prince of Qin's estate maintains numerous retainers and personal guards, and that his financial situation is so strained he can barely keep the pot boiling. I will give you 3,000 taels of gold, and you will cease pestering Master Luo Chen. The Prince of Zhao declared with great magnanimity. Impossible. Prince Qin, Li Jinyu flew into a rage. A few thousand taels of gold. Do you take me for a man in dire need of money? Whatever you asked of me before, I granted. Now it is time for you to repay that debt. I trust the Prince of Zhao is not one to forget a kindness. Return to your estate at once, and I will still regard you as a dear sister. What I obtained before I earned by my own ability. Why should I owe you any gratitude? Unwilling to yield, the Prince of Zhao, Li Yifei pointed at the shattered jade pendant on the ground. Moreover, by the principle of first come first served, I was here first. Master Luo Chen had already agreed to become my retainer. The Prince of Zhao and the Prince of Qin stared at each other, neither able to convince the other. Simultaneously they snorted and turned away, then looked toward where Luo Chen had been standing and asked in unison, Luo Chen, whose side will you take? Master Luo, what is your choice? However, they received no answer, for Luo Chen had long since vanished. Meanwhile, Luo Chen scurried all the way to a temple outside the city to hide. If it had been only one of them courting him, he might have considered it. But with both of them coming at once, choosing one would inevitably offend the other. Since he could not afford to provoke either, he decided to lay low and ride out the storm until it passed. Avoidance might be shameful, but it could ease the pressure for a while. Once the court assigned him an official post, and he served the emperor, he would have a legitimate reason to refuse them. To evade the agents of the Prince of Qin and the Prince of Zhao, Luo Chen dared not even return to the tavern. He waited in the woods behind the temple until the sun went down. When thirsty, he drank from the temple well. When hungry, he ate the coarse corn buns from his pack. Other top scholars celebrate with grand banquets, feasting on delicacies. But I, having earned the top honors, can only gnaw on corn buns outside the city. Luo Chen sighed. His only lifeline now was the deduction system, whose cooldown was about to end. How to deal with the Prince of Qin and the Prince of Zhao without incurring deadly consequences? The answer could only be found in the deduction system. Deduction cooldown remaining 0 days, 0 hours, 2 minutes. Deduction cooldown remaining 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 15 seconds. Deduction cooldown remaining 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 1 second. Under Luo Chen's eager gaze, the cooldown countdown in the deduction system ticked away bit by bit. Finally, just before the sun fully set, the system displayed a prompt. Deduction cooldown complete. Do you wish to initiate deduction? Without any hesitation, Luo Chen immediately initiated the deduction. Deduction started. As the host has already successfully completed one run, the system has unlocked the trait atlas. The host may view the acquired traits. Do you wish to view it? Following the system's instructions, Luo Chen opened the trait atlas. The illuminated cards in the atlas were few. Apart from Imperial Revival, there was only the 8-legged SA Adept that he possessed. 8-legged SA Adept Purple. You are quite skilled in writing 8-legged essays, enough to handle ordinary official documents. Have I been underestimating the traits in this deduction? This is enough to handle ordinary official documents. Luo Chen had originally thought that with the Adept trait he could at most pass the provincial examination, but unexpectedly he rose to be the top scholar. He wondered whether the people in this world were simply too weak or the system's traits were too powerful. And this was merely a 4-star purple trait, already so extraordinary. If he could somehow draw a golden trait in the deduction, wouldn't he take off in real life? With the system in hand, Luo Chen felt his earlier worries and frustrations dissipate considerably. Whether he pledged allegiance to the Prince of Qin or the Prince of Zhao was all superfluous. Only self-improvement was of real value. But how exactly did one farm these traits? Luo Chen clicked the question mark on the trait atlas, and the system provided a practice hint. When you continuously hone a particular skill, you will unlock the corresponding trait. Each trait you upgrade during a deduction will enter the trait pool. The host must support any female emperor to ascend the throne and maintain her reign until your death to clear the run once. Using the same method repeatedly to clear counts as only one clear. After clearing, you may draw one reward from the trait pool. Trait levels: beginner, 1-star proficient, 2-star moderate, 3-star expert, 4-star master, 5-star sage, 6-star. Luo Chen read through the system's introduction. His heart raced with anticipation. In deduction, he could level up. In reality, he could reap the benefits. Given enough time, he could even become the Sword Saint of Shalippo. Luo Chen immediately chose to continue the deduction. The system's glowing screen began to transform its imagery. In the autumn of the 15th year of Guangchong, you earned the top scholar title in the Imperial examination. After several days of continuous evasion, you were eventually cornered at the city gate by both the Prince of Qin and the Prince of Zhao. Prince Qin Li Jinyu and Prince Zhao Li Yifei simultaneously extend their invitations to you. Please make your choice. 1. Li Jinyu, let's give it one more try. Upon selection, you will join the Prince of Qin's faction. 2. I would go through fire and water for the Prince of Zhao. Upon selection, you will join the Prince of Zhao's faction. 3. Is this a test for a cadre? Play hard to get and wait to see their sincerity before making a final decision. The Prince of Qin was definitely out of the question. Li Jinyu's starting difficulty was too high. Achieving any ending other than childbirth was practically impossible. Luo Chen had originally planned to choose the Prince of Zhao in this deduction. But upon seeing the play hard to get option, he decisively chose it. If I, Luo, were still a poor scholar, I would certainly repay the Prince of Zhao for her kind words. But now that I, Luo, am the top scholar, the price has gone up. Meanwhile, Li Jinyu and Li Yifei, upon discovering that Luo Chen had fled, immediately dispatched their men to search for Luo Chen's whereabouts. They did not give up, even as night fell. And at that very moment, the celestial system, which had been dormant for 7 days, suddenly lit up again. So they entrusted the task of inviting Luo Chen to their trusted aides and returned to their own residences to focus on the revelations from the celestial system. Luo Chen did not accept your invitation, but he did not refuse it either. What will you do? Faced with this question, both Li Jinyu and Li Yifei chose to up the ante. However, the Prince of Qin's financial resources were somewhat inferior to those of the Prince of Zhao. The Prince of Qin offered only 1,000 taels of gold to curry favor with Luo Chen, while the Prince of Zhao boldly offered 3,000 taels to win him over. Naturally, the result was that 3,000 outweighed 1,000. Your envoy and the Prince of Qin's envoy found Luo Chen at the same time. You presented 3,000 taels of gold, while the Prince of Qin offered only 1,000. After careful consideration, Luo Chen decided to accept your wealth. Willingness to accept money is the first step to success. Zhao Wang Li Yifei smiled faintly. A favor received binds one's hands, and a gift accepted makes one beholden. As long as she accepted Zhao Wang's silver, the scent of her patronage would cling to Luo Chen. Others would naturally perceive Luo Chen as a member of the Zhao Wang faction. Thus, regardless of whether Luo Chen genuinely accepted the money, he was already hers. Under Li Yifei's monetary assault, the outcome was predictable. Luo Chen was deeply moved upon receiving 3,000 taels of gold from Zhao Wang, vowing to serve her with utmost loyalty. Luo Chen joined the Zhao Wang camp, and the Qin Wang's recruitment failed. Ha, you broke loser, what can you use to compete with me? Zhao Wang Li Yifei felt immense satisfaction at having poached Luo Chen, a 5-star renowned minister. The last simulation ended in a humiliating death for her. Li Jinyu became emperor merely because of 2 sons. How unfair was that? Today she would steal Li Jinyu's young lover, leaving her with no one to betray. At the Qin Wang residence, Li Jinyu, upon seeing Luo Chen taken by Zhao Wang, flew into a rage and overturned the table. She glared toward the Zhao Wang residence and cursed, "That woman is truly despicable. Stealing my things when we were children was bad enough. Now she's stealing my man. Can she have no shame? No, Luo Chen would surely be corrupted by her. She must win Luo Chen back." Refusing to give up, Li Jinyu dismissed all her retainers in the simulation and sold off idle furniture and antiques from the Qin Wang residence. Through austerity and frugality, Li Jinyu finally scraped together 3,000 taels of gold. The moment she had enough, she immediately went to recruit Luo Chen. Li Jinyu offers you 3,000 taels of gold, inviting you to join the Qin Wang residence. She declares that if you join, she will entrust you with all the authority of the residence. 1. Refuse sternly. 2. Decline gently. 3. Obtuse angle. Luo Chen hesitated slightly upon seeing his virtual ex-wife come bearing gifts. A flicker of reluctance stirred within him. Unsure whether to reject her harshly or decline gently, he chose the obtuse angle. Using an irrelevant answer to deflect the conflict, you replied to the Qin Wang with words she could not comprehend, leaving her uncertain whether you accepted or not. Yet before leaving, she left the 3,000 taels of gold she had cobbled together in your room. Your hoarding of gold in the tavern was discovered, and the Wei Wang reported it to the court, accusing the #1 scholar Luo Chen of forming a faction with the Qin Wang and Zhao Wang. Emperor Guangchang was enraged and ordered your imprisonment. However, at the pleas of the Zhao Wang and Qin Wang, the emperor eventually chose to keep you under surveillance and assign you as the prefect of Yuyang Prefecture in Yinzhou outside the capital. Zhao Wang and Qin Wang are really solid. They're good people to be with. Pity the simulation system only lets me support one. Never mind, I'm already with Zhao Wang this round, so I'll focus on serving her. Simulations are just possibilities. Improving myself is the key. Luo Chen shook his head and began to analyze the current situation. The capital was in turbulent times, a place unfit for anyone. Going to the provinces would be not only less stressful, but also far safer. Thus a hidden blessing in disguise. With Zhao Wang holding the fort in the capital, his own development in the provinces could provide a fallback for the Zhao Wang faction. The Zhao Wang and Wei Wang were evenly matched. Whoever gained more leverage in the provinces would have the upper hand. Before leaving the capital, Luo Chen met with Zhao Wang alone and posed a question. Your Highness, do you wish for me to exploit the people for more tax revenue, or to build Yuyang Prefecture into a secure stronghold? Li Yifei was not particularly concerned about this question. Though Luo Chen was a 5-star minister, her faction was teeming with talent. Her grandfather and maternal uncle were also 5-star ministers. Her primary goal in poaching Luo Chen was to strike at her elder sister, to prevent her from having an illicit affair with Luo Chen. She had no great expectations for Luo Chen's actual contribution. She didn't even count on him to amass wealth for her. Yet Luo Chen's question piqued Li Yifei's interest. Judging by his tone, it seemed he could accomplish something significant. Since he had the ambition, let him try. You replied to Luo Chen, "Of course I want a secure stronghold. Go ahead boldly. If you lack funds, ask me for them." With his lord's approval, Luo Chen now had a clear direction for his work. The first step was to abolish excessive taxes. As the saying goes, a clean prefect in 3 years earns a fortune of silver. This fortune came primarily from tax collection. The court stipulated only the tax categories and fixed amounts, but how much was collected under each category depended entirely on the conscience and morality of local officials. To turn Yuyang Prefecture into a stable, enduring rear base, the most crucial element was the people's support. With Zhao Wang as a pillar in the capital, he could build a harmonious and prosperous hinterland in Yuyang, quietly cultivating the land so that when crises arose there would be a stable foundation, instead of draining the pond to catch fish and leaving the people groaning in misery. In the simulation's control interface, Luo Chen first filtered out the agricultural taxes that must be remitted to the court. Beyond that, he immediately abolished local levy items such as construction tax, road maintenance tax, and bandit suppression tax, all pretexts for extortion. Simultaneously, Luo Chen cut fiscal expenditures and selected subordinates with high moral values to audit accounts. He sternly refused all those who came bearing gifts to curry favor and even ordered the arrest of the most egregious ones. Your reputation in Yuyang Prefecture rises. Because Yuyang has the lowest taxes, a large number of caravans heading north choose to pass through Yuyang Prefecture to reach the northern grasslands. Yuyang's tavern industry flourishes. Yuyang's agricultural products gain more trade routes. Someone reports that Yuyang officials are colluding with the northern Xiongnu, deliberately supplying them with contraband such as ironware. How will you handle this? I appointed officials with high moral values. How could any of them collude with the Xiongnu? Luo Chen pondered for a moment and reached a conclusion instantly. Someone displeased with his policies had deliberately framed him to muddy the waters. Realizing this, Luo Chen immediately ordered in the simulation that both the accused official and the accuser be brought before him. As soon as the two stood before Luo Chen, the system displayed their character panels. Xiaowen Shu. magistrate of Linchuan County. Morality value 85. Jiaxia, local magnate and wealthy merchant of Yuyang Prefecture. Morality value 5. With these two morality values laid out before him, Luo Chen needed no further deliberation. The celestial big data knew them better than they knew themselves. It was clearly this unscrupulous merchant trying to stir trouble, but being thwarted by Magistrate Xia Wenshu. What more was there to say? Have Jiaxia flogged 50 strokes, then thoroughly investigate whether he is colluding with the Xiongnu, deliberately undermining the harmony and unity of the Yuyang Prefecture officialdom. Under your harsh interrogation, Jiaxia confessed the mastermind behind the plot. It was the Xiongnu left virtuous king who deliberately fabricated false evidence to frame Xia Wenshual because Xia had seized ironware and tools destined for Xiongnu territory. Your wisdom 1. Unlocked trait Fiery Eyes skilled. Fiery Eyes allows you to see through weak enemies and corrupt officials. Because you can discern right from wrong, your subordinates' loyalty will continue to rise in the coming days. Very well. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. Thanks to the data from his deduction, exposing these villains was a simple matter. Their words may deceive, but their moral values never lie. Yet the appearance of the Xiongnu alarmed Luo Chen. As a parallel ancient world based on game settings, this world naturally contained nomadic forces akin to the Xiongnu Jurchens and Turks. These nomadic tribes would trade peacefully when the Central Plains dynasty was strong, but once internal strife erupted, they would seize the opportunity to invade. He realized that focusing solely on the economy was insufficient. Yuyang was a crucial northern border town. Now his neighbors had weapons while he had only grain. This was a perilous situation. Besides rectifying officials, he had to strengthen military readiness, reclaim illegally occupied military fields, address phantom soldiers, and stop embezzlement of soldiers' pay. Autumn of the 16th year of Guangchang. Your mass arrest of corrupt officials severely infringed upon the interests of the powerful clans of Yenzhou. Several prefects of Yenzhou jointly submitted a petition to the court accusing you of oppressing the people, abusing harsh punishments, and enforcing tyranny. They claimed the people were groaning in misery. The left prime minister seized this opportunity to attack Prince Zhao, accusing him of shielding your misdeeds. Duke Ingwo argued that you were framed and that a virtuous minister should not be punished based on rumors. Emperor Guangchang did not rule on the matter. However, the literati official faction represented by the left prime minister and the founding nobles represented by Duke Ingwo continued their mutual attacks and defenses. The factional strife at court is intensifying, he mused. Even the emperor refrains from intervention. But thankfully, with Prince Zhao and the others holding the front line, I have more room to act freely. Knowing that his powerful patrons in the capital remained unshaken, Luo Chen grew bolder in his actions. He dismissed every official in Yuyang Prefecture whose morality was below 70, and then appointed a host of highly virtuous and intelligent talents to key positions. Your successful appointment of worthy officials enhances your Fiery Eyes, now reaching minor mastery. You have eliminated all Xiongnu spies in Yuyang, and your Fiery Eyes improves to skilled hand. You have resolved years of wrongful cases in Yuyang, and your Fiery Eyes ascends to 5-star Grandmaster, discerning loyalty and treachery with pristine clarity. Thus Luo Chen tirelessly worked for 2 hours under the moonlight. By the 18th year of Guangchang, his Fiery Eyes trait had turned golden, approaching rainbow in color. His city governance also began to yield positive returns. Yuyang commercial tax revenue rose 330 over last year, and agricultural tax revenue increased 150. Luo Chen had not raised the tax rate, yet tax revenue surged dramatically. This signified that both commerce and agriculture in Yuyang had flourished. Your tax collection in Yuyang set a historical record surpassing that of Yenzhou's capital city. Your reputation resounds throughout Yenzhou. In the spring of the 18th year of Guangchang, due to your outstanding achievements in Yuyang, the court promotes you to Financial Commissioner of Yenzhou, responsible for all tax affairs in the province. In autumn of the 18th year, the Yenzhou governor entered the capital, and you were promoted to governor of Yenzhou, overseeing all matters of the province. Time soon reaches the 19th year of Guangchang, leaving only 1 year before Emperor Guangchang's death. Luo Chen, while rectifying the officialdom of Yenzhou, also strengthened its military preparations, repairing border fortresses neglected for over a decade, and eliminating phantom soldiers. He also conscripted able-bodied young men from the people, organizing them as laborers. Yet these laborers were in name only. Luo Chen trained them as regular troops under the guise of civilian workers. Such treasonous actions would normally be suicidal. But now, with Prince Zhao and Prince Wei in the capital nearly paralyzing the court with their struggles, any complaint or accusation sent to the capital vanished into the void. Finally, in Luo Chen's vigilant readiness, the time arrived, summer of the 20th year of Guangchang, the point when the old emperor was about to pass away. Just as Luo Chen expected Prince Zhao and Prince Wei to fight to the death in the capital, Prince Qin, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly seized the top spot in his deductions. In the summer of the 20th year of Guangchong, Emperor Guangchong dies, and Prince Qin leads his personal guards in a coup at Xuanwu Gate. In the summer of the 20th year of Guangchong, Emperor Guangchong died, and Prince Qin led his personal guard to launch a coup at Xuanwu Gate. Prince Qin won over the commander of the Imperial Guard but failed to persuade the northern camp garrison in the capital. The northern camp troops engaged in fierce fighting with Prince Qin's forces. Prince Qin's forces emerged victorious. The coup by the eldest legitimate princess threw the entire court into chaos. Prince Chu, Prince Qi, Prince Wu, and Prince Ning all perished in the fighting within the capital. On the third day of Prince Qin's rebellion, his forces fully controlled the capital. Prince Zhao, Prince Wei, and Prince Han escaped from the city under the desperate protection of their personal guards. Meanwhile, at Prince Qin's residence, Li Jinyu clapped her hands in delight. Good, good, good. So half the court is filled with your people. Half the city's soldiers are mine. I've personally cut down you treacherous wretches. I'd like to see what you have left to fight me with. Alas, my dear Minister Luo, if only I had heeded your advice earlier. At the mention of Luo Chen, the smile on Li Jinyu's face vanished instantly. In the first deduction, Luo Chen had urged her to strike first, to use armed guards to seize control of the capital. Back then she hesitated and wavered. Not only did she squander the excellent situation Luo Chen had created, but she also ended up falsely accused and killed. And now she was merely clumsily imitating Luo Chen's strategy. And with a single stroke, she had eliminated 4 of her sisters. If Luo Chen had personally orchestrated the coup, none of her remaining 3 good-for-nothing sisters would have escaped. However, the fleeing Prince Zhao, Prince Wei, and Prince Han were already finished. Now that she held the capital, she could directly order the realm to suppress the 3 remnants. Once she eliminated those 3 wretches, she would summon Luo Chen back to court. Together as ruler and minister we shall join forces. With the dynasty-restoring trait I possess, she mused, we will surely create a prosperous era. At this thought, Li Jinyu's face flushed slightly, and she covered her mouth with her hand. She then nervously glanced left and right, confirming no one was nearby, and let out a relaxed sigh. Immediately after, in her deduction, Li Jinyu issued orders in the name of the emperor to the left and right Baotao elite guards, commanding them to pursue the remnants. While Li Jinyu exuded confidence, Li Yifei of Prince Zhao's residence sat stunned. Duke Ingwa's son Saija personally led death-defying soldiers to protect you in breaking out of the encirclement. During the breakout, your grandmother and 4 aunts were killed. 2 of your 4 uncles died in battle, and among your maternal relatives, fewer than 1 in 10 survived. Is this my eldest sister? She whispered. She's gone mad. Does she intend to kill us all? Is this my eldest sister? She whispered. She's gone mad. Does she intend to kill us all? Li Yifei was stunned by her elder sister's insane actions. Seeing her trusted aides and relatives suffer such massive casualties, Li Yifei felt both heartache and indignation. In this round of deduction, Li Yifei had been determined to win. Therefore, she expended tremendous effort in the early court struggles. She courted every talented individual. She seized every opportunity to attack the Prince of Wei. She was just 1 step away from defeating her 3rd brother, but unexpectedly her good elder sister gave them a huge surprise. Li Jinyu launched a violent coup, completely shattering all the previous arrangements. Li Jinyu, I'm not done with you. Duke of Ingwa suggests you flee northward. Luo Chen, far away in Yin Prefecture, is one of us and can be relied upon. Please make your choice, whether to go to Yin Prefecture and seek refuge with Luo Chen. Angry as she was, Li Yifei knew that staying in the imperial core without any military power would be suicide. She had no choice but to go north to seek refuge with Luo Chen. She just didn't know if in her current destitute state that Luo Chen would tie her up and present her to Li Jinyu to curry favor. If that were the case, she would lose too disgracefully. Just as Li Yifei was worrying about the next development, a message popped up. In the 20th year of Guangchong, the governor of Yin Prefecture, upon hearing of the capital incident, issued a proclamation to the world accusing the Prince of Qin, Li Jinyu, of being a ruthless tyrant. The Prince of Zhao, Li Yifei, is the true choice of a benevolent ruler. Yin Prefecture will raise troops to support the Prince of Zhao in reclaiming the realm. The Yin Prefecture army raised 100,000 troops, marched south to capture the capital of Ji Prefecture, and defeated the pursuing army on the plains of Ji Prefecture. Luo Chen led his forces to submit to you, and your forces have been expanded. Li Yifei's operation interface flickered. The Prince of Zhao's faction, which had been nearly wiped out by Li Jinyu, suddenly gained a group of capable and fierce generals that Li Yifei had never seen before. And the leader of this powerful assistance was naturally Luo Chen. Moreover, Luo Chen's current panel had greatly improved attributes compared to the 15th year of Guangchong. Luo Chen, 5-star renowned minister. Current marshal of the Yin Prefecture Righteous Army. Age, 25. Military, 43. Wisdom, 99. Ambition, 0. Health, 88. Talent, 40. Morality, 90. Happiness, 60. Talent, bright future. Has traits: 8-legged essay, expert, sharp eyes. Bright future, mythical level, renowned ministers possess growth abilities beyond ordinary understanding. With patient cultivation, they will surely achieve extraordinary feats. Li Yifei was greatly shocked. If she remembered correctly 5 years ago, aside from wisdom being over 80, all of Luo Chen's other stats were around 10. In just 5 years without seeing him, he had grown so terrifyingly. Moreover, he had 2 traits and 1 talent. Li Yifei could not check the specific effects of each of Luo Chen's traits. But Luo Chen's ability to raise 100,000 people in Yin Prefecture already proved his extraordinary capability, far surpassing the ordinary advisors around him. However, Li Yifei was not too happy. Although Luo Chen gave her a big surprise, a mere 100,000 miscellaneous troops were still somewhat insufficient against the full might of the imperial court. She didn't know if they could withstand a wave of imperial attacks. The 3rd Princess Prince of Wei was killed by pursuers while fleeing to Jiangnan. The 8th Princess Prince of Han successfully escaped to Liang Prefecture, and then with the support of the General of the Western Guard, she also issued a punitive proclamation vowing to avenge her sisters. After Li Yifei took over command of Yin Prefecture and Ji Prefecture from Luo Chen, she arranged for her maternal grandfather and uncles to occupy important positions. The Duke of Ying was skilled in military command, served as the overall commander of the army, and her 2 uncles were responsible for military logistics. Luo Chen, as the chief recorder, served as Li Yifei's deputy. You began to expand the army and increase taxes, placing a heavier burden on the people. However, due to the previous benefit of Luo Chen's tax reduction, the people of Yin had no complaints and were willing to share the nation's difficulties with the Prince of Zhao. The Duke of Ying, was seeing the unity of the military and civilians in Yin, couldn't help but say to you with emotion, "We fight each other to the death in the court, unaware that those who win the support of the people below are truly powerful." But then again, everyone understands this principle, but how many can actually achieve it? At least we cannot. Chief Recorder Luo has great talent and strategy, we can heavily employ him, but we must be wary. The Duke of Ying would suggest you give Luo Chen no military power. Do you agree? The Duke of Yingwa was Li Yifei's maternal grandfather, so Li Yifei naturally trusted him completely. Moreover, Luo Chen's attributes were not suited for military command. Serving as her deputy chief recorder was already appropriate. This was already making the best use of his talents, and naturally there was no need to assign him dangerous military positions. In the spring of the 21st year of Guangchang, the imperial court dispatched a total of 5 troops in 2 routes to suppress the rebellious forces of the Prince of Zhao and the Prince of Han. The Duke of Yingwa took the initiative to attack, taking advantage of the Prince of Qin's army being unsteady, and routed them. The commanding general of the Prince of Qin's army was killed, and the Prince of Qin lost over 100 troops. In the summer of the 21st year of Guangchang, the Liang Prefecture army was defeated, the general of the Western Guard was killed, and the Prince of Han hanged herself. The Prince of Qin assembled the realm's troops, totaling 400, to again campaign against Yin Prefecture. After reading this, Li Yifei was in excellent spirits. Her grandfather was indeed a founding veteran general. In one battle, he eliminated 100 of the Prince of Qin's troops. Although the Prince of Qin still had 400 troops, there was now a glimmer of hope to turn the tide. Of course, when it came to rewards, the greatest contributor this time was still Luo Chen. If he hadn't managed Yin Prefecture so well that orders were obeyed in the military and people were like one family, it would have been impossible for just a small Yin Prefecture to defeat one of the expeditionary armies. However, just as Li Yifei was preparing to fight to the death with the Prince of Qin, the deduction suddenly popped up with a terrible message. The Xiongnu, who had been quiet in the northern border of the empire for decades, suddenly appeared in large numbers on the border of Yin Prefecture. The Xiongnu sent an envoy to meet you, claiming that the false emperor of the Tang, Li Jinyu, ordered them to raid the rear of Yin Prefecture. The Xiongnu claimed they did not wish to become involved in the internal conflicts of the Central Plains. As long as you paid them an annual tribute, they would not interfere in your war. After hearing this news, Luo Chen and the Duke of Yingwa had different opinions. Luo Chen believed that the Xiongnu were taking advantage of the chaos. If we give in to their demands, they will surely become more aggressive, thinking we are weak and easily bullied. Today they demand money, tomorrow they demand people, and the day after tomorrow they will demand cities. If we disagree, they will let their troops loot. Therefore, the more critical the moment, the more we must show a tough stance. If necessary, we can even take the initiative to raid the Xiongnu. This is not only responsible for the country, but also for the people of Yin Prefecture. The Duke of Yingwa, on the other hand, believed that with a major battle imminent, Yin had no spare troops, so it was better to spend money to avoid disaster. Even if the Xiongnu want to plunder the border cities of Yin Prefecture, let them. If we are victorious in the future and return to the capital, this loss can be overlooked. If we are defeated, we won't need to care about the nation's gains or losses. These barbarians have gone too far to come out and loot at such a critical moment. Li Yifei was not one to swallow insults. Seeing the Xiongnu's extortion, she wished to lead the expedition personally. However, the remonstration of her grandfather in the simulation calmed her down. The important thing now was to defeat the Prince of Qin. As long as she could defeat the Prince of Qin, everything else could be negotiated. You first burned with rage wanting to declare war on the Xiongnu, but under your grandfather's persuasion, you chose a policy of appeasement. On the other side, Luo Chen, who also saw this passage, gradually felt a sense of foreboding. Of course, Luo Chen was not referring to Li Yifei's choice. Li Yifei's current decision to adopt the conciliatory approach toward the Xiongnu was also a valid choice. Luo Chen understood this. But originally Li Yifei had intended to follow his advice. It was only after the persuasion of the Duke of Ying that she changed her mind. How to put this feeling? It was as if the Prince of Zhao lacked a mind of his own. He listened to the Duke of Ying in everything. A ruler overly dependent on a single minister. Even if that minister was the ruler's own kin, trouble would likely arise in the future. History was filled with cases of powerful ministers usurping power, and this Duke of Ying must be watched. With this thought, Luo Chen clicked on the Duke of Ying's card Sun Saija, and saw that his ambition was written as 80. This ambition number alone was greater than the combined ambition of more than a dozen purple card officials under his command. Holy crap. An ambition over 80. This is the first time I've seen someone with such high ambition. Unless the Duke of Ying drops dead immediately after the war, once he holds great power, he will undoubtedly harbor the heart of Sima Yi. After the decisive battle with the Prince of Qin, I will go find Li Yifei and discuss this issue. In the summer of the 21st year of Guangchong, the Prince of Qin, Li Jinyu personally led a 400,000-strong army to attack the Prince of Zhao's territory in Jizhou. The Duke of Ying's son Saija mounted a stubborn resistance, but the disparity in strength was too great. After 3 months of fierce fighting, the Prince of Zhao's army was forced to retreat entirely into Yenzhou. The Prince of Zhao's army fell into a dire shortage of supplies. As the battle situation deteriorated, Luo Chen's map view was gradually covered by the black shadow of the fog of war, signifying that the cities beneath the shadow were no longer allied with him. To win from now on, he could only rely on the fervent blood of the people of Yenzhou. It was time to test the returns of his earlier policies of tax exemptions and diligent governance. Luo Chen, the former governor of Yenzhou, in order to solve the supply problem, promised the people of Yenzhou that if they delivered grain this year, they would be exempt from taxes for 5 years, 3 times the normal relief. Given Luo Chen's reputation in Yenzhou, the people firmly believed in this policy. The people of Yenzhou handed over the surplus grain they had saved over the past few years, and the Prince of Zhao's treasury was filled. In the autumn of the 21st year of Guangchong, the Prince of Qin's army had laid siege to the Yenzhou prefectural city for over half a year, unable to break through and suffering from insufficient logistics. The Duke of Ying seized the opportunity and led a night raid on the Prince of Qin's granaries. The Prince of Qin's army, lacking logistics, had morale fall below the critical point. The Prince of Zhao's army launched a full-scale counterattack, and the Prince of Qin's army collapsed and scattered. During the retreat, the Prince of Qin, Li Jinyu, was unfortunately struck by an arrow in the back, which became infected and caused a fever. Meanwhile, in the Prince of Qin's mansion, Li Jinyu narrowed her eyes. She found it hard to accept this turn of events, yet she felt it was not unreasonable. Success comes from Luo Chen, failure also comes from Luo Chen. I relied on the strategies Luo Chen left behind in the past to successfully eliminate 6 of my sisters, and I was only 1 step away from grasping full power. Yet the person standing in the way of that final step is Luo Chen. Yenzhou, a mere single province, has been fortified by Luo Chen into an impregnable fortress. Though I already held Luo Chen's abilities in high regard, I still underestimated him. From the moment Luo Chen joined the Prince of Zhao's mansion, I was already defeated. Li Jinyu no longer wished to watch the subsequent simulation. She had mobilized the entire nation's strength, yet failed to take Yenzhou, and her entire army was annihilated. Then surely that little wretch Li Yifei would turn the tables and win. At this moment, Li Jinyu missed Luo Chen more than ever. If I had Luo Chen by my side, how could things have come to this? It was all that little wretch's fault. The mere thought of Li Yifei filled Li Jinyu with rage. If it weren't for Li Yifei's meddling, Luo Chen would now be her man. Summon someone. Search the entire capital high and low until you find Luo Chen. While Li Jinyu was giving up on this side, her counterpart in the simulation was also approaching the end of her life. The arrow wound of the Prince of Qin, Li Jinyu, caused a persistent fever. 5 days later, the Prince of Qin, Li Jinyu, died of the illness. After the Prince of Qin's death, the cities under her banner surrendered one after another. At the end of the 21st year of Guangchong, the Prince of Zhao, Li Yifei, led her army into the capital and ascended the throne as emperor. For his meritorious service, the Duke of Ying was appointed right chancellor and Luo Chen was appointed left chancellor. The entire Prince of Zhao faction also took up important posts in the court. Excellent. This round was already 90% won. Seeing Li Yifei successfully ascend the throne, Luo Chen was overjoyed. Now all that remained was to prevent Li Yifei from being usurped. Luo Chen first checked the status of the Duke of Ying. The old man, over 80 years old, originally had his name displayed in allied blue. But now the color of his name was gradually shifting from blue to red. According to your sharp eyes, you judge that the Duke of Ying's status has become hostile. How will you respond? What else was there to say? Immediately meet with Li Yifei and have her curtail the Duke of Ying's power. On the other side, Li Yifei received Luo Chen's request for an audience. Arriving together with Luo Chen was her grandfather. Left Chancellor Luo Chen came to the palace late at night to request an audience. He emphasized to you that the Duke of Ying's power was immense, and that he openly formed cliques in the court. He also implored your majesty to grant the Duke of Ying a fiefdom and banish him from the capital. The Duke of Ying led a group of ministers to the court. The Duke of Ying together with the ministers accused Luo Chen of forming cliques for personal gain in the court. Furthermore, Luo Chen had illegally promised tax exemptions in Yinzhou, flagrantly disregarding the dignity of the imperial house. The ministers suggested that Luo Chen be handed over to the Ministry of Justice for legal action. Sigh. Li Yifei was dumbfounded. Weren't they all getting along well just a moment ago? Working together to deal with the eldest sister. How as soon as she became emperor did the formerly harmonious group suddenly start attacking each other? Couldn't they just coexist peacefully? On one side was her grandfather, on the other side was the minister who had turned the tide. She could not favor either side. Li Yifei scratched her head, agonized for a long time, and finally chose to give an ambiguous answer. However, her procrastination led to the two factions attacking each other in the court. The officials from Yinzhou with Luo Chen at their core accused the Duke of Ying of monopolizing power. Meanwhile, the aristocratic families of the capital belonging to the Duke of Ying's faction accused Luo Chen of coveting imperial power and harboring rebellious intentions. Seeing the conflict escalate, Li Yifei had to intervene personally. The method she chose was simple. Her grandfather was now advanced in years, he might pass away at any moment. She would let Luo Chen leave for a few years to rest, and after her grandfather died, she would recall Luo Chen to serve as chancellor again. Li Yifei, under the pretext of inspecting the northern defenses, appointed Luo Chen as an imperial envoy and dispatched him from the capital. The Yin province faction, having lost the core pillar of Luo Chen, soon completely lost their voice in the imperial court. Watching the court once again become harmonious and unified, the earlier scenes of mutual attacks had vanished. Li Yifei's mood lightened considerably. This was how it should be. Everyone cordial and united. Was it not good to focus on governing the state together? Why must there be constant factional strife? Now, with my vigorous governance and the devoted assistance of all ministers, we shall surely usher in a golden age and leave a glorious name in history. Li Yifei mused contentedly, and she threw herself into handling the government affairs within the simulation with even greater zeal. Yet what puzzled Li Yifei was, she had rolled up her sleeves, vowing to dedicate her life to this simulation. However, the simulation presented her with fewer and fewer government affairs to handle. Originally, she had to process applications and reports submitted by the 6 ministries every day. After Luo Chen left the capital, she mainly dealt with the work of the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Works, and the Ministry of Rights. Now the workload of these 3 ministries had also dwindled, with only some officials from the Ministry of Rights still reporting to her. I am truly blessed with a wealth of talent in my court. Even such trivial state affairs require no effort from me. Li Yifei let out a sigh of emotion. But the subsequent content of the simulation left her utterly bewildered. The Duke of Ying will publicly announced that Emperor Li Yifei had caught a chill and could not hold court, and that all court affairs would henceforth be under his full authority. I am ill. Seeing this, Li Yifei checked her character status panel. Li Yifei. Title Emperor. Martial 5 Intellect 65 Ambition 99 Health 80 Talent 50 Morality 60 Happiness 90. She was perfectly healthy now. How could she have caught a chill? Perplexed, Li Yifei commanded her simulated self to leave the bedchamber and convene the morning court. You wish to attend court, but the guards at the bedchamber door block your way with drawn blades. You rebuke them for their insolence, order them to leave, and threaten to punish them. Yet the guards remain unmoved. Not only that, but all the maidservants who attended to you are taken away, replaced by a group of people you have never seen before. Even naive and simple-minded as Li Yifei was, she now understood what was happening. She had been overthrown in a coup d'état. And who was behind the coup? Naturally, it was her maternal grandfather, who now held the reins of government. At the same time, Li Jinyu, who had long since died in the simulation, was now watching from a godlike, omniscient perspective. Seeing Li Yifei reduced to a complete puppet, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, this fool is utterly useless. Even after becoming emperor, she let someone else usurp her power. Since you don't have the ability, don't scheme for the throne. All you did was pave the way for someone else. If father knew that the Li Tang dynasty ended just 2 generations after you, he would draw his sword and kill you right now. At the Prince of Zhao's residence, Li Yifei bit her lip in frustration. Why did grandfather do this? At this moment, Li Yifei's heart was filled with anguish, utterly unable to comprehend. Ever since she was a child, her grandfather had doted on her. Why, after she became emperor, would he commit such an act of treason against her? Utterly perplexed, Li Yifei confronted her grandfather within the simulation. You demand of your grandfather why he has sidelined you. Have you not been good enough to his family? Is this how you repay your late father and your late mother? Upon hearing this, the Duke of Ying's son Saija shows not a trace of shame. Instead, he looks at you with unflinching confidence and accuses you of being an ungrateful wretch. Son Saija, do you have any idea how great a price our family paid to keep you alive? If it weren't for your two uncles who protected you with their lives, the Prince of Qin would have killed you in the capital. If it weren't for your brothers and sisters who escorted you along the way, you would have died on the road of flight. The Sun family owes you, our granddaughter, nothing. On the contrary, your debt to the Sun family cannot be repaid, even with 10 lives. Now, with no heir to your throne, losing the support of your ministers is only a matter of time. The Sun family is both imperial relative and national kin. Since you can be emperor, we can naturally be as well. And we will rule more in accordance with the people's will. Li Yifei, if you still possess a shred of gratitude and filial piety, issue an edict immediately to abdicate the throne to your grandfather. Do this, and your grandfather promises you a life of ease and comfort for the rest of your days. A series of dialogues popped up. Li Yifei stared at them dazed. When she reached the end and confirmed that she had indeed been overthrown by her own grandfather, she stood rooted to the spot, stunned. Grandfather, you actually had this in mind. Li Yifei bit her lips slightly. Though she was loath to admit it, her grandfather's words were not wrong. Her grandfather's family had indeed paid a tremendous price to help her ascend the throne. But, no matter how much they had given, it could not wash away their act of deceiving the sovereign and committing regicide. These were two different concepts. She had been filled with a burning passion to govern the state, only to die before her great undertaking was even begun. Li Yifei was somewhat disheartened. She did owe the Sun family, but she would not compromise. She would repay the debt of life she owed the Sun family with her own. But their act of usurping the throne would forever be recorded in the annals of history. Deep in the night, you choose to hang yourself in the bedchamber. You die. The Duke of Ingwa seals off the news announcing that you died of a chill. Just after Li Yifei's death, the scene shifted again, the perspective jumping to Luo Chen. Luo Chen, who was inspecting the frontier defenses in Daizhou and Yin province, receives a letter from Sun Saija. Sun Saija expresses his admiration for Luo Chen's abilities. He is willing to infect Luo Chen as the Duke of Jinghua, a title hereditary for generations. However, upon learning that you have died of a chill, Luo Chen is certain that you were murdered by a treacherous minister. He believes the letter from Sun Saija is merely an attempt to appease and win him over. I, Luo Chen, have lived on the Tang dynasty's stipend. How could I forget virtue and betray my master, turning my back on my sovereign to join a rebel? When a great enmity lies before me, how can I not avenge it? Luo Chen gathers his old subordinates in Yin province and issues a manifesto to the world to exterminate the rebels, swearing to kill Sun Saija to avenge you. What a paragon of loyalty and righteousness. It is my own obtuseness. Had I listened to Luo Chen's advice earlier, how could I have come to this? Li Yifei was now filled with regret. Who could have believed that the family of her dearest, most trusted grandfather would rebel against her, and that the poor scholar she had casually recruited to prevent her elder sister from cuckolding her would remain so loyal and steadfast? She had to remember that she was already dead. He could have chosen high office and a generous salary, yet he was willing to risk everything to punish the rebels. If I can ever ascend the throne again, I will certainly entrust you with great responsibility. On the other side, Luo Chen's lingering hope was utterly extinguished. In the first year of the new calendar, word came from the capital that Li Yifei had died of a cold. The Duke of Britain's son Saija assumed regency and proclaimed himself Prince Regent. Luo Chen had originally hoped that the old codger Sun Saija would kick the bucket soon, sparing Li Yifei from being usurped. But he never expected Li Yifei would not outlast an 80-year-old man. Not only was the throne usurped, but the ruler herself was dead. Even if he raised an army to purge the court of traitors, there was no longer a sovereign to defend. What is the most painful thing in gaming? It's not that the enemy is too strong, nor that your teammates are too terrible. It's when you single-handedly defeat 5 opponents and are about to destroy the enemy's base, but your 4 teammates vote to surrender. Indeed, every gift of fate has its price. Although the Zhao Prince's faction has a solid foundation. But the Zhao Prince's foundation comes entirely from his maternal relatives, not from himself. This means the greatest enemy of the Zhao Prince's faction is actually the Sun family from within. Moreover, the Sun family and the Zhao Prince are one family. As an outsider, I can never hold more influence than her own relatives. From this perspective, the Zhao Prince's difficulty in clearing the game is even greater than the Qin Prince's. The Qin Prince's faction only has the Qin Prince himself being somewhat rigid. Overall, there are no strong internal enemies. But in the Zhao Prince's faction, even the Zhao Prince herself is an obstacle. I should have chosen the way Prince. Sun Saija sends you a letter. If you support his ascension, he promises your Luo family a hereditary dukedom. Grief-stricken by the news of Li Yifei's death, you must make a choice. 1. Your lord died of a cold, such as heaven's will. Accept the Duke of Britain's reward and submit to the new emperor. 2. Your lord died because of treacherous ministers. Raise the standard of justice and avenge your lord. Damn it, since I've already lost this round, why should I indulge you? The simulation is called The Empress and the Realm. If an old codger becomes the usurping emperor this round, is definitely a failure. Since I've already lost, the priority is to have fun. You killed my boss, so I'll fight you to the death. In the second year of the new calendar, you recruited volunteers in Yin Prefecture and raised an army once more. But because previous wars had excessively drained resources and grain, you immediately faced a food shortage upon raising your army. Upon learning of your uprising, the Duke of Britain's son Saija did not send troops to suppress you immediately. Instead, he allied with the Xiongnu tribes of the north and signed the Han-Xiongnu Treaty. The treaty stipulated that Yin Prefecture would be divided by the Bai River, the northern half to the Xiongnu and the southern half to the new dynasty. Both sides would jointly dispatch troops to suppress the rebellion led by Luo Chen. You desperately organized troops and planned battle strategies, but you were utterly ignorant of military affairs. Your army was completely crushed under the pincer attack of the Xiongnu and the Duke of Britain's forces, and you were killed in the chaos of battle. You are dead. The simulation ends. Historical evaluation. Although you rendered meritorious service in supporting the new Tang Emperor Li Yifei, the two rebellions you incited severely depleted the Central Plains dynasty's strength, allowing the Xiongnu to expand southward. Hundreds of thousands of Yin Prefecture's people perished. Blood stained the land for 1,000 miles, and Yin Prefecture slipped from the control of Central Plains civilization. You were loyal to the Li Tang dynasty, but you failed the realm. A biased historical account. The winner takes all. It was son Saija who repeatedly colluded with the Xiongnu, betraying the people and the country for personal gain. A loyal minister, become the greatest villain in history. This simulation earned you the golden trait, fiery golden eyes, which has entered the gacha pool. But because you failed to achieve the win condition, your current draw count is 0. Do you wish to start a new simulation? Luo Chen did not immediately begin a new simulation. Instead, he first pondered his counter-strategy. If he continued the simulation, he would still be in the Zhao Prince's camp. Based on the previous simulation's development, the Duke of Britain's son Saija would inevitably be promoted due to his military ability. Once promoted, he would become a powerful minister, and a powerful minister would plot usurpation. So in this round of simulation, while training his skills in Yin Prefecture, he should not only focus on administration, but also level up his military strategy and warfare. That way, when he later raised an army against the Qin Prince's forces, he would have a significant voice in the military. As long as son Saija was prevented from becoming an overwhelmingly dominant minister, there would be no need to worry about the Zhao Prince being usurped. Luo Chen refused to believe that his young body could not outlast an 80-year-old man. If only I can be the one to play Sima Yi, then there will be no other Sima Yi. Alright, that's the plan for this round. While Luo Chen was reflecting on his next strategy, Zhao Prince Li Yifei was also reflecting. If not for the future revealed by the Heavenly Dao simulation, she had never before realized that her maternal grandfather's family, on whom she relied too heavily, would become the shackles that turned against her. No wonder in the second simulation, when her father learned that Li Jinyu and the penniless scholar Luo Chen had a child, he immediately appointed his elder nephew as the crown prince. No matter how powerful she appeared now, it was all illusory. Without an heir, everything was a castle in the air. Not every minister was as loyal as Luo Chen. Others, seeing that she had no offspring, would naturally flock to her maternal grandfather's family, which had 4 generations under one roof. And she had spent every day looking down on her eldest sister and despising the third prince. It turned out that she was the weakest among all the sisters. So in the next simulation, if she wanted to ensure her dynasty remained intact, she must first cultivate a loyal force of her own and, if possible, ensure she had an heir. The simulation begins. In the 15th year of Guangchang, Luo Chen accepted your gold, signifying his agreement to join your faction. However, the Qin Prince Li Jinyu did not give up and continued to use heavy bribes to win over Luo Chen. How do you respond? 1. Increase your monetary investment and show Li Jinyu what real wealth looks like. 2. Strengthen your personal bond with Luo Chen and foster a ruler-minister friendship. 3. Decide for yourself. You choose to continue increasing your monetary investment. Li Jinyu liquidates his assets to scrape together no less than your amount of gold. The Wei Prince reports that Luo Chen and the Qin Prince and Zhao Prince have improper financial dealings. Emperor Guangchang is furious and intends to throw Luo Chen into the imperial prison. How do you respond? 1. Beg your father for leniency. 2. Ignore it and not get involved. 3. Decide for yourself. This Heavenly Dao simulation did not differ much from the previous one. The same heavy bribes to win over Luo Chen, the same report from the third prince. But now that she knew the future, Li Yifei's mindset was far from the ease of the previous simulation. If she continued to follow the previous simulation's development, the outcome would inevitably be tragic. How could she escape her maternal grandfather's control? I cannot fall into the same pit twice. But how can I break the deadlock? Luo Chen's appointment to a distant post was the prerequisite for his miraculous turnaround. Forcing him to stay in the capital might result in both of us being wiped out during the eldest sister's mad rampage. Sigh. I envy the eldest sister's 800 personal guards. If I also had 800 personal guards, I could hang Li Jinyu's head over the city gate tomorrow. When it comes to a complete break, 800 axe-wielding soldiers are far more useful than 800 court officials. Thinking of Li Jinyu's personal guards, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Li Yifei. My own force. If I just go to my fiefdom, won't I have my own force? Since I cannot break free from my grandfather's influence and control, it would be better to burn the boats and seek life from death. I will cast aside all the favors granted by my grandfather. This king intends to forge his own path with Luo Chen. After making up his mind, Li Yifei directly chose to enter the palace and request an audience with the emperor. In the winter of the 15th year of Guangchang's reign, just as Luo Chen was about to be sent to prison, you entered the palace to meet Emperor Guangchang. You explained your thoughts to the emperor, stating your wish to leave the capital for a fief and guard the border of the Great Tang. Emperor Guangchang was greatly surprised. He could not understand why you, who currently possessed the strongest comprehensive power, would choose to leave the capital for a fief. Yifei, are you serious? Do you know what it means to leave the capital and take a fief? Are you completely giving up your claim to the throne? Please choose your answer. 1. Your son has made up his mind. I beg Father Emperor to grant permission. 2. Your son was confused just now. I beg Father Emperor not to take it to heart. Li Yifei resolutely chose option 1. Seeing that you had already made a firm decision, Emperor Guangchang no longer dissuaded you. He led you to the map of the Great Tang and casually pointed toward the border. Yifei, you may choose any 3 prefectures as your fief, and you may also bring your own trusted followers to serve as subordinate officials. Li Yifei looked at the map, which was deeply familiar to her, and decisively chose Yinzhou. She directly marked Yinzhou Prefecture, the capital of Yinzhou, the border stronghold Yuyang Prefecture, and another vital transportation hub connecting Jibaitu Prefecture. These 3 cities were the core strongholds of the previous simulation. Naturally, she would take the most important 3. After securing the fief, the next step was to form the staff of the Prince of Zhao. The choice of staff was simple. Only one person, Luo Chen. You made a request to Emperor Guangchang asking him to send Luo Chen to serve as the Prime Minister of the Zhao Kingdom. Emperor Guangchang was slightly surprised by your decision, but still granted your request. Your faction status has changed. The Prince of Zhao faction has been renamed to the Zhao Kingdom Court. Meanwhile, in a temple outside the capital, Luo Chen was utterly stunned by Li Yifei's actions. To protect you, the Prince of Zhao chose to take a fief in the Yin region and appointed you as Prime Minister. The Zhao Kingdom faction has been established. For a moment, Luo Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had originally planned to develop his own faction in this simulation, then replace the Duke of Ying to become a loyal and powerful minister. This way the Prince of Zhao could secure the throne. He could also obtain rewards through this. But he never expected that just as he was about to go all in on developing the economy and reap a huge harvest, the Prince of Zhao, his boss, had surrendered again. Without the Prince of Zhao's faction in the capital to contend with the Prince of Wei, Li Jinyu would certainly be no match for the Prince of Wei. Before Li Jinyu could launch an armed rebellion, the Prince of Qin's faction would be driven out of the capital. If Li Jinyu did not start an armed rebellion, the realm would not fall into chaos. If the realm was not in chaos, how could the local forces of Yinzhou, where he was based, break into the capital? No matter how strong the local forces, they could not contend with a stable dynasty. Was this simulation doomed again? Luo Chen raised his head to gaze at the bright moon in the sky. It was already the 3rd watch of the night, and a full simulation took about 5 to 6 hours. If he couldn't succeed in this simulation after sleeping through the day, tomorrow another day would be wasted. In 7 days the court would assign official posts. With my half-baked abilities, wouldn't I be finished if I entered the court? Time waits for no one. I cannot give up on this round easily. The realm is not yet settled. Who knows what the future holds? And besides, taking it step by step, unlocking more terms to add to the reward pool is also fine. The Prince of Zhao was granted 3 prefectures in Yinzhou and permitted to maintain 2 guard units responsible for guarding the northern border of the Great Tang. As the Prime Minister of the Zhao Kingdom, you will be in charge of the kingdom's administrative affairs. Please arrange your strategic plan and the governance strategy for the fief. Looking at the management interface that popped up, the territory and tax revenue were much larger than the Yuyang Prefecture he had started with last time. Moreover, as a fief, the laws within the kingdom could be set independently. As long as they did not oppose the imperial court, any law was permissible. In terms of power and scale, Luo Chen's starting point this round was significantly stronger than the last. However, previously, he was an official appointed by the court, able to continuously rise in rank and expand his influence. Eventually, he could become the governor of Yinzhou, commanding all military and political power in the entire prefecture. Now, under the Prince of Zhao, he could at most govern these 3 prefectures. This was the peak from the start, and it would be difficult to make further progress. In any case, he would continue as in the previous simulation. Start with reforming the tax system and rectifying the officialdom. Improve the economy, then train the troops. After all, he was not an imperial official, only the Prince of Zhao was his master. If he disliked any official, he could dismiss them directly without worrying about the consequences. In the spring of the 16th year of Guangchang's reign, you assumed the post of Prime Minister of the Zhao Kingdom. On the first day of office, you dismissed 1/3 of the officials and organized personnel to investigate the remaining officials. You abolished idle posts and arrested officials who were drawing salaries without working. All officials in the Zhao Kingdom from top to bottom were terrified and flocked to the Prince of Zhao to accuse you of abusing your power. The Prince of Zhao ordered his personal guards to strip the accusing officials of their robes, give them 20 strokes of the court rod, and then send them to the penal court for severe interrogation. What abilities does Luo Chen have? What abilities do you useless people have? It is obvious whose advice this king should listen to. Opposing Luo Chen is opposing this king. Moreover, to avoid any rift between Luo Chen and herself, Li Yifei took the initiative to build a closer relationship with him. In late April of the 16th year of Guangchang's reign, you found Luo Chen at night for a heart-to-heart talk. You revealed your true intentions to each other and you promised to give Luo Chen 100% support on work matters. Luo Chen could act first and report later on any issues encountered in the Zhao Kingdom. Your favorability with Luo Chen has increased, currently at 60. On the day after your night talk with Luo Chen, you learned from a subordinate that the Prince of Qin had sent someone from the capital specifically to invite Luo Chen back to the capital to assist the Prince of Qin. How is that elder sister like a stubborn plaster that won't go away? This king has already left the capital for a fief, and she still comes to poach my people. Li Yifei immediately checked her favorability with Luo Chen, which had only been raised to 60 last night. She could not check the favorability between Luo Chen and the Prince of Qin, but judging by Li Jinyu's persistent efforts, it was probably not low. Her mode of 60 favorability was too shallow. If Li Jinyu put in some effort, she might directly steal away her key person. If Luo Chen were gone, this king would truly be left alone, unable to accomplish anything. I must increase Luo Chen's favorability. With this thought, Li Yifei opened her treasury, and ranking by rarity shared all the precious treasures with Luo Chen. This king does not believe that being so close I could still let that useless elder sister steal my people. Treasury interface. Gold in treasury, 50,000 taels of gold. Half for Luo Chen, half for me. Hundreds of precious antique porcelain pieces. Half for Luo Chen, half for me. A master's painting. Luo Chen gets one, I don't want it. 2 night pearls. Luo Chen gets one, I get one. Local noble families presented 2 beautiful concubines. Li Yifei subconsciously gave one to Luo Chen, but after realizing these were women specially trained to serve men, immediately regretted it. This won't do. These seductive vixens would only disturb my beloved Minister Luo's work. I must take this one back. Your favorability with Luo Chen has reached 90. Taking back the concubine may open a romantic path with Luo Chen. If you do not take her back, the romantic path between you and Luo Chen will be forever sealed. Do you still wish to take back the concubine? Li Yifei stared at the prompt before her delicate lips slightly parted, her phoenix eyes wide open. She was utterly astounded. If she wasn't mistaken, taking back the concubine might make Luo Chen misunderstand that she likes him. And if she didn't take her back, she would never be able to develop feelings with Luo Chen. Should I take her back or not? Li Yifei looked at the deduction content, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. If taking back the concubine had no consequences, she would have returned her. But taking her back might open a romantic path with Luo Chen. And if she didn't, Luo Chen would never have any emotional connection with her. Could there really be such a possibility between this prince and Luo Chen? This prince could also have someone I like. Li Yifei's heart suddenly began to race, and an inexplicable feeling sprouted within her. If the system hadn't mentioned the possibility of her and Luo Chen being together, she might not have thought about it. But since the system brought it up, she couldn't stop herself from dwelling on that possibility. Luo Chen is loyal and not bad-looking either. I never expected that he harbors such burning feelings for this prince. His talent is extraordinary. If he were born into the royal family, his achievements would surely surpass mine. From this perspective, we are not ill-matched. More importantly, if I bestow the concubine on Luo Chen, there will be no possibility between us. No matter how you look at it, that's a loss. Whether Luo Chen is suitable for this prince can only be known in the future. Blocking the path prematurely is truly not a wise move. Perhaps I should give him a chance. At this thought, Li Yifei's heart beat even faster. But then she remembered something. In the second deduction, Li Jinyu and Luo Chen secretly pledged their love, and after being discovered by the Emperor, Luo Chen hanged himself in prison. If she and Luo Chen got together, would it lead to his death? Without Luo Chen relies on this prince alone, I would never be a match for others. Then let Luo Chen keep the concubine. No, that won't do either. How can my person be so easily given to a seductive vixen? What if Luo Chen is bought over by this concubine, bewitched, and then we are completely finished? Li Yifei shook her head vigorously. Besides, even if she and Luo Chen secretly pledged their love, Yin Prefecture was so far from the capital the emperor would never find out. Moreover, the emperor would pass away in less than 5 years, and by then Luo Chen would be safe. As long as I stall until the emperor dies, everything will be fine. Li Yifei couldn't help applauding her own cleverness. But the next second she immediately covered her mouth. Emperor Guangchang was after all her own father. Wishing for her father's death every day? What kind of thing was that? It was truly unfilial and treasonous. But then again, even if she had an affair with Luo Chen, as long as the emperor didn't find out before his death, it would be fine. Having figured out this balance of interests, Li Yifei immediately took back the concubine she had given to Luo Chen without a second thought, and to prevent Luo Chen from fooling around with other women. When she took back the concubine, she also took away all the female servants from Luo Chen's mansion. At the same time, she wanted to test whether Luo Chen had romantic feelings for her, or merely loyalty between ruler and minister. Li Yifei also invited Luo Chen in the deduction to go to a pleasure house to listen to music and emphasized that this time, it was only her personal whim. It was neither official business nor a request. If Luo Chen was busy, he could decline. At this point, Li Yifei had clearly crossed the line. The heavenly Tao had only hinted that she might develop feelings for Luo Chen, not that she had already developed them. Her excessive interference in the life of Chancellor Luo Chen also caught his attention. As for Luo Chen, to ensure that this round could quickly accumulate capital to confront the capital, Luo Chen's schedule was packed every day from waking up in the morning to sleeping at night. All his time was devoted to work. Even during meal breaks, Luo Chen would have his character read military strategy. And under Luo Chen's intense grind, his character's abilities were rapidly improving. Although this round did not unlock the previous, discern loyalty and treachery, trait, Luo Chen, by judging others' morality, ambition, and wisdom, still managed to rectify the civil and military governance of the Zhao fiefdom through extreme events. However, under Luo Chen's intense grind, the character's happiness value in the deduction dropped visibly. But Luo Chen didn't care. After all, it wasn't him doing the work personally, so a little tiredness was fine, as long as it doesn't kill him work to death. Leveling up is the true joy. And what made Luo Chen even happier was not just his own improvement, but seeing the Zhao faction grow stronger day by day with troops continuously upgrading, giving Luo Chen endless motivation. For example, a squad of newly recruited militia soldiers started as white-tier Tang Dynasty militia. But after Luo Chen ordered the training of this squad for a month, not only did his own command stat increase by 1 point, but the militia's experience bar also filled up, smoothly evolving into Tang martial soldiers. You have successfully trained a 1,000-man martial soldier unit. Please choose a training direction. 1. Spend a moderate budget to train the unit into Dark Armor Iron Army. 2. Spend a massive budget to train the unit into Yuzhou Iron Cavalry. Of course, he would train cavalry. Cavalry in the age of cold weapons were mobile armored clusters. In the previous deduction, the left and right Bao Tao elite guards were the capital's elite cavalry. Just 2 cavalry units nearly chased the Prince of Zhao until his legs broke. Thus, many strategic tasks to expand gains could only be accomplished by cavalry. And although training cavalry was expensive on the northern border due to the presence of nomadic forces, it was already much cheaper. When it came to spending money, Luo Chen was stingy, but he understood the principle of using good steel on the blade. You have chosen to train a unit of Yuzhou Iron Cavalry. The Prince of Zhao has come to demand the beauty you were given a few days ago, and has taken away all the maids in your mansion. The Prince of Zhao invites you to a pleasure house to listen to music. Do you accept? Luo Chen instinctively clicked reject. I'm enjoying training my troops, don't come messing around. But the system immediately popped up a prompt. The host's current happiness value is 0, and your emotions are out of control. You cannot choose to continue working. You choose to go to the pleasure house with Prince of Zhao Li Yifei to listen to music. Luo Chen's mouth twitched involuntarily at the sight. He had long wondered if happiness value hitting 0 would have side effects. But he never expected that when a character's happiness value reached 0, they would automatically slack off. This actually made sense in terms of real-world logic. In the 5th month of the 16th year of Guangchang's reign, Yu and Luo Chen went to the Song and Dance Pavilion to listen to music together. Luo Chen agreed. Does he truly harbor such feelings for me? Li Yifei was flustered. A blush crept up from the roots of her ears, tinting her delicate cheeks with rouge. She had merely tested him casually, never expecting Luo Chen to reveal his heart so readily. No wonder sending him beauties had sealed the fate of their relationship. If she gave him concubines, he would surely give up on her. But even so, what if she truly confirmed his affection? Would she agree to pursue it? As a princess of the royal family, Li Yifei had been forbidden from contact with the opposite sex since childhood. After becoming the Prince of Zhao, she was surrounded by seasoned courtiers. Every meeting was filled with scheming or negotiations of interest. As for romance, she had never experienced it, nor had she ever considered it. Yet in the future foreseen by the heavenly Tao's calculations, she apparently had a destined union. Should she truly experience it? Her womanly reserve held her back from deepening things with Luo Chen. Yet within her a longing stirred for the unknown realm of romantic love. In any case, the future of the heavenly Tao was only one possibility. It is better to break 10 temples than to destroy a marriage. If Luo Chen was truly a reliable man, it would be a pity to miss him. I am not shameless, just cherish a lovely person. But what does one do when courting? You enjoyed the dance and music alone with your beloved, envied by all your happiness, increased by 5 points. Meanwhile, after listening to music with Li Yifei at the pavilion, Luo Chen's happiness value, which had been 0, surged to an increase of 5 points. Seeing this, Luo Chen's mindset shifted instantly. The Prince of Zhao inviting him out was not a disruption, but a way to recharge his batteries. Going out once earned 5 points, and those 5 points could fuel days of intense work. This meant he could drain his happiness, recharge with the Prince of Zhao, and quickly resume working. What a discovery! He could simply arrange 2 rounds of work followed by 1 date with the Prince of Zhao, achieving automated output. This was feasible. The Li Yifei brand power bank had to be set up. Having discovered a system bug, Luo Chen immediately organized his schedule, inserting a date with the Prince of Zhao between every 2 work sessions. Thus, Luo Chen's happiness value perpetually oscillated between 0 and 5. He neither wasted time on excessive pleasure nor lost his mind when happiness hit 0, avoiding absurd behavior. He transformed into a 24-hour continuous output warrior. You personally oversaw the training of the Yinzhou Iron Cavalry. Your command increased by 1A, and you gained the trait of armchair strategist. You convened a meeting adjusting the ratio of commercial and agricultural taxes in Yinzhou City, gaining the bonus of emphasizing agriculture, and Yinzhou's grain output increased by 100. You invited Prince Zhao Li Yifei to admire flowers and enjoy a spring outing. You personally organized the drill of the Yinzhou Iron Cavalry. Your command increased by 1 Oi, and you gained the trait of understanding the art of war. You personally carried out a population census in Zhao, confiscating properties from local magnates who hid their populace. Social order in Yinzhou City declined, but tax revenue increased. You revealed your feelings to Prince Zhao Li Yifei, saying you wanted to do something only the 2 of you could do. Prince Zhao rejected you. Your happiness hit 0, and in a mental breakdown, you drank heavily on the rooftop. After resting for a night, your happiness increased by 2 points. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Yifei saw Luo Chen's request about doing something only the 2 of them could do. At first, she didn't understand. She then woke her personal maid and asked what it was that only a man and a woman could do together. The maid, still groggy and half asleep, thought for a moment and replied, "Your Highness, the only thing a man and a woman can do together is, of course, sleeping together." Sleeping together. Li Yifei was caught off guard, and her fair earlobes instantly turned pink. The only thing men and women can do together is sleeping together. She had only listened to music with Luo Chen and gone out a few times, and now he wanted to do this. How embarrassing. How shameless. Luo Chen expressed, "Since listening to music with you the day before yesterday, I felt an inexhaustible energy. I wanted to take this opportunity for a deeper connection with you." Using inexhaustible energy for deeper connection. How explicit was that? Li Yifei's face was nearly smoking with embarrassment. In her memory, she replied, "But isn't this too fast? I've only listened to a small tune with you, Minister Luo." Luo Chen replied, "But I have known you for over half a year, Your Highness. Do not worry, I only wish to gain some rest from you." He mentioned rest. That must mean sleeping together. How could she not be concerned? Li Yifei was restless, her thoughts in a complete muddle. My minister desires my body, how should I respond? Her heart was pounding wildly. After much deliberation, Li Yifei decided to refuse, first to calm things down. You rejected Luo Chen's request. On the night you refused, Luo Chen abandoned his work, took a jar of wine, and drank himself unconscious on the rooftop of the council hall. The Prime Minister's drunken stupor on the government office rooftop became a topic of widespread discussion throughout Yinzhou City, with everyone speculating about the cause of his distress. Luo Chen, rejected by me, was so dejected he drank on the rooftop. Li Yifei was stunned. Then her eyes sparkled. Is my charm really that great? Alas, what a sin I have committed. But it won't do to let Minister Luo remain so despondent. But sleeping together directly is too fast. The 2 of us need to get to know each other first, and wait until we're engaged. Li Yifei couldn't accept sleeping together immediately. But dating and courting with Luo Chen first was acceptable. In the afternoon, you summoned Luo Chen to your residence and expressed your views on romance. You said that if 2 people jump straight into bed, it only proves they're both pursuing carnal pleasure, indulging in animalistic instincts, which is not true affection. If we spend time courting and get to know each other and confirm that we are the right ones for each other, then after marriage, sleeping together would be the normal process. If Minister Luo agrees with my view, I can accept your feelings and see if we are suitable for the future. If you don't accept it, then I will never agree to your request no matter what. The AI of this simulation is too advanced. Luo Chen's previous simulated wife, the Prince of Qin, did not have so many of her own opinions on feelings. The 2 of them got along and soon ended up in bed. Rolling around, they had children. But in this round of simulation, the Prince of Zhao was even more reserved than the seemingly conservative Prince of Qin. Not only did she not go with the flow, but she also raised a host of opinions about feelings. It made her seem like a real person. If not for the fact that the simulation was just a system in his mind, Luo Chen would have thought that the person opposite was the living, breathing Prince of Zhao. However, since the simulation was based on reality, it was normal for each character to have different worldviews. Whether the Prince of Zhao offered opinions or not had little impact on him. Luo Chen had only one goal in playing the simulation: to put the Prince of Zhao on the throne and secure her position. As long as he could pass the level, everything else was irrelevant. Yu agreed to the Prince of Zhao's request and made a pact with her, promising never to mention anything improper before marriage. Congratulations on successfully opening the romance route with Li Yifei, the Prince of Zhao. Your happiness value has increased by 30. Please arrange your next daily plan. Very good. Continue training troops and farming. Wait for the day when the opportunity arrives. Under Luo Chen's arrangement, the next period of time was spent frantically training the army, rectifying officials, and developing the economy. Then when his happiness value dropped to the lowest point, he would go to the Prince of Zhao for heart-to-heart talks and dates. Just like that. Another year passed in the simulation. Time arrived at the 17th year of Guangchang. In the 17th year of Guangchang, Luo Chen's grand plan of leveling up was forced to halt. The reason was simple: the troops had reached the upper limit of what armed training could improve. To further improve the troops' proficiency, only actual combat would do. Military strength of Zhao Kingdom. Yinzhou Iron Cavalry 1 Guard 5600 men. Yinzhou Heavy Infantry 1 Guard 5600 men. Yinzhou Patrol and City Defense Forces 200 men. Prince of Zhao's Personal Guard 200 men. Yinzhou Iron Cavalry needs at least 3 victories to upgrade to Yinzhou Leopard Elite Guard. Yinzhou Heavy Infantry needs at least 3 victories to upgrade to Yinzhou Mystic Armor Army. But there was no war at present, so where could he gain combat experience? Luo Chen's gaze drifted over the map and soon swept to the northern nomadic tribe, the Huns. The Great Tang was now blessed with favorable weather and national peace. The northern Huns were also very quiet, not daring to raid southward. But Luo Chen remembered. In the previous simulation, at the most critical moment of Yin province, it was these guys who came to cause trouble. This nomadic tribe was the proctologist of the cold weapon era. As long as you showed any sign of weakness, they would come to perform surgery on you. Since they were now living comfortably and not raiding, he would have to force them out. Open national policy. Choose border blockade. Strictly inspect northern trade. Foreign strategy. Increase tariffs on northern trade by 500. Destroy all contraband found. Domestically arrange spies to spread rumors. Great Tang is vast, but the one who destroys Tang will be the who. In the spring of the 17th year of Guangchang, a Fengshi alchemist from Yin province, under the emperor's order, went out to sea to find a miraculous formula for bearing children and prolonging life. In the summer of the 17th year, the Fengshi returned, having failed to find the miraculous elixir, but brought back a divine book, inscribed with the prophecy: the one who destroys Tang is the who. After seeing the divine book, Emperor Guangchang expressed doubt about its contents. But he believed that the Northern Han tribal alliance could indeed threaten the court in the future. Thus, Emperor Guangchang announced the strengthening of the material blockade against the north, strictly prohibiting any ironware tools and production equipment from flowing to the north. At the same time, Emperor Guangchang allocated substantial funds to reinforce the northern fortresses and passes. The Prince of Zhao of Yin province valued the emperor's instructions the most and entrusted the task to Grand Chancellor Luo Chen to personally inspect the border. Grand Chancellor Luo Chen carried out his duties meticulously, personally leading troops to inspect all passes and outposts, issuing guidance, and did not return to Yin Province City for a full 3 months. Meanwhile, at the Prince of Zhao's residence, while Luo Chen was earnestly inspecting the fortresses with his troops, Li Yifei began to doubt her own life. I have been in a relationship with Luo Chen for over a year. We have gone to listen to music 33 times, admired flowers 42 times, taken boat rides 31 times, and had countless dinners. Why isn't there any progress in the relationship between Luo Chen and me? While Luo Chen focused on developing his strength, Li Yifei was troubled by this emotional system. A year ago in the simulation, Li Yifei, out of reserve, made a pact with Luo Chen. To her utter surprise, after making the pact, Luo Chen actually stopped mentioning sleeping together. In the past year, the two of them had indeed only been going on ordinary dates and admiring flowers. And in the last few months, Luo Chen had gone out and not returned. It was as if he had forgotten he had a lover. Could it be that I have lost my appeal? Li Yifei couldn't help but wonder. But she still found it hard to accept. I am in the prime of my youth. How could I lose my appeal after just 1 year? Luo Chen had stayed with Li Jinyu for 2 years, and they even had a child. Yet with me he could maintain a respectful distance for an entire year. Could it be that I am inferior to Li Jinyu? She didn't know what strange thoughts were at work. After Luo Chen stopped mentioning sleeping together, Li Yifei instead became obsessed with the idea. And Luo Chen's growing coldness made her feel uneasy. This feeling was indescribable. It was a mix of jealousy, regret, resentment, and many other emotions. This made Li Yifei regret even more the so-called pact she had made with Luo Chen a year ago. I am also of age now. Oh, it's time to ask father to grant a marriage. Li Yifei felt she must take the initiative to break the deadlock instead of agonizing over whether Luo Chen still liked her. Why not directly ask father to grant a marriage and see Luo Chen's attitude? As long as Luo Chen agreed, she wouldn't have to worry anymore. You wrote a secret letter to Emperor Guangchang emphasizing that you were of age and should choose a suitable person for marriage. Please allow father to let me marry Luo Chen. Emperor Guangchang replied with only 6 words. Absurd, do not mention it again. How could father be like this? Does he want me to be a widow for life? If I miss Luo Chen, won't this life end up like the previous simulations with a miserable death and no children? In the midst of confusion about feelings and fear of the future, Li Yifei decided to confront Luo Chen directly and ask if he still liked her. You led your personal guards to Yuyang Prefecture and found Luo Chen, who was overseeing the construction of the city's defenses. You called Luo Chen to an empty mansion where only the 2 of you were and demanded angrily, "Why have you not mentioned sleeping with me for so long? What exactly do you take me for? The Prince of Zhao told you not to mention the matter of sleeping with her again. Do you still want to bring it up? You must bring it up even if it costs you your life. But what if mentioning it makes her unhappy? It's impossible for her to be unhappy. At most she'll just warn you not to mention it again. She won't even give you a severe warning, just a simple warning to stop bringing it up. Because this isn't a serious matter. Love has levels. Just mentioning it. Surely that can't get you Luo killed." These words suddenly echoed in Luo Chen's mind. So when the Prince of Zhao said not to mention it again, she meant not to mention it in the future. Is this right? This can't be right. Can the Prince of Zhao in this simulation be any more absurd? Luo Chen was genuinely baffled by the Prince of Zhao in the simulation. He had strictly followed the Prince of Zhao's instructions, yet he still ended up doing something wrong. Where could he even go to seek justice? Luo Chen almost began to wonder if he was becoming lovesick, as if he truly had a girlfriend in this simulation. This woman was too difficult to handle. But since the Prince of Zhao had already spoken to such an extent, even as a rigid-minded man, Luo Chen knew he should push the romantic plot forward. You said nothing more, choosing to prove yourself through actions. That night, both you and Li Yifei experienced growth. Congratulations. You have formed a partnership with the Prince of Zhao. Li Yifei. You have acquired the prosperous offspring buff for the next month. The probability of you 2 conceiving a child increases by 100. No way. The Qin Prince Li Jinyu had given the buff of imperial revival, and now this one gave the buff of abundant offspring. Did all the imperial princesses of the Li family pour their talents into childbirth? The old emperor wasn't dead yet, so she must not get pregnant. Although Luo Chen in the previous simulation with the Qin Prince had easily inherited the throne by making her pregnant, the current situation of the Zhao Prince was completely different from that of the Qin Prince. In that simulation, the Qin Prince remained firmly entrenched in the capital and never gave up the struggle for the throne. Though the Qin Prince's faction was weak, they still had supporters. But now the Zhao Prince had already disbanded her forces in the capital and had given up the throne competition over a year and a half ago. So if the Zhao Prince became pregnant before marriage now, it would simply be a disgrace to the royal family. Forget about seizing the great throne amidst the coming chaos of the world. She might not even be able to keep her current princely title. Moreover, their child would be adopted by the imperial princesses vying for the throne in the capital, becoming the next heir to the imperial seat. As for Luo Chen himself, he would naturally meet a miserable end, and the Zhao Prince would likely be ordered to commit suicide. After all, only then would the rival princesses in the capital feel at ease adopting their son. But I've only been with the Zhao Prince once, but shouldn't hit the mark on the first try. In the coming month, as long as we don't get intimate again, we can avoid this risk. Luo Chen thought to himself. He then directed his simulated self to immerse in work and temporarily avoid contact with the Zhao Prince. However, that was just his wishful thinking. He had barely arranged the day's work when Li Yifei forcibly inserted herself into his schedule that evening. Li Yifei found you and demanded that you enter the room with her. Meanwhile, at the Zhao Prince's residence, you experienced an unprecedented sensation. Both you and Luo Chen grew during that night. Is that it? I agonized over it for so long, and the heavenly Tao just dismissed it with a few words. I feel dizzy thinking I've been shortchanged. Li Yifei watched as the heavenly Tao, with just a few sentences and a couple of night scenery images, had resolved the act she had been agonizing over. This left her feeling very unsatisfied. This heavenly Tao, it always provided character portraits during city construction talent selection and heart-to-heart conversations. Even for grand spectacles, there were dynamic scenes, including the first time she and Luo Chen went to the restaurant to listen to music. That time, not only was the restaurant scene fully displayed, but even the music they would listen to in the future was played for a segment. So Li Yifei had always believed that if she and Luo Chen were to take things further, this heavenly Tao would also display corresponding images and scenes. That was why Li Yifei was extremely shy and couldn't bear to bring it up, because she truly lacked the courage to watch herself and Luo Chen in a compromising situation from a third-person perspective. It wasn't until Luo Chen's attitude toward their relationship grew hot and cold that she decided to push forward to the final step that skipped the heartbeat. and in the end a background and a paragraph of text dismissed her. If she had known it would be this easy, why had she been so awkward about it earlier? The feeling of sleeping with a man was nothing special after all. After Li Yifei resolved the matter that had been weighing on her mind, she finally devoted herself wholeheartedly to the construction of her fief. However, when she took over, she discovered that Luo Chen had spoiled her into a mere seal-stamping figurehead. All the affairs of the fief, big and small, required no effort from her. For every aspect, Luo Chen had arranged trustworthy and capable people to manage. The only thing she could do, it seemed, was to go on dates with Luo Chen and boost the happiness value between them. As a tragic puppet who had been sidelined in the previous simulation, and as the most ambitious second imperial princess, Li Yifei could not accept becoming a useless person who did nothing. However, the next moment, when Li Yifei saw the continuously rising tax revenue of the fief, the stalwart soldiers, and the diligent officials, and then thought of the group of useless nobles she had supported in the actual court, she decided it was best not to cause any trouble. Luo Chen is now mine in both body and soul. What Luo Chen does is what I do. Li Yifei gracefully accepted the current state. Luo Chen had been loyal in the previous simulation, and now that they were bound as husband and wife, she had even less reason to worry about loyalty. Luo Chen only needs to govern the fief well, and I will govern Luo Chen well. That night you found Luo Chen, and together you enhanced your happiness and reaped joy. Li Yifei's actions gradually returned to the usual pattern she had when she was competing with Li Jinyu for Luo Chen. But the content was somewhat opposite to the previous time. Previously, whenever there was something good, she would keep one for herself and give one to Luo Chen. But now Li Yifei would open the storehouse at Luo Chen's residence, and whatever she fancied, she would pack it all up and take it to the Zhao Prince's mansion. 2500 Tales of Gold. What's Luo Chen's is mine? Hundreds of precious antique porcelain pieces. What's Luo Chen's is mine? A master's calligraphy painting. Still mine. A luminous pearl. All mine. After emptying Luo Chen's private treasury in one go, Li Yifei suddenly noticed that her character's figure seemed a bit out of shape. As an imperial princess, Li Yifei cared deeply about her personal image. She maintained strict routines for diet and daily schedule. Yet at this moment she discovered that in the simulation her belly seemed to have gained a little weight. Why has my belly grown so much larger? Could I be ill? Li Yifei searched through the simulations for a physician. Yet the doctor's answer turned her face to sheer terror. In the early autumn of the 17th year of Guangchong, you felt slightly unwell and sought out a physician. After diagnosis, the physician declared that you were with child. This. Li Yifei's mind went blank. She and Luo Chen had only shared a bed twice, and yet she was already pregnant. Am I truly the emperor's biological daughter? Isn't our family known for having great difficulty conceiving? How did I get pregnant in just 2 encounters? Li Yifei reviewed previous simulations. Aside from her eldest sister Li Jinyu, who had borne twins, the Li family had scarcely managed to sustain 3 generations under one roof. She had assumed that even with Luo Chen it would take a long time before she could conceive. Perhaps like the emperor, she would strive for years and produce nothing. She had even prepared herself for the possibility of having no heir. But never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that merely 2 intimate encounters with Luo Chen would secure the continuation of her family line. Whether it was Luo Chen's robust constitution or her own fortunate destiny, she could not say. Regardless, she now had a child and an heir to carry on her lineage. A smile spread across Li Yifei's face. In her last simulation, she had lost the support of the court ministers due to having no offspring. This time let them say she was barren again if they dared. Remembering the scene of her betrayal and mockery by her maternal grandfather, Li Yifei felt an even deeper joy for her unborn child. As for whether she should feel ashamed or disgraced for being pregnant before marriage, Li Yifei considered such reputations to be hollow. If empty reputation mattered, she, the legitimate heir to the imperial throne, would not have been usurped by treacherous ministers in her previous simulation. I must raise this child to become a pillar of the state. I will never let them become arrogant and conceited like the children of Li Jinyu's family, who ultimately brought ruin upon their aunt and lost the nation through their own folly. Rather than end up with a wastrel like Li Huqing, who squandered the efforts of several generations of ancestors single-handedly, it would be better not to have children at all. With Li Jinyu as a cautionary tale, I must begin my child's education from the womb. Guqin, chess, calligraphy, and painting should all be cultivated now. With a child on the way, Li Yifei completely abandoned her duties in the state of Zhao. She devoted all her energy to prenatal education for her child. After carefully planning her regimen for the coming days, the next moment Li Yifei's expression changed. In the autumn of the 17th year of Guangchong, Emperor Guangchong, troubled by border threats, planned a tour of the northern provinces to inspect frontier defenses. Emperor Guangchong was expected to arrive in Yin province within a month, and the capital demanded that the Prince of Zhao make proper preparations to receive His Majesty. Reading these words, Li Yifei knew she was in deep trouble. Her belly was already slightly protruding, and in a month, it would surely be far more conspicuous. If her father caught sight of her condition, it would be tantamount to signing her own death warrant. The matter was too grave for her to decide alone. She immediately sought out Luo Chen within the simulation and asked him if he had any better solution. Li Yifei, her slight belly beginning to show, approached you and relayed the news that Emperor Guangchang planned to inspect Yin province within a month. Luo Chen, upon seeing that Emperor Guangchang was suddenly planning a border inspection, broke into a cold sweat. Just when you feared something most, it came to pass. If it were only Li Yifei's pregnancy, Luo Chen could have cleaned out the spies and kept the matter confidential, and the news might never have reached the capital. But the emperor coming in person was a completely different matter. Once Emperor Guangchang discovered their secret child, everything would be utterly ruined. Luo Chen pondered and realized he had to find a way to prevent his father-in-law from coming to Yin province. As long as he did not come, no one would discover the affair between himself and Li Yifei. With that thought, Luo Chen's gaze swept across the map once more. Soon Luo Chen's attention turned once more to the Xiongnu in the north. In recent years, the Xiongnu had remained subdued and made no southern raids for two main reasons. First, the Great Tang maintained normal trade with the Xiongnu, allowing them to exchange cattle, sheep, and horses for Tang grain and daily necessities through legitimate channels. Second, the Great Tang's national strength remained stable, and the Xiongnu were not yet at a point of starvation, so they had no reason to confront the Tang directly. In other words, as long as the Xiongnu's trade routes were completely severed, their currently stable way of life would lose its balance. Without Tang grain and daily necessities, supplies on the grasslands would inevitably grow scarce. Now was the autumn harvest season, precisely when large numbers of Xiongnu caravans came to purchase supplies. If he cut off their trade at this moment, the Xiongnu would surely be driven to desperation and cause trouble at the border. With a border crisis, the emperor would naturally be unable to proceed with his plan toward resolving the immediate dilemma. Although this approach would cause a significant drop in his commercial tax revenue, there was no point in thinking about making money if he did not survive to spend it. Once his decision was made, Luo Chen immediately ordered his subordinates to completely sever trade between Yin province and the Xiongnu. Moreover, Luo Chen dispatched cavalry to capture and plunder the Xiongnu trading caravans. Under Luo Chen's maneuvering, the Xiongnu flew into a furious rage. The great Chanyu of the Xiongnu, Moli Chanyu, accused the Great Tang of violating free trade and led the Xiongnu tribes in alliance with the Chang people to the northwest of the Tang, launching a joint attack against the Great Tang. The Xiongnu forces divided into 5 columns, simultaneously raiding Tang territories, including Yin province, Dai province, Liang province, and Ji province. The Great Tang border had not seen warfare in decades, although the court had issued warnings. The frontier troops were entirely unprepared for combat. Within a single month of Xiongnu attacks, 5 cities along the Dai province border were plundered, and 2 cities in Liang province were sacked. The Dai province army, led by the provincial governor, was lured out of the city by Xiongnu stratagems and ambushed, resulting in total annihilation. Although the veteran General Wei Shi commanded the Liang province front, insufficient preparations led to the loss of vast numbers of people and wealth to the Xiongnu. The garrison forces in Ji province held their ground and refused to sally forth, but their inability to venture outside the walls for the autumn harvest caused Ji province's grain output to plummet, likely requiring imperial relief efforts. Among all the border provinces, the only one that performed well was Yin province under Luo Chen. The Xiongnu left Wise King personally led 30,000 cavalry to besiege Yiyang prefecture, but the city's high walls and thick fortifications proved impenetrable. After half a month of siege, the Xiongnu gained nothing and suffered heavy casualties. Realizing they could not take the border city, the Xiongnu left Wise King planned to lead his forces around Yiyang prefecture and plunder other territories in Yin province. Luo Chen, prime minister of the state of Zhao, seized the moment of their withdrawal from the siege and personally led the Yuzhou Iron Cavalry in a surprise attack on the Xiongnu encampment. Caught between the Yuyang garrison and the Yuzhou cavalry in a pincer attack, the Xiongnu forces were decisively defeated. The Xiongnu left Wise King was struck by Luo Chen's arrow while fleeing and died on the spot. Meanwhile, Li Yifei never imagined that concealing her child would necessitate igniting a war between 2 nations. Now she felt not only indebted to Luo Chen and her father, but also guilty before her country. Had she shared a bed with Luo Chen a year ago, the child would have been born by now, and she needn't have worried about her father discovering her pregnancy. If not to conceal her physical condition, Luo Chen would not have resorted to such extreme strategies against the Hans. The Xiongnu's left virtuous king personally led 30,000 troops to besiege Yiyang prefecture. Yiyang sent a request for reinforcements. How will you respond? 1. Order them to hold firmly and prepare for a prolonged siege. 2. Delay the Xiongnu as long as possible, and this king will immediately dispatch reinforcements. As a prince who had once defended the border, Li Yifei had already learned the ferocity of these Xiongnu in previous simulations. These Xiongnu came like shadows and vanished like the wind. If she sent too few troops, they would prove no match. If she sent too many, they could not catch them, and would be picked off one by one during the pursuit. Thus in her nephew's earlier simulation, Li Yifei had virtually remained behind fortifications, never engaging the Xiongnu in open field battles. So when Yuyang requested aid, Li Yifei naturally ordered them to defend behind their city walls. If they could hold until the snow fell, the Xiongnu would retreat on their own. However, Luo Chen proposed a different view. Luo Chen believed that isolating Yuyang to defend alone might shake their morale, and the garrison might even open the city gates to surrender. Thus it was essential to reassure Yuyang that reinforcements would definitely arrive. Meanwhile, the Yenzhou Iron Cavalry would move into the outskirts of Yuyang, awaiting an opportunity. Yuyang is a vital city we have cultivated for a long time. It must not fall. Subsequently, Luo Chen led the Yuzhou Iron Cavalry out of the city, thundering toward Yuyang. Wait, the enemy has 30,000, and you're taking only 5,000 out. Li Yifei was now fully immersed in the future unfolding. Since it had all stemmed from her, she was already steeped in guilt and self-blame. Now Luo Chen was personally leading the cavalry to lift the siege of Yuyang, which only deepened her anguish. It was all because of her. If not for her, Luo Chen wouldn't have to risk his life. She knew his combat abilities all too well. In the previous simulation, he had handed over all military authority to her grandfather precisely because he was unskilled in leading troops. And now going to relieve the siege with 5,000 men, he was almost certainly courting death. How useless am I? Li Yifei bit her lip, despising her own lack of strength. But the next turn of the simulation developed in a direction she couldn't comprehend. Luo Chen led the cavalry in a surprise attack on the left virtuous king's camp. The left virtuous king had anticipated reinforcements and had stationed over 10,000 cavalry to intercept them. Yet Luo Chen, charging at the forefront, smashed through the Xiongnu formation with the Yenzhou Iron Cavalry. Seeing reinforcements arrive, the Yuyang garrison opened the city gates and sallied forth. Caught between Luo Chen and the Yuyang defenders, the Xiongnu army collapsed entirely, and the tribes scattered in flight. As the left virtuous king fled, Luo Chen caught up and killed him with a single arrow. Emperor Guangchang, upon learning that Luo Chen, the prime minister of Zhao, had distinguished himself in the defense against the Xiongnu, infected him as the Marquis of Chang'e. Luo Chen's military command improved, his leadership reached 99, and he acquired the trait Valiant Purple. Valiant under Luo Chen's fearless leadership, his soldiers' organization is greatly enhanced. As long as Luo Chen remains at the front, his troops will never waver. When did my Luo Chen become this formidable? Li Yifei's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. If Li Yifei remembered correctly, when Luo Chen first arrived at Yenzhou with her, his martial and leadership stats had both been just over 30, lower than her own. Yet while she was entangled in matters of love and pregnancy, Luo Chen had already become a military genius with leadership 99. This was even 3 points higher than her grandfather's. Even among 5-star ministers there were gaps. Was this the potential of her Luo Chen, full of promise? Li Yifei was now bursting with elation. The deeper her earlier guilt and worry, the greater her swelling pride now. A smug smile spread across her face. Luo Chen can fight, govern the state, and secure my lineage. I truly underestimated him before. Had I known he would become so formidable, I would have dragged him back to my mansion that day at the wine house. She had clearly been blind. Previously she had thought that this 5-star minister could only produce heirs with Li Jinyu. But now it was plain that Li Jinyu had held him back. Only with her could he truly unleash his potential. And the surprises Luo Chen brought her were far from over. After repelling the left virtuous king, he did not return to the city in triumph. Instead, he led his cavalry in relentless pursuit of the fleeing Xiongnu forces, riding 1,000 li in one breath and striking straight at the left virtuous king's royal city. In the winter of Guangchang's 17th year, Luo Chen launched a surprise assault on the royal city of the left virtuous king's tribe. After fierce fighting, Luo Chen captured over 700 princes, princesses, and nobles of the tribe, beheaded over 4,000 Xiongnu soldiers, and set fire to the left virtuous king's treasuries. Luo Chen achieved a great victory, utterly erasing the left virtuous king's tribe. Your army has been promoted. The Yenzhou Iron Cavalry has been promoted to the Yenzhou Leopard Tiger Elite Guard. After hearing of the great victory, Guangchang bestowed further honors upon Luo Chen, elevating him from Marquis of Chang'e to Marquis of Defeating the Barbarians. Meanwhile, the court appointed Luo Chen as the military governor of Yuzhou, overseeing all military and civil authority over the 16 prefectures of Yuzhou. Luo Chen returned victorious just before the heavy snow fell. Back in Yuzhou City, he came at once to check on your health. Confirming you were well, he proposed partaking in some activities that could increase your happiness. 1. Refuse by citing poor health. 2. Refuse by citing pregnancy. This fellow. After causing such a commotion, he still has the audacity to scheme against me. Li Yifei had been basking in pride over Luo Chen's achievements just a moment ago, but she never expected him to come straight to her for such pleasures upon his return. Logically, since he had rendered distinguished service, she ought to reward him. Yet she was now pregnant, and pregnant women could not engage in conjugal acts. Did he not know that? Luo Chen was so preoccupied with her. She wasn't sure whether to be pleased or annoyed. You refuse on the grounds of feeling unwell. But Luo Chen claims he has a method that won't harm the fetus and can still increase happiness. Li Yifei, what is this? I've never heard of it. After racking her brains in vain, she shook her head. Forget it, let him do as he pleases. You and Luo Chen enter the room. You acquire new knowledge. Happiness points 10. Happiness points 10. Your happiness points have reached the maximum. No further increase is possible. One must concede that the Empress possesses a unique advantage in elevating happiness points. If the sovereign were a man, Luo Chen could only restore his happiness points slowly through listening to music or leisurely outings. But with Li Yifei as a living battery, the happiness points Luo Chen had lost from prolonged labor and combat during the simulation could now be replenished with remarkable efficiency. Indeed, the happiness points he had exhausted in the war were fully restored within a few days, thanks to Li Yifei. The Hun's massive raid this time inflicted severe losses upon the Great Tang. Dozens of cities were plundered, regions such as Dai and Ji suffered autumn harvest failures due to the war, and the common people were displaced, requiring the imperial court to allocate funds for relief. No one had anticipated that the Hu people, who had long coexisted peacefully with the Great Tang, could unleash such devastating destruction. Emperor Guangchang now became increasingly convinced of the prophecy that the Hu would destroy the Tang. At the end of the 17th year of Guangchang's reign, to counter the threat of the northern Hu tribes, Emperor Guangchang resolved to stockpile provisions throughout the 18th year. Then in the spring of the 19th year, when the northern grasslands horses were leanest and the people most weary, he would launch a northern expedition. After the court deliberation, the 7th princess, Prince Ning Li Minglan, requested to be in theft to a frontier province, vowing to guard the border for her father and the Great Tang. Emperor Guangchang granted her request. Prince Ning was in theft to Dai Prefecture, receiving 3 commanderies, and was temporarily placed in command of the Dai troops tasked with defending against the Huns alongside Yin Prefecture. Luo Chen was promoted from Yin Prefecture military supervisor to Yinji commander-in-chief, responsible for the recruitment, training, and command of all troops in Yin and Ji prefectures. Prince Zhao was temporarily appointed Yinji transport commissioner, in charge of transporting, storing, and inspecting the grain and military supplies prepared by the court. After Emperor Guangchang's decree was issued, the controllable troop count on Luo Chen's interface rapidly increased. From originally having only 2 troop tokens, Luo Chen suddenly expanded to 12. A standard guard consisted of 5,600 men. 12 guards meant over 70,000 troops. Counting auxiliary soldiers such as grooms, cooks, medics, and craftsmen, Luo Chen could now command a force of 100,000 soldiers, a true grand general. Indeed, turbulent times are the swiftest crucible for heroes. On the other side, Prince Zhao Li Yifei watched as Luo Chen's noble rank rose higher and his power grew greater, even surpassing her own strength as Prince Zhao. Li Yifei's heart grew increasingly uneasy. At first she was delighted by Luo Chen's growing power, but as he continued to strengthen, her sense of security dwindled. She constantly feared that one day Luo Chen would betray her and abandon her, or perhaps deem her useless, overthrow her outright, and lord over her. This was not Li Yifei being suspicious without cause. It was the immense psychological shadow left by her grandfather's usurpation in the previous simulation. Even though in that simulation Luo Chen had remained loyal to her until his death, yet that might have been because Luo Chen never had the opportunity to rebel. Just then the heavenly Tao flashed a message granting Li Yifei a sliver of reassurance. In the summer of the 18th year, Prince Zhao's household gained a new member. You have given birth to your first son with Luo Chen. Please name your child. Now that I have a child, even if Luo Chen usurps the throne, this estate will eventually be inherited by my own son. No matter what, my son is destined for greatness. So be it. Name the child Zhongxiao, so that no matter what happens he will never forget his old mother, his beautiful mother. You have successfully named your child Li Zhongxiao. Li Zhongxiao, 4-star prodigy. Identity: heir of Prince Zhao. Father Luo Chen. Mother Li Yifei. Military 0. Leadership 0. Intelligence 99. Artistry 62. Charisma 0. Ambition undisclosed. Moral. Character traits: a tiger father has no dog sons. Prestigious lineage. A tiger father has no dog sons inherits the highest attribute from each parent. Prestigious lineage: develop other attributes before age 6 to potentially increase the star rating cap. Our eldest son was born a 4-star prodigy and even came with 2 traits. I don't have a single trait myself, and even Luo Chen is formidable as he only has 2. And this isn't even his final limit. With further nurturing, he can become even more exceptional. Li Yifei suddenly found a new purpose in life. Even if Luo Chen eventually turns the tables on me, while he forges his career on the battlefield, I can stay home and cultivate the next generation. With a 4-star card coming so easily, why waste effort recruiting talent? Self-sufficiency is the way. Both Luo Chen and I are 5-star, our children will be at least 4-star. If it weren't for the fact that the emperor would personally lead the northern expedition half a year later, Li Yifei would have wanted to drag Luo Chen back to the chamber right now and have more children. Luo Chen, unaware of Li Yifei's fierce ambitions, still vaguely felt a dull ache in his lower back. Rubbing his sore waist, he leaned against the wooden window of the temple and continued the simulation. The emperor's personal expedition was a golden opportunity for merit and achievement. If he could be appointed general of the Northern Front commanding over 100,000 troops with Yin Prefecture as his base, he might even be able to seize the throne by force during the succession struggle in the capital. Thus this battle must be fought brilliantly, and he must earn the greatest credit. In autumn of the 18th year, the Huns learned that the imperial court was amassing supplies and troops in the north, planning to attack the grasslands the following year. Consequently, the various Han tribes launched raids and harassment along the border, attempting to disrupt the Great Tang's northern economy, undermine military deployments, and plunder more resources to bring back to the grasslands. The Han right-wise king captured Pingqing Prefecture, launching the main assault on Dai Prefecture. The Han left Luli King harassed Yin Prefecture, pinning down the main Yin forces. The Han Chanyu attacked Liang Prefecture, raiding the northwestern plains of the Great Tang. The Han right Luli King showed no movement. It seems the Huns are not without intelligence. They knew that Yin Prefecture was best prepared for war, so this time, they did not commit large forces to attack the well-fortified Yin. Instead, they diverted most of their troops to Dai and Liang, which had been heavily ravaged in the previous war. However, in the past half-year, Dai Prefecture had received substantial reinforcements from the court, now boasting over 100,000 troops well-equipped and strong. As long as Prince Ning held firm, the mere right-wise king of the Huns would never be able to capture it. Now it was up to Prince Ning's strategy. Luo Chen waited patiently. Soon the battle reports from Prince Ning arrived in the simulation. Upon learning of the Han invasion, Prince Ning swore to avenge the civilians and soldiers who had died in Dai Prefecture the previous year. She would not only exalt the Great Tang's national pride, but also force the Huns to pay blood for blood. Prince Ning personally led 100,000 troops against the Huns. The Han forces crumbled before her main army, and she achieved consecutive victories. Judging the Han right-wise king to be weak and vulnerable, Prince Ning led light cavalry in pursuit to Pingqing Prefecture, becoming separated from the infantry main force. Just as she established her command post in Pingqing and planned to counterattack into the grasslands, the Han right Luli King commanding 100,000 cavalry joined forces with the right-wise king totaling 200,000 and besieged Prince Ning in Pingqing Prefecture. Pingqing had been ravaged by the Huns the previous year, devoid of grain and supplies. Prince Ning's troops were low on food, both men and horses exhausted, unable to break the siege, and forced to seek aid from the court and Luo Chen. Prince Ning was besieged in Pingqing and sent a plea for aid. As the governor of Yinji, how would you respond? First, conserve your military strength and leave the prince's rescue to the imperial court. Second, dispatch a portion of reinforcements to assist, ensuring you have done your utmost regardless of the outcome. Third, personally lead the main army to the rescue, a move that could very likely result in your entire force being annihilated. Prince Ning, that young woman, was truly a pampered noble lady. Though she was determined to fight the Xiongnu to the death and achieve great merit, she failed to gauge her own strength. The Xiongnu excelled at mounted guerrilla warfare, scattering when facing strong opposition and converging on the weak. They never engaged in a battle they were unsure of winning. To counter such an enemy, one must either advance step by step, linking camps and fortifying positions to leave no opening, or use one's own mobile forces to actively intercept and attack, fighting fire with fire. A reckless tactic like Prince Ning's charging headlong at every opportunity would inevitably end in a siege like Liu Bang's at Baiding. Honestly, the prince's misfortune was entirely self-inflicted. Luo Chen had no obligation to intervene, and doing so might not yield any benefits. However, Prince Ning and the Daizhou army were also key forces for the northern expedition next year. Allowing Prince Ning's complete defeat could very likely lead to the cancellation of the spring northern expedition due to inadequate preparations. If the expedition was delayed, Emperor Guangchong would die by the year after next at the latest, and he would lose his chance to continue profiting. Therefore, Prince Ning had to be saved. Luo Chen personally led the Yinzhou Leopard Elite Guards and 30,000 iron cavalry into the grasslands, then advanced towards Daizhou from that direction. When the Xiongnu outside Pingqing learned of the Yinzhou reinforcements, they ordered the left Luli King to cut off the Yinzhou army's retreat and launch a pincer attack. Meanwhile, they arrayed their forces along the Baitou River outside Pingqing to block the crossing. Luo Chen stationed his main force of 30,000 cavalry on the north bank, while he personally led 5,000 Leopard Elite Guards to cross the river 40 kilometers upstream. The next afternoon, the main Yinzhou army challenged the enemy at the river, and the Xiongnu dispatched 60,000 troops to confront them from the opposite bank. As dusk approached, Luo Chen suddenly appeared from the west with 3,000 heavy cavalry, launching a fierce assault on the Xiongnu's rear, trampling their camps. Luo Chen led 3,000 men charging into the vast sea of 60,000 Xiongnu. Because he attacked from the west with the setting sun at his back, the Xiongnu were blinded and dared not engage their formations, falling into chaos. The chaos lasted until dusk when the right Luli king, seeing Luo Chen's small numbers, personally led elite horsemen to counterattack. Luo Chen feigned defeat, retreating while fighting, and the Xiongnu pursued in disarray, stretching their formation over 10 miles. Then the 2,000 elite cavalry Luo Chen had ambushed along the route struck, cutting the Xiongnu pursuit force in two. Luo Chen turned his troops around and charged, splitting the Xiongnu formation into 3 parts, throwing their command into chaos. Seeing his command collapse, the right Luli king fled with his personal guards. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Xiongnu's loss of leadership, the main Yanzhou army across the river crossed and routed the Xiongnu forces defending the riverbank. The Xiongnu on the Baituo riverbank collapsed, tearing a gap in the siege lines around Pingxing. The exhausted Daizhou army inside immediately broke out in full force, but Prince Ning sprained her ankle during the escape and was left behind in the city. Upon learning this, Luo Chen rode alone into the city and amidst the pursuing Xiongnu soldiers retrieved the injured Prince Ning. He placed her on his horse, wielded his lance, slew dozens of enemies, and successfully charged out of Pingxing. Then under the cover of night, Luo Chen took Prince Ning Li Minglan and the Yanzhou army south, withdrawing to Daizhou prefecture. The Xiongnu, fearing Luo Chen had set up an ambush, dared not pursue. After this battle, Luo Chen's name resounded across the land. Congratulations, host, on achieving the accomplishment obtaining the 5-star gold trait, Single-Handed Rescue of a Beauty. Single-Handed Rescue of a Beauty. This trait triggers when the host is surrounded only by the host and female companions with no allies present, only enemies. Upon triggering, the host's luck increases by 500, dodge rate increases by 99. 9. The host becomes immune to poison gas, toxins, and other chemical or biological damage, and the host's stamina and endurance increase by 700. Single-Handed Rescue of a Beauty. My ass. Zhao Zilong rescued his lord, and I'm rescuing a beauty, huh? Well, to be fair, this trait does seem pretty powerful, but the trigger conditions are just too difficult. At Daizhou Prefecture, Prince Ning, grateful for your life-saving grace, personally hosted a banquet in your honor. After the banquet, Prince Ning sought you out alone and asked you some personal questions. General Luo, I see you are still unmarried. Do you have any existing betrothal? I know many young ladies of marriageable age and could introduce some to you. Please choose your response. First, I currently have no betrothal or beloved, but I do not wish to settle down at this time. Thank you for your kindness, your highness. Second, I already have a son with Prince Zhao. Third, answer on your own. Luo Chen wondered if the system had gone mad. It had actually presented such a suicidal second option. His relationship with Prince Zhao was a secret that couldn't survive exposure. It absolutely couldn't be mentioned. You told Prince Ning that you had no one you loved, but official duties were too pressing to consider marriage. When the report of Luo Chen's victory against the Xiongnu siege reached the capital, Emperor Guangchang was overjoyed and immediately granted Luo Chen an additional fief of 1,000 households. He then decreed that Prince Ning be betrothed to Luo Chen. He summoned Luo Chen to be the imperial consort. Upon hearing this news, you immediately met with Prince Zhao to discuss countermeasures. Seeing this simulation text, Luo Chen's mouth fell open and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Has the old emperor lost his mind? Why is he betrothing me to someone, and of all people Prince Ning? Isn't he just stirring up trouble? On the other side, Li Yifei was also stunned. She already had a child with him, and now her husband was going to run off with someone else. And her father was too biased. When she had sought the betrothal, it was refused. Yet her father directly granted Prince Ning the marriage. Li Yifei retorted, "You are my chancellor. If a betrothal was to be granted, it should have been to me." Luo Chen was speechless at Prince Zhao's strange way of thinking. This wasn't the time to argue about who it was granted to. However, Luo Chen figured out why Emperor Guangchang had granted him this marriage. The only answer was that his merit overshadowed the sovereign. As a general commanding numerous troops, and a bachelor at that, a man like him was an extremely unstable factor. Having no family ties for the royal family to hold over him, he could betray the current emperor at any moment in a crisis. But betrothing Prince Ning to him changed everything. From then on, Luo Chen would become a royal relative. He would become part of the imperial war machine. Moreover, according to the principle that imperial consorts of all dynasties could not interfere in politics, Luo Chen could forever only be a military general, never an official in the capital. This way, he would be both won over and prevented from interfering in state affairs. As for why the emperor didn't betroth him to Prince Zhao, the answer was simple. Prince Zhao's maternal grandfather's power was too strong. Luo Chen explained, "The Duke of Ying is a representative of the founding heroes in the capital, and I am a general commanding troops. If the emperor betrothed you to me, the Duke of Ying would have both civil officials and military generals at his disposal. It would be anyone's guess whose name this empire would bear in the future. Therefore, Emperor Guangchang could never agree to us being together." Li Yifei was furious upon hearing this and complained, "Why don't my grandfather and uncles just die already? Utterly filial, my dear family." Li Yifei's mind was filled with nothing but impossible thoughts. Her suggestions naturally could not help Luo Chen at all. Luo Chen looked through the previous simulation content, and when he saw the system asking him whether he should confess to Prince Ning, a sudden flash of inspiration struck his mind. I understand. The key to breaking this situation lies neither with me nor with the Emperor. The only variable that can change the situation is Prince Ning Li Minglan. So Luo Chen replied to Li Yifei in the simulation. If I refuse the imperial decree, that would be defiance, and the Emperor has 10,000 ways to kill me. But we can ask Prince Ning to refuse. Prince Ning is the Emperor's own daughter and also one of the important commanders in charge of the frontline campaigns. She naturally cannot be punished by His Majesty. Moreover, Prince Ning owes me a life. Let's go to her, confess our situation, and ask her to help us refuse together. Li Yifei questioned, but will she really help us? We are all frontier princes and princesses. In the future, we will never be on the same path as the heir in the capital. Helping each other is beneficial to all of us. After confirming the strategy with Li Yifei, Luo Chen immediately went to visit Prince Ning Li Minglan. You personally went to Daizhou Prefecture and found Prince Ning. Li Minglan was very delighted by your arrival. She dressed in a red outfit to personally receive you, looking forward to meeting you. What will you do in response? 1. Confess to her your relationship with Prince Zhao and ask her to call off the engagement. 2. Compliment Prince Ning on her heavenly beauty and invite her for a boat ride to admire flowers. 3. Confess to her your relationship with Prince Zhao, and if she doesn't mind, we can come together to form a big family. But Luo Chen did not want to waste such a precious simulation opportunity on playing tricks. He directly explained the purpose of his visit to Prince Ning. Facing Prince Ning in her splendid attire, you remained unperturbed and said seriously, Your Highness Prince Ning, I have come today for only one matter. I beg your Highness to go to the Emperor and ask him to withdraw the marriage contract between us. Upon hearing this, Prince Ning's originally joyful little face turned pale instantly. She was stunned for a moment, then asked you in a trembling voice, Lord Luo, do you look down on me? You shook your head and revealed the hidden truth. Your Highness Prince Ning, I have long been in love with Prince Zhao Li Yifei. We have been together for over 3 years. I never made it public because I feared the Emperor's suspicion. Now, since Prince Zhao and I already have a son, I naturally cannot fulfill the marriage contract with your Highness. Please understand, your Highness. Prince Zhao and I will surely repay you generously in the future. Upon hearing this, Prince Ning's expression was complex, her eyes filled with disappointment and desolation. She asked some questions about the past of your relationship. After asking how you met and how you got together, she let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, she asked you a question. If I had entered your heart one step ahead of second sister, would you consider being with me? Please choose your answer. 1. Impossible. I have never had romantic feelings for your Highness. 2. Possible. Who can say for sure about feelings? 3. Certainly. Your Highness Prince Ning is so outstanding, countless men in the world dream of you. If I had not already given my heart to Prince Zhao, I would surely be captivated by your charm. Could it be that Prince Ning likes me? Luo Chen thought of one of the 3 great illusions of life. She likes me. Judging from the facts, he had indeed performed a heroic rescue, so it was possible. However, it was more likely that Prince Ning, feeling upset after being rejected, was simply seeking some psychological comfort. But regardless of the reason, since he was asking for a favor, it was better to speak pleasantly. So Luo Chen chose option 3. If I had met your Highness first, I would naturally have been enchanted by you. It's just a pity that there is no if in the world. Winter of the 18th year of Guangchong. The northern Xiongnu retreated back to the grasslands. Prince Ning Li Minglan publicly announced to the court that she did not wish to marry the Marquis of defeating the enemy. The reason for calling off the marriage was, with the Xiongnu not yet destroyed, how can I dwell on family matters? Upon receiving the reply, Emperor Guangchong flew into a rage before the court officials, scolding Prince Ning Li Minglan for being unfilial and wanting to order her back to the capital for reflection. However, this move was strongly opposed by the ministers in the capital. Prince Wei, Prince Qin, and other princes also submitted joint petitions in opposition. The border is in turmoil now. The northern Xiongnu are eyeing us covetously and may raid south at any time. Moreover, the court's northern expedition is imminent. The grain and military supplies prepared by the court have already arrived in Daizhou. If any mistake occurs, all efforts will be wasted. We must not change the commander on the eve of battle. Please order Prince Ning to atone for her crime through meritorious service. Everyone in the capital is a cunning fox. Although they talk about the nation, they are actually afraid that Prince Ning with military power will return and take their positions. Under the persuasion of his ministers, Emperor Guangchong ordered Prince Ning to atone for her crime through merit, postponing the punishment for breaking the engagement until after the northern expedition. At the same time, to compensate Luo Chen for his loss, Emperor Guangchong promised to personally arrange a marriage for Luo Chen after the northern expedition. The old emperor was still thinking about grasping his weakness. But Luo Chen no longer cared. Because time had come to the 19th year of Guangchong, and Emperor Guangchong's lifespan was not far from its end. Spring of the 19th year of Guangchong. Emperor Guangchang appointed Prince Wei as the crown prince to oversee the state and ordered Prince Qin to assist in governance. Emperor Guangchang personally led the Divine Strategy Army of the capital, and the left and right Leopard Elite guards a total of 150 elite armored soldiers northward to punish the Xiongnu. The Emperor Guangchang will arrive in Yinzhou City within half a month. Please prepare for his reception. As the imperial father's visit drew near, Li Yifei felt both nervous and guilty. If her father had come a year earlier, she would have been doomed. Fortunately, Li Zhongxiao had already been born, so she no longer feared being caught in adultery. In short, she must first send Zhongxiao to a safe place and arrange for trusted attendants to care for him. Meanwhile, she would devote all her efforts to welcoming the emperor. Half a month later, Emperor Guangchang arrived at Yinzhou Prefecture with a grand army. He dined with the Prince of Zhao and Li Yifei at the Zhao prince's residence. After the meal, the emperor dismissed the others, took out the letter Li Yifei had sent 3 years ago proposing marriage, and placed it on the table. Emperor Guangchang tapped the letter with a stern expression and asked what it meant. He questioned whether Li Yifei had been meddling in the 7th princess's refusal to marry Luo Chen. What exactly is the relationship between you and Luo Chen now? Tell me clearly every detail. Please choose your answer. 1. Freedom of love, answer truthfully. 2. First admit the authenticity of the letter, then explain that you have already cut ties with Luo Chen. Her father's approach was indeed menacing. Even though she was separated by the simulation, Li Yifei was already drenched in cold sweat, just from the emperor's interrogative text and images. She wished she could slap herself twice. She had truly lost her mind earlier, going to propose to her father just to test Luo Chen's feelings. This was a heavenly revelation, and she should have treated every step with utmost seriousness. What should she say now? She couldn't possibly confess to her father, could she? That would be certain death. Father, I once admired Luo Chen's abilities, but he was unmoved by emotions and devoted himself wholly to official duties. That is why I sought the imperial marriage decree. Now, seeing the hardships of the northern people and the threats from all sides, I have set aside those thoughts and wish only to focus on serving the empire. As for why Prince Ning refuses to marry Lord Luo, I believe it is for the same reason. With great enemies at the doorstep, how can one indulge in matters of romance? Emperor Guangchang looked at Li Yifei for a moment, then broke into a smile. You are all grown up, now each with your own thoughts. I wanted the 7th princess to bear a child and send it to the capital, but she would rather die than comply. Coupled with your previous mention of marrying Luo Chen, I thought you and Luo Chen were already together and that you might have had a child by now. It seems I was mistaken. Alas, heaven does not favor the Li Tang. Now that neither of you has offspring, Li Yifei, whom do you think should be appointed as heir? Li Yifei dared not answer this question. It was a death trap. As a prince stationed far from the capital, any discussion of such a topic could be construed as meddling in state affairs. Even if it were her own father, she had to maintain proper boundaries. She knew well what to say and what not to say. After all, being with the emperor was like being with a tiger. The emperor was far more dangerous than a tiger. While a tiger would not eat its own cubs, many imperial sons had been killed by their father. Your son dares not have any opinion. I will abide by my father's decision. Summer of the 19th year of Emperor Guangchang's reign. The Great Tang launched a 4-pronged campaign against the Xiongnu. The western garrison general marched from Liangzhou to subdue the Chang people, tying down the Xiongnu's allies. Prince Ning Li Minglan marched from Daizhou to attack the Xiongnu, right-wise king. Governor of Yinji Luo Chen led his troops from Yuyang to attack the left and right Gulic kings. Emperor Guangchang and the Prince of Zhao personally led the empire's elite forces south of the Gobi Desert to seek a decisive battle with the Xiongnu Chanyu. Half a month later, Governor Luo Chen, without infantry, personally led 20,000 cavalry deep into the desert, advancing northward for over 1,000 li. They then encountered the recuperating left and right Gulic kings in a river valley. The left and right Gulic kings had never imagined that Tang troops would penetrate 1,000 li to find their resting valley. Thus they were caught off guard and had no forewarning of Luo Chen's attack. After a fierce battle, Luo Chen slew the Xiongnu left Gulic king and right Gulic king, captured the Xiongnu prince chancellor and commandant, and annihilated over 30,000 Xiongnu soldiers. Luo Chen then set fire to the Xiongnu's grain, livestock, and dwellings. From then on, he earned the title Scourge of the Xiongnu across the grasslands. Luo Chen acquired the trait Raising the Court and Sweeping the Lair. Raising the Court and Sweeping the Lair, the host now has complete mastery of the desert grasslands. He can clearly perceive all Xiongnu deployments, and the fog of war over the steppe has been completely dispelled. After Luo Chen defeated the left and right Gulic kings, the map of the grasslands became like an open cheat sheet. The locations of every Xiongnu tribal court were fully displayed on Luo Chen's map. Not only that, he could not only see the positions of Xiongnu units, but also the weather conditions over the desert. For instance, Emperor Guangchang's current position was very close to the Xiongnu Chanyu. The Xiongnu Chanyu had set up a pocket formation waiting for Emperor Guangchang to enter. Meanwhile, Emperor Guangchang had laid an even larger trap, preparing to counter-encircle the Chanyu. But neither the Xiongnu Chanyu nor the emperor, who was as brilliant as a military god, had noticed a massive sandstorm advancing rapidly from several hundred li away. Meanwhile, Prince Ning Li Minglin failed to locate the right wise king's main force. Emperor Guangchang discovered the Xiongnu Chanyu's position and ordered Prince Ning to join him for a decisive battle against the Chanyu. Upon learning of the arrival of the main Tang army, the Xiongnu Chanyu voluntarily retreated. Emperor Guangchang judged that the Xiongnu were deliberately luring him and decided to play along and entice the enemy. He personally led a light cavalry charge while ordering Prince Ning and the rear forces to outflank and surround the Xiongnu Chanyu. Emperor Guangchang and the Xiongnu Chanyu clashed south of the Gobi Desert, with both sides deploying their troops into the melee according to plan. However, just as Prince Ning was about to complete the final encirclement of the Xiongnu Chanyu, a violent sandstorm suddenly swept across the battlefield, reducing visibility to less than 10 paces. Emperor Guangchang was thrown from his horse by the wind during the sandstorm and unfortunately injured. The Xiongnu, more adapted to sandstorm conditions, maintained a degree of combat effectiveness, using whistling arrows and bone whistles. Under the command of the Xiongnu Chanyu, the various Xiongnu tribes continued to press toward the center where Emperor Guangchang was located. Emperor Guangchang's imperial guard fought desperately, but due to the loss of command, the Xiongnu still managed to close within 10 paces. At this critical moment, Luo Chen's Yanzhou army suddenly emerged from behind the Xiongnu. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the Xiongnu Chanyu broke through with his elite cavalry and fled, while the Xiongnu forces scattered in defeat. Luo Chen pursued for 100 li, slaying 19,000 men and capturing the Xiongnu Chanyu alive. Upon hearing Luo Chen's battle report, Emperor Guangchang summoned Prince Ning and the Prince of Zhao and remarked with emotion, "Luo Chen's military prowess far surpasses that of the court's generals. Even I feel inferior to him." The Guangchang emperor, whose leg was injured and thus impeded his movement, summoned you and Prince Ning before him, praising Luo Chen's abilities in your presence. I never expected that even father would hold Luo Chen in such high regard. Is there anyone in our great Tang who can compare to Luo Chen? Li Yifei felt a surge of pride and pleasure. In her eyes, her father was a lofty, godlike figure of unparalleled greatness. Now that the emperor who had founded the dynasty also acknowledged Luo Chen, it proved that her decision to favor him was utterly correct. Even father had failed to recognize such talent, yet I discovered it myself. Doesn't this only further demonstrate my keen eye for talent? However, before she could delight for more than 2 minutes, the Guangchang emperor, who had just been lavishing praise on Luo Chen, suddenly shifted his tone, his expression turning troubled. But Luo Chen's achievements are now so abundant that no one in the entire realm wields greater influence than he does. Those whose merits can rival Luo Chen's are not as young and promising as he is. This young man will surely become a grave threat to our great Tang in the future. I feel my days are numbered, and I care not for my reputation any longer. Let me be the villain. Prince Zhao set up an ambush in the camp. When Luo Chen returns to report on his mission, lead your men to slay him within the encampment. Please make your choice. 1. Obey your father's command and have Luo Chen executed within the camp. 2. Refuse your father's command. Li Yifei was astonished. To be honest, she had never imagined that Luo Chen had grown so powerful that even her father felt threatened. Ever since the founding of the dynasty, her father, always benevolent and lenient, now intended to directly slay a meritorious minister. Yet Li Yifei's resolve was even firmer than her father's desire to kill Luo Chen. Without any hesitation, she refused the imperial command. You tell the Guangchang emperor that killing meritorious ministers is a violation of heavenly principles. Our great Tang is blessed with abundant talent. Why resort to such a despicable measure? The Guangchang emperor turns to Prince Ning. Since Prince Zhao is unwilling to act, then you shall do it. Prince Ning lowers his head and says, Father, I cannot bring myself to do it either. Moreover, this matter must be decided by big sister. With that, Prince Ning Li Minglin looks at you. Seeing this, Li Yifei hardened her heart and decided to lay all her cards on the table with her father. If her father insisted on executing Luo Chen, then she would die together with him. You fall to your knees with a thud and confess to the Guangchang emperor. Father, I, your unworthy daughter, actually bore a son with Luo Chen 2 years ago. I truly cannot bring myself to kill Luo Chen. I beg you to rescind your command. If you insist on this course, then please have me killed as well. You have a son, no? A glimmer of surprise flashes across the Guangchang emperor's face. But soon the joy on his face is replaced by worry again. This makes it even worse. Luo Chen is so young, and now he holds the imperial grandson in his hands. If he plots to usurp the throne in the future, who could stop him? Yifei Minglin, you sisters are no match for Luo Chen. Our family's dynasty will inevitably fall into that young man's hands. He will later take several more consorts, and the throne will never pass to my imperial grandson. Here's the deal, Yifei, kill Luo Chen, and I will let you succeed me as emperor. Prince Ning remains silent, looking at you with an unchanged expression. The word succeed stunned Li Yifei for a moment. But soon her gaze grew resolute once more, as her father said Luo Chen might betray her in the future. But she was willing to gamble, willing to bet that Luo Chen would not be false to her. You state firmly, I cannot do it. If you want me to kill my husband, you might as well sentence me to death. As for the imperial grandson, I long ago sent trusted men to hide him away. If Luo Chen and I die, he will live as an ordinary commoner. Stung by your threat, the Guangchong emperor props himself up and sits upright. He raises his hand and points at you, raging, "You unfilial daughter. Do you think I dare not? You rebellious girl. Guards! Guards!" The Guangchong emperor, consumed by rage, cannot finish the words. Guards seize her. Then suddenly the Guangchong emperor spits blood and passes away. In the autumn of the 19th year of Guangchong, the Guangchong emperor died on his return journey from the northern expedition. Oh, father is dead. Seeing that her father had been directly angered to death by her own words, Li Yifei felt a sense of bewilderment. But soon joy welled up in her heart. With father gone, no one would come between her and Luo Chen any longer. News of the Guangchong emperor's death reached the capital. Prince Qin, upon hearing it, attempted to launch a coup, but was exposed beforehand. Prince Wei, together with the other princes, thwarted Prince Qin's scheme. Prince Qin's coup failed, and he drank poison wine, dying. Prince Wei Li Wanyun declared herself emperor in the capital. As soon as Prince Wei ascended the throne, a grand academician immediately accused Prince Zhao and Prince Ning of failing to care for the late emperor, causing him to die from overwork. Some ministers also argued that Prince Zhao had deliberately murdered His Majesty in an attempt to usurp the throne. However, the new emperor Li Wanyun discerned right from wrong, deeming all of this mere rumor. To determine whether Prince Zhao and Prince Ning harbored rebellious intentions, summoned them and all their subordinates to the capital for interrogation. Will you go to the capital? Li Yifei had not expected that just as one crisis passed, another would arise. Was this capital a place she could safely go? Yet if she refused to go, would that not confirm the suspicion of rebellion? Li Yifei immediately sought out Luo Chen and Li Minglin to discuss the countermeasures. After listening Luo Chen's side, the birds are gone, the good bough is put away, the cunning rabbits are dead, the hounds are boiled. Now that the threat from the northern Huns is gone, the court not only fails to reward our merits, but instead seeks to eliminate us. Once we go to the capital, our lives and deaths will be entirely in their hands. Prince Wei Li Wanyun is far inferior to the late emperor. To attack one's own kin like this. Luo Chen was still unaware that he had missed a golden opportunity. If he had died, Li Yifei would have ascended the throne. But the Prince of Qin, Li Jinyu, who should have stirred the realm, had failed in his coup. Therefore they should take advantage of Prince Wei's unstable foothold and stage an armed petition. Otherwise it would be much harder to succeed later. Li Yifei's face was full of worry. We have just finished the northern expedition. The army is exhausted and weary. Moreover, to rebel actively would confirm the charge of murdering our father. No one would support a traitor who killed his own father. Our chances of success would be infinitely small. Second sister, from now on you owe me. While Luo Chen and the others were pondering their next move, Prince Ning threw out a cryptic remark and turned away. The next day, Prince Ning set out southward for the capital first. However, on the way to the capital, Prince Ning was assassinated. Before dying, he sent a trusted follower to break out and deliver a message. The murderer is Li Wanyun. The northern expedition soldiers have worked hard and achieved great merit, but the new emperor is stingy with rewards and thus plotted to ambush and kill the meritorious generals. Second sister, do not go to the capital. As soon as Prince Ning's suicide letter was circulated, it stirred a massive uproar. All the generals who had participated in the northern expedition began to ponder. As the saying goes, a new ruler brings new favorites. Would the current emperor still recognize the merits they had earned alongside the late emperor on the grasslands? After all their campaigns in the north, would they be left with nothing? Although Prince Wei had promised to reward the meritorious officials of the northern expedition according to their contributions, it was well known that Prince Wei valued civil officials over military generals. Now that Prince Wei had even assassinated his own sister, could he be trusted to treat them, the meritorious military generals, with kindness? The imperial court had yet to uncover the truth behind Prince Ning's assassination, but seeds of doubt had already been planted in everyone's hearts. Seizing this opportunity, how would you act? Luo Chen had never expected Prince Ning to be so resolute, willing to sacrifice himself in a single move, dragging Prince Wei down with his own life. Prince Ning's act was akin to Pang Tong in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, deliberately seeking death to create a pretext for Liu Bei to conquer Shu. Prince Ning was a man of integrity. Since Prince Ning had sacrificed himself, Luo Chen's side must not let his efforts go to waste. He would immediately issue a manifesto to avenge Prince Ning. After consulting with Prince Zhao, Yu decided to raise an army in rebellion, while Prince Wei had just ascended the throne and the realm was still unstable. In the manifesto, Prince Zhao accused Prince Wei of being fatuous and manipulated by treacherous ministers. The late emperor's corpse was not yet cold, yet Prince Wei was already harming his own kin. He first framed Prince Qin on trumped-up charges of rebellion, then lured Prince Ning to his death under the guise of a summons. Such actions not only chilled the hearts of all meritorious officials, but also eroded the foundation of the state, with the collapse of rights and morality. Prince Zhao declared that the treacherous ministers sitting in the capital had contributed nothing yet sought to strip him of his northern expedition achievements. If Prince Zhao had truly intended to rebel, he could have forged an imperial edict and proclaimed himself ruler when the late emperor passed away rather than escorting the late emperor's remains back to the capital and allowing Prince Wei to ascend the throne. Prince Zhao Li Yifei, the second daughter of the late emperor, had always abided by her duties and guarded her fiefdom with confidence. Yet unfortunately, she was forced by the fatuous ruler and treacherous ministers in the capital to rise in arms. Prince Zhao emphasized that her uprising was aimed at eliminating the treacherous, restoring ancestral rights, and maintaining national stability. The manifesto concluded with Prince Zhao's promise to implement benevolent governance after victory, protecting the interests of the imperial clan and the common people. On the day the manifesto was issued, no one in the realm responded except for Luo Chen, the governor of Yinji, who led 100,000 troops to join Prince Zhao's camp. A few days later, Prince Zhao announced to the world that she and the Marquis of Pola Luo Chen had a son named Li Zhongxiao. After Prince Zhao revealed that she had a legitimate heir, the various forces that had remained silent immediately responded. First, the former subordinates of Prince Ning and Daizhou, who rose up and joined Prince Zhao's camp under the banner of avenging their master. Then came the Imperial Divine Strategy Army stationed in Qingzhou, Yinzhou, and Daizhou. Citing the late emperor's alleged wish to make Li Zhongxiao the grand heir, they declared their full support for Prince Zhao's succession. As the system simulated the outcome, the map of the realm before Luo Chen's eyes rapidly colored. The northern prefectures that had supported the northern expedition quickly turned green, while the Guangzhou region, where the capital lay, turned red. The southern prefectures remained a wavering yellow. The disparity in military strength was even more striking. After Luo Chen played the heir card, he immediately amassed 400,000 troops, while the imperial court in the capital had only 50 to 60,000 soldiers. Reflecting on the previous simulation where Yin Prefecture fought against the entire realm alone and was nearly decimated before Li Yifei could enter the capital. Now, with his own military achievements and prestige, a legitimate heir, and the righteous cause left by Prince Ning, the situation had completely reversed. Advantage was on his side. With such a commanding lead, Luo Chen saw no need for micromanagement. He directly ordered a full-scale advance to seize the capital. Meanwhile, at the Prince Zhao's mansion, in midsummer of the same year, Luo Chen personally led the main army to the passes outside the capital. The people welcomed him with open arms, and the garrison troops at the outer passes surrendered without a fight. Luo Chen captured the 5 passes surrounding the capital with hardly any effort reaching the city itself. The capital's defense commander opened the gates and surrendered, allowing Luo Chen to take the city and declare victory. Prince Wei, Prince Qi, Prince Chu, and 2 other princes were all captured. You must decide their fate. 1. Uproot them completely, execute all. 2. Exile them to the wilderness to fend for themselves. 3. Custom choice. Choose option 3. Place Prince Wei and the others under house arrest in the capital. When I am bored, I will summon them to amuse myself. By the 4th watch of the night, 2 candles had burned down. Yet Li Yifei felt no drowsiness at all. She gazed at the heavenly scene of her several younger sisters kneeling in a row before her. She felt that her life had reached its climax. From now on, no one could ever threaten her again. So this is the taste of victory. It's absolutely intoxicating. Li Yifei's lips curled into an arrogant smirk. With the power of life and death over her 5 sisters in her hands, she could do whatever she wished with them. Whomever she wanted dead would not live to see the next day. Too bad the eldest sister had been killed by the 3rd one before she could get her hands on her. Otherwise, Li Yifei would have loved to see the resentful expression on her face. That would have been truly amusing. Luo Chen, following Li Jinyu, would only meet a tragic end forgotten by history. But following me, he crushed the barbarians and entered the capital. Li Jinyu. Nothing but a waste. Let's not talk about it. I'm going to mock the 3rd sister thoroughly. You summoned Prince Wei and the others to the palace ready to humiliate them. What method of humiliation would you use? 1. Pretend to understand their actions, then sarcastically remark that their intentions were good, but their abilities were lacking. 2. Directly taunt them for not knowing how to identify and employ talent, while you only needed to promote a few wise ministers to laugh last. Meanwhile, Prince Qin Li Jinyu was once again in the spectator's seat, observing the development of the realm. Seeing Li Yifei stroll into the capital without doing anything than stand over the 3rd sister and humiliate her, Li Jinyu was furious. That bitch Li Yifei, what is she so proud of? You're nothing but a dog that won by lying down. It's all thanks to Luo Chen. If I had gotten Luo Chen, I would have done no worse than you. Li Yifei summoned Prince Wei and the others before her, taunting them for not understanding people and not knowing how to use them, saying their defeat was entirely deserved. Prince Wei retorted in defiance, "We lost to Luo Chen, not to you. Your greatest contribution was probably bearing a son for His Majesty Luo Chen, wasn't it? Do you think that just because you've sat on the throne now you'll sit there forever? Just wait, it won't be long before Luo Chen usurps the throne. Your realm and your subjects were not gathered by you. You won't last long. The other princes echoed the sentiment, all saying that Prince Zhao would soon be usurped. The spectating Li Jinyu did not join in the chorus from her observer's seat, but she was also curious. Now that Luo Chen wielded overwhelming power and controlled almost all of Li Yifei's resources, would the future of this realm truly not bear the surname Luo? Usurpation. You people really can't get anything good out of your mouths, always bringing up the sorest spots. I'll lock you all up for 10 years first. Li Yifei came in high spirits to taunt the Prince of Wei and the others. But instead of kneeling and begging for mercy or playing along with her amusement, they all spoke in unison saying that she would be usurped by Luo Chen. This caused Li Yifei to recall once more the memory of being betrayed by her grandfather in the last simulation. If Luo Chen were to betray her too, was there anyone left in this world she could rely on? Li Yifei understood her father's concerns and what the third sister and the others had said. But she didn't want to accept it, nor did she want to see the future unfold that way. Yet as things stood, she could only trust Luo Chen. In the autumn of that same year, Zhao King Li Yifei ascended the throne in the capital, adopting the reign title Zhaoning. In the first year of Zhaoning, Li Yifei generously rewarded her meritorious officials, granting titles and fiefs to several generals who had supported her ascension, and appointed Luo Chen as Supreme Pillar of State, Right Chancellor, and Grand General, who pacifies the realm with authority over all military forces. In the first year of the new reign, Right Chancellor Luo Chen chose to grant a general amnesty, allow the people to recuperate and rebuild, and reduce taxes in the northern regions for 3 years. At the same time, he established imperial academies in many places to cultivate talent for the court. In the second year of Zhaoning autumn, the Chang people raided Liangzhou, causing unrest. Luo Chen led an army to subdue them. After 3 defeats in 3 battles, the Chang dared not fight again and fled far to the west. With no further honors to bestow upon Supreme Pillar of State Luo Chen, Empress Zhaoning granted him the privilege of entering the court with his sword and shoes on, not having to hurry in the audience hall, not having to announce his name when paying respects, and presented him with the 9 bestowments and the ceremonial axe and tally. As for Luo Chen, upon seeing that he had been awarded the 3 items that traditionally signaled a path to rebellion, he felt his scalp tingle. What did Li Yifei mean by this? Was she forcing him to rebel? But if he rebelled, wouldn't that mean failing the game? I cannot entertain this thought, and neither can Li Yifei. She must remain on that throne until she dies. But why did she suddenly grant me the 3 tokens of rebellion? What triggered her? So Luo Chen met with Li Yifei alone. As soon as they met, he noticed that her happiness had dropped to just 5 points. Li Yifei. Happiness 5, extreme lack of sense of security. What could be done when happiness was nearly gone? Of course, one must do things that bring joy. But before Li Yifei became empress, it was mainly she who added happiness points for Luo Chen. Now it was Luo Chen who actively added happiness points for Li Yifei. And to put Li Yifei at ease, although Luo Chen was permitted to enter the court with sword and shoes, not hurry and not announce his name, he still chose to act with modesty and follow the rules in the simulation. Yet, even so, Li Yifei's happiness points continued to steadily decline, forcing Luo Chen to perform his marital duties almost daily. In the 3rd year of Zhaoning spring, a courtier said to you, this realm was all won by the Pillar of State, and the foreign enemies were pacified by Lord Luo. By all rights, the general should be the master here. The Empress Zhaoning is but a woman and cannot command the allegiance of the ministers. It would be better to ask the Empress to abdicate in favor of the Pillar of State. Excellent. So it was this pack of treacherous ministers constantly whispering behind the scenes that had driven his wife's happiness down day by day and worn out his own waste from overwork. Since these villains had revealed themselves, Luo Chen had nothing more to say. He directly used the privilege Li Yifei had granted him. You drew your sword and slew the treacherous ministers on the spot, then carried the traitor's head to the Empress Zhaoning, reporting the rebellion. The Empress was overjoyed and retired to her chambers with you. Your act of personally executing the rebels shocked the realm. The ministers who had originally intended to support your usurpation set aside their ambitions and devoted themselves to governing the court. Scholars and students, hearing of your loyal conduct, composed poems and writings in your honor. Yet many scholars still believed you were merely seeking fame and pretending to be virtuous. In the 4th year of Zhaoning, the Empress became pregnant and appointed Luo Chen as regent. In the 5th year of Zhaoning, the Empress gave birth to a princess, and Luo Chen returned the reins of government to her. In the 6th year of Zhaoning, the Empress became pregnant and appointed Luo Chen as regent. In the 7th year of Zhaoning, the Empress gave birth to a prince, and Luo Chen returned the reins of government to her. In the 8th year of Zhaoning, Luo Chen served as regent. In the 9th year, he returned power. Luo Chen acted as regent 3 times, and each time returned authority. History calls this Luo Chen's 3 returns. This idiom symbolizes a couple supporting each other, never betraying one another, and is the ideal of all lovers in later generations. Luo Chen, why are you so good to me? At this point in the simulation, Li Yifei's heart was completely at ease. If her father could stand before her now, she could confidently assure him that Luo Chen would never betray her. She could entrust any important task to Luo Chen without worry, for he would never break faith. Unfortunately, in the simulation, her father had already passed away. He could not personally praise how sharp her judgment of people had been. But soon Li Yifei remembered the Prince of Wei, whom she had neglected. Since she couldn't report to her father, she would go and mock the third sister and the others to her heart's content. You ordered the imprisoned Prince of Wei and the others to be brought into the palace, then taunted them coldly. "Oh my, isn't this my dear sister? Years have passed, and see how reduced you are. Didn't you all say that my Luo Chen would usurp the throne? Look closely now. I placed the realm into Luo Chen's hands, and he wouldn't take it. Such a loyal minister, such a devoted husband, where else in the world could you find another? Do you submit?" The Prince of Wei trembled with rage, her eyes wide open, but she could find no words to refute you. She only spat out, "A petty person reveling in success. Without Luo Chen, what could you have accomplished?" and fell silent. Li Yifei watched her sisters gnash their teeth in fury, but with no way to oppose her. Her spirits soared, and she promptly added another 10 years to each of their sentences. But just as Li Yifei was planning to mock them again after another decade, the smile on her face froze. The Luo Chen who had stood by her through life and death had met with misfortune. In the 11th year of Zhaoning's supreme pillar of state, Luo Chen collapsed in court and took to his bed, unable to rise. The imperial physician diagnosed that the pillar of state had fallen ill from overwork after years of campaigning. After peace was restored, he exhausted himself with state affairs, drained his vitality from excessive intimacy, lacked rest, and his life force was as withered as a dead tree. The pillar of state has not long to live. Luo Chen, my Luo Chen, what has happened to you? Li Yifei's composure shattered. She had just proven Luo Chen's heart through time and was ready to enjoy a glorious future together. How could Luo Chen suddenly be failing? Li Yifei could not understand. But Li Jinyu, who had been watching from the sidelines, understood clearly. Luo Chen toiled in the court by day and shared Li Yifei's bed every night, 365 days a year without exception. It was only because Luo Chen was in good health that he lasted until the age of 36 before collapsing. An ordinary person would have been gone long ago. A selfish woman who knows nothing of consideration. Luo Chen has suffered so much being with you. In the winter of the 11th year of Zhaoning, your life came to an untimely and due to excessive overexertion. Amidst the sound of weeping, you departed from the world. The simulation concludes. Though you died young, you lived a fulfilling life and left a significant mark on history. You brought about a prosperous era of majestic peace and the beginning of 400 years of tranquility. Yet what you carried away were a pack of wolves and tigers covetously eyeing the central plains. According to official history, in the 15th year of Guangchang, Li Yifei helped you get rid of the harassment of Zhao Xingxian, son of the Marquis of Wenyuan. Grateful for the Prince of Zhao's assistance, you pledged allegiance to the Prince of Zhao. In the 16th year of Guangchang, you gained Li Yifei's favor and were appointed as the Prime Minister of Zhao State. During your tenure, you streamlined the bureaucracy, reduced taxes, and rooted out corruption, turning the impoverished and backward Yin province into a prosperous and stable region. That same year, Li Yifei was captivated by your talent, and you shared mutual affection. The following year, Li Yifei became pregnant. However, more than the Prince of Zhao's pregnancy, you were concerned about the crisis of the Xiongnu in the north. The Xiongnu had recuperated on the grasslands for decades. Khan Mali unified dozens of tribes, commanding an army of 500,000 archers, and had already gained the strength to rival the Great Tang. Yet within the Great Tang imperial court, there was still revelry and factional strife, with no one aware of the great calamity in the north. You foresaw the northern threat and trained armored soldiers, inspected military supplies, eliminated fraudulent payrolls, fortified city defenses, and forged an elite and loyal army to defend the nation. In the 17th year of Guangchang, the Xiongnu invaded the border. In this battle, the troops of the northern provinces were unprepared and suffered a complete defeat. The Xiongnu plundered Daiji and Liang provinces, massacring and capturing hundreds of thousands of people, causing the displacement of the northern populace and leaving millions without means of survival. While all other provinces were suffering heavy losses from the Xiongnu, Luo Chen, then Prime Minister of Zhao, bravely led his army into battle and in one engagement slew the left-wise king, who was known as the right arm of the Xiongnu. Luo Chen then grew more valiant, pursuing the fleeing Xiongnu for over 700 li and set fire to the left-wise king's royal city, making it impossible for the Xiongnu to maintain a foothold in the Yin province direction. Luo Chen was in theft as the Marquis of Yuyangting. The following year, the Xiongnu retaliated, using a scheme to surround the Prince of Ning within Pingqing. Luo Chen led his troops deep into the grassland alone, launching a surprise attack on the Xiongnu from behind and rescuing the Prince of Ning. However, during the breakout, the Prince of Ning was wounded and trapped inside the city. Luo Chen rode alone into the city to rescue him, charging in and out of the Xiongnu ranks 7 times. He was granted the title of Marquis of defeating the barbarians. After this battle, the Xiongnu said, "Lord Marquis Luo possesses divine power unmatched by mortals." The left and right Gully kings of the Xiongnu, fearing Luo Chen, moved their tribes more than 1,000 li away. In the 19th year of Guangchang, Emperor Guangchang of the Great Tang decided to launch a four-pronged campaign against the northern Xiongnu. Luo Chen, whose military tactics were divine, drove deep into the grassland for over 1,000 li, slaying the left and right Gully kings. Then, just as Emperor Guangchang was about to suffer defeat, he arrived with his army. The Xiongnu were routed in a single battle. The Chanyu and many vassal kings were all slain by Luo Chen. From then on, the Xiongnu fled far to the west, and 500 years later they destroyed the European Empire, which had a millennia-long history. With the Xiongnu gone, the Great Tang enjoyed 400 years of stability and peace, and you were hailed as a national hero of the Great Tang. That same year, Emperor Guangchang passed away, and the false Emperor Li Wanyun ascended the throne. As soon as Li Wanyun ascended the throne, she cruelly killed her own elder sister, Li Jinyu, the Prince of Qin. Then, blinded by arrogance, she heeded the words of petty men and promoted treacherous officials. Not only did she fail to reward the Northern Expedition soldiers who had fought for the nation, but she also attempted to murder the Prince of Ning and the Prince of Zhao, who had just rendered meritorious service. The Prince of Ning unfortunately fell into her trap and died. Li Yifei, unwilling to wait for death, raised an army to rectify the court. Li Wanyun's cruelty alienated the people. The Prince of Zhao, Li Yifei, rallied widespread support, and with 400,000 righteous troops under the command of General Luo Chen, they captured the capital in just half a year. In the first year of Zhaoning, Luo Chen became the Right Chancellor, was granted the title of Supreme Pillar of State, and served as the Grand General who pacifies the nation. In the second year of Zhaoning, the Chang people invaded, and Luo Chen decisively defeated them, beheading tens of thousands. Luo Chen had reached the pinnacle of honors. As the highest-ranking minister, he was only a thought away from the throne. Yet, mindful of Li Yifei's past kindness and their shared affection, he remained dutiful and selfless, always devoted to public service. Afterward, Emperor Zhaoning became pregnant 3 times, and Luo Chen served as regent 3 times, each time returning power to the emperor. Until Luo Chen's death, the bond between him and Emperor Zhaoning remained unbreakable. Their love story became the ideal that all couples of later generations aspired to. Your evaluation for this life: utter devotion, unparalleled loyalty, and courage. Reading such a flattering historical record, Luo Chen blushed a little. Indeed, people judge by deeds, not intentions. Although he was not truly loyal to Li Yifei, nor had he raised troops for the nation and the people. As long as the outcome was the same, all the credit belonged to him. There would always be great scholars to justify his actions. However, more than the evaluation of the simulation, Luo Chen cared about what rewards he could draw after this round of simulation. In this simulation, you have obtained the following traits: valiant and skilled in battle 5-star, single-handedly rescuing the beauty 5-star, sweeping the enemy's lair 6-star. You successfully assisted the Prince of Zhao in ascending the throne, once gaining 1 drawing opportunity. Do you wish to start the draw? After drawing, the system will be updated, and you can continue the simulation only after 1 week. Draw. Adding the trait, discern loyalty and treachery, from the previous simulation, Luo Chen's prize pool now contained 4 traits. The worst among them were 5-star. In this situation, he definitely had to draw immediately. After all, who knew if continuing the simulation would introduce some useless traits into the pool? If he wasted all that effort only to draw a worthless 1-star trait, it would be too late to cry then. As Luo Chen made his choice, the wheel on the system screen began to spin. After a moment, the pointer stopped between sweeping the enemy's lair and discern loyalty and treachery. Just as Luo Chen thought he would draw a 6-star trait in one go, the pointer slowly moved to discern loyalty and treachery. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the 5-star trait, discern loyalty and treachery. Discern loyalty and treachery after the host selects his own faction and allies. All those hostile to you will appear with red names, those in the same faction as you will be green, and neutrals will be yellow. In reality, the host can silently recite, activate, or deactivate in his mind. Once activated, the colors indicating hostile status will appear above everyone's heads. After accepting the system's reward, the system entered a cooldown period. Meanwhile, the sky outside was gradually brightening. I wonder if the people of the Prince of Qin and the Prince of Zhao are still looking for me. They can't still be blocking me in the city, can they? Luo Chen yawned and dragged himself toward the city. Having completed the Prince of Zhao route once, he no longer wanted to join the Prince of Zhao's faction. Although in that last simulation he had been Grand General and Supreme Pillar of State, which seemed quite good, that was only a simulation. In reality, the Prince of Zhao had behind him a host of meritorious nobles like the Duke of England. Just dealing with them would be enough to give him a hard time. A single misstep, and he wouldn't even know how he died. That muddy water they were in. He had no desire to wade into it. In the 11th year of Zhaoning, Luo Chen, the Shangshugwo who had spent his life on the battlefield, passed away. Overcome with grief, Zhao was unable to handle state affairs and ordered the 13-year-old crown prince to oversee the government. Zhao Mansion. After Luo Chen's death, Li Yifei sat motionless by the bedside. The story in the simulation continued, but she found it as tasteless as chewing wax like chicken ribs. Having grown accustomed to the ruthlessness of the imperial family, Li Yifei found it difficult to resonate emotionally with others. Especially when she saw officials' wives fainting on the spot after their husband's passing, she even felt that these people were merely putting on an act to gain a good reputation. In the past, she had not understood why some people would become so changed in disposition, so despondent over the departure of one person. But now she understood. When someone who matched you perfectly trusted you and supported you through life was gone, you would truly feel lonely. Even if she had only known the future story between herself and Luo Chen through the heavenly Tao in advance. But when she saw Luo Chen pass away, her heart felt as though it were being twisted by a knife. After an unknown amount of time, a distant bell toll brought Li Yifei back to her senses. At this moment, the story in the heavenly Tao simulation had also reached its conclusion. In the 18th year of Zhao, you passed away from an illness caused by missing Luo Chen on the eve of the Spring Festival. Crown Prince Li Zhongxiao ascended the throne and buried you together with Luo Chen in the Imperial Mausoleum. The simulation has ended. The Zhao era lasted 18 years. During your reign, you heavily relied on Luo Chen and created the peaceful and prosperous Zhao Golden Age. However, upon carefully reviewing your life, it seems that apart from appointing Luo Chen in your early years and relying heavily on the Crown Prince in your later years, you achieved nothing else. Your life achieved little, but your inaction was the greatest achievement. Based on the above, your evaluation is the monarch most favored by powerful ministers. Sigh. Li Yifei sighed, not caring much about the heavenly Tao's evaluation. So what if she were a monarch who was easily usurped? After all, she had Luo Chen and her good son Li Zhongxiao. With them by her side, Li Yifei had nothing to fear. What truly made her sigh was the realization that she had wronged Luo Chen far too much. Luo Chen had devoted his entire life to her, constantly caring for her emotions. Yet she seemed to have done nothing for him, nor had she ever cared for his feelings. It's all my fault. I made Luo Chen do too much work and bear too heavy a burden. If I could have shared some of his pressure, would he not have died so early? But it doesn't matter. This is all still the future and has not truly happened yet. I still have a chance to make amends. This time I will surely take good care of Luo Chen. Of course, the prerequisite for taking good care of Luo Chen is to first bring him to my side. After muttering for a long while, Li Yifei raised her head, composed herself, and summoned her maid and steward. Someone go to the mansion vault and fetch 3,000 taels of gold. Prepare my palanquin. The old steward of Zhao Mansion saw the dark circles under Li Yifei's eyes and knew she had not slept all night. He therefore reminded her to rest. Your Highness, would you like to rest a bit before going out? However, the steward's reminder only made Li Yifei even more impatient. Is this a time to rest? If I rest now, I can rest forever later. The steward and the maids were bewildered, not understanding why the Prince of Zhao had suddenly become so irritable. They did not know what she was in such a hurry about. But in situations like this, it was best to simply obey. Soon the Zhao Mansion procession carrying Li Yifei headed straight for the Tingyue Xian restaurant where the examinees were gathered. Meanwhile, Li Jinyu, the Prince of Qin, had already turned the Tingyue Xian restaurant upside down. Have you seen Luo Chen? Your Highness, Luo Chen has not returned, and we truly do not know where he went. Li Jinyu searched the restaurant room by room with her personal guards. Li Yifei, the victor of the simulation, had not slept all night yesterday. Li Jinyu, the loser eliminated early, certainly could not sleep either. On the day after the imperial examination, she had been beaten to the punch by Li Yifei. This time, no matter what, she would not let Luo Chen fall into Li Yifei's hands again. From now on, even if she had to resort to kidnapping, she would drag Luo Chen back to her mansion by force. Zhao Mansion business. All bystanders disperse immediately. Just then a sudden voice interrupted. Li Jinyu paused, turned her head, and saw a group of people barging into the restaurant. Li Yifei walked forward quickly, her unstyled hair flowing behind her. She looked at Li Jinyu, who was staring blankly, and put on a disdainful expression. I say, big sister coming to a restaurant to disturb people's peace all morning, is that appropriate? Luo Chen is just an ordinary scholar. Is it really necessary for you to care so much? How about this, as long as you stop harassing Luo Chen, name any amount of money you want. Feeling the barely concealed arrogance radiating from Li Yifei, Li Jinyu tightly gripped the hem of her clothes with her hands behind her back. She was so angry she nearly tore the fabric. If it were not for Li Yifei's interference, Luo Chen would have been hers by now. Why would she have to search room by room like finding a needle in a haystack? She had planned to build a beautiful future with Luo Chen and create an eternal golden age. But because this despicable Li Yifei, lacking any honor, insisted on competing with her for Luo Chen. Last time in the simulation, Li Yifei stole the lead. Do you still expect me to yield Luo Chen to you in reality? Keep dreaming. Li Jinyu clenched her teeth and said with a forced grim smile, these are the words I wanted to say. Prince of Zhao, name your price. Li Yifei sneered, the price of Luo Chen in my heart is such that even if I sold you big sister it still wouldn't be enough. Besides your Qinhuang mansion is so poor that you can't even afford to pay your servants bonuses. Let Luo Chen go to your place. Wouldn't that be harming him? Li Jinyu frowned, her tone growing heavier. Your Zhaowang mansion is full of talented people. Do you really need one more Luo Chen? I simply do not wish to see his talent wasted. Li Yifei shrugged and leaned close to Li Jinyu's ear saying, Big sister must have fallen for Luo Chen's looks, right? If you can yield him to me, I will have someone find dozens of handsome men, as fine as Luo Chen, and secretly deliver them to your mansion. I guarantee you won't see the same face twice in a month. Hearing Li Yifei's words, Li Jinyu recalled the cause of Luo Chen's death from the earlier simulation. One of the important reasons Luo Chen had died was that his vitality had been completely drained by Li Yifei. Li Jinyu took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and sneered. The Prince of Zhao is once again projecting her own baseness onto others. Despicable. At the same time, Luo Chen, who had just stepped into the restaurant, heard the quarrel between the Prince of Qin and the Prince of Zhao, and quietly slipped back out. Heavens, this is killing me. Why are these two living ancestors still here? At first these two might have simply come to recruit me. But after they collided and began trading sarcastic jabs with each other, they were clearly getting emotional. Perhaps they really will keep trying to win me over endlessly, just as in the simulation. Just thinking about how in the simulation Li Jinyu and Li Yifei had been bribing me with heavy sums for months. Luo Chen felt exhausted in both body and mind. If he accepted the Prince of Qin's money, he would be endlessly pestered by the Prince of Zhao. If he accepted the Prince of Zhao's money, then the Prince of Qin would hound him without end. And if he took both their money, the Prince of Wei would report him to His Majesty the Emperor. Emperor Guangchang's temperament was unpredictable. If he flew into a rage and had him beheaded, that would be quite a spectacle. However, Luo Chen was not made of iron. He couldn't go without sleep and rest forever. As the saying goes, the monk may run away, but the temple remains. He had neither money nor connections. Where else could he go but the inn arranged by the court? Was he supposed to sleep on the streets? Alas! Just as Luo Chen was at a loss, a polite greeting sounded by his ear. Young master, have you encountered some trouble? Hearing this, Luo Chen turned around to see who had spoken. But when he recognized the visitor, he froze entirely. For the newcomer was none other than Li Minglin, the Prince of Ning, who in the simulation had directly brought down the Prince of Wei at the cost of her own life. Although Li Minglin now wore plain commoner's clothes and was accompanied by no guards or servants, her appearance was identical to the exquisite portrait in the heavenly Dao simulation. Even in ordinary attire, she looked extraordinarily noble. Luo Chen was about to address her as Your Highness, but the words died on his lips. After all, he was supposed not to know the Prince of Ning. If he directly called her Your Highness, it would likely arouse her suspicion. With this in mind, Luo Chen immediately changed his attitude, and speaking in the casual tone one might use with a stranger, complained to Li Minglin, the Prince of Ning, Alas! Suddenly 2 distinguished guests have simultaneously invited me to their homes as guests. But I only have 1 pair of legs, so I can't visit 2 households at once. Thus those 2 distinguished guests are now arguing over where I should eat, and I'm worrying about how to resolve this. Li Minglin smiled slightly, raised her eyes toward the inn, and said softly, Your 2 distinguished guests should be the Prince of Zhao and the Prince of Qin, right? Luo Chen's eyes widened instantly. How do you know? Li Minglin replied composedly, The Prince of Zhao and the Prince of Qin nearly came to blows in the street over the top scholar of this imperial examination. That has been the most talked about topic in the capital yesterday and today. Moreover, this inn is the one where the court arranged candidates to stay. If this young lady isn't mistaken, sir, you must be Luo Chen, the top scholar of this imperial examination. Luo Chen covered his face in distress. I've made a spectacle of myself, miss. I never imagined I'd become such a celebrity in the capital. Li Minglin followed up on his words. The Prince of Qin and the Prince of Zhao are quite something. They came to invite you, yet ended up quarreling with each other, leaving you standing aside. That truly violates the proper way of hosting guests. Luo Chen immediately interrupted her. Miss, please be careful with your words. The Prince of Qin and the Prince of Zhao are not people we commoners should discuss. Their coming to recruit me is already a kindness. How could I have any demands of them? You are right, young master. Li Minglin nodded. So what do you plan to do next, young master? I haven't decided yet, but before that I need to find a place to stay. Having said that, Luo Chen looked at the disguised Prince of Ning with pleading eyes. Although Luo Chen didn't understand why the Prince of Ning had come in plain clothes. But according to the simulation, the Prince of Ning was a trustworthy friend. Asking her to lend him 50 taels to get through the current predicament shouldn't be difficult. Unfortunately, I lack sufficient funds. I can't even afford a steam bun, let alone rent a room at an inn. I wonder if you could lend me 50 coppers to buy a meat bun. Once the court appoints me to an official post, I will repay you 100-fold. However, what Luo Chen didn't know was that his request was exactly what she wanted. Li Minglin had come precisely to make Luo Chen owe her a favor. As the 7th imperial daughter, Li Minglin had no interest in inheriting the throne to become emperor. What she admired were the heroic figures in historical records who turned the tide, saved the people from peril, and rescued the nation from dire straits. Becoming a loyal minister serving the country wholeheartedly was her highest aspiration. That had always been her thinking. Until the sudden appearance of the heavenly Tao simulation some time ago changed her mind. In the simulations, Li Menglan had not participated in the struggle for the throne. She had stayed dutifully within her role, devoting herself when the nation required. Yet every round of simulation that had concluded brought her extremely tragic endings. In the first simulation, the Prince of Wei and the Prince of Zhao fought savagely in the capital, and she, without doing anything, was poisoned to death. In the second simulation, her eldest sister Li Jinyu gave birth to a child, and still having done nothing, she was banished by her father to a fief in the south, never employed by the court in her lifetime. In the third simulation, her eldest sister Li Jinyu staged an armed coup and cut off her head without a second thought. In the fourth simulation, she thought, if I can't afford to offend these mad sisters, can't I just avoid them? So she voluntarily went to Daizhou to take up her fief and defend the realm. Yet even so, she couldn't escape their clutches. Not only was the general she favored taken by Li Yifei, but even her achievements and honors from the expedition to the grasslands were coveted by her third sister, who wanted to trick her into returning to the capital to strip her of military power. Unable to bear it, Li Menglan staged a drama to make her third sister bear the infamy of harming a loyal subject. She simply couldn't understand why it was so difficult for her to become a pillar of the state loyal to the country. Now Li Menglan's mentality had completely changed. Since her sisters would not allow her to fulfill her wish of being a loyal minister, she would instead set her sights on the throne. Besides, having witnessed the foolish behavior of her sisters after they ascended the throne, she felt that if she assumed that position, she would be no worse than them. And perhaps she could even become a far greater emperor than they, as sovereign celebrated for eternity in history. Therefore, as soon as the fourth simulation ended, Li Menglan began plotting the possibility of seizing the throne. She first analyzed the successful cases of her eldest sister Li Jinyu and second sister Li Yifei. Then she drew an important conclusion: they had not contributed any effort themselves to seize the throne. They relied entirely on someone else. And who was that someone? It was none other than Luo Chen, the Marquis of defeating the barbarians who single-handedly rescued her from the encirclement of 200,000 Xiongnu troops. So, for Li Menglan to ascend the throne and become emperor, she needed a helper. She needed someone who would stand by her through life and death, supporting her unwaveringly. She needed Luo Chen. "Young master, this way, please." Li Menglan led Luo Chen through the capital for a while before arriving at a vermilion-gated lofty mansion. Luo Chen raised his head to look at the plaque above the gate, upon which was inscribed in bold characters, "Prince Ning's Mansion." Although Luo Chen had long known Li Menglan's identity, he still feigned surprise and asked, "Miss, where have you brought me?" "This is Prince Ning's mansion." "That's right, this is precisely where this humble maiden resides." Li Menglan smiled mischievously. By bringing Luo Chen to her own mansion, she had already achieved half of her goal. "By the way, I have not yet introduced myself to you, young master. My name is Li Menglan, and I am the mistress of this mansion. From now on, you may stay temporarily in the side quarters of the prince's residence." Li Menglan led Luo Chen into the mansion and began to arrange a room for him. Luo Chen remained silent for several minutes. This Prince Ning truly did not treat him as an outsider. He had only intended to borrow 50 taels from her, yet she had directly arranged for him to stay in her mansion. However, to evade the entanglements of Prince Qin and Prince Zhao, perhaps only another prince's mansion would suffice. "Please take a seat, young master. I shall prepare a meal for you." Having obtained a place to stay, Luo Chen began to survey the surroundings of Prince Ning's mansion. Curiously enough, though it was still morning, the entire mansion was eerily quiet. When Luo Chen first entered, he noticed that apart from the necessary guards, there were hardly any servants throughout the entire estate. With doubt in his mind, Luo Chen continued to observe the other parts of the mansion. It was then that he realized Li Menglan's claim that her mansion was humble was not mere politeness. There were only 2 or 3 servants tasked with cleaning, and there was not a single piece of valuable solid wood furniture, porcelain, or calligraphy painting to be found. One could say that the mansion was exactly as it had been when Emperor Guangchang bestowed this bare-bones residence upon Li Menglan. Not a single piece of furniture had been added. From this, one could also discern that Li Menglan's maternal family did not seem to be very wealthy. No wonder Li Menglan did not wear splendid attire. She was probably genuinely poor. Sleeping in Prince Ning's mansion is still better than sleeping on the streets. As long as there's a place to sleep, one shouldn't ask for more. Let me just sleep for now. If I keep pushing myself, I'll drop dead from exhaustion. Luo Chen made his bed himself and collapsed onto it. Sometime later, when Li Menglan arrived with the freshly prepared meal, she found Luo Chen asleep and quietly waited outside the door. Li Menglan's maternal grandfather Wu Yangjuan was the Minister of Justice in the current dynasty. Her maternal uncle Wu Qixing was also an official in the Ministry of Justice. Both were renowned, incorruptible officials in the court and naturally had no surplus wealth to support Li Menglan. However, Li Menglan believed that the bonds between people were not maintained solely by material wealth. Although she could not lavish gold upon Luo Chen as her elder sisters could, she was confident that as long as she treated Luo Chen with sincerity, she could also draw him to her side. All she needed to do was to integrate him into her circle, and then he would naturally become one of her own. In the evening, Minister of Justice Wu Lianjun returned to his mansion after handling the day's official affairs. As soon as he entered, his steward approached him. Master Prince Ning visited the mansion this afternoon. She said she wished to introduce someone to you. Oh. Wu Liangjun stroked the white beard on his chin, somewhat puzzled. Menglan has never discussed private matters with me. Why would she suddenly want to introduce someone today? This is most unusual. As an old minister who had helped Emperor Guangchang establish the dynasty, Wu Lianjun was well aware of the dangers of the court. To keep himself out of harm's way, Wu Lianjun had never formed cliques, taken bribes, or engaged in private dealings with other officials during his long tenure. He served only the emperor. He had always been an upright official, and his granddaughter knew this well. Why would she suddenly want to introduce someone to him? Wasn't that just seeking favor through the back door? Who is this person? Wu Lianjun asked. The steward shook his head. I am not certain, Your Excellency. Prince Ning did not say. Prince Ning only mentioned that the young gentleman is currently residing with her. If you have time, she will personally bring the man to visit. Menglan is living with that man. Wu Lianjun repeated the words to himself. Then his pupils suddenly dilated. Li Menglan living with a man. A man and a woman living together under the same roof. What kind of behavior was that? Was this not illicit intimacy? The steward's words were few, but they struck like a thunderbolt. What was Li Menglan's status? She was a princess of the great Tang dynasty. If word got out that a princess was living with some unknown wild man, the imperial family's reputation would be utterly ruined. Menglan is seeking death. As Minister of Justice, according to the law, if a princess engages in illicit relations with a commoner, the commoner would be executed by cruel torture. And the princess would be stripped of her royal status and exiled to the borderlands. I have watched Menglan grow up. I cannot let her play with fire and burn herself to death. Apart from being Li Menglan's grandfather, if she were to commit such an act as the head of the family, he would certainly be accused of failing to discipline his household. The old foxes at court would not care whether he was aggrieved or not. Sitting in this position, there were countless people eager to pin a crime on him and take his place. Wu Liangjun let out a sigh, summoned his son who had just returned home, and headed straight for Prince Ning's mansion. Meanwhile, at Prince Ning's mansion, Your Highness, this is not proper. Perhaps I should do it. Young Master Luo, please wait a moment. Watching Li Menglan personally cooking in the kitchen, Luo Chen gained a new understanding of the poverty of Prince Ning's mansion. A prince like Li Menglan lived even less comfortably than he himself, a mere laboring beast of burden. Working overtime every day was exhausting, but at least when it came to meals he could order takeout. Luo Chen found a seat at the dining table and sat down, looking at Li Menglan with some hesitation. Although in the simulation he had gotten along quite well with Prince Ning, the simulation had provided choices. Now in reality, sitting together with Prince Ning, he found himself at a loss for words. Having traveled from Earth, Luo Chen's understanding of this world was very limited, and he didn't even know what topics to bring up. Your Highness, why do you keep staring at me, eh? After a moment, Luo Chen spoke. He had no choice. Li Menglan had rested her arms on the table and said nothing, just stared at him. I am reading your physiognomy, young master. Li Menglan pursed her lips into a smile, her gaze still fixed on Luo Chen's face. To be honest, Li Menglan found Luo Chen to be full of mysteries. From what she could see now, Luo Chen was nothing more than a frail scholar. There were no obvious muscle lines on his wrists. In terms of martial arts, he was probably no match for her. It was hard to imagine that such a man would a few years later single-handedly rescue her from the grasp of 200,000 Xiongnu warriors. How on earth did he manage to do that? Your Highness knows how to do this. A little. Li Menglan propped her chin on one hand. Although the heavenly Tao system forbade her from revealing the secrets of the future, but saying some ambiguous words was still no problem. Young master, you will surely achieve great things in the future, perhaps even becoming a hero who stands above all, one beneath none. Luo Chen heard Li Menglan's flattery, didn't think much of it, and waved his hand with a smile. I don't actually want to become that kind of person. Then what kind of person does young master want to become? I only want to be a hermit free from worries about food and clothing, a leisurely person who plants flowers and feeds dogs every day. Young master, with your great talent, I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy such a leisurely life. Li Menglan curled her lips, amused by Luo Chen's thoughts. Who could imagine that in the future the Marquis Luo, who would exhaust his heart and die young for the sake of the nation, had only wanted to live a leisurely hermit's life in his early years? Perhaps Marquis Luo had never intended to fight so hard for the country from the very beginning. His original motivation for studying and taking the civil service exams might have simply been to live a better life and learn more of the sage's teachings. Even later, when he became entangled in the factional strife between the Prince of Qin and the Prince of Zhao, it was because he owed them a favor first. And the reason that made Luo Chen abandon his desired life and toil for the nation his entire life was that his own sisters were too useless. If his sisters had possessed even half of Luo Chen's ability, then Luo Chen would not have fought to the death against the Xiongnu in the north, nor would he have exhausted his body in the future court. Your Highness flatters me. I have no real ability. Although I was fortunate enough to win the top scholar title, I'll be content with a simple life in the future. May I ask what ambitions Your Highness the Prince of Ning holds for the future? My ambition is to enable young Master Luo to live the life he desires in the future without having to worry about the trivial matters of the court. Luo Chen was at a loss for words after hearing the Prince of Ning's statement. Young Master, do you think I have a chance to ascend to the throne? Li Menglin looked at Luo Chen with anticipation. Although Luo Chen enjoyed the effortless life that Li Menglin had painted for him, the Prince of Ning's words were somewhat wishful thinking. Not to mention that the Prince of Ning's faction had not even been established in the capital. Just looking at the humble state of the Prince of Ning's residence, if she had any resources at all, she wouldn't have been this poor. An honest prefect could earn 100,000 silver taels a year. The Prince of Ning's financial strength couldn't even compare to that of a prefect, let alone some audacious county magistrates. With no money and no people, how could you ascend to the throne? By relying on your advanced pancake cooking skills. I know young Master doesn't think highly of me, but someone has to take on this responsibility. My two elder sisters, I'm sure young Master has seen them before. One is pedantic and dull, without talent or virtue. The other is arrogant and domineering, looking down on everyone. If the ancestral realm falls into their hands, it will certainly be a disaster. Luo Chen did not respond. Handing the realm to Li Jinyu and Li Yifei would be a disaster. Handing it to Li Menglin might not be any better. For all he knew, Li Menglin might ascend the throne and then lose the battle at Tumubeo the very next day. From the content of several previous simulations, Luo Chen could only confirm that she had a sense of loyalty and could think of no other virtues. Of course, aside from loyalty, Li Menglin's appearance was also quite attractive. Thinking of this, he looked up at Li Menglin's face only to find her staring back at him with a suspicious gaze. Young Master, what is your opinion? I dare not have an opinion. This is not something a humble commoner like me can discuss. Luo Chen avoided Li Menglin's gaze. Young Master. Li Menglin moved closer and sat beside Luo Chen, then gently moved her hand and took his. It was soft and a little cool. Luo Chen's calm heart suddenly skipped a beat. What? What is happening now? Is this development appropriate? In ancient times, some rulers, when trying to win over a trusted minister, would engage in a handshake of camaraderie. The Prince of Ning's current action should be meant to shake hands with him in friendship. But keeping their hands together without letting go. This went beyond the usual relationship between ruler and subject, didn't it? Or did it not? It probably did, right? Young Master Luo Wei. Li Menglin was about to ask Luo Chen to come out and assist her, promising that if she succeeded in the future, she would not only reward him generously, but also let him live the life he wanted. Just then a furious roar came from outside the door. Stop! What are you doing? Li Menglin's grandfather Wu Liangjuan, upon learning that his granddaughter's residence had taken in a strange man, brought his son over immediately. The guards of the Prince of Ning's residence, seeing that the visitor was Li Menglin's grandfather, did not announce him and simply let him in. Wu Liangjun had just reached the main hall of the Prince of Ning's residence when he saw the scene he least wanted to see. His own granddaughter, the current Prince of Ning, the 7th Imperial Princess, was actually sitting together with a wild boy of unknown origin, and they were even holding hands. How dare you? Wu Liangjun bellowed, storming in with his beard bristling. Li Menglin, do you even remember who you are? This is the Prince of Ning's residence. You are the Prince of Ning. You have disgraced the royal family's honor. If His Majesty finds out, we will all be in deep trouble. And you? Do you know who this is? Do you want to be sliced to death or cut in half at the waist? At this moment, Luo Chen's hand was finally released by Li Menglin. To be honest, Luo Chen's face was red and his heart was pounding. Of course, his face was red not from embarrassment at holding hands with the Prince of Ning, but simply because he was startled by the old man's shout. He hadn't even done anything yet, and he was already sentenced to death. Who wouldn't be scared by that? He was a bit nervous, he needed to relax. Luo Chen exhaled instinctively, wanting to run away. As he reached for the chair to push it back, he touched something soft and cool again. At that moment, Luo Chen was dragged up by the hand by Li Menglin. Grandfather, you misunderstand. I was simply shaking hands in friendship with young Master Luo. I wanted to invite him to be my confidant. Shaking hands in friendship. Do you think I'm blind? If grandfather doesn't believe me, I really can't defend myself. Li Menglin was still smiling, showing no guilt at all about her actions. She knew her grandfather very well. Although he upheld the law in court, he only did so to serve the emperor. When it came to matters that could damage the royal family's reputation or harm her grandfather, would also help her cover them up. As for whether holding hands with Luo Chen would make him think too much. On the contrary, she also wanted Luo Chen to think about some improper things. In future simulations, her second sister had only met Luo Chen a few years earlier, and Luo Chen had shamelessly begged her to cancel the emperor's arranged marriage. If it weren't for her second sister's interference, Marquis Luo would have already been hers in the previous simulation. Since the emperor had already approved the marriage, why should she care about others' opinions? Li Minglin released Luo Chen's hand, walked over to her grandfather, and helped him sit in a chair. But since grandfather came tonight, let me introduce the honored guest. I have invited young Master Luo. Hearing this, Wu Liangjuan's eyes widened. He could not understand how his thrifty, studious granddaughter had become so shameless in just a few days. He and her uncle had almost caught her in the act in bed, yet she was brash and unblushing, instead wanting to introduce that wild man to him. This was utterly outrageous. Wu Liangjun glared at Luo Chen, his murderous aura soaring to the sky. It's all this beast's fault. Young Master Luo, this is my maternal grandfather, the current Minister of Justice. Huh. Upon hearing Li Minglin's introduction, Luo Chen was utterly dumbfounded. Prince Ning, we have no enmity, so why do you seek to harm me? No wonder the old man had sentenced him to death the moment he arrived. Turns out he was a professional. Luo Chen felt the urge to flee, but he still had to brace himself and greet the man. Your late student Luo Chen pays respects to the minister. Wu Liangjuan with a stern face interrogated him, as if he were a criminal. Speak, when did you and the princess get together? Sir, we only met this morning, and I assure you our conversation was entirely ordinary. Luo Chen was utterly exasperated. Had he known that visiting the Prince Ning's residence would bring such a calamity, he would have slept on the streets. Now not only had he failed to get 50 silver pieces, but he had also half lost his life. The middle-aged man behind Wu Liangjun slammed the table and said, preposterous. You've only known each other for a day and you're already holding hands. Do you take us for 3-year-olds? I'm actually quite baffled myself, Luo Chen confessed honestly. Seeing her uncle and grandfather giving Luo Chen a hard time, Li Minglin immediately stepped in front of him. Uncle, everything young Master Luo said is true. We only met this morning. Young Master Luo is the top scholar of this imperial examination, and since he had no place to stay, I invited him to reside in the manor for a while. I truly only wanted to make friends with young Master Luo, and shook his hand. There was no other intention. What? He is the top scholar of this imperial examination. Upon hearing that Luo Chen was the top scholar, Li Minglin's uncle was momentarily stunned. Even Wu Liangjuan, who had been angrily confronting Luo Chen, calmed down slightly. If the other party truly was a candidate from elsewhere, then he indeed would not have had time to carry on a dalliance with Li Minglin. Could it be that they had truly misunderstood? Wu Liangjun still regarded Luo Chen with suspicion. Are you the top scholar of this imperial examination? The one who nearly caused a fight between the Prince of Zhao and the Prince of Qin? It is indeed your late student. Luo Chen had thought Li Minglin was exaggerating this morning, but it turned out the entire capital really knew about the Prince of Zhao and the Prince of Qin quarreling over him. Wu Liangjun looked Luo Chen up and down. He found that aside from having skin far fairer than most of his peers, the young man displayed no particular noble qualities. In short, he was an utterly ordinary passerby. He did not even resemble a scholar. Could this really be the person both the Prince of Qin and the Prince of Zhao were vying for? And had even made Minglin extend an invitation? Could he be an impostor? To be safe, Wu Liangjun decided to test the man's scholarly knowledge. Then let me ask you, what did the ancient sage Anhua say in the book, Liangzi? What the heck? Liangzi? Luo Chen racked his brain, but could not recall any sage named Anhua. Clearly Anhua was an original sage of this world. So the question remained. Luo Chen had no idea what this world's Anhua had said. Could it be? Then let me ask you, are you male or female? Wu Liangjuan's expression froze upon hearing this. Luo Chen immediately realized he had misspoken and corrected himself. Your late student has a poor memory. Please ask another question, sir. A top scholar who doesn't even know this. Wu Liangjuan, half doubtful, asked another. Then tell me which quote from Pansy's maxims embodies his persistent, unyielding spirit. Pansy. So none of the sages in this world matched those of Earth. Luo Chen racked his brains, but could not fathom who this Pansy was, so he could only recite something he remembered. The waters of the court are too deep for you to grasp. Let your uncle handle it. No sooner had Luo Chen uttered this answer than Wu Liangjuan's anger flared up. Absurd. You are utterly absurd, spouting nothing but nonsense. How could someone like you become the top scholar? Confess, who are you really? Luo Chen was speechless. He had been telling the truth all along, and there was nothing more to confess. Left with no choice, Luo Chen could only look at the culprit Li Minglin. Did I say something wrong? The words that embody Pansy's persistent spirit are do what is known to be impossible. Isn't that from the Analects about Confucius? What Confucius? Fine, I surrender. Luo Chen gave a resigned smile. He no longer wanted to explain. There was simply no common ground in the realm of literature. He had done nothing yet was subjected to such suspicion. Let things be as they may. Luo Chen turned to Li Minglin and bowed to take his leave. Today I have caused trouble for your highness the Prince Ning. Since this place does not welcome me, I shall seek lodging elsewhere. With that, Luo Chen glanced at Wu Liangjuan. Your late student takes his leave now, lest I tarnish the reputation of the Prince Ning. Hearing this, Li Menglin felt a sharp pang in her chest. She had finally managed to secretly bring Luo Chen to her manor while her elder and second sisters were arguing. She had hoped to use a sincere heart-to-heart talk to persuade Luo Chen to assist her in her grand endeavor. But she never expected that while she and Luo Chen were having a pleasant conversation, her grandfather and uncle would come and cause trouble. Were they deliberately opposing her? Li Menglin's own anger also rose. She must not let Luo Chen leave no matter what. Young Master Luo, pay no attention to my grandfather and uncle. Li Menglin grabbed hold of Luo Chen and forcefully pressed him back into the chair. Then she turned to face her grandfather and uncle, her expression growing increasingly stern. Grandfather, uncle, it's getting late. Please do not linger in my manor any longer. What? Li Menglin, you would drive us away for the sake of some unknown fellow? Guards! Li Menglin called out sternly to the guards outside the door. After a moment, the two guards in charge of the manor gate entered. Your Highness. Who was on duty today? Why was I not informed in advance when guests arrived at my manor? The two guards dared not reply, hanging their heads in silence. Then Li Menglin directly issued an order to expel them. My grandfather and uncle are tired. Escort them back. The two guards still dared not respond, merely glancing sideways at Li Menglin's uncle. Wu Liangjun was nearly furious enough to burst. Fine, fine, fine. He who does not heed the elder's advice will suffer. I will leave now, and I will investigate whether there is an impostor posing as the top scholar. If someone like this can become the top scholar, then the officials of the Ministry of Rites have truly lost all shame. I will go to the emperor and impeach them. Wu Liangjun snorted coldly, supported himself on the chair, and stood up, preparing to turn and leave. Just as he expected the uncertain top scholar to be afraid and withdraw, Li Menglin instead took the initiative to comfort Luo Chen. Young Master Luo, do not worry about your future position at court. If any problems arise, I will personally plead with Father. Prince Luo, I truly wish to befriend you. After driving away her grandfather, Li Menglin looked at Luo Chen with earnest anticipation. Although she had impolitely dismissed her grandfather and uncle, she believed that in the future, when everyone witnessed Luo Chen's true capabilities and recognized him as a wise and virtuous man, her grandfather would surely understand her actions today. Luo Chen sighed softly, turning to Li Menglin. Your grandfather was not wrong. It is indeed I who should leave. My abilities are truly insufficient for navigating the court. As if anticipating Li Menglin would again accuse him of modesty, Luo Chen continued. I am not being humble. Befriending your highness is acceptable, but assisting you in ascending the throne, I lack the capability. Luo Chen spoke these words with complete sincerity, speaking the truth. He found even clearing a game level exhausting and required multiple attempts. To involve himself in a real-life power struggle for succession was utterly impossible. He lacked that ability, you see. Yet these words sounded different to Li Menglin. To Li Menglin, this was Luo Chen's way of testing and guiding her. Their relationship was merely that of ordinary friends. Whether he would assist her in ascending the throne in the future depended on the depth of their bond. Li Menglin suddenly understood and nodded vigorously. So that was it. She had been too impatient. She had only just met Luo Chen and had merely provided him with a place to stay, yet she had foolishly hoped for a pledge of allegiance. That was indeed a fanciful delusion. Nevertheless, compared to her elder sister and second sister, she had already befriended Luo Chen. That was a significant lead. Having a friend like Master Luo is a humble woman's honor. Please forget that I ever mentioned the matter of ascending the throne. Very well, Prince Ning is too courteous. Just call me by my name. Seeing that Li Menglin no longer pressed him to join her faction, Luo Chen felt relieved. After the meal, Luo Chen returned to his room and began to contemplate the events of the past few days. I have to marvel at how terrifying the butterfly effect truly is. I merely wrote an article using the system, and I ended up as the top scholar. Becoming the top scholar was one thing, but landing in the midst of the 8 princes' struggle for succession is quite another. This title is nothing but a hot potato. Once the court assigns me a post, I will become a thorn in the side of many. Setting others aside, just that old man today, the Minister of Justice, has countless ways to dispose of me legally. How troubling. Luo Chen paced back and forth in his room. He was an ordinary worker who had transmigrated from Earth, already exhausted by the political games of a dozen colleagues, now suddenly thrust into a battle of wits with the most seasoned schemers of ancient times. If that wasn't courting death, what was? Was there no way to keep far away from these living legends? Luo Chen called upon the system, but it informed him it was still in cooldown. Unable to rely on the system, Luo Chen could only inventory the connections and relationships at his disposal. First was Li Yifei, who had given him a jade pendant. Though Prince Zhao Li Yifei's faction was powerful, she was currently locked in a conflict with Prince Qin Li Jinyu. Seeking her out would undoubtedly be a slap in Li Jinyu's face. No matter how ineffective Li Jinyu might be, she was still the legitimate eldest imperial daughter, legally commanding 800 armed soldiers in the capital. Truly provoking her would only bring suffering upon himself. Yet defecting to Li Jinyu and offending Li Yifei would be even worse. Offending Li Jinyu might only lead to death. Offending Li Yifei meant certain death. Finally, there was Prince Ning Li Minglan, who had no conflict with either Li Jinyu or Li Yifei. But Prince Ning had no real power. She had neither money nor followers, only a mouth for grand promises. Other than being a mouthpiece for relaying messages, she seemed to have little else. Wait, a mouthpiece? If I remember correctly, she mentioned today that she could petition the emperor. Since she can petition the emperor, could I ask her to have the emperor send me out of the capital to be a local tyrant in some county? The more Luo Chen thought, the more activated his mind felt. Who said that having connections meant climbing the ladder? He could just as easily use Prince Ning's connection to go down. Once he left the capital, what would Prince Qin, Prince Zhao, or the Minister of Justice care about him? A moment later, at Li Minglan's door. Li Minglan was stunned for 10 seconds before slowly turning her head, her eyes blinking blankly. You want me to ask father to have you posted outside the capital to a county in the countryside? Luo Chen nodded affirmatively. Exactly. The true governance of a nation lies with the people, not the court. To better serve the country, one must first gain experience at the grassroots level. Luo Chen, you are the top scholar. You are guaranteed a position in the capital. Do you truly wish to leave? The world says water flows downhill and people climb upward. But I disagree. What matters is finding one's proper place. Ascending too hastily without a clear position invites disaster. Wouldn't that waste all your achievements? Li Minglan still didn't understand. Luo Chen decided not to dawdle. Since Li Minglan always painted him grand visions, he would paint her one in reverse. Your Highness, it is extremely difficult to develop in the capital where the power dynamics are already set. Staying here now would be nothing but wasted time. To build our own strength, we must go where these people's influence doesn't reach. The power of a single county may be small, but if we use it as a base to expand to other counties. When we control 10, 100, even 1,000 counties, will we still be weak then? Li Minglan's eyes lit up instantly. Luo Chen's decision to go to a local county, though seemingly a retreat from court power, was actually a solid way to build up his own strength. To win a powerful official position in the court would inevitably require a bloody struggle. It was as difficult as reaching the heavens, and might even be a futile effort, like chasing reflections in the water. However, taking control of a local county was not so difficult. Though the resources of a county were incomparable to the capital, she currently held no cards at all. Getting cards was more important than getting good cards. Luo Chen, have you truly thought this through? Luo Chen smiled, brimming with confidence. I am willing to go and develop the grassroots for your highness. Li Minglan bit her lip. Luo Chen was indeed a heaven-certified loyal and righteous man. She had only provided him with a place to stay, and yet he was willing to leave the splendor of the capital for a poor, backward county to strengthen her position. Luo Chen was certain he had convinced Li Minglan. If he was willing to endure hardship, then Li Minglan, if she truly wanted the prize, should also seek the emperor's favor. Rather than directly vying for court power, the most important thing for Prince Ning's faction now is to expand our scale and resources. Going to the local regions is far better than staying in the capital. Please, your highness, petition the emperor for my appointment. I must go to the countryside to understand the people's condition so I can serve the country better. Luo Chen finished speaking and turned to leave. Li Minglan's ears echoed with his words. Thinking it over, she suddenly had an epiphany and tears welled up uncontrollably. Luo Chen's words were not merely about his own arrangements. They clearly provided a future plan for her. To win the throne, she couldn't just rely on wishing. The most important thing was to strengthen their power. And Luo Chen, for her sake, was willing to go to a difficult place to build up her strength. May you be as steadfast as the green mountain, and I as loyal as the pine tree. I will never betray you even if my bones are ground to dust. Wu Mansion. Father, I have already investigated. The top scholar of this year's imperial examination is indeed that person. Here is his portrait. Wu Liangjun took the portrait from his son Wu Shuilin, not expecting it to be the very person he had just seen at the Ningguang mansion. Those people in the Ministry of Rites have truly lost their minds, actually letting that fellow become the top scholar. And that child Minglan has also lost her mind, unable to see through the true nature of this person. Father, I think we might have misunderstood. It's unlikely that Minglan would be having an affair with a man she knows. If Li Minglan and Luo Chen were having an illicit affair, it wouldn't be a particularly big problem. Wu Liangjun shook his head. After all, as long as it doesn't lead to a life-or-death situation, it won't have much impact. The problem is with the various factions contending, as they have pushed a fool into the position of top scholar. The key is what they mean by doing so. Is it the emperor suppressing them, or are they deliberately stirring up trouble? Luo Chen is not just a matter of his character. Behind it all, he is entangled with the various factions in the court. Whoever takes him in will not gain an advantage, but instead become a target for everyone. Even if we don't target Luo Chen, we must make him leave Minglan's side. That is the only way to protect her. Father, then what should we do? Wu Shuilin also felt a headache. As a member of the imperial family, life was usually glorious, but when it came to the critical juncture of succession to the throne, all the imperial relatives would feel as if they had thorns at their backs, sitting on pins and needles. After all, before each of them stood a royal heir. If they supported the heir in front, they would be embroiled in the struggle for the crown prince position. It might even end with their entire family being executed. If they didn't support but were a threat, they would also be settled accounts with. So to survive, one really had to put some thought into it. They had to ensure their granddaughter was safe from life-threatening danger and also keep their own family from being drawn into court disputes. How about this? You write a memorial for me. Tomorrow I will present it to His Majesty, reporting that Luo Chen's abilities are insufficient and request the court to re-examine him, preferably with a face-to-face confrontation to test his capability. Now the only way to protect Menglin is to find a way to punish this pretender who is merely making up the number. The next day, in the morning, after the court session concluded, Wu Liangjun personally handed the memorial to Emperor Guangchang. Your Majesty, I believe that this year's top scholar Luo Chen has neither a false reputation nor genuine learning. Such a person is unlikely to be worthy of the court's important assignments. I beg your Majesty to investigate thoroughly. Emperor Guangchang gave Wu Liangjun a brief glance. Oh, of course the emperor knew that Luo Chen's essay level was not outstanding. His ability to become the top scholar was due to the emperor's covert approval. He had allowed Luo Chen, an undeserving person, to obtain the top scholar position. First, he wanted to use Luo Chen's undeserved status as a pretext to control the Ministry of Rights officials involved in examination fraud. As long as there was this mediocre person Luo Chen, he could at any time use Luo Chen as a reason to launch a purge of the court. Second, he also wanted to see why Li Jinyu valued this fellow so much. Before Emperor Guangchang could give Wu Liangjun a reply, the eunuch who delivered messages from outside the hall walked slowly in. Your Majesty, the Prince of Ning requests an audience. Prince of Ning. Hearing Li Menglin's title, Wu Liangjun was very puzzled. He couldn't understand why Li Menglin of all people would seek an audience with His Majesty. But in the next second his eyes widened. Li Menglin had not been idle recently. Hadn't she just met with the top scholar Luo Chen yesterday? Could it be for Luo Chen's sake? He hoped not. Let her in. Emperor Guangchang's face was expressionless. Then this old minister will take his leave. Wu Liangjun requested to leave. But Emperor Guangchang smiled. Don't be in a hurry. Menglin is my daughter, and also your granddaughter. This child has not entered the palace for over half a year. I also want to see what business she is coming to see me this time. You might as well stay here and listen together. Your minister obeys. Wu Liangjun felt cold sweat seeping from his back. He hoped that this unfilial granddaughter Li Menglin would not mention Luo Chen here. He had just raised issues about Luo Chen, and now she came to speak well of him. How would His Majesty perceive that? When Li Menglin first entered the hall and saw her grandfather, she was also startled. However, she quickly regained her composure. She continued to walk slowly to Emperor Guangchang. Your daughter pays respects to Father Emperor. Menglin, what is the reason for your visit today? Father Emperor, I feel that spending every day reading and painting in the mansion is a waste of life. I wish to serve the country with loyalty. I wish to start as a county magistrate at the grassroots level and become a pillar of the state. I wonder if Father Emperor can grant my request. A mere county magistrate. That is possible. Emperor Guangchang suddenly raised his eyebrows. But why have you suddenly decided to become an official? In his impression, Li Menglin was a traditional virtuous lady. She usually stayed home and didn't show her face, occasionally doing some embroidery or calligraphy and painting. Why suddenly did she want to enter officialdom and serve the country? I wish to serve the country at the most difficult grassroots level. Having this intention is a good thing. I naturally have no objection, but have you really thought it through? Being an official is no child's play. I have thought it through. However, I have one request, and I hope Father Emperor will grant it. What request? I beg Father Emperor to assign this year's top scholar Luo Chen as my deputy. Emperor Guangchang, who had been as calm as still water and showed no true emotion, was also surprised. You want that Luo Chen to be your deputy? Your Majesty, absolutely not. Before Emperor Guangchang could express his opinion, Wu Liangjun, who was standing by, could no longer sit still. He could not stand by and watch his granddaughter make a mistake. The Prince of Ning, saying this, must have been deceived by Luo Chen's sweet words. I beg your Majesty to reconsider. As Wu Liangjun spoke, Li Menglin was not to be outdone. Grandfather, you don't understand Luo Chen at all. How can you say that? Wu Liangjun's blood pressure soared. He ignored that they were in the imperial palace and directly scolded Li Menglin. You foolish child, you have been deceived. Just have someone test Luo Chen's abilities casually, and you'll know his true skill. Grandfather, you are just prejudiced against Luo Chen. Just as Wu Liangjun and Li Menglin were exchanging words, the eunuch from outside the door walked in again. Your Majesty, the Prince of Qin requests an audience. Reminded by Wu Liangjun, Emperor Guangchang was temporarily uncertain whether to grant Li Menglin's request. So he let the two calm down while he first saw what the Prince of Qin had to say. When Li Jinyu stepped into the hall and saw Li Menglin and Wu Liangjun, she was also taken aback. But then she thought that what she was about to say was not something shameful. So she did not ask her father to have the others withdraw. Li Jinyu walked to Emperor Guangchang's desk, steadied herself, and said, Father Emperor, I deeply feel that my knowledge is shallow and my understanding insufficient. Therefore I wish to invite a renowned teacher to instruct me. I beg Father Emperor to appoint this year's top scholar Luo Chen as my personal tutor. Emperor Guangchang's feelings upon hearing this were not yet revealed. He took a deep breath and turned to look at Wu Lianjuan. Minister Wu, did you not say that Luo Chen has no genuine talent or learning? Why does the Prince of Qin want Luo Chen to be her teacher? Upon hearing this, Wu Lianjun felt that his more than 70 years of life had been lived in vain. Why? Why would the Prince of Qin want such a mediocre person as Luo Chen to be her teacher? Your Highness Prince of Qin, do not be deceived by Luo Chen. I met this man in person yesterday. Not only does he not know the words of the sages, but he even spouts wild nonsense. Luo Chen deceives people. Who is slandering my Luo Chen? Li Jinyu was about to retort, but she suddenly noticed a suspicious point. Wait, Minister Wu met Luo Chen yesterday. Li Jinyu asked seriously. Minister Wu, why do you speak of Luo Chen in such a manner? Have you met him in person? Grandfather. Li Minglin immediately tried to stop her grandfather. But Wu Lianjun was in a fit of anger, and the more Li Minglin tried to stop him, the more he insisted on speaking. He cast a glance at Li Minglin, then stroked his beard and said, I certainly do not slander others casually. I personally saw this man at the residence of Prince Ning yesterday. From my observations, Luo Chen not only lacks lofty aspirations, but also has no learning. And to be frank, Your Highness of Qin, this man does not even know the most fundamental words of the sages. I suspect that there was cheating in this imperial examination. And this Luo Chen may have coincidentally benefited from a cheater barely making it into the palace examination. Otherwise, with his level, he could not even pass the county examination. Wu Liangjun analyzed with great confidence, and even Emperor Guangchang, who was listening, nodded. However, Li Jinyu's focus was different. After Wu Liangjun talked at length, Li Jinyu extracted but one core point. Luo Chen went to Prince Ning's residence yesterday. No wonder I could not find him. Wu Liangjun was stunned. Your Highness of Qin, are you deaf? Did you not hear what I just said? I said that Luo Chen is not worthy of the top scholar position. Why are you still thinking about finding him? Is this man made of gold? Why do you care so much? Li Jinyu ignored Minister Wu and turned to glare at Li Minglin. My dear seventh sister, so it was you who took Luo Chen away. Although Li Jinyu and Luo Chen had been secretly involved in the simulation, in reality, nothing had even begun between Luo Chen and Li Jinyu. Why should she feel guilty? Rather, she had helped Luo Chen, who had been neglected by Li Jinyu and the others. That was a great deed. Li Minglin crossed her arms. Sister, do not speak nonsense. I invited Luo Chen to my residence openly and honorably. Invited? Who does not know that I was the first to invite him? If you did not abduct him, what was it? Li Jinyu's brows twitched. Then I am confused. When I met Master Luo, he was still worrying about where to stay. Is that how you invite people, sister? I went to invite him early in the morning. And then you invited him out onto the street. Well, that was because of that little wench Li Yifei. Just as Li Jinyu and Li Minglin were quarreling more fiercely, Emperor Guangchang, who had been silent all along, slammed his palm onto the table. Boom. Insolent. If your sister is a little wench, then what are you? The father's voice made the glaring Li Jinyu and Li Minglin tremble, then they both lowered their heads. Yes. I spoke recklessly. After stopping their quarrel, Emperor Guangchang raised his hand and pointed at Li Jinyu. My eldest, tell me what kind of person Luo Chen is. Is he worthy of being appointed by the court? Li Jinyu raised her head and spoke truthfully. According to the future in the simulation, Luo Chen may still have some gap compared to the ministers now, but he has extremely high comprehension and will surely achieve great things in the future. After asking Li Jinyu, Emperor Guangchang turned to Li Minglin. Li Minglin did not speak entirely truthfully, but added some embellishments. Luo Chen is a talent rarely seen in a millennium, loyal to the country and the sovereign. The court should appoint him to an important post. Finally, Emperor Guangchang looked at Minister Wu. After listening to the descriptions of both the Prince of Qin and the Prince of Ning, Minister Wu could not describe his feelings. In short, he wanted to laugh. It was not mocking anyone, but rather feeling that the world was absurd, so absurd as to be laughable. You say he is capable? Then let him take a high position in the court and see if he reveals his true colors. Heh, I am already behind the times. Since the Prince of Qin and the Prince of Ning both think so highly of Luo Chen, I have nothing more to say. Let the court appoint him accordingly. Emperor Guangchang rubbed his brow. It seems everyone has reached a consensus. So let us all return to our duties. After driving everyone away, Emperor Guangchang sighed wearily. He knew Luo Chen's level well. But now the court was becoming increasingly uncontrollable due to the issue of imperial succession. Every official appointment could break the balance of power. For the royal family, having someone like Luo Chen, who had no background or faction, enter the court might not be a bad thing. After all, the ministers and dukes who had accompanied him in founding the dynasty were all old now. To put it bluntly, these loyal ministers of his might die at any time. When they died, they would have to cede the core positions of the court to the next generation. They were his loyal ministers, but their descendants might not be loyal to him. Their descendants were more inclined to support the future emperor than to continue supporting him. But Emperor Guangchang had yet to see which of his daughters was fit to succeed him. The eldest Li Jinyu lacked courage. The second Li Yifei trusted the Duke of Ying too much. The third Li Wanjuan was brainwashed by pedantic Confucians. The seventh Li Minglin had no ambition. The eighth Li Yuerong spent her days studying carpentry and would amount to nothing. With wolves lurking outside and courtiers coveting power within, where was the great Tang heading? Just as Emperor Guangchang felt lost about the empire's future, the eunuch in charge of the imperial seal handed him a memorial that had not yet been approved. Your Majesty, Wang Qinghua, the Minister of Personnel, has again submitted a request to retire to his hometown. Denied. Your Majesty, this is the fourth time you have rejected Minister Wang's request. Go tell him to wait another half year. I will surely grant his request. Yes. Just as the eunuch was about to leave the hall to relay the message, Emperor Guangchang raised his hand to stop him. I recall that there is still a vacant important post in the Ministry of Justice. The eunuch replied respectfully, Your Majesty, the post of Vice Minister of Justice is vacant, but there are quite a few candidates. The directors of the Yangzhou and Jingzhou departments have both reached the required years for promotion. Emperor Guangchang suddenly said, I want Luo Chen to serve as the Vice Minister of Justice. The eunuch was stunned. The post of Vice Minister of Justice was a proper second-rank official position, and Luo Chen was merely the top scholar of this imperial examination. According to precedent, the top scholar had to first enter the Hanlin Academy for 2 years of further study, then start as a sixth-rank official. If placed in the Ministry of Justice, that would be a director of the Ministry of Justice. Your Majesty, Luo Chen is just a newcomer to officialdom. Appointing him as Vice Minister of Justice immediately upon entering the court may be difficult to convince the public. This is a matter of great importance. I beg your Majesty to reconsider. After hearing this, Emperor Guangchang suddenly said in a deep voice, What? Do I need your approval to make decisions? Then who do you think should fill the post of Vice Minister of Justice? One of the Duke of Ying's men or one of Chancellor Huang's? The eunuch immediately realized he had misspoken. His face turned pale, and he knelt down to beg for mercy. Your Majesty, spare me, spare me. I have accepted no favors from anyone. I did not dare take a single cent. Did I say you took money? Guards, drag him out and execute him. At the Prince Ning's residence. After Li Minglin returned, Luo Chen immediately went to greet her. Your Highness, how did the discussion go? Li Minglin smiled confidently. Father has no objections to you. I feel the chances of success are quite high. You should know in a few days at the imperial banquet. By the way, I also requested Father to allow us to go to the local prefecture together as officials. Luo Chen fell silent for a few seconds after hearing this. Why must she follow him when he was leaving the capital? And why would a single-character prince like her, instead of going to her fief, want to learn from him and become a county magistrate? Did she not fear losing the chance for a fief in the future? Did she truly think she could rise from a county magistrate to become emperor? But Luo Chen had a change of heart. Perhaps Li Minglin becoming a local official wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Maybe after witnessing the darkness of the bureaucracy, she would abandon her absurd ambition to become emperor. Report. A guard rushed in hurriedly, kneeling on one knee. Your Highness, the Prince of Qin is at the mansion gate requesting an audience. Li Minglin bit her lips softly upon hearing this. After her grandfather exposed Luo Chen's whereabouts to her elder sister, she had expected her sister to cause trouble, but she hadn't expected it to come so soon. Seeing Li Minglin's dilemma, Luo Chen pointed toward the rear courtyard. Since the Prince of Qin is coming, I'll hide to avoid complications. No need. Li Minglin shook her head. Hiding forever isn't a solution. Since we've decided to go to the local prefecture together, let's clarify things with my elder sister here, so she won't waste her good intentions. Li Minglin knew her elder sister's temperament. Compared to her second sister, Li Yifei, Li Jinyu was much more reasonable. She only needed to apologize and admit her mistake for arguing with her elder sister this morning. Then she would tell her elder sister that Luo Chen was already her retainer. That way her elder sister would surely understand. Besides, even if her elder sister didn't understand, so what? If she tried to forcefully take him, it would only make Luo Chen's impression of her even worse, which was actually good for Li Minglin. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided to have a proper talk with her elder sister, bringing Luo Chen along. Before long, Li Jinyu walked in with dignified and elegant steps. Just as Luo Chen was pondering how to refuse joining the Prince of Qin's mansion, Li Jinyu bowed respectfully to him. Li Jinyu said with sincere sincerity, Master Luo Chen, I have come to seek your guidance. Before Luo Chen could answer, Li Minglin was stunned. Guidance? Sister, weren't you here to recruit Luo Chen into the Prince of Qin's mansion? Isn't Luo Chen already staying at my younger sister's residence? Li Jinyu stared straight at Li Minglin, as if asking if she was foolish. Li Minglin suddenly didn't know how to continue the words she had prepared. She had originally planned to tell her elder sister that Luo Chen was already hers. But now that her elder sister had acknowledged it herself, what else was there to say? Then what did sister come for? I have some perplexing questions I wish to ask Master Luo. May I ask? Li Jinyu said this while looking at Luo Chen with earnest pleading. Ever since she confirmed that morning that Luo Chen had been taken by Li Menglin, Li Jinyu gave up on the idea of forcefully taking him. According to the character Luo Chen displayed in the Heavenly Tao deduction, he was an extremely loyal and devoted person. As long as he accepted the Prince Ning's favor, he would surely go through fire and water for the prince in the future. If she tried to take him by force, not only would she fail, but she would also make Luo Chen wary. If she ended up like Li Yifei in the deduction, who was scolded harshly by Luo Chen after trying to steal him, she would be completely ruined. So to have Luo Chen stand by her side, she couldn't use force as she had to use softness. Therefore, Li Jinyu timely adjusted her tactics and prepared to become Luo Chen's disciple. The bond between Li Menglin and Luo Chen was merely that of host and guest. As long as she became Luo Chen's disciple, her bond with him would far surpass Li Menglin's. And as events unfolded, it was exactly as Li Jinyu had imagined. After Li Jinyu stopped mentioning recruiting Luo Chen no longer resisted her. Your Highness wishes to seek my guidance. But I have little learning, and fear I am unworthy to be your teacher. Luo Chen spread his hands, showing a helpless expression. Master Luo hasn't even seen what I wish to ask, so how do you know you don't understand? What I wish to ask is about the happiness between men and women. At the words between men and women, Luo Chen's body involuntarily trembled. Is this a topic normal people can openly discuss? Isn't it something only seasoned experts talk about? But soon he calmed his mind and steadied himself. Perhaps he was overthinking the men and women issues Li Jinyu mentioned might not be the ordinary kind. However, Li Jinyu's question had piqued Luo Chen's interest. Your Highness, what question do you wish to ask? It's like this. Without caring about Li Menglin's reaction, Li Jinyu pulled Luo Chen to sit at a table and poured him a cup of tea. Li Jinyu then began to speak of the matter she wanted to ask. A few days ago, a maid in my mansion suddenly asked me that she liked a man but didn't know how to hint or pursue him. As you know, Your Highness, I have never been well versed in matters of love, so I was unable to respond. Hence I came to seek your guidance. If Li Jinyu had asked about other matters, Luo Chen might not have been able to answer. But when it came to matters of the heart, Luo Chen could certainly offer some advice. I think it would be better for her to directly confess her feelings to the man, since a woman pursuing a man is much easier than the reverse. Master, I initially thought so too, but it's not as simple as you think. Just as the maid in my mansion was about to confess her feelings, the man was confessed to by someone else first. Luo Chen's interest was already piqued upon hearing this. This gossip was interesting. Luo Chen knew nothing of the 4 books and 5 classics, but he could answer such trivial questions. I think the key to this issue is the man's state. Has he accepted the one who confessed first? If he hasn't yet, telling your maid to confess immediately might still give her a chance. If he has already accepted, then it's much more difficult. But the most important thing is whether the man likes her. If he has no feelings for her, then the outcome will be the same sooner or later. So you mean she should immediately confess her feelings and try it? While Luo Chen was speaking, Li Jinyu took out a writing brush from somewhere and began writing in a book. For the next several minutes, the two of them, like old folks chatting idly on the street, continued discussing rumors over tea. Li Menglin watched the entire process in stunned silence. Who would have thought that the eldest princess, the Prince of Qin, and the champion scholar Luo Chen would discuss neither state affairs nor family matters, but a heap of trivial matters? She couldn't understand her elder sister's current behavior, but she was deeply shocked. Thank you for your guidance, Master Luo. I will return and let her try. The gossip was only half told, and Luo Chen still felt unsatisfied. By the way, no matter the outcome, remember to send me word. Thank you. If there are follow-ups, I will come to see you again, Master. Li Jinyu nodded slightly. After today's meeting, she could feel that there was still a great distance between herself and Luo Chen. But that was only natural since they had had no prior interaction. As the saying goes, one must eat bite by bite, walk step by step, and haste makes waste. Don't think that Li Menglin, by taking Luo Chen in now, has the advantage of being close. But that was only an advantage of a few days. Once the court's appointment for Luo Chen came down, he would have his own residence. Then the key would be who could stay with Luo Chen longer. 5 days later, at the Prince Zhao's residence. Useless, a bunch of idiots. Even if a needle fell into the river, a few hundred people searching for 5 days should have found it. But you can't find a living person. Your Highness the Duke of Ing wishes to introduce you to several outstanding scholars from this year's imperial examinations. Not seeing anyone, Li Yifei angrily dismissed the servants and guards. She sighed heavily and opened the Heavenly Tao system that was still counting down. She murmured, I can only rely on the Heavenly Tao. Deduction countdown: 0 days, 5 hours, 25 minutes. At the Ningguang mansion. My lord, it's already evening. You've been asleep all afternoon. Princess Ning. Li Menglin reached out and poked Luo Chen, who had a book covering his face. Oh, another afternoon gone. Luo Chen woke up groggily, tossing the book aside. He turned his head to look out the window. Indeed, the sky had long darkened. Originally, Luo Chen had planned to study more of this world's sacred texts before tomorrow's imperial banquet, so as not to embarrass himself with a lack of common knowledge. As it turned out, The moment Luo Chen looked at those convoluted sages' writings, his eyelids began to fight him, and before he knew it, the day had passed. Alas, he had no idea how he'd managed to sit through such long sessions in the simulation. Luo Chen sighed inwardly. At least he wasn't chasing fame or fortune, otherwise just the studying alone would have exhausted him to death. Li Minglin nodded. You must have been worn out from studying in the past, my lord. In my past life I had to attend morning classes at 8, and didn't return home until 10 at night. I really do have a bit of study PTSD. Li Minglin didn't understand, but didn't press further. It's getting late. Let's have dinner. I feel a bit guilty for always freeloading at your highness's place. Luo Chen felt he must be the most laid-back transmigrator of all. Others after transmigrating would grind tirelessly day and night, squeezing every opportunity dry. Only he wanted to do nothing. The main reason was that Luo Chen had no motivation to strive. In his past life, he had worked himself to death, leaving him with no desire to work, only to enjoy peace and tranquility. Having experienced more entertaining phones and games in his past life, Luo Chen found no interest in this world's Qin chess, calligraphy, and painting. The only thing that could capture his attention was the Heavenly Dao System's simulation. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Dao System wouldn't finish cooling down until the dead of night. Then how will you repay me, my lord? As she spoke, Li Minglin leaned close to Luo Chen's ear, her warm breath caressing his oracle, and a soft voice slowly flowed from her alluring cherry lips. Will you swear to be loyal to me for life? I can provide for your meals for a lifetime. Free meals for a lifetime. Now that you mention it, I'm wide awake. Luo Chen sat up straight, looking at Li Minglin before him, slightly raising an eyebrow. If I stay home lying around all day, will you still provide for my meals? My lord, if you swear loyalty to me, then of course. Li Minglin tilted her head, a smile on her face. Although the Ningguang family wasn't wealthy, they had no worries about food and drink. Should he just latch onto a powerful backer and completely lie low? Just as Luo Chen was about to agree, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the courtyard. The smile on Li Minglin's face instantly froze. Who else could come to her mansion uninvited besides Li Jinyu? Grandfather, you've really ruined me. Li Minglin turned and walked toward the door to greet her. Elder sister, why are you here again? People might think this is the Qinhuang mansion. Where is Luo Chen? Li Jinyu completely ignored the house's owner Li Minglin and made straight for Luo Chen, who was lying on the bed like a corpse. I've already had your champion's robe for tomorrow's banquet made. Come and try it on. Then Li Jinyu placed the bundle in her hand on the table, opened it, and beckoned Luo Chen to take off his clothes and try on the custom-made champion's robe. Li Minglin was exasperated by her elder sister. She directly pressed down on Li Jinyu's wrist and asked, elder sister, I asked you a question. Why are you here again? Can't I come to see my clever little sister? I brought your favorite. As if prepared, Li Jinyu pulled out a sugar figurine from her sleeve and pressed it into Li Minglin's hand. Elder sister, I'm not a child anymore. Don't you have anything to say? Even with Li Minglin's good temper, she couldn't stand it. Who said her elder sister was honest, sincere, and reasonable? This ability to play dumb. Could that be an honest person? By the way, close the door when you leave. It's you who should leave, elder sister. Li Jinyu's networking tactics over the past few days had been very successful. By playing dumb and being shameless in front of Li Minglin, she had managed to become Luo Chen's second friend in this world. Hearing the sound, Luo Chen stood up from the bed, walked over to the two women, and examined the champion's robe Li Jinyu had made for him. Crimson silk round collar, gold-embellished black gauze hat draped in red brocade. It looked a bit like a wedding garment. Your highnesses, you should leave. I need to try on the clothes. But Li Minglin and Li Jinyu had locked horns, both standing still and refusing to leave. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving either. Luo Chen scratched his head, momentarily unable to understand what they were so anxious about. Could it be that they were fighting for his favor? Luo Chen was quite self-aware about this. He definitely didn't have that kind of face. Forget it. Let them be. First try on the clothes, then eat, and wait until after midnight. Then start the simulation. With that thought, Luo Chen picked up the clothes and returned to the window, slowly loosening his belt. Hearing the rustling sound beside her, Li Minglin instinctively wanted to turn her head, but Li Jinyu pressed her face firmly with both hands. Don't even think about peeking at my Luo Chen. Though Li Jinyu said this, her eyes couldn't help glancing toward the window. And Li Minglin didn't idle either. She reached out both hands and pressed Li Jinyu's face, preventing her from turning around. Elder sister, I've never found you so annoying before. The good image you had in my heart is completely gone. You've always been the same in my eyes, still a little brat. Late at night, Luo Chen and Li Jinyu had only just finished dinner under Li Minglin's unwavering gaze. After the meal, Li Jinyu bid farewell to Luo Chen. Luo Chen, the banquet will be held in the evening. I'll send a carriage to pick you up then. All right. It's getting late. I'll be going now. See you tomorrow. Finally, after seeing Li Jinyu off, Li Minglin had a chance to be alone with Luo Chen. She was about to bring up the matter of Luo Chen's full allegiance to her. Luo Chen. But just as she was about to speak, the Heavenly Dao simulation system, which had been resting for more than 6 days, suddenly sounded a prompt. Heavenly Dao simulation countdown 10, 9, 8. At this moment, Li Minglin's words suddenly caught in her throat. It wouldn't hurt to wait a little longer. She'd first see how her future would unfold, then decide. What were you about to say? I was going to wish you sweet dreams, my lord. I'll take my leave and rest now. Li Minglin smiled and waved at Luo Chen, then turned and walked toward her own room. Luo Chen didn't watch her go. He closed the door directly. Begin simulation. Yes. Having slept all day, Luo Chen sat on the edge of the bed, full of energy. After not seeing the system for a week, Luo Chen felt as if he were addicted. A strange excitement surged through him. Compared to the lack of entertainment in reality, the simulation was the perfect pastime for a modern person. Luo Chen eagerly began the simulation, and the very first line struck him like a thunderbolt. In the autumn of the 15th year of Emperor Guangchang's reign, you attended the imperial feast honoring the newly listed scholars, where His Majesty announced the future appointments of all the successful candidates. You were personally appointed by Emperor Guangchang as Vice Minister of Justice. No way. What kind of development is this? Weren't they supposed to send me to some remote county to retire? How did I end up as a deputy ministerial level official? I've never even been a volunteer, and now you're directly putting me in the ministry. This is a joke, isn't it? With my current level, how can I be a vice minister? I can't do it, you know. Just as Luo Chen's self-assessment suggested. The next second something went wrong in the simulation. You were exceptionally appointed by Emperor Guangchang as a high-ranking second-rank official, causing much discussion among the other officials. Left Prime Minister Huang Kongbua employed a strategy of praising you to the skies. He said that a talent like yours must be exceptionally intelligent and well-versed in ancient and modern calendars, and he asked you to analyze tonight's celestial phenomena. Your current skill is 8-part essay mastery. This question cannot be answered. Oh no, this kind of discrepancy between reputation and ability is exactly what I fear most, being tested. Your skill is unable to provide an answer. Please answer personally. In ancient times, agriculture was the foundation of society, and astronomy and calendrical science were crucial for guiding farming activities. For instance, literary works from past lives like the Book of Rites and Book of Changes contained sections on astronomy and calendars. Yet in Luo Chen's present era, not to mention ordinary people, even most experts and scholars cared little about astronomy and calendars. After all, one could simply open their phone to see the weather forecast for the coming days, and farming was no longer entirely dependent on the weather. Who would bother studying ancient astronomy? Forget it, I'll just grit my teeth and answer with elementary geography. You claim that the ground beneath your feet is a sphere, that the Earth revolves around the Sun, and the Moon revolves around the Earth. The planets such as Jupiter, Venus, Mercury, Mars, and Saturn also revolve around the Sun. Most of the celestial bodies in the sky are distant stars and other galaxies. They do not orbit the Sun. The Sun is merely the center of the solar system. You have not explained the current celestial phenomena, but your answer has aroused the doubts of the court officials. The prevalent astronomical view in the current world is that the heavens are round and the Earth is square, with the concept of celestial human resonance. Your words are immediately met with refutation and criticism from the crowd. What nonsense, reversing the positions of heaven and earth, confounding motion and stillness. These are heretical words that must be punished. To defy the words of the sages is nothing but a fool's dream. Celestial phenomena are the foundation of the state. What is your intent in saying this? Emperor Guangchang is also displeased with your statement and commands you to explain why you uttered such words. What are you hinting at? Please make your response. 1. Your subject is merely stating a natural principle with no implication intended. 2. Your subject knew nothing of astronomy earlier. I was speaking randomly. 3. The state has no enlightened ruler. It is time to install a new sovereign. The options presented by the system startled Luo Chen. Option 3 was a shortcut to reincarnation. No matter which of the first two he chose, there would be trouble. Choosing one would challenge the worldview of the current era, inevitably inviting condemnation from the court and the people. Choosing 2 would be the crime of deceiving the emperor. Perhaps the best choice from the start of the banquet was to find an excuse to slip away to the restroom. Luo Chen found himself in an impossible dilemma. After much deliberation, Luo Chen could only steel himself and choose one. At least this choice only made him appear foolish, not guilty of offending the imperial authority. You insist on your words, believing that the Earth revolves around the Sun. The court officials refused to accept your view, one after another, petitioning the emperor, denouncing you as a delusional and impractical person. Your words sound like a fantasy to Emperor Guangchang, who begins to doubt whether he should appoint you. Emperor Guangchang revokes your appointment. You acquire the trait Luo Chen's Celestial Fantasy 6-star. Luo Chen's Celestial Fantasy, as a sage who sees through the old era, your mind becomes more active, granting you enhanced memory and reasoning abilities. You will find it easier to obtain inspiration and growth in the fields of science and engineering. However, because your views are too heretical, you suffer the enmity of traditional scholars. Your subsequent actions and policies will meet with fierce opposition and attacks from traditional scholars. This trait will transform into a positive one after the host proves his views correct. Locked positive attribute: you are revered as a sage by the world, supported by all scholars under heaven, and the faction you belong to will experience a dramatic increase in technological development and social progress. The next morning's court session. Grand Secretary Wen Hongwen, together with all the scholars of the Hanlin Academy, submits a memorial to Emperor Guangchang accusing you of heresy and moral unfitness, and demands the revocation of your status as a top scholar and metropolitan graduate. Prince Qin Li Jinyu wishes to defend you, but before he can speak he is rebuffed by the Duke of England. The Duke of England claims that you are incompetent and only skilled at seducing Prince Zhao. Prince Zhao Li Yifei, because of his acquaintance with you, has now begun to neglect his duties, spending his days and nights in seclusion at home. Luo Chen is truly a villain who brings calamity to the state. He must be exiled from the capital. Minister of Justice Wu Lianjuan also seizes the opportunity to call you a petty man who only deceives the princes. You have no real talent. If the lords do not believe it, they can summon Luo Chen to the court for a public interrogation. Will you go to the palace to prove your ability? Hiss. This old bastard won't let me go, will he? Luo Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. Unexpectedly, from the very beginning of this round of deduction, all forces had turned their hostility toward him. Anyone who didn't know would think I was the regent being attacked by so many people. This capital was no place for a normal person to stay. If it weren't for Emperor Guangchang's sudden whim to bestow high office and generous rewards upon him, he wouldn't have been so targeted by the entire court. Since the court doesn't welcome me, I can't be bothered to serve them. Attacked and provoked from the very start. Luo Chen's temper flared. Anyway, he hadn't chosen a liege lord yet. At worst, he could restart the game. But he would never indulge their rotten temperaments. Luo Chen found the official position section in the system interface. Then he directly chose to resign from the court. You choose to resign from the court, denouncing the entire court as a bunch of ignorant savages. Emperor Guangchang is enraged upon hearing this, publicly criticizing you for not appreciating his favor and disappointing his expectations. Emperor Guangchang orders you to be imprisoned in the imperial prison on charges of deceiving the sovereign, slandering the court, and defaming high ministers. Prince Zhao Li Yifei remonstrates with Emperor Guangchang, but is rebuked and ordered to be confined to his residence for 3 months. Prince Qin Li Jinyu remonstrates with Emperor Guangchang and is fined 1 year's salary. At the same time, Emperor Guangchang decrees that anyone who pleads for Luo Chen will be demoted to commoner and exiled to Lingnan. Meanwhile, Li Minglin was also caught in a dilemma because of Luo Chen's decision. Will you plead with your father for Luo Chen? 1. Plead. Emperor Guangchang's temperament is unpredictable, and this move has uncertain prospects. 2. Do not plead. Luo Chen has already offended the entire court with his reckless words. It is wiser to protect oneself. Li Minglin had been trying to win over Luo Chen in reality, hoping to recruit him to help her ascend to the throne. But now Luo Chen had offended her father and all the factions in the court. If she pleaded for him, she might not even be able to protect herself. The emperor's word was as heavy as the 9 tripods. If she pleaded, she would surely be demoted to commoner. Once a commoner, she would forever be separated from the throne. Though Luo Chen might become a great talent in the future, was she really willing to go this far for him? I'll take the risk. After agonizing over it, Li Minglin decided to stop thinking. She closed her eyes and directly chose the first option in the heavenly Tao. You have an audience with Emperor Guangchang and plead for Luo Chen in person. The emperor's forehead veins bulge in anger at first, then gradually calm down, and he asks you a question. I can spare Luo Chen's life, but I have already decreed that any imperial clan member who pleads for him shall be demoted to commoner and exiled to Lingnan. If you accept this, leave your Prince Ning's tally behind. You choose to leave the Prince Ning's tally. The next day, Emperor Guangchang announces to the world that the 7th imperial daughter Li Minglin is stripped of her title, demoted to commoner, and exiled to Lingnan. Li Minglin sighed. It seemed she truly was not favored by her father. Just one plea had cost her her title. This was a disaster. I've become a commoner now. Luo Chen, how are you going to compensate me for this? They threw you into a prison cell. Inside, 2 other inmates were also awaiting execution for assaulting imperial officials. The 3 of you, separated by iron bars, jointly condemned the corruption of the current court. You and your fellow inmates agreed to walk the Yellow Springs together to be reborn in the next life. If there is an afterlife, you swore to be brothers and heroes and make those corrupt officials taste the bitterness of imprisonment. The next day, the warden of the imperial prison brought a young eunuch to you and announced Emperor Guangchang's amnesty decree on the spot. Prince Ning Li Minglin, even willing to be demoted to a commoner, managed to have you released from the imperial prison. Under the shocked and envious gaze of your fellow inmates, you walked out of the imperial prison alive. The development in the simulation left Luo Chen utterly speechless. He had already prepared himself for reincarnation, so he had insulted every old fart in the court. But who could have imagined that even after courting death like this, he still hadn't died? Prince Ning had actually given up his royal title just to pull him out of prison. He and Prince Ning were merely ordinary friends. Why would she go to such lengths? You slowly walked out of the prison gate. As soon as you stepped out, 2 men blocked your path. They claim to be envoys sent by Prince Qin and Prince Zhao inviting you to serve as their retainers. Please choose which faction to join. 1. Choose Prince Qin. 2. Choose Prince Zhao. 3. Choose Li Minglin. If you miss this option, this round of simulation will no longer trigger. Wow, Prince Ning's faction name has literally become her own name. To be honest, if Luo Chen wanted to clear the game and obtain rewards, he would surely have to choose between Prince Qin, Prince Zhao, or another prince. That would best serve his interests. But a person doesn't live solely for profit. Thrills are also a major need. Li Minglin had bestowed upon him an undeserved great favor. If he were to go and pledge allegiance to someone else, that would be too ungrateful. Besides, this is just a simulation. Let's go all out. You have chosen to join Li Minglin's faction. You expressed your loyalty to the two envoys, stating that you were already a member of Prince Ning's estate and would not go to Prince Qin or Prince Zhao. After resolutely refusing the two envoys, you turned to leave. Just as you reached the corner of the street, a figure suddenly darted out from the shadows, nearly colliding with you. Looking closely, it was Li Jinyu. She had been hiding around the corner, eavesdropping all along. Luo Chen. Her voice carried a hint of urgency. Don't you understand? Li Minglin is no longer the Prince of Ning. She has been stripped of her title and is now a commoner about to be exiled to the remote Lingnan region. Are you truly willing to abandon a bright future and follow her to suffer hardship and torment in Lingnan? Her tone held both regret and a trace of persuasion. Without changing his expression, you replied calmly, Li Minglin has shown me great kindness. Even in death, I would die for her. Prince Qin, if you still consider me a friend, please say no more. Li Jinyu asked with a complex expression, Luo Chen, have you ever considered a few days ago joining my estate and becoming one of my people? I don't know. Meanwhile, in front of Prince Qin's residence, Li Jinyu, who had just arrived at the gate, witnessed this scene in the celestial simulation. No way. The simulation has barely begun, and I'm already one step behind again. After all those days of befriending Luo Chen, he had been snatched away by the 7th princess again. Li Jinyu took a painful deep breath, then began banging her head against the pillar at the entrance of Prince Qin's residence. The guards at the gate were so frightened that they all retreated several steps. What's wrong with Prince Qin? What's gotten into her? Don't let her hear you. Elsewhere. At Prince Zhao's residence, Li Yifei also frowned upon reading Luo Chen's reply. This development isn't right. Only a week has passed, and the celestial simulation has diverged so much from the last time. How did Luo Chen end up leaving the capital for Lingnan? Lingnan lies to the southwest of the Great Tang, surrounded by mountains and rife with miasma, unfit for habitation. It had always been a place for exiling criminals from the Central Plains. The population there numbered only a few 100,000, consisting of local barbarians and descendants of exiled scholars. Moreover, the entire population of Lingnan was smaller than that of a single prefecture elsewhere. Relying on Yenzhou alone, one might still contend with the court. But Lingnan held no strategic value whatsoever. No people, no money. Were the 7th princess and Luo Chen planning to retire completely into the mountains? However, the simulation also revealed to Li Yifei where Luo Chen had been for the past week. So it turns out that old 7th stole him away all these days. I used to underestimate her, but her luck ends here. From now on, she will just be a commoner with no chance to set foot in the court again. Luo Chen following her would only become a rustic villager enduring hardship with her. Better to hand the talent over to me. In the simulation, Li Yifei found Li Minglin, who was packing her belongings at Prince Ning's residence. Old 7th, I'll give you 3,000 taels of gold. Let Luo Chen go to your elder sister. Li Minglin looked at you with confusion and asked, why should I? Why? Because you can't stand the environment in Lingnan. Take this money, and I'll pull some strings to arrange for you to live a comfortable life in Jiangnan. If you weren't my sister, I wouldn't even give you a second glance. I won't, Li Minglin said firmly, and where Luo Chen wants to go should be decided by Luo Chen himself. At that moment, Luo Chen also returned to Prince Ning's residence. After learning of your intention from Li Minglin, he bowed to you in gratitude. Money is what I desire, gratitude is also what I desire. When I cannot have both, I give up money and take true friendship. Thank you for your kindness, Prince Zhao, but please return. Huh? How can this be? Luo Chen ran off with old 7th. He'd rather be a rustic villager than come to me. But this was indeed Luo Chen's character. Though she had long known that Luo Chen was a rare, loyal, and righteous man in this world, Li Yifei still couldn't accept it. She gritted her teeth, her shoulders trembling slightly. 7 days ago, Luo Chen was my trusted minister. We two, like husband and wife, took Yenzhou, defeated the Xiongnu, and entered the capital with unstoppable momentum, ushering in the Zhaoning flourishing age under my rule. That vibrant scene of life and competition is still vivid before my eyes. I don't understand. Why is it that after only a few days of meeting Luo Chen late, he has already joined hands with someone else to face difficulties together? As if the future revealed by the celestial last time was nothing but flowers in a mirror and the moon's reflection in water. At the root of all this, aside from my own lack of initiative with Luo Chen, the remaining reason is all Li Jinyu's fault. If not for Li Jinyu's meddling, Luo Chen would already be at my estate, engaged in pleasant evening conversations with me. And Li Jinyu, in front of Prince Qin's residence, had reached the same conclusion: it was all Li Yifei's fault. In the autumn of the 15th year of Guangchang's reign, Yu and Li Minglin departed the capital under the supervision of court officials bound for Lingnan. By early winter, you set foot upon Lingnan's soil and regained your freedom. What do you plan to do next? Li Minglin shrugged. What could be done? Given the circumstances, what else was there to do? Although she had managed to win over Luo Chen, Li Minglin had completely abandoned any ambition for the throne. She simply could not imagine how two border civilians like herself and Luo Chen could possibly make any waves. From now on, she and Luo Chen would simply live a quiet, humble farming life here. Fortunately, she had a habit of saving money and carried banknotes worth several thousand taels of gold. That was enough to live out their days here. You suggested purchasing a plot of land near the Lingnan governor's mansion and buying a few servants. At least they would not starve in their remaining years. However, Luo Chen disagreed. He believed that even in the most remote and impoverished Lingnan, one must not abandon ambition. As royal blood, you ought to explore the mountains and forests, investigate local conditions, and pay respects to great scholars upon your arrival, so that when you eventually inherit the throne, you will not enter the court ignorant and without a single trusted ally. Even now, Luo Chen was still thinking about her and the nation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Chen had just stretched lazily. Give up. Coast along. He might slack off in real life, but when it came to gaming, no one was more persistent than him. As long as he was not dead, he had not lost. Even if this round could not be cleared, accumulating more traits to enrich the reward pool was better than wasting time. First, he would find NPCs to take on quests. Once he gained renown, he would begin leveling up. Luo Chen examined the traits he possessed. Besides the 8-legged essay specialist and the discerner of loyalty and treachery, he already had. Luo Chen also carried a temporary trait known as Luo Chen yearns for heaven. This trait enhances my capacity for critical thinking. Perhaps I can use it to engage in philosophical debates with the scholars of Lingnan. Luo Chen muttered to himself, then decided to first head to the Lingnan governor's mansion, the region's administrative seat, to understand the current situation. To gauge the state of Lingnan, Yu and Li Minglin arrived at the governor's mansion. Yu sought an audience with the Lingnan governor Lin Taining. Due to the negative effects of Luo Chen yearns for heaven, the governor's impression of you was unfavorable, and he refused to meet you. Yu and Li Minglin sought an audience with the Lingnan education commissioner. Due to the negative effects of Luo Chen yearns for heaven, the commissioner's impression of you was unfavorable, and he refused to meet you. Luo Chen's mouth twitched slightly. This negative effect is truly absurd. Li Minglin is at least the former Prince Ning. Even her prestige cannot offset this debuff. Luo Chen, perhaps we should just buy some land and farm. At that moment, Li Minglin within the simulation also urged Luo Chen to give up in time. In that case, let us engage in a proper debate. As for my doctrine, I shall call it natural science. You borrowed money from Li Minglin intending to purchase a schoolhouse in the prefectural seat and offer free education. After hesitating for a moment, Li Minglin lent you the money, urging you not to squander it. You established the school and hung up a sign advertising free instruction. You founded your own school of thought, naming it natural science. The curriculum included elementary mathematics, elementary geography, elementary hygiene, and other subjects. Meanwhile, Li Minglin was utterly bewildered by Luo Chen's actions. What was Luo Chen trying to do? Why had he suddenly opened a school? And rather than teaching the 4 books and 5 classics, he was teaching something unheard of like elementary hygiene. With such subjects, how could any scholar come to study? Reality proved Li Minglin's thoughts correct. Despite offering free education, no scholars came to Luo Chen's school. Occasionally, a few commoner youths would wander in, but upon hearing that the classics were not taught, they would turn and leave. And so it went. Li Minglin and Luo Chen waited at the school for half a month without accepting a single disciple. Just as the 16th year of Guangchang's reign was about to arrive, someone finally came knocking. However, the visitor was no ordinary person. This morning, as usual, you went to open the school. But before you reached it, you discovered a dense crowd of armored soldiers encircling the school. They bore an imposing demeanor and stood in perfect formation, clearly the official garrison troops. They seemed to be awaiting the arrival of the schoolhouse's owner. Seeing you approach, one of them asked, "Do you know the owner of this house? Is this owner capable of treating illnesses?" Seeing this, Li Minglin dared not answer. She immediately shook her head, pretended to be passing by, and hurried back to the temporary lodging she shared with Luo Chen. As the simulation progressed, new scenes emerged. Luo Chen, you've gotten yourself into serious trouble. You shut the door tightly, added 2 heavy padlocks for good measure, and after confirming no one was passing by, dragged Luo Chen to a corner of the back room and whispered very softly, "Just now a group of soldiers came to the school asking if you know medicine. I suspect there's about to be war at the border, and they're conscripting doctors as military physicians. Luo Chen, you absolutely must not go. You shared your analysis with Luo Chen. If Luo Chen were a criminal, the ones coming to arrest him would be constables. But soldiers coming to ask about medical skills clearly meant they wanted to conscript doctors for the army. Presumably they saw the signs for hygiene and medicine hanging at the school gate and mistook Luo Chen for a physician. Li Minglin naturally hoped Luo Chen would rather avoid trouble altogether, even abandoning the school if necessary. But instead of being frightened, Luo Chen puffed out his chest and raised his head, looking eager to try. This is a golden opportunity. Whether it's border war or any other reason, this is a chance to put elementary hygiene to the test. So did you even hear what I said? Li Minglin covered her face. Perhaps this was the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. Li Minglin simply could not comprehend Luo Chen's current behavior. Finally, at her wits' end, Li Minglin resorted to applying moral pressure on Luo Chen. You grabbed hold of Luo Chen, who was about to head out. Luo Chen, would you really abandon a fragile woman like me to grow old and die alone in Lingnan? Luo Chen paused briefly, seeming somewhat puzzled. If I wanted you to grow old and die alone here, I wouldn't be trying so hard. Don't worry, we will return to the capital. I haven't been Prince Ning for a long time. In my heart, you always will be. Li Minglin was rendered speechless by Luo Chen's words. She felt her ears burning hot. How sly you are, Luo Chen. Saying something like that. What more could a person possibly say? At the Qin Prince Manor, after Luo Chen departed for Lingnan, you entrusted various people to inquire about the situation there and his whereabouts. In the 12th month of the 15th year, you finally received a reply. Your servant is incompetent and failed to find Luo Chen's whereabouts. However, it is not due to negligence, but because a great plague is raging in Lingnan, and I dare not venture deep into the investigation. Does he really take me for a fool? Li Jinyu laughed bitterly at the reply. If it weren't for the previous simulations, she would never have known that most of her subordinates were just idle wastes. Li Jinyu might have genuinely believed that he was afraid of the plague rather than skipping work to indulge in pleasure elsewhere. However, although her useless subordinates had not found Luo Chen, they had brought back an important piece of news: a plague was spreading in Lingnan. Recalling the previous simulations, Li Jinyu realized that no one in the court had ever discussed this matter. If it weren't for this simulation where Luo Chen had gone to Lingnan, she would never have known that a plague had occurred there. You conveyed your intelligence to the Vice Minister of Revenue, stating that a plague was occurring in Lingnan and that the court should arrange relief efforts. However, the Vice Minister of Revenue only smiled faintly and said, Your Highness, Prince of Qin, miasma abounds in Lingnan and plagues have never ceased. There is no need to worry. Li Jinyu blinked. Because there were plagues in Lingnan every year, the court simply ignored them. What kind of logic was that? Since the Ministry of Revenue was useless, Li Jinyu went directly to the Emperor. After hearing her report, Emperor Guangchang did not make a decision, but instead told you to take the issue back to the Ministry of Revenue. Knowing that the Ministry of Revenue would not help, you waited outside the hall for an entire day and night. The next morning, the eunuch in charge of writing, Chao Gonggong, whispered to you, Your Highness, Prince of Qin, Lingnan is far away and sparsely populated. The court would incur more losses than gains by providing relief. Moreover, by the time the relief supplies arrive a few months later, the people there would have already died, wasting the grain instead. His Majesty has no choice either. More importantly, is there any official in the court who comes from Lingnan? Who would care about people unrelated to themselves? Even if His Majesty acts, it will only invite criticism from the court. You asked in bewilderment, Are the people of Lingnan not subjects of our great Tang? Chao Gonggong shook his head. This is not something this old servant can speak of. Li Jinyu was helpless. Neither the Ministry of Revenue nor the Emperor would care about the plague in Lingnan. Could she just watch people die there and Luo Chen exposed to danger? But the court would not provide funds, and she herself had been docked half a year's salary. She simply had no money to spare. Li Jinyu looked at the nearly empty treasury of the Qin Prince Manor. Finally, gritting her teeth, she decided to reduce her personal guard by 400. She would donate the money she saved to the Lingnan governor's office, giving the governor a favor while also asking him to look after Luo Chen. Meanwhile, Li Yifei also saw the news that a plague was spreading in Lingnan. Through your inquiries, Luo Chen and Li Minglin were running a school at the Lingnan governor's office. Now the plague was spreading through the eastern, western, and northern circuits of Lingnan. Even the governor's office had recently seen cases. There was a fear of a major epidemic in Lingnan, the Great Lingnan Plague. Li Yifei had heard someone mention it in the simulation where Li Jinyu and Luo Chen were secretly making a nephew. It was said that the plague killed 5 or 6 out of every 10 people. However, Lingnan had always been a place of exile for the court. Even if tens of thousands died, no one in the court cared. Recalling the Great Lingnan Plague, Li Yifei turned and bowed to the bright moon outside the window. May the heavens protect Luo Chen from the plague. As for Li Minglin, she might as well die quickly so she wouldn't drag Luo Chen down. Then she could pull Luo Chen out of Lingnan. In this simulation, without Luo Chen's assistance, Li Yifei did not know what to do. If she went to her fief, she couldn't handle local administration without help. and staying in the capital, she was just a puppet of her maternal grandfather. Therefore Li Yifei felt that to restore the glorious era of Zhao Ning, she must bring Luo Chen under her control. To bring Luo Chen under her control, she must not let him die from the plague. You summoned your ministers, and said you wanted to deal with the Lingnan plague. Did they have any good ideas? Your ministers were greatly puzzled, not understanding why you wanted to care about that godforsaken place. However, knowing your temperament, they still came up with a plan. They suggested you bring the matter to the court. Only by raising it to a moral level and making a big fuss could you force the court to pay attention. Do you accept this suggestion? Without much thought, Li Yifei chose yes. The next morning you attended the court assembly, which was rare. At the meeting you pointed out that the plague was spreading in Lingnan and that you were worried your seventh sister Li Minglan might be affected. You said you had loved this sister since childhood, and although she had been demoted to commoner, you still couldn't bear to see her die from the plague and begged the emperor to order epidemic control. The Duke of England immediately stepped forward to second His Highness Prince Zhao is loyal and benevolent, never forgetting sibling affection. The Minister of Justice and the Minister of Personnel also jointly seconded. The Right Chancellor Yu Heguang also seconded Prince Zhao, and the former Prince Ning Li Minglan are as loving as sisters. If the imperial clan is like this, our great Tang may prosper for 10,000 years. The Left Chancellor Huang Kongbo said nothing, but turned to look at the silent Prince Wei. Then Prince Wei Li Wanjuan also spoke. Your subject also cannot bear to see seventh sister die from the plague. I beg your majesty to order the Ministry of Revenue to provide disaster relief. Then the Left Chancellor seconded Prince Wei is benevolent. Emperor Guangchong looked around and nodded. Order the Ministry of Revenue to allocate funds and grain to assist the Lingnan governor's office. At the same time, order Lin Taining, the governor of Lingnan, to arrange for people in the governor's office to secretly protect Li Minglan. If Li Minglan dies from the plague, Lin Taining will be held accountable. As for the supervision of epidemic control, I think Prince Wei shall be responsible. Meanwhile, when Li Jinyu saw the court's arrangements, she felt as if the sky had fallen. She had just sent someone with money to Lingnan, and now the court had decided to provide relief. What had she been busy with all this time? She had spent money and found people, but in the end she hadn't solved anything. She had only lost money. All her efforts were less effective than Li Yifei and Li Wanjuan's competition for a reputation of benevolence. Li Jinyu suddenly felt as if she were drowning, unable to breathe. The court's waters are too deep. However, she couldn't accept it. Such a good chance to see Luo Chen. Why didn't they give it to me? Li Yifei was unhappy, so naturally, she needed someone to vent her anger on. Of course, she didn't dare complain to her father. But she could certainly make trouble for Prince Wei. Since Father Emperor had sent Li Wanjun to handle the epidemic, she would see if Li Wanjun had the ability. So she also selected some of her retainers to follow the court relief team and monitor the effectiveness of Li Wanjuan's efforts. Luo Chen, meanwhile, you followed the soldiers to the governor's military mansion. Along with you came over 20 physicians from the Lingnan governor's mansion. From their whispered exchanges, you vaguely discerned that a severe plague was ravaging Lingnan. Just then you noticed two physicians arguing over medical issues. One elderly physician said, "This great plague is caused by seasonal shifts that raise miasma. It should be treated as a cold-induced disease and will subside by next spring." Another younger physician retorted, "This plague stems from a malevolent qi lingering in the forests. Anyone with insufficient virtue who comes into contact with it will fall ill. Summoning Taoist priests to perform rituals would be far more effective." Their argument drew a crowd of physicians. Will you watch? 1. Watch silently. 2. Support the young physician. 3. Support the elderly physician. 4. You're both wrong. Let me teach you elementary hygiene. Luo Chen came to the mansion for reputation, so naturally, he chose the most provocative option. Amid the heated quarrel, you raised both hands and shouted, "All eyes on me." Then under the bewildered gaze of the crowd, you slowly produced a hygiene textbook you had compiled yourself. You opened a page and declared clearly, "Plague is an epidemic infectious disease caused by highly pathogenic microorganisms, such as bacteria and viruses. In simpler terms, there are tiny creatures invisible to the naked eye floating in the air, little bugs. When inhaled into the body, they cause illness. Given the shortage of medicines, the primary means of controlling the plague now is to cut off the transmission of these microorganisms between people." After you spoke, the two quarreling physicians fell silent and turned their gaze toward you. "What nonsense are you talking? How can animals that leap and jump about be sucked into your mouth? Absurd. The sages' books say plagues are heaven's punishment or an imbalance of yin and yang. These little bugs you speak of, invisible and intangible, surely they are heretical nonsense. Can something invisible harm people? Wouldn't that be ghosts? Wait. This man looks familiar. Isn't he Luo Chen who started the school? Luo Chen, the one dismissed from office for talking nonsense. That's him. If it's him, spouting such fanciful nonsense is only to be expected. Due to Luo Chen's notorious reputation for reckless talk, all the physicians abandoned any discussion with you and turned instead to personal attacks. 10 minutes later, a guard within the mansion shouted, "Silence," interrupting the mob's assault on you. Then the governor of Lingnan, Lin Taining, walked in with a face etched in grim bitterness. Lin Taining took a deep breath first. "All present are healers, so I will not hide the truth from you. The epidemic now sweeping all of Lingnan has drawn the utmost attention of the imperial court. His Majesty the Emperor has personally ordered the dispatch of grain and silver to relieve the disaster and has commanded Prince Wei to take charge of managing the outbreak. We have less than a month before Prince Wei arrives. We must bring the plague spreading across Lingnan under control before he gets here. This is the first time the court has taken Lingnan seriously. If we fail to control it, my dismissal would be the least of it. The shame would fall upon all of Lingnan. Lingnan's reputation will directly affect the future of all of you and your descendants. If Lingnan can receive the same treatment from the court as other prefectures, then we would gain more successful candidates in the imperial examinations each year. Of course, beyond these, if you all can join me in curbing the epidemic, I will never betray your efforts. Come present gifts to the gentleman." Lin Taining waved his hand, and a row of soldiers walked before all the physicians, each bearing trays of silver. Lingnan was barren, and the physicians had never seen so much money. Their eyes bulged wide. "You may take the reward as you wish, but I have only one requirement. You must bring the epidemic in Lingnan under control. However, if any of you refuse to show me respect, do not blame me for being harsh." As Lin Taining finished speaking, the armored guards in the mansion drew their swords in unison. After careful deliberation, all the physicians chose to take the money and do the job. Now it's your turn to choose. 1. Accept the silver and join the effort to control the epidemic. 2. Refuse the money and test how sharp the general's blade is. 3. Custom. Luo Chen didn't rush to choose. He pondered how to extract the greatest renown from this incident. To gain attention, one must not choose between yes and no. Instead, one must pick the most controversial move. So Luo Chen chose custom. You swept the silver before you to the ground once again, drawing the eyes of everyone in the mansion. You glanced at the physicians, then turned to Lin Taining with a contemptuous smile. "With this pack of quacks, General, you will not only waste your silver, but also lose your official post in the end. If you give me all the money, I have my own ways to help you control the plague in Lingnan." "Who is he?" After asking his aides and learning that you were the Luo Chen from the laughable tales of wild notions, Lin Taining's face turned cold. "A mere fool dares to speak with such arrogance. Of course I have confidence. If you employ me, I stake my life on it." "Ridiculous. How much is your life worth?" Lin Taining ordered his men to throw you out of the mansion. You were expelled. Your story became the after-dinner joke of the Lingnan governor's residence. Excellent. That was exactly the effect Luo Chen wanted. Negative fame is still fame. Previously, people in Lingnan didn't know who Luo Chen was, so they never came to study with him. Now, through this notorious fame, he easily became the topic of Lingnan's dinner conversations. Next, he would simply use the internet's usual redemption routine, selling courses and products. After being thrown out, Luo Chen immediately went home to ask Li Menglin for money. Li Menglin was overjoyed to see you return safely and hurried over to ask what had happened. You told her what happened at the mansion, then extended your hand. "Come, let's go fight the plague at our own expense." Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Menglin's mind was reeling. Fight the disaster at our own expense. Has Luo Chen gone mad? Any normal person would flee far away from a plague. Not only did he not flee, but he was willing to spend money to fight the disaster. What was he after? If he wanted money, he could simply have accepted Lin Taining's silver. If he wanted to treat the sick, he could have accepted the general's arrangement. Yet he deliberately made a fool of himself at the mansion, then set out to fight the plague at his own expense. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Is this the same Lord Luo she once knew? Isn't he just a complete fool? Should we fund Luo Chen's self-funded disaster relief? Li Menglin was no longer the Prince Ning. She had no salary, nor did she know how to farm or trade. Through frugal living, she had saved nearly 1,000 taels of gold. But now every coin spent diminished her reserves. Sooner or later, she would exhaust her savings. If it were spent on proper matters, it would be acceptable, but funding disaster relief out of her own pocket was a bottomless pit. The imperial court had poured hundreds of thousands of taels and only made a splash. What could her little bit of gold achieve? Just as Li Menglin was agonizing over whether to let Luo Chen continue squandering the savings, a man claiming to be the envoy of Prince Zhao appeared at the door. His Highness Prince Zhao states that the plague in Lingnan will persist for a long time and requests that Mr. Luo Chen remain at home and not wander about. Second sister's reach is truly too long. Now I have no choice but to support Luo Chen. Li Menglin stopped hesitating. Even if it meant starving to death, she could no longer tolerate her elder sisters coming to meddle. Meanwhile, on Luo Chen's side, Li Menglin has shared funds with you. You now possess 660 taels of gold. How much? After truly witnessing Li Menglin's small treasury, Luo Chen sprang straight up from the bed. Who would have thought that the Prince Ning's residence, which would make even rats weep, could hold so much money? Good heavens. Had Li Minglan saved up even the money from her childhood lot drawing game. Earlier they had bought a school, a house. Luo Chen had thought that even 100 taels of gold left would be good. Who would have thought there would be so much? The mere leftover of this amount was more than the reward from the general's mansion. However, with this money, Luo Chen was more confident about what he was about to do. To make the refugees he rescued obey. First, they must see benefit in being obedient. With this money, he could buy grain and cloth to make the refugees comply. In the simulation schedule, Luo Chen first hired several dozen long-term laborers and guards at the Lingnan governor's office, then bought several carts of grain, cloth, medicinal herbs, salt, and other daily necessities. Then together with Li Minglan, they took the supplies and headed to Lingnan East Circuit. Upon arrival, Luo Chen did not rush to provide relief to the refugees. Instead, he visited the clan heads, village chiefs, and local wardens of more than 30 villages in Lingnan East Circuit one by one. According to the hosts, discern loyalty and treachery, attribute you have identified the moral values and favorability of the various village chiefs. Arranged by moral value, the current data is as follows. Redstone Village, Chief Moral Value, 86. Zhang Family Village, Clan Head Moral Value, 83. Baohe Village, Chief Moral Value, 73. Tazai Village, Chief Moral Value, 0. To get things done and have others remember the favor, it was necessary to choose honest people with high moral standards to cooperate with. Thus, Luo Chen directly selected the top 3 village chiefs by moral value and explained his intentions. Upon hearing that you are a scholar coming to help the village fight the epidemic, the village chiefs are extremely grateful. According to them, starting from half a month ago, people in the village have been falling ill, suffering fevers and fainting. Recently, some had even died in their homes. They went to the governor's office to find doctors, but all the doctors were too busy to attend. The government only sent someone each day to ask how many were sick, and then did nothing else. They are very happy that you can come to help them treat the illness, and they invite you to their homes to join the New Year's celebration party. Do you wish to go? No. An epidemic has broken out, and they still want to gather for meals. No wonder in just half a month most villages in Lingnan were hit by the plague. You directly declined their kindness and said that during the spread of the plague it is even more important to stop gatherings and stay at home. You demanded that they stop all communal meals, and that everyone in the village return to their homes, strictly forbidden to go out without permission. After hearing your words, the Redstone village chief looked troubled. Sir, the day after tomorrow is the spring festival. During the new year, you won't let people go out. Will that be okay? Everyone will go stir crazy. This question, before having Li Minglan's treasury, Luo Chen might have had to argue with them. But now that he had money, it was simple. You promised that as long as the villagers obeyed and cooperated, each person would receive 5 taels of grain per day, half a gene of meat after 15 consecutive days of obedience, and a new set of clothes after 30 days of obedience. The top 3 most cooperative individuals would each be rewarded with 1 tael of silver. Of course, besides individual performance awards, there is also a village collective honor award. Whichever of the 3 villages follows my orders most obediently, the village chief of that village will receive an additional tael of gold. After hearing your words, the 3 village chiefs' eyes lit up and the difficulty on their faces vanished completely. You have used heavy bribes to obtain temporary command over the 3 villages. Please issue decrees. Money makes the mill push the devil. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. As long as these villages obeyed, everything would be easy. It was time to demonstrate elementary hygiene epidemic prevention measures. In the 16th year of Guangchang's Spring Festival, under your orders, Redstone Village, Zhang Family Village, and Baohe Village entered a state of emergency. 1. All villagers are strictly required to stay at home. 2. People showing symptoms are to be arranged in a separate location for unified quarantine. 3. Those who have recovered from the plague are responsible for caring for these patients. 4. Regardless of whether they are sick or not, everyone must wear cloth masks when talking. When Luo Chen's policies were first implemented, many villagers still had objections and were unwilling to cooperate. But when Luo Chen's grain was thrown in their faces, everyone scrambled to comply. Some families with many children even swore they could stay at home until next spring. As for why not longer, it was because their firewood only lasted through the winter. Among the quarantine patients, 1 died. You ordered the body and clothes to be burned immediately, but the family wanted to take the body home for burial. A conflict arises. How will you resolve it? How to resolve? Give money. You gave 10 taels of silver, and the family's mood calmed down. In one household, a 7-year-old child fell ill, and the parents were unwilling to let the child be quarantined. How do you solve it? You gave 20 taels of silver, and the family had the child call you foster father. Faced with every problem, Luo Chen simply threw money around. He was relaxed, but the money owner Li Minglan was about to cry. Luo Chen bought new clothes for every person in Redstone Village, spending 300 taels of silver. Li Minglan placed an abacus on the table and began calculating by the light of an oil lamp. With these savings, buying several hundred mu of farmland is already impossible, and we'll have to cut down on servants. It seems from now on I'll have to cook for myself. If we have fish and meat at every meal, I'll still have 100 taels of gold left by age 50. Luo Chen distributed attendance rewards to the villagers of Zhang family village, spending 50 taels of silver. Woo! I can only choose between fish and meat. Luo Chen hired people to exterminate rats and slaughter diseased poultry, spending 300 taels of silver. Having meat once every 7 days is not impossible either. This way Luo Chen and I can still exchange for new clothes each year. Luo Chen pacified the families of the deceased, spending a total of 500 taels of silver. I have to find a job. In the second month of the 16th year of Guangchang, in Hongshi village, Yongjia Stockade, and Baohe village, the last patient's body temperature returned to normal. To prevent a resurgence of the plague, Luo Chen decided to extend the check-in activity for another month. Your remaining silver is less than 500 taels of gold. Huff. Although Luo Chen's epidemic prevention methods are effective, how are we going to make ends meet from now on? Li Minglin let out a long sigh. From now on they would have to endure a life of poverty, eating chaff and vegetables. Just as Li Minglin was about to give up all calculations and take each day as it came, a message popped up. Lin Taining, the governor of Lingnan, upon hearing that the 3 villages of Hongshi, Zhongjia, and Baohe had lost fewer than 50 people in total personally, went to Hongshi village to invite Luo Chen to assist the imperial court in controlling the plague. Luo Chen refused to meet him. Lin Taining approached you saying that he had previously had some conflicts with Master Luo Chen and asked His Highness the Prince of Ning to mediate. Li Minglin's sullen face instantly lit up with renewed radiance. The governor of Lingnan coming to seek help in person was a significant opportunity, but she did not understand. Luo Chen had long wanted to use the plague control efforts to expand his own reputation. Why would he refuse when the governor of Lingnan came to him? You hastily explained that you were no longer the Prince of Ning, but for the sake of the people of Lingnan, you were still willing to go and discuss it with Luo Chen. You found Luo Chen conveyed Lin Taining's request for an audience and asked why he would not meet him. Could it really be just out of spite? Luo Chen smiled and said, "Of course I would not take the people's lives as a reason to be petty. But if I did not refuse him once, how would he come to you? The world knows only Luo Chen, not the Prince of Ning. What meaning would all my efforts have then?" Li Minglin twirled a strand of her hair around her finger. She felt that her previous efforts had not been wasted. It was like the seeds planted in spring yielding a harvest in autumn, and she broke into a radiant smile. At a time like this, you're still thinking about that. On the other side, with Li Minglin acting as the intermediary, Luo Chen met with Lin Taining. In less than a month, you noticed that the worry on Lin Taining's face had deepened even further. Lin Taining, disregarding any sense of rank, directly clasped his hands and apologized to you. "Master Luo, I failed to recognize your true worth. I believed the rumors back then and slighted you. Please forgive my offense. Now the plague is spreading throughout Lingnan and no prescriptions are effective. In the worst-hit villages, 9 out of 10 houses are empty. Even half of the physicians in the region have died. I beg you, for the sake of the people of Lingnan, to teach us the effective method to control the plague. Whether you want money or treasures, I can provide them for you." Money and goods might be urgently needed by Li Minglin, but not by Luo Chen. What he needed now was influence, namely reputation and renown. Once he had fame, Luo Chen would naturally not lack for money or goods. You said to Lin Taining, "I heal the sick and save lives not for money but only to spread knowledge. If you call me master, I will teach you this elementary hygiene." Lin Taining was stunned by your request, frozen for a few seconds. In the end, perhaps thinking of the court's strict orders, he gritted his teeth and knelt before you. "Please, Master Luo, teach me the way to control the plague." Good. You helped Lin Taining up and led him to the home of the Hongshi village chief, where you taught him elementary hygiene. The next day, after a night of thorough discussion, in early February of the 16th year of Guangchang, Lin Taining issued a public announcement openly acknowledging Luo Chen as his teacher and appointed him to oversee plague control in Lingnan. Luo Chen, using the authority of the general's mansion, ordered all soldiers and officials to seal the official roads of Lingnan and issued the following requirements. 1. All villages and stockades were forbidden from interacting with each other. Violators would be executed without mercy. 2. Different strategies were adopted based on the number of patients in each village. For villages with many patients, the healthy were isolated. For villages with few patients, the sick were isolated. 3. Collect all prescriptions issued by physicians over the past month and select the formulas with the highest cure rates as the specific prescriptions for this epidemic. Any physician who insisted on not using them could be executed. 4. All deceased patients were to be cremated. They could not be sent to unmarked burial grounds or buried. 5. For the next month, all material exchanges between villages were to be handled by the government. Luo Chen himself would serve as an inspector, traveling around beheading any officials found guilty of embezzlement or extortion. 6 days after Luo Chen's plague control policies were implemented, new cases rapidly decreased. Villages that had been free of the disease remained so, and even in villages with few cases, the number of new patients dropped significantly. In villages with a large number of patients after uniformly taking the prescriptions designated by Luo Chen, the death rate also slowed. In mid-February of the 16th year of Guangchong, Prince Wei Li Wanjuan arrived at the Lingnan governor's mansion with renowned physicians from the Imperial Academy of Medicine. Upon hearing about the plague control policies and prescriptions implemented in Lingnan, the imperial physicians declared that Luo Chen's methods were unheard of and that his prescriptions had no precedent in the medical classics. They denounced Luo Chen's elementary hygiene as nothing but fantastical nonsense. The imperial physicians jointly submitted a petition to Prince Wei and the Lingnan governor demanding that Luo Chen be removed and replaced with the Imperial Academy's ancestral prescriptions. Prince Wei Li Wanjuan found you and asked you to explain your plague control methods. 1. Explain patiently, asking them to continue adopting your plan. 2. Do not explain I'll walk away and abandon the main role in plague control. 3. Do not explain I refuse to yield and compete instead. Luo Chen read the options and directly chose 3. Choosing option 1 might have allowed Prince Wei to adopt his containment and treatment plan, but the plague had already been spreading for over a month and the number of infected was already enormous. Even if the plague eventually receded, the death toll would be considerable. Luo Chen might even end up being blamed for ineffective plague control. Only option 3. Only by preserving a part of the original flavor could the world know which was better and which was worse. In front of Prince Wei, you insisted on your own methods, but also accepted the Imperial Academy's skepticism. Therefore, you proposed handing over the plague control work in the Lingnan governor's mansion to the Imperial Academy. As for the rural areas and other regions, you would be responsible for them. Prince Wei, persuaded by Lin Taining, agreed to your plan. The Lingnan governor's mansion would adopt the Imperial Academy's plague control measures, while the villages in the other 4 circuits would continue with your strategy. In late February of the 16th year of Guangchong, the Imperial Academy changed the prescriptions at the Lingnan governor's mansion. Believing that gathering patients would worsen the plague, they sent the patients back home to recuperate with warm-natured medications. They also ordered the burning of sulfur along the streets to dispel the plague miasma. Luo Chen tightened the blockade on the other 4 circuits, especially restricting villagers from traveling to the governor's mansion. If travel was absolutely necessary, it was to be handled by those who had recovered from the plague. Meanwhile, all recovered patients were conscripted as laborers to assist the government. A few days later, symptoms of wind cold spread rapidly within the governor's mansion. In the southern circuit of Lingnan, no one remained unconscious. They either died or recovered to mild symptoms. By early March, entire households within the governor's mansion were infected, and funeral carts leaving the city each day were uncountable. In the southern and western circuits of Lingnan, some villages had already reopened for passage and were preparing for spring planting. By mid-March, in the city of the governor's mansion, every household felt the pain of the dead, and every room echoed with wails of grief. Some families were completely wiped out, others lost entire clans. The southern circuit of Lingnan was fully reopened, while the western and eastern circuits were partially opened. In the northern circuit, many villages lost 9 out of 10 families. Luo Chen ordered the burning of villages and stockades and relocated the survivors to consolidate settlements. In late March, Prince Wei contracted the plague, and the imperial physician who had treated him committed suicide. Prince Wei begged Luo Chen to enter the city and treat the plague, but Luo Chen ignored him. Upon hearing this, the villages in the southern, western, and eastern circuits of Lingnan erected steles to praise Master Luo. When Luo Chen heard of this, he visited the villages and personally taught the methods of natural sciences. At the end of March, Prince Wei was bedridden and sent someone to seek out the former prince of Ning, Li Minglin, begging her to persuade Luo Chen to enter the city and treat the plague. The Prince of Wei sent an envoy to persuade you to ask Luo Chen to deal with the plague in the governor's mansion. Do you accept? Luo Chen is truly divine. Even third sister has come to ask for my help. Li Minglin could not understand the situation in the simulation at all. She had originally thought that Luo Chen's self-funded disaster relief was a waste of money, and she had even prepared herself for a life of eating chaff and vegetables for the rest of her days. In the blink of an eye, Luo Chen became a celebrity in Lingnan. Even the medical officials sent by the court were inferior to Luo Chen in plague treatment. When did Luo Chen acquire such remarkable medical skills? With this thought, Li Minglin walked to the window, pushed open a gap, and peered toward the side room where Luo Chen was staying. Seeing that the lamp was also lit in Luo Chen's room, she guessed what was going on. Luo Chen must be diligently studying his studies, which is why he can achieve such a rich accumulation for a sudden display. With Luo Chen working so hard, grandfather still thinks he is an unlearned person. Li Minglin closed the window and returned to the story of the simulation. She had a fairly good impression of third sister. After all, except for the time she killed herself to help Lord Luo, the other times were not third sister's doing. If the eldest sister was the type who did things without letting anyone know, and the second sister was the type who made sure the whole world knew whether she did something or not, then third sister was the type who did things while also letting everyone know. This was both third sister's strength and her weakness. from the outcomes given by the heavenly Tao in previous simulations' third sister, because she had too many friends and owed favors to scholars and guests everywhere, eventually had to resort to nepotism and disregard the interests of other factions. As a result, others resented third sister greatly, believing that she only valued those scholars. But regardless, if she could make third sister owe her a favor, it was not a loss for her. In Luo Chen, you find Luo Chen, and without needing words, he knows you have come about the Prince of Wei. You exchange glances for a moment, and Luo Chen replies, I will go to the governor's mansion to see the Prince of Wei. Seeing Luo Chen's high autonomy, Li Minglan felt that she seemed a bit too idle. Apart from being a messenger for Luo Chen, she seemed to have no other use. Having nothing to do, Li Minglan felt she should do something. Wait, I'll go with you. Third sister is sick, and it would be good to have someone to take care of her. Luo Chen shook his head. No, this plague is not a trivial matter. If the Prince of Wei can contract it, you are likely to contract it as well. Only by staying outside the city can you remain safe. Li Minglan asked in confusion. You come into contact with patients every day and haven't fallen ill. I can't be that unlucky, right? I haven't contracted it because the version of the bacteria here is somewhat outdated. You haven't contracted it simply because you haven't been exposed to the pathogen. Luo Chen is speaking words I don't understand again. He's truly full of mysteries. In short, take care of yourself. Meanwhile, after creating a sense of participation for Li Minglan, Luo Chen entered the city to meet the Prince of Wei. The Prince of Wei, Li Wanyun, lying on the bed, had a pale face, her forehead covered with fine beads of sweat, and strands of hair, wet with perspiration, clinging to her cheeks. Upon hearing of your arrival, she forced herself to sit up with the support of her maids on both sides. With a voice as faint as a silk thread, Li Wanyun flattered you. If I had believed earlier that your medical skills were so superb, and that you held a good remedy, I would not have committed such a great mistake. Now the plague is rampant in the city, and the corpses of the people lie scattered everywhere. It is all my guilt. Please, sir, take action. In the future, I will surely recommend you to the court for your merits. Will you agree to Li Wanyun's request? 1. Accept and require the other party to remember your favor. 2. Refuse and reprimand the other party for improper employment. 3. Customize. In this round of simulation, Luo Chen did not focus on the Prince of Wei. Choosing one had little significance, and choosing two was simply asking for trouble. To maximize his own interests, he needed to credit this favor to Li Minglan. As for himself, all he needed to do was utilize the existing terms to push his abilities to the limit. So Luo Chen chose customize. You smile and shake your head at Li Wanyun. I don't understand the medical arts of observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking at all, nor do I possess any secret formulas. A trace of confusion flashes across the Prince of Wei's face. The evidence is right before your eyes. Why are you still modest? Do you think I lack sincerity? You continue, I merely used a method. I am skilled at filtering from the experiences of various physicians the methods that might benefit the patients. What method? It is the method of controlled variables. Seeing the Prince of Wei's confusion, you continue explaining. The main cause of the plague is the transmission of a certain microorganism between people. The best cure is to directly eliminate these pathogens. However, due to the current technological limitations, we don't even have the ability to detect these pathogens, let alone directly eliminate them. However, all things in the world are mutually reinforcing and restraining. There must be something in heaven and earth that can counteract them. And to filter out the counteracting things from myriad things, one needs the method I just mentioned. From a large number of empirical prescriptions, select the ingredients that change in a beneficial direction and use the effective parts in medicine, which can relatively reduce the risk of patient death. Of course, the most effective and direct method is to cut off the transmission routes. You point out that the current world has academic monopoly, and they all hold personal empirical prescriptions, which cannot solve universal problems. The Prince of Wei didn't understand a word of what you said. By the time you finished, she had already taken a nap. Like family. Seeing Li Wanyun's reaction, which was the same as Li Minglan's, Luo Chen felt he had wasted several minutes of his life. He had thought he could promote his academic ideas to the Prince of Wei, but her reaction could only be described as playing the lute to a cow, or more colloquially, casting pearls before swine. He should have chosen one directly. You extend your hand directly to the Prince of Wei, demanding that she hand over the full authority for plague control in Lingnan to you. The Prince of Wei said that she would repay your kindness in the future. You reply sternly to her. If not for your replacement of the general on the eve of battle, how could the casualties among the city's people have been so severe? You don't need to thank me. If not for Li Minglan and the people of Lingnan, I would not have repaid kindness with kindness. Out of personal emotion, Luo Chen added too, as well. You are temporarily appointed by the Prince of Wei as the person in charge of plague control in Lingnan. Please choose your treatment plan. There is not much to say about the treatment plan. It still follows the previous control methods: isolate the sick, protect the healthy, and burn all sources of infection. Anyone who dares to wander will be beheaded directly. At the Prince of Zhao's residence, your subordinate reports to you that Prince Wei and Luo Chen have fallen into a dispute, and that physicians from the Imperial Medical Academy have been summoned to treat the afflicted in the governor's city. The epidemic containment efforts in the Lingnan governor's office have failed, with the bodies of the deceased visible throughout the streets. Even half of the Prince of Zhao's hidden agents stationed here have fallen ill. However, Luo Chen, whom your highness has been monitoring, continues to come into contact with the afflicted daily, yet remains untouched by illness, as if protected by some divine power. Li Yifei breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that Luo Chen was safe. She then seized upon Li Wanyun's ineffective epidemic management, launching a fierce assault against her in the imperial court. In mid-March of the 16th year of Guangchang, the Prince of Zhao, Li Yifei, openly accused the Prince of Wei of failing to control the epidemic. Emperor Guangchang, citing the Prince of Wei's illness and her past contributions, refused to hold her accountable. However, he did order the Prince of Wei to swiftly bring the plague in Lingnan under control. If the situation remained unmanageable, the Prince of Wei would be held responsible. In early April, the Prince of Wei appointed Luo Chen to lead the epidemic control efforts. By mid-April, the Prince of Wei replied that the plague in the Lingnan governor's city had been brought under initial control, with the overall mortality rate in Lingnan standing at 1 to 2/10. Only 1 to 2/10. Does third sister truly believe I am unaware of the situation in Lingnan just because we are far away? Li Yifei remembered that the Great Plague in Lingnan had killed 5 or 6 out of every 10 people. Although Luo Chen had achieved considerable success in the areas around the governor's office, such a dramatic improvement was implausible. After all, Luo Chen was merely a scholar. How much could his medical skills truly accomplish? Li Yifei refused to believe it, and continued to rally others in the court to attack Li Wanyun. The court dispatched imperial censors to Lingnan to verify the situation. In mid-May, the censors reported back. In the eastern, western, southern, and northern circuits of Lingnan, no new cases have been reported. After verifying the household registries, the overall mortality rate is less than 1/10. The Lingnan governor's city remains under strict quarantine, with many deaths estimated at 2 to 3/10. The Prince of Wei's report on the overall mortality rate in Lingnan has been confirmed as accurate. In the court, the left Prime Minister Huang Congboi praised the Prince of Wei. Throughout history, when great plagues struck, people perished by the millions, leaving villages empty. Now, with Lingnan's mortality rate below 2/10, this is a triumph of the Prince of Wei. What nonsense! It was Luo Chen. The Prince of Wei is merely a beneficiary of good fortune. Without Luo Chen, what would she have accomplished? As she cursed, Li Yifei suddenly paused. Strange. Where have I heard this before? Meanwhile, Li Jinyu shared Li Yifei's view. Yet her feelings were more complex. She realized she had no influence whatsoever in the court. The political landscape of the capital was completely beyond her control. Luo Chen excels wherever he goes, while I, without him, am lost and directionless. Li Jinyu resolved not to merely follow the strategies Luo Chen had previously devised for her. She needed to forge her own achievements to prove herself worthy of standing beside Luo Chen. In her strategic simulation, Li Jinyu opened the map and set her sights on Yinzhou, the region where Li Yifei had risen to power in the previous simulation with Luo Chen's aid. She murmured, "If Li Yifei could rise in Yinzhou, there is no reason I cannot replicate her success." In early June, the epidemic in Lingnan was brought under control, and the Prince of Wei returned to the capital to report on her mission. At the imperial court assembly, Emperor Guangchang intended to reward the Prince of Wei for her achievements in epidemic control. However, the Prince of Wei declared in court that she had done nothing herself, attributing all success to Luo Chen. The Prince of Wei stated that Luo Chen, through his own knowledge and methods, had saved the lives of tens of thousands of people in Lingnan. If His Majesty wished to bestow rewards, he should reward Luo Chen. The moment the Prince of Wei finished speaking, the entire court fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to speak for a long time. How do you plan to act? I wonder if third sister is genuinely sincere in her devotion to Luo Chen, or if she is deliberately putting him in harm's way. Luo Chen recently ridiculed all the court officials. Now to claim in court that Luo Chen is the hero of this epidemic. Isn't that a slap in everyone's face? From a purely self-interested perspective, Li Yifei's optimal strategy was to play dumb and ensure that both her third sister and everyone else were left in an awkward position. However, such an approach would inevitably make Luo Chen a target of resentment. If someone with a petty mind sought to eliminate him, her few subordinates in Lingnan would be insufficient to protect him. Therefore, she would have to provide a way out for everyone. What a pity that such a great plague failed to take third and seventh sister with it. Li Yifei gnashed her teeth as she broke the silence in the court. You stepped forward, addressing Emperor Guangchang and the assembled ministers. I have heard that it was our seventh sister Li Minglan who first discovered Luo Chen's abilities during this epidemic. Li Minglan introduced Luo Chen to Lingnan Governor Lin Taining, which set the stage for all that followed. As the saying goes, swift horses are common, but a true bull who can recognize them is rare. Had seventh sister not possessed such keen discernment, the people of Lingnan would have faced certain disaster. Wu Liangjuan, Li Minglan's maternal grandfather, echoed the sentiment. Had Li Minglan not played her part in this epidemic, I fear With the path you had paved, the rest of the ministers readily seized the opportunity to step down gracefully. Left Prime Minister Huang Kongbua immediately advised Emperor Guangchang, "I believe Li Menglin and Lingnan Governor Lin Taining also deserve recognition. The court should grant them substantial rewards." Indeed, Lin Taining has served as the governor of Lingnan for 10 years. For his achievements in this epidemic, he could be promoted to Vice Minister of War. As for Li Menglin, although she is a commoner, she has never forgotten her royal duties. Perhaps we could bestow upon her a noble title and appoint her to govern Lingnan. This proposal is acceptable. I second it. After deliberation, Emperor Guangchang issued his decree. Lin Taining, governor of Lingnan, is to be promoted to Vice Minister of War for his achievements in epidemic control. Li Menglin, formerly the Prince of Ning, is to be infeft as the Marquis of Lingnan and appointed as the governor of the region. Additionally, Emperor Guangchang, mindful of the suffering of the Lingnan people, decreed that their taxes and levies be waived for a period of 5 years. Li Menglin, credited with the greatest achievement in epidemic control, is infeft as the Marquis of Lingnan and appointed as its governor. When Li Menglin received the imperial decree, she was completely stunned. "I am credited with the greatest achievement in epidemic control." She blinked her eyes repeatedly, unsure if her ears and vision were playing tricks on her, or if the court had made a mistake. For the past few months, she had remained at home every day. Her only contribution had been delivering meals to Luo Chen and washing his clothes. Now doing household chores had somehow earned her the highest merit. What was she supposed to do next? Li Menglin, who had been idle at home for half a year, suddenly found herself the governor of Lingnan and had no idea what to do. So she had no choice but to go to the academy to find Luo Chen. By this time, Luo Chen was already surrounded by a crowd of commoners. As you arrived at the academy gate, you saw it thronged with commoners bearing gifts and offerings. In the open space before the academy, a wooden statue had been erected, its likeness carved to resemble Luo Chen's head. A group of commoners gathered around the statue, praising him. "Master Luo is truly a sage. Look at how many empty houses there are now in the governor's city. My maternal cousin's family lived in the city. After this plague, only 2 orphan children remained from their household. What a tragedy. Had it not been for Master Luo, our families would likely have suffered the same fate." You slip around to the back gate of the academy, unlock it, and enter. Inside, you see a crowd of commoners seated around Luo Chen. He is currently teaching them the methods of crop cultivation, seedling nurturing, and hybridization. This is what he calls middle school biology. What? Luo Chen is teaching farmers how to farm. Meanwhile, although Luo Chen had not received any reward, he had achieved his own goal. With the Lingnan governor's office as a contrast, the people across the 4 circuits of Lingnan praised his epidemic control policies. His previously poor reputation at the Lingnan governor's office was quickly reversed. Folk legends spread that he was the reincarnation of a plague god. Those who offended him would be taken by disease, while those who revered him would be spared. During the idle period when crops were growing, people from across Lingnan flocked to the city to pay their respects. Facing the kneeling crowds, how should he respond? Option 1. Exploit the rumors to gather followers and establish a religion. Option 2. Decline the offerings, enlighten the people, and promote scientific knowledge. The common people's limited cultural understanding made them more susceptible to supernatural beliefs. If he chose option 1, he could likely establish a local religion in Lingnan quite quickly. However, that would be the extent of it. The current state of the world did not resemble the late Eastern Han Dynasty, when the people suffered and bandits roamed everywhere, and the imperial court had lost all control over the regions. Even if he tried to imitate Zhang Jiao and create a Taiping religion, it would hardly spread beyond Lingnan. Moreover, suddenly shifting toward a religious path would waste his unique traits, making it an ill-advised choice. Since he could not manipulate the masses through deception, he would have to develop new productive forces, instead choosing option 2. The host possessed knowledge beyond this world and chose not to use it to bewitch people's minds. Instead, he chose to publicly share the knowledge within his mind to enlighten the people. The host obtained the trait Luo Chen Open Source, 5 stars. His intelligence increased to 99, his memory noticeably strengthened, and forgotten academic memories gradually returned. His teachings became more accessible and easy to understand. Those with higher intelligence could learn from him even faster. Facing the reverent crowd, he patiently explained the underlying logic of his methods and was willing to teach them more scientific approaches. Seeing them somewhat confused, he immediately shifted the topic to what interested them most: farming. He asked them why, using the same methods, some fields yielded abundant harvests while others produced meager returns, and why some land that was barren in his hands became fertile ground in others. Beyond the factors of heaven, what human elements were at play? The crowd immediately became interested. With the new trait acquired. Finally, I'm not just hypnotizing others. I can even automate differentiated instruction. Luo Chen felt he had struck a great deal. After all, he was not trained in education. Teaching others was far too difficult for him. The system's trait would spare him the mental effort of persuading people to learn. Letting the Luo Chen open-source trait automatically guide instruction, Luo Chen began checking the intelligence values of these farmers one by one. Many were naturally intelligent, but could not achieve much due to environmental limitations. If he wanted to promote scientific methodology and improve Lingnan's agricultural productivity, teaching each person individually would exhaust him without ever finishing. So he would first select the clever ones, pass on some cognitive methods, and then have them lead their villages to grow stronger. If the authorities could cooperate and appoint nominal agricultural officials in each village, that would be even better. Thinking of this, Luo Chen prepared to find his eldest disciple Lin Taining to repay the favor. Just then Luo Chen noticed Li Menglin had quietly approached without him realizing. The new Lingnan governor Li Menglin had not gone to the governor's office, but had slipped into his school instead. Option 1. Bow respectfully and greet her. Option 2. Directly ask her how she became governor without doing anything. Option 3. Think carefully and answer properly. What kind of nonsense is this? Did I miss 2 episodes? How did she become the Lingnan governor in the blink of an eye? He had only asked the Prince of Wei to seek a favor for Li Menglin. Could it really have brought such a significant reward? Could Emperor Guangchong be some kind of Sundara ruler, publicly furious with his daughter and demoting her to commoner status, yet secretly promoting her at the first opportunity? He asked Li Menglin how she had suddenly become the Lingnan governor. On the other side, Li Menglin was immediately flushed red by his direct question. How would I know such things? Li Menglin already felt undeserving of the position. With Luo Chen bringing it up, she became somewhat flustered and defensive. Besides, she had not done absolutely nothing. Hadn't she provided the funds? And hadn't she been handling household duties all along? Of course, compared to Luo Chen and the officials at the governor's office, she was indeed quite idle. She hardly deserved credit for epidemic control. But, alright, she had been rather idle. She had spent half her time lying in bed. Though she had once aspired to inherit the throne after being demoted to commoner status, she had completely given up on herself, wanting only to live out her days in peace. In retrospect, she had been useless. Even the position of Lingnan governor had come at the expense of Luo Chen's merits. But, tears suddenly streamed down Li Menglin's face. Choking back sobs, she looked at Luo Chen and said, I gave up the throne for you. Luo Chen's mouth hung open in shock. He had only asked a casual question. Why was her reaction so exaggerated? He hadn't said anything wrong. No wonder option 3 required careful thought. Women's minds were truly incomprehensible. In this simulation, Luo Chen was sweating for the first time. Who on earth had decided to add romance mechanics to a serious historical simulation game? Wasn't this simply torment? Luo Chen immediately set aside his teaching and stepped forward to comfort her. He explained that he had only asked casually and meant no criticism. On the other side, Li Menglin wiped her eyes. She had simply felt that compared to Luo Chen, she had been too idle and had given up on herself. She felt somewhat guilty about his relentless perseverance. It was merely shame and self-reproach. Who would have thought that the version of herself in the simulation would burst into tears right in front of Luo Chen? How humiliating. Seeing her regain her composure, Luo Chen took her hand and asked whether she still remembered what she had said at the Ning Prince's mansion. What did I say? You said, you are like the green mountains, I am like the pine and cypress. Even if my body is shattered, I will never betray you. Your affection toward Luo Chen increases by 1 point repeatedly. Why is my affection for Luo Chen constantly rising? Li Menglin felt as though ants were crawling all over her body, as if her innermost thoughts were being displayed publicly for all to see. I surrender. Can you stop saying that? Both the Li Menglin inside and outside the simulation were overwhelmed with embarrassment. In the end, they both fled. One ran out from the school, and the other dove under the covers. Having navigated Li Menglin's sudden emotional downer, Luo Chen returned to his strategic planning. Ning Wang was remarkably easy to manage. If it had been Li Yifei, he would not have resolved it in a single night. To give credit where it was due, the creator of this game had balanced things quite well. Qin Wang Li Jinyu was incompetent and cowardly, yet she began with 3 noble titles, 800 personal guards, and the Guangchong Emperor's favor. Zhao Wang Li Yifei was arrogant and overbearing, carrying the risk of being usurped by her maternal relatives. Yet she started with ample wealth and followers. Ning Wang Li Menglin, on the other hand, had fewer connections than Luo Chen had in his pockets, but she was obedient and easy to coax. As for the other princes and kings, Luo Chen knew not yet, but each would surely have their own strengths and weaknesses. Luo Chen shook his head. Returning to the present. Since Lingnan Dudu had become Li Menglin, the tasks ahead grew considerably simpler. Laozi once said, do not exalt the worthy, and the people will not contend. Do not prize rare goods, and the people will not steal. Do not display what arouses desire, and the people's hearts will not be thrown into chaos. The principle applied equally here. To ignite ambition among his subjects and stimulate productivity, he needed to reward the capable, generously elevate the value of fine goods, and compel those content with mere subsistence farming to compete. And the foundation for all of this remained education. This year he would do nothing else but recruit talent. You issued an order through the Lingnan Dudu office. All villages and settlements shall arrange for every person between the ages of 14 and 40 in rotating shifts to report to the Dudu office for interview provided it does not interfere with farming duties. Those who fail the interview shall have their travel expenses reimbursed. Those who pass shall enter Master Luo's academy. Exceptional candidates shall be appointed directly within the Dudu office. All existing officials of the Dudu office must also undergo review and assessment. Those who fail shall be dismissed immediately. As for the citizens within Dudu City, regardless of their birth or how they came to Lingnan, all are welcome to present themselves for interview at the Dudu office. As Luo Chen's policy took effect, one character profile after another appeared before him. Initially, Luo Chen would carefully weigh each candidate, considering whether they excelled in morality, ambition, or intelligence. Even if only one of the three was outstanding, he would sometimes make an exception and accept them as students. But after reviewing hundreds of profiles, Luo Chen's patience wore thin. He simply applied a one-click filter. At least two of the three attributes, morality, ambition, and intelligence, had to be high for eligibility. Yet even with such strict criteria, over 1,000 candidates were selected. Lingnan had long been a graveyard for political failures from the imperial court. Naturally, many descendants of the clever and capable had remained here, but Luo Chen had not anticipated such a large number. Confucius taught 3,000 students in his lifetime. Was he expected to accomplish in 1 or 2 years what Confucius had achieved in a lifetime? Luo Chen performed another round of filtering. Those with 2 outstanding attributes were selected as junior disciples. Those with all 3 were chosen as direct disciples. He would personally teach the direct disciples, who would in turn instruct the junior disciples. In the autumn of the 16th year of Guangchang, you publicly honored the most outstanding talents across all trades in the city, exempted them from local taxes, and granted them special admission to your academy. You also bestowed rewards and commendations upon the villages with the highest agricultural yields, and required all village heads throughout the region to attend an honors assembly at the Dudu office. You dispatched officials to collect seed stock from the most productive villages and bring it back to the Dudu office for trial cultivation the following year. You officially opened your academy to teach elementary knowledge, as well as scientific methodologies for processing information such as analogy, deduction, induction, and equivalent substitution. The students, filled with gratitude for your instruction, studied day and night, sparing no effort. Your theories of natural philosophy began to spread throughout Lingnan. In the winter of the 16th year of Guangchang, Li Menglin personally visited the academy, saying she had important matters to discuss with you. Upon seeing Li Menglin arrive, all the students rose to their feet. Yet they did not address her as Dudu General, but rather as Master's wife. Do you wish to correct their usage? The romantic subplot arrived as expected. Li Menglin had long lost any realistic possibility or strength to inherit the throne. Luo Chen naturally had no need to fear as he did with Li Yifei. Even if he were to be with Li Menglin, the worst consequence would simply be adopting a son in the capital. There was nothing to deliberate over. The affection meter was already there, so he activated it directly. Meanwhile, lying on her bed, Li Menglin noticed that Luo Chen had not objected. Her heart began to race once more. They had already pledged to never betray one another in reality. Did this mean that Luo Chen had already harbored feelings for her in reality as well? That they would be together in the future? The mere thought sent waves of warmth coursing through her body. She rolled back and forth on her bed several times before remembering she still had important matters to discuss with Luo Chen. You dismissed all the disciples. Li Menglin relayed the recent major events from the capital. Qin Wang Li Jinyu publicly renounced her claim to the throne and requested to be enfeoffed at a fiefdom. The Guangchang Emperor intended to grant Li Jinyu the entire Daizhou region, but Li Jinyu stated that she wished to eliminate threats to the Great Tang's northern borders. Rather than being enfeoffed in a single province, she requested only the border fortresses of Yinzhou Daizhou and Liangzhou. The Guangchang Emperor praised Li Jinyu for her loyalty and filial piety, deeming her reliable, and approved her request. Li Jinyu is forming a long snake formation along the border, is she? Each simulation plays out differently. In this iteration, with only Li Menglin absent from the capital, Li Jinyu doesn't even have the courage to fight for it. And that old emperor truly trusts Li Jinyu, handing over so many border strongholds and troops. Doesn't he fear she might rebel? With Li Jinyu no longer involved in the capital's power struggles, Luo Chen grew more eager about the future. Without Li Jinyu's balancing influence, Xiao Wang and Wei Wang would surely tear the capital apart. He and Li Menglin would consolidate their positions, steadily advancing their technology tree, and perhaps an opportunity would present itself. After reading this report, Luo Chen continued with the other news Li Menglin had brought. The fourth imperial daughter Wu Wang Li Jixuan publicly renounced her claim to the throne and petitioned the Guangchang Emperor, saying she missed her 7th and eldest sisters and wished to visit them in that order. Li Jixuan. Luo Chen searched his memory, but could recall nothing about her. The last time he had seen her portrait was on the day of the palace examination. At the time he had merely thought that if this woman wore black stockings and a uniform, she would embody the classic aloof senior student archetype. What was she doing in Lingnan? He would first ask Li Menglin whether she was close to her fourth sister. Do you get along with your fourth sister? What kind of person is she? Could she be sent by the court to monitor us? Li Menglin shook her head. I am not close with my fourth sister. To be precise, none of us sisters are close to her. How so? For two reasons. First, whenever one stands before the fourth sister, it feels as though she can see right through you, making everyone deeply uncomfortable. That is why no one likes to approach her. Second, the fourth sister's mother was a princess of the fallen dynasty. When father's forces destroyed the old regime, her mother abandoned her and took her own life. And father has never cared for the fourth sister, neglecting her entirely. So it turned out she was merely an unsociable person. Hearing Li Menglin's words, Luo Chen dismissed the impending arrival of the Prince of Wu from his mind. Instead, he continued to focus on the educational affairs of Lingnan. Only by first accumulating talent could he later implement technological upgrades for their would-be people to carry them out. In the winter of the 16th year of Guangchang, your theory of natural philosophy spread to Jingzhou. The scholars there denounced it as heresy, forbade its dissemination, and submitted a memorial to the court requesting its suppression. In the 17th year of Guangchang, at the Spring Festival, your students reported that part of the merchant caravan heading to Lingnan had not stopped there, but had continued further south, suspected of smuggling. Li Menglin asked how you intended to handle this matter. The smuggling caravan also maintained the flow of supplies for the Lingnan governor's mansion. If you acted forcefully, it would inevitably affect the future trade routes of Lingnan. Yet if you ignored it, they would be exploiting the court's tax exemption from Lingnan to engage in smuggling, which violated the law. More importantly, the fact that the report came from a student rather than a soldier raised the question, had the Lingnan military colluded with the smugglers? Luo Chen did not answer immediately. Instead, he first studied the map. All the arable land in Lingnan now fell under the control of the Lingnan governor's mansion. To the southwest lay towering mountains and primeval forests teeming with venomous insects and miasmic vapors. Within those forests roamed irrational barbarian tribes. To the south and southeast stretched the vast boundless sea. As for what lay beyond the sea, it was all shrouded in a black fog of war, completely indiscernible. If the caravan was smuggling from here, they would certainly not risk crossing the primeval forests and high mountains to reach a country on the other side. Therefore, their departure from Lingnan must have been by sea. Could these merchants possess a sea route for overseas trade? Luo Chen's eyes were sharp. After accumulating talent in Lingnan, the next step was to improve techniques and expand the development and processing of timber and minerals. The timber and ironware produced from or processing would always need a market. Selling them to the interior would yield profits, but it would also reveal Lingnan's capabilities to the court, which would hinder the grand schemes he had in mind. More importantly, as technology and techniques improved and the development of the primeval forests progressed, Lingnan would inevitably face a labor shortage in the future. Relying solely on the court's annual banishment of a few hundred or thousand people would never fill the labor gap. It would require importing slaves. As for capturing barbarians from the primeval forest without several generations of technological disparity, it would be nothing but a suicide mission. Therefore, this smuggling route had to be secured. You sent men to seize the smugglers. A merchant from Yangzhou insisted he had not been smuggling, but had merely taken a wrong path. You calmed him down and told him that the Lingnan governor's mansion was willing to cooperate. From now on, they could openly conduct maritime trade here, but the governor's mansion required them to share the sea route. The smuggler said he could not decide alone and needed to return to Yangzhou to consult with his partners. You detained his family members, but allowed him to go back to negotiate with the merchant guild behind the scenes. A round trip from Lingnan to Yangzhou would take at least half a month. During this time, the Prince of Wu, whose arrival had been announced long ago, reached the Lingnan governor's mansion. Li Menglin hosted a banquet at the governor's general's mansion to entertain Li Zhishuan, but you declined to attend, citing the need to keep your identity concealed. Luo Chen refused the invitation on the grounds that their relationship had not yet been made public, and it would be inconvenient to meet relatives. Li Menglin, who was entertaining the fourth sister alone, was already sweating profusely. In the past, without the heavenly Tao deduction, she had never understood why the fourth sister made her feel uncomfortable. But now she understood completely. Li Zhishuan, identity Prince of Wu, martial power 15, wisdom 2, great a gap to view. Ambition 5, happiness 95, extreme joy trait, discern truth from falsehood 6-star, discern truth from falsehood 2, great a gap to view. Why did the fourth sister possess a 6-star trait? Li Menglin looked at herself. She had no traits at all. In the previous deduction, she had earned a 5-star, valiant, and skilled in battle during the northern campaign. But because she died midway, the heavenly Tao had not bestowed it upon her. Li Menglin did not know the ability of this 6-star trait, but from its literal meaning it seemed that whether she spoke truth or lies, the other party would see through her. What's wrong, seventh sister? Thinking of your sweetheart. A subtle smile curled at the corner of Li Jixuan's lips, as if a scornful sneer, yet also like an ordinary smile. What should I do, Luo Chen? How do I answer this? If not for the heavenly secrets being unspoken, Li Minglan would have wanted to run to Luo Chen's room and ask him to help her deal with the fourth sister. This feeling of being completely seen through was unbearable. No. Oh, when did you meet and who is it? It was over, the fourth sister knew. Li Minglan chose not to answer, believing that even then the fourth sister could not see through her. Yet even without her reply, Li Jixuan did not stop questioning. It's someone you knew before coming to Lingnan, isn't it? After arriving in Lingnan, that person is still by your side. That person is still by your side now. You truly love him. Oh, why did she stop asking? Had she already figured everything out? The capital is not a peaceful place, little sister. If you have found a good man, then live well in Lingnan. Thus, with Li Jixuan's one-sided remarks, the family banquet came to an end. After the banquet, Li Jixuan said she wanted to meet your young lover, and then left the governor's mansion. The fourth sister was going to find Luo Chen. Meanwhile, Luo Chen had also finished his daily teaching routine. As you instructed the students to tidy up the school and prepared to return to rest, you noticed a slender-waisted, small-chested, long-haired woman standing silently at the door. The visitor was the Prince of Wu, Li Jixuan. Luo Chen wondered why the Prince of Wu had come to see him for no apparent reason and asked directly through the deduction. May I ask what business the lady has here? I am Li Minglan's fourth sister. Are you and Li Minglan already betrothed for life? Had Li Minglan told her fourth sister about her maxed-out affection towards him? Luo Chen thought since he had been found out he might as well confirm it. You nodded directly, saying that you and Li Minglan shared mutual affection. However, after hearing your answer, Li Jixuan's brow instantly furrowed. As if unable to understand something, she asked you another question. Do you truly intend to never leave my sister? What nonsense was this person talking? Hadn't he made himself clear enough? Was she joking with him? Li Minglan's fourth sister was indeed an odd person. So this time Luo Chen replied directly. Yes. Li Jixuan cupped her chin deep in thought, as if she could not understand you at all. After a moment, Li Jixuan asked another question. Do you love Li Minglan? Yes. Once again, Li Jixuan sank into contemplation. A long while later, she asked you if you like Li Jinyu. Your answer was naturally no. Finally, Li Jixuan asked a question that baffled you. Do you like Mioi? No. Under your bewildered gaze, Li Jixuan lifted her head, her eyes sharp as she stared at you. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in approaching my sister? Just as you were completely at a loss as to what game she was playing, Li Minglan galloped to the school gate on horseback. Fourth sister Luo Chen, what are you doing? Li Jixuan looked at you as if you were trash, then turned to Li Minglan. Fool, he doesn't love you. He only wants to keep you tied to his side. With that, Li Jixuan mounted Li Minglan's horse and rode away. Who was this elder sister, and what was she here for? Just as Luo Chen was puzzled, Li Minglan, who had not caused any trouble in the half-year that had passed in the deduction, suddenly became different. Luo Chen, please tell me, is what fourth sister said true? Li Minglan asked, her voice choked with tears, pleading. Luo Chen sighed and chose to use discern loyalty from betrayal on Li Jixuan. Li Jixuan's status: hostile intelligence 102, trait discern truth from falsehood. Discern truth from falsehood. The possessor can distinguish whether what others say is true or false. Current affection of Li Minglan towards you 100. Your affection towards Li Minglan 50. Damn. Was it because in this round of deduction I had been too focused on career development and had not invested heart and soul into Li Minglan? Luo Chen, please tell me, is what fourth sister said true? Judging by Li Minglan's reaction, she must already know about her fourth sister's peculiarities. Continuing to conceal the truth would only breed unnecessary conflict. With no other choice, Luo Chen had to reveal the reality. You tell Li Minglan that you are deeply indebted to her, for she even abandoned her throne to save you. Such a great favor is worth repaying not only with a lifetime of devotion, but even with utter self-sacrifice, even death itself. To live up to her expectations and spare her disappointment, you went along with her hopes and admitted that you also liked her. But in truth, though you harbor fondness for her, it has not yet reached the depth of romantic love. What are you saying? On the other side, Li Minglan was utterly stunned. She had been blissfully fantasizing about the future only to realize that Luo Chen's feelings for her were merely gratitude, not love. Seeing this, she suddenly felt as if her heart had been seized, unable to breathe. I actually misinterpreted Luo Chen's feelings for me. No, it was I who deliberately used my favor to pressure Luo Chen. The sages said bestow kindness without expectation, but never forget a favor received. I have been waiting for Luo Chen to repay me. I am the despicable one. Feelings cannot be forced. It would be enough if Luo Chen and I could continue to support each other as kindred spirits, as ruler and minister, who understand one another. With this thought, Li Minglan felt much better. The earlier discomfort also eased. Perhaps some pain is self-inflicted. Li Minglan felt that even if she and Luo Chen never developed romantic feelings, she would lose nothing. Although Luo Chen was remarkable, there was no need for her to fall for him. I really shouldn't have pursued such illusory feelings. Your affection toward Luo Chen has decreased by 20 now at 80. The tears in Li Menglan's eyes suddenly stopped, as if she had never wept. Young Master Luo, please do not deceive me again. Li Menglan bit her lip lightly, turned her face away, and slowly walked toward the city gate. Where are you going? I'm going for a stroll alone. Don't follow me. Luo Chen scratched his head. Even a clueless straight man could sense the awkward atmosphere. Letting Li Menglan leave like this would inevitably lead to trouble. But what could he do? Damn. This was no historical simulation game. It was a dating game with a bit of historical simulation tacked on. Why else make the romance routes so complicated? Luo Chen had figured it out. Li Jinyu's romance route was a free tutorial. The difficulty escalated from Li Yifei onward. And now Li Menglan was acting like a normal woman, her affection wavering even at full capacity. Only long-term maintenance and heartfelt connection could ensure emotional stability. As for the later ones, or whether replaying Li Jinyu's route would increase difficulty, Luo Chen had no idea. But he knew he had to act now. Otherwise a disaster would surely follow. Thinking this, he recalled a line from the previous simulation. If a woman says not to follow, do you follow or not? You follow even if it kills you. Playing a game and feeling like life and death are on the line. You silently trail behind Li Menglan, and as soon as she hears your footsteps, she tells you to go away. Do you still follow? All in just follow. As Li Menglan walks, her shoulders begin to tremble slightly. In a choked voice, she asks you not to follow anymore. Do you still follow? In the usual story tropes, giving up halfway leads to a car accident, amnesia, or going abroad. So this time he had to follow. On the other side, Luo Chen continues to silently follow behind you. Don't you like me? Why are you following me? Why are you following me? Answer me. Li Menglan bit her lip in frustration. She had been ready to be just kindred spirits with Luo Chen, ruler and minister. Why couldn't he draw a clear boundary? If it's only an illusion, don't let me see it. Your affection toward Luo Chen won. The sudden fluctuation of the affection indicator made Li Menglan lose her composure. Her vision grew increasingly blurry. Unfair. Too unfair. Why did it keep rising? How could she ever let go? In reality, Li Menglan felt an inexplicable grievance, tears streaming down. Meanwhile, her simulation self burst into loud wailing sobs. You walk and cry telling Luo Chen to go away, but he still follows behind you, as if no matter where you go he will never leave. Your affection toward Luo Chen won. Before she knew it, the simulation, Li Menglan's affection for Luo Chen had returned to 90. And Li Menglan's path had reached its end. You returned to the house you and Luo Chen bought when you first arrived at the Lingnan governor's mansion. Though you haven't been back for a long time, it looks just as it did at the beginning. You cannot help but think that you haven't lost Luo Chen. You just haven't gained everything yet. I am beyond help. Li Menglan felt that her simulation self was right. She simply hadn't gotten enough yet, as she hadn't lost anything. So why abandon herself to despair? But she refused to admit it. Wiping away her tears, Li Menglan fiercely demanded that Luo Chen not enter the house and stay outside. Li Menglan cries and demands that you not come in. Do you enter or not? Luo Chen instinctively felt this question was not simple. First, Li Menglan's affection was already back to full. Moreover, she had only returned to her old house with no risk of accidents. At this moment, forbidding him to enter was more about giving herself some space to cool down. So Luo Chen chose not to enter. Luo Chen leaves you space to calm down, silently waiting outside. On the other side, Li Menglan's tears, which had just stopped, welled up again. What? Why are you being obedient now? Your affection toward Luo Chen 11. Oh, I completely lose. My affection for Luo Chen keeps rising. How can you let me give up my illusions? Are you happy torturing me like this? Li Menglan wiped her tears and choked out a harsh vow. Luo Chen, I will make sure you can never leave me for the rest of your life. Though she didn't know how to keep Luo Chen tied to her forever, she had decided that this was one thing she would not give up halfway. Anyway, let him in first. It's not like I'm petty. Li Menglan tells you to come into the house and rest. Do you enter or not? Did I pass this test? Luo Chen felt that he had done more reading comprehension in the past few minutes than in all his years of schooling. Just analyzing the question of whether to follow or not had exhausted him. To prevent another crisis, Luo Chen decided to be straightforward with Li Menglan. No matter how you see me, one thing is certain, I will never abandon you. Seeing this, Li Menglan hugged a pillow and began to fantasize again. Li Menglan's affection toward you has reached 100. In the spring of the 17th year of Guangchong, merchants from Yangzhou agreed to cooperate with you on smuggling operations, offering a 7-3 profit split in your favor. However, they had one condition: you must mobilize the Lingnan forces to strike against other smuggling caravans. Do you agree? A bunch of smugglers dare to make demands of me. Even if I refuse, you'll still give me the 7-3 split. Luo Chen could certainly not agree to such a monopoly demand. Although a monopoly could bring enormous wealth in the short term, allowing the Yangzhou merchants to monopolize the trade would inevitably offend merchants from other regions across Jiangnan. If he took all the meat and didn't even share a bowl of soup, wouldn't they press the reporting button until it smoked? Moreover, a single monopoly would also hinder the exchange of information and the development of shipping technology. Let those merchant guilds compete and tear each other apart in Lingnan. That was far more profitable than a one-time payout. You declined and warned them that if they were unwilling you could find other guilds to work with. After careful deliberation, the Yangzhou merchants agreed to cooperate with you. The Yangzhou smugglers shared a secret coastal harbor with you for maritime operations. After securing a smuggling channel, Luo Chen did not rush to establish his own trade fleet. Instead, he selected his 5 smartest students. He sent them to join the smuggling caravans and make a trip so they could map out the sea routes and learn about the nations along the way. Your students will not fail to live up to your expectations, master. In the summer of the 17th year of Guangchang, you were teaching at the Lingnan Military Commissioner's office. In the late summer of the 17th year of Guangchang, you were still teaching at the Lingnan Military Commissioner's office. In the autumn of the 17th year of Guangchang, the smuggling caravans paid you taxes amounting to 10,000 taels of silver. Of your 5 disciples who set sail, only 2 survived and returned. You obtained a simplified map of the Nanyang region. Before you knew it, more than half a year had passed. During this period, apart from occasionally discussing current affairs with Li Minglan, Luo Chen merely carried out his regular teaching duties. As the simulated days ticked by, Luo Chen's anxiety grew ever deeper. The old emperor had only 2.5 years left and his own plans had barely begun to take shape. Fortunately, his direct disciples were all clever individuals. After a full year of instruction, he had managed to cultivate several students who embraced dialectical materialist thinking. With tax revenue now in hand and spare funds available, Luo Chen immediately assigned tasks to his disciples. Lu Weikai, Intelligence 87, Morality 93, School of Thought, Natural Sciences and Mathematics. Luo Chen directly handed his disciple a sum of money and instructed him to travel across Yinzhou, seeking out folk artisans and craftspeople. For skilled craftsmen with talent, he was to offer generous sums to recruit them. If they could not be persuaded, he was to spend money to record the techniques they possessed. Do not hesitate to spend. If the goal was to gather intelligence on technological processes, it was fine to spend every last coin. After dispatching one, Luo Chen sent another. After sending off 300 students in total, he finally stopped. Your students began traveling across the land, collecting and cataloging advanced techniques from every trade and profession. To improve craftsmanship and boost productivity, the first step was to understand the technological level of the Great Tang in this world. From the perspective of the administrative system, the Great Tang possessed a mishmash of official titles spanning from the Han to the Qing dynasties. In terms of military technology, however, this world had not yet discovered gunpowder weapons. Yet it already possessed advanced horse-breeding techniques and mature forging methods for bright plate armor. This suggested that the technological level here corresponded roughly to the period between the Tang and 5 dynasties in his previous life. Forget about modern firearms. For now, if he could only produce the early firearms of the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties, he would surely be able to reap a massive technological dividend. Just as Luo Chen was looking forward to his promising students bringing back good news, someone unexpectedly impeached them in the imperial court. In the winter of the 17th year of Guangchang, a grand scholar accused you in court of cultivating a group of students who followed heretical paths. Your students roamed about not seeking the teachings of the sages, but instead collecting bizarre and frivolous mechanical tricks. Li Minglan, the Marquis of Lingnan, had taken you in, but she would only lead you further astray into wicked ways. Upon hearing this, Emperor Guangchang smiled and remarked, Lingnan is a remote frontier region sparsely populated and lacking in resources. If Li Minglan enjoys studying peculiar contrivances, let her be. Moreover, Prince Han Li Yuerong also had a fondness for exotic curiosities. Let Prince Han be assigned to his fiefdom in Nanhai Commandery. The two of them should have plenty to talk about. Luo Chen unfolded the map and glanced at Nanhai Commandery, located on the eastern coastal region of Lingnan. A place as desolate as any. Why is Emperor Guangchang beginning to exile people beyond the capital? Could it be that he has already sensed the storm brewing? The variables in this scenario were far too great. Luo Chen could not fathom why Emperor Guangchang had begun contracting his sphere of influence as early as the 17th year. Taking into account Li Jinyu guarding the northern border, and Prince Wu Li Zhishuan visiting relatives plus Li Minglan on his side, and Prince Han Li Yuerong soon to be dispatched, the capital was left with merely 4 potential heirs to the throne. Among them, only Crown Prince Li Wanjun and Prince Zhao Li Yifei possessed the capability to inherit the throne. He could only hope that Emperor Guangchang would not die prematurely, or else his own preparations would be cut short before they could bear fruit. Luo Chen felt immense pressure weighing upon him. Li Jinyu, who had been sent to her fiefdom far earlier, faced equally daunting challenges. Determined to replicate the achievements of Li Yifei and Luo Chen, she shamelessly requested from her father the command of 12 key border garrisons and over 100,000 elite border troops. However, once she obtained military authority, she discovered that matters were far more complicated than she had imagined. Not only could she not follow Luo Chen's example and launch campaigns against the Xiongnu, but simply dealing with corruption within the border army occupied her for a full year. Yet what was truly despairing was this: after rooting out corrupt elements for an entire year, the border army had not been revitalized at all. Instead, morale fractured from top to bottom and military discipline grew increasingly lax. Why is this happening? In the past, Li Jinyu often complained about not being born a man. If she had been male, she could have inherited the throne and crushed the barbarian tribes. But now she found herself grateful that she was not a man. If such a realm were handed to her, the best outcome would be maintaining the status quo without changing anything. If she sought to benefit the people, conquer the barbarians, and awe the four corners of the world, she would likely end up bringing ruin upon the nation in her own house. You have gained a thorough understanding of yourself. Your intelligence has increased by 1A, reaching 68. Li Jinyu. Martial prowess 21. Intelligence 68. Ambition 60, continuously declining. Health 90. Morality. Li Jinyu had no idea what level 68 intelligence represented. But this was the result of a full year of hard work during which she had gained 10 points. Still, intelligence at this level was unlikely to rise further. The last time she had relied on Luo Chen to become emperor, her intelligence had reached 69 and then stagnated completely. I am unwilling to accept this. Clearly Luo Chen came after me, and I should have inherited the throne before him. And yet now I cannot even obtain Luo Chen nor the empire itself. What meaning is there in my existence? Just as Li Jinyu was contemplating whether to throw herself against a pillar and end her life, a message arrived from the simulation. Report, Your Highness. Prince Wu requests an audience. Li Jixuan. Intelligence cannot be viewed due to excessive gap. Trait: discerning truth from falsehood, 6 star. Li Jinyu looked at her fourth sister's panel, trembling slightly. It was not fear, but envy, jealousy, and hatred. She could not understand. They shared the same father, yet why was Li Jixuan's intelligence so high that it was unviewable? Moreover, she possessed a 6-star trait. As for herself, she only had the useless royal revival. Heaven's decree was so unjust. Big sister, you must be deeply unwilling, aren't you? Would you like little sister to help you? If big sister appoints me as your chancellor, I can help you ascend the throne. Will you appoint Li Jixuan as chancellor of your fief? Appoint the fourth sister as chancellor. If any other sister had come to pledge allegiance, she would have accepted without hesitation. But with the fourth sister, she had to think carefully. In the previous dynasty, her father was still the acting governor of Dai. The former emperor, to win over the hearts of the people, forcibly married his princess to her father. Later, her father followed the tide of the world, raised an army to rebel, overthrew the former dynasty, and unified the nation. When the fourth sister's mother learned of the former emperor's death, she hanged herself in her father's bedchamber. This matter disgusted her father for a long time, and the fourth sister was consequently neglected. Her father not only failed to arrange for a teacher to instruct her, but never even summoned her. When he infected the sisters, he even forgot the fourth one. Only later, upon someone's reminder, did he belatedly grant her the title of Prince of Wu. If she accepted the fourth sister, it would inevitably anger her father. Big sister, are you afraid of father's suspicion? My silly sister, you are about to lose even yourself, yet you still have the heart to worry about father. Li Jixuan walked up behind you, gently pressing close to your ear, and whispered, no matter whether the Prince of Zhao or the Prince of Wei ascends the throne, the first one they will deal with is you. Are you content to be a useless person trampled underfoot by anyone? You are the eldest among us sisters. Besides me, little sister, does anyone else respect you? The fourth sister's words made Li Jinyu recall everything that had happened over the past period. She was right. As the eldest sister, she not only received no respect from others, but anyone could step on her. The second and third sisters needed no mention. They had never looked her in the eye. Even the seventh sister, Li Menglin, showed her no deference. When she asked Li Menglin not to peek at Luo Chen changing clothes, such a trivial matter, she refused to listen. But then again, was the fourth sister truly here to help her? Could she have ulterior motives? Before Li Jinyu could ask in the simulation, Li Jixuan seemed to have anticipated it. Big sister, are you afraid that I will betray you? I can tell you honestly, I am not interested in the Li imperial throne. I only want to see our family harmonious, no longer fighting over power and profit. I have observed the other sisters. If any of them inherits the throne, it will inevitably lead to fratricidal strife. Only the benevolent big sister can accommodate us. Li Jinyu felt extremely guilty. In the previous simulation, she had killed them all. She never expected her fourth sister to think so highly of her. She was truly sinful. Yet the fourth sister's reminder made her realize this was but a simulation. Whether the fourth sister was reliable or not, couldn't heaven's decree testify to that? Anyway, sooner or later, she would be dealt with by the second and third sisters. It was better to gamble with the fourth sister. You have chosen to appoint Li Jixuan as chancellor. In the spring of the 18th year of Guangchang, your disciples gathered intelligence from all over the country on various technologies and crafts, including smelting, mining, farming tools, ironware, weapons, and armor. You and your students compiled them by category into a book, naming it Tiangong Kaiwu. The Prince of Han, Li Yuerong, hearing that Ling Nan was researching ingenious mechanical arts, came directly to Ling Nan instead of proceeding to her fief. Li Yuerong did not go to the governor's mansion to find Li Minglin, but instead blocked you in the schoolroom staring at you with wide eyes. As the content progressed, Li Yuerong's portrait appeared before Luo Chen. Unlike Li Minglin's adolescent maiden temperament, Li Yuerong's first impression was that of a child who was somewhat timid, as if afraid to be seen. Her gaze wavered and dodged, and her hands were always behind her back. And when Li Yuerong finally spoke, it proved the point. Lo, master, I want to. Li Yuerong stopped mid-sentence, immediately pulled her hood over her head, lowered her head, and mumbled for a long time, without saying anything. Only when Li Minglin heard the news and rushed to the schoolroom did Li Yuerong seem to find a safe harbor, hiding directly behind Li Minglin. After whispering a few words with Li Minglin conveyed her thoughts to you. She heard that you collected folk crafts and compiled a book called Tiangong Kaiwu. She has the blueprint volumes from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War. She wants to exchange books with you to read each other's. This Prince of Han was rather severely autistic. Luo Chen chose to discern loyalty and treachery. Li Yuerong. Status, slightly interested. Martial power 3. Intelligence 95. Ambition 0. Trait Master Craftsman 5-star. Talent promising future. Master Craftsman, her mastery of tools has reached the pinnacle. There is no tool she cannot use, no blueprint she cannot read. Promising future, this lord possesses growth ability beyond ordinary comprehension. Please be patient in assisting her, she will surely surprise you in the future. So this game did have balance. Although Li Yuerong was severely introverted and autistic, as compensation, she was born with a 5-star trait. At the same time, she also had a promising future, just like himself. His own promising future as a system player allowed him to draw one trait after each successful playthrough. What was her promising future? Luo Chen could not figure it out, so he simply stopped worrying. After a few more simulations, he would find out. Now Li Yuerong had brought official weapon and tool blueprints, and he could also supplement the Tiangong Kaiwu. In the autumn of the 18th year of Guangchang, you and your students compiled the timeless masterpiece Tiangong Kaiwu. The host has acquired a trait. Tiangong Kaiwu 6-star. The host can obtain a later generation printed deluxe collector's edition of Tiangong Kaiwu. With this trait, the host will unlock the technology tree. Before Luo Chen could examine the Tiangong Kaiwu compiled and supplemented by later generations in the simulation, a message from the northern frontier interrupted. In the autumn of the 18th year of Guangchang, the Xiongnu harassed the borders of the Great Tang. Taking advantage of the raid, the Prince of Qin Li Jinyu and the Prince of Wu Li Jixuan launched a two-pronged attack on the Xiongnu from Liangzhou and Yanzhou. The main Xiongnu force was deep inside the Great Tang, leaving their rear vulnerable. The Prince of Qin conquered and burned the Xiongnu's sacred city Longqing, captured over 100 Xiongnu nobles, and beheaded 3,000 enemies. The Prince of Wu Li Jixuan captured and burned the left-wise king's city. When the left-wise king learned of the attack and rushed back to rescue, he fell into an ambush set by the Prince of Wu, and his entire army was annihilated. In this battle, over a dozen ordinary border cities of the Great Tang were plundered. But the Xiongnu's ancestral lands and the left-wise king's tribe were completely trampled. When the court heard of this, all ministers were shaken. Luo Chen was also stunned after reading it. Bloody hell. Wasn't this the strategy of swapping territories? Prince of Qin ordered the Xiongnu nobles to be escorted back to the capital, while simultaneously requesting rewards for the 36 border generals of this campaign. He also petitioned the court for grain and military provisions, planning to launch another surprise attack on the northern Xiongnu in the following spring. Emperor Guangchang was overjoyed, believing that the Prince of Qin had dealt a heavy blow to the Xiongnu and deserved lavish rewards. He thus arranged for funds and grain to support the spring northern campaign. The court ministers unanimously argued that the Prince of Qin had abandoned the border populace to attack the Xiongnu, thereby harming public sentiment. They deemed his merits and faults canceling out, and thus he should not be rewarded. Moreover, a rapid military campaign would impose an immense financial burden on the national treasury. The Prince of Zhao and the Prince of Wei also submitted memorials arguing that the northern expedition was a major affair that could not be rushed. They suggested spending 5 years for gradual preparation instead. Emperor Guangchang disregarded the remonstrations and promoted Li Jinyu, the Prince of Qin, to the position of general of the northern expedition, overseeing the 3 provinces of Dai Liang and Yin, with full authority over the northern campaign. The old emperor truly favors Li Jinyu. He rewards real merits. To be honest, upon seeing Emperor Guangchang's bestowal, Luo Chen felt a twinge of envy. In his previous life, he himself had severely wounded the left virtuous king, yet the old emperor only granted him the rank of marquis. This time Li Jinyu merely took an empty city, and it was the Prince of Wu who killed the left virtuous king, yet he was directly promoted to general of the northern expedition with actual control over 3 provinces. Li Minglin sighed in admiration after hearing this. Big sister is truly formidable this time. If we can eliminate the Xiongnu, our dynasty will enjoy peace for the next 100 years. We can also stay here drinking tea every day, enjoying the sea breeze and sunshine. Luo Chen was not optimistic about this. Li Jinyu's achievements might not overshadow the old emperor, but the Prince of Wei and the Prince of Zhao would likely be deeply unsettled. The chicken dinner circle had already shrunk, yet suddenly a cheater appeared outside the circle. How could those inside the circle be convinced? The uncertainty ahead grew ever greater. Not necessarily. The alliance between the Prince of Qin and the Prince of Wu will inevitably make the Prince of Zhao and the Prince of Wei in the capital wary. The power balance in the court has been shattered. Anything could happen next. We must also accelerate our preparations to respond to the changes in the world. If there is an opportunity, I will surely place you on the throne to fulfill the promise I made that day. In the meantime, Li Minglin had long forgotten her declared goal of seizing the throne. To be honest, she was already quite content with her current life. If she could live like this for the rest of her life, it would be wonderful. Satisfied with the present, Li Minglin instead advised Luo Chen not to put too much pressure on himself. We are in Lingnan, posing no threat to the court. Whether it's big sister, second sister, or third sister who ascends the throne, we will both be safe. If my past words have caused you burden, please forget them. I don't wish for you to lose your life because of a single sentence I once said. What is one life of mine? Is it more important than completing the game? However, Li Minglin's comfort deeply moved Luo Chen. While ordinary women urged their men to keep striving, Li Minglin instead advised him to slack off. In his previous life, if someone had advised him like this, he would have quit that damn job no matter what. What use is earning more money if you can't spend it alive? A word spoken is past recalling. I am not daydreaming. I truly believe you have a chance to ascend the throne, Luo Chen said calmly. I believe you. Li Minglin nodded, revealing a genuine smile. She was happy with her choice. The throne might be a goal many sought, but could not obtain. Yet now she felt that no fame or fortune could compare to Luo Chen's promise. When she had spoken of wanting the throne a few days ago, it was more out of anger at her sisters. She wanted to have a taste of it herself. What she truly desired was a peaceful environment free from worries about food and clothing, free from the vexations of fame and profit, and unburdened by trivial matters. And a companion to share the rest of her life. Although the throne was a pursuit, everyone wanted. Gaining one thing meant losing another. Only by losing something could one gain something else. If she had to make a choice, she would choose to spend a peaceful remainder of her life with Luo Chen. I need to go attend to something. Suddenly Luo Chen said with a grave expression. What happened? His departure was abrupt, or rather decisive, his face full of pressure, which made Li Minglin feel anxious. Could it be that he saw through my hidden desire to try the throne, and thus went to strive? Did I really show it that clearly? Or was it because my words of belief made him feel the weight on his shoulders even heavier? Li Minglin was very worried that she might be creating unnecessary pressure for Luo Chen. However, the heavenly Tao deduction could not fathom the human heart, and the future would change with every move she made. This left Li Minglin both hopeful and uneasy about the future. Tiangong Kaiwu 6-star. Host has unlocked the technology tree. Please select a development direction and branch. Back in the school within the simulation, Luo Chen directly opened the deluxe collector's edition of Tiangong Kaiwu. Then a development map of the technology tree appeared before him. The top of the tree consisted of Stone Age tool-making techniques and methods for taming wild animals. At the very bottom was the interstellar era Enlightenment technology of controlled nuclear fusion. Historical simulation even had nuclear fusion, probably not achievable until the 20th generation of descendants. Focusing his gaze on the current technological position, Luo Chen identified two researchable technologies. Considering the current environment, you can advance the following two technologies. 1. Sailing navigation technology, watertight bulkhead technique, tongue oil, wood preservation method, multi-deck load-bearing structure, compass, and astrolabe navigation, keel mortise and tenon reinforcement. 2. Basic gunpowder technology, secret gunpowder formula, fire lance barrel casting, thunderclap bomb, delayed fuse catapult bomb, thrower poisonous smoke sulfur mixture. Luo Chen surveyed the manpower under his control. He had about 1,000 capable students, and without affecting agricultural and fishing production, he could conscript only a few thousand civilian laborers. Thus, developing both technologies simultaneously was impossible. Advancing sailing technology would increase smuggling capacity for maritime cargo, and he could also build a large fleet, allowing him to send people to both trade and plunder. In the long run, it would surely bring enormous profits. However, the problem was that building ocean-going merchant ships, from logging design to construction and training sailors, would take at least 3 to 5 years. Moreover, voyages for trade and plunder would also require time for round trips, so no returns could be seen for at least 6 or 7 years. And the old emperor had less than 2 years to live by the time he developed a fleet. The court situation would likely have stabilized. At that point, the court could confiscate his fleet with a single decree, and all his efforts would be in vain. Therefore, the urgent priority was to enhance the combat effectiveness of the Lingnan border troops. Then he would have to build workshops and manufacture firearms. In the spring of the 19th year of the Guangchong reign, Luo Chen created a type of gunpowder capable of violent combustion by mixing saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. Luo Chen organized his students to conduct continuous research on the gunpowder outside the Lingnan governor's residence. Day and night the citizens heard thunderous booms from beyond the city walls, as if heaven itself were venting its wrath. In the summer of the 19th year of the Guangchong reign, word of this matter traveled with merchants to Jingzhou and Suzhou. Scholars from both provinces submitted memorials to the court accusing Luo Chen of misusing alchemical arts to harm the people. The imperial court was fully engaged in a northern campaign and had no time to address the matter. The governor of Suzhou, pressured by the literati, reduced the sale of saltpeter to Lingnan. Due to the negative influence spreading from Luo Chen's affairs, your research costs have risen sharply. You must increase your investment. These scholars are truly despicable. In this godforsaken place I can do as I please without their meddling interference. If only Lingnan had more than 3,000 elite troops, I could take Suzhou. Luo Chen was even contemplating raising a rebellion. You made your way to the general's residence to discuss matters with Li Menglan. You knocked on the door of Li Menglan's chamber, and the sound echoed at the entrance, yet the door remained shut for a long time. Had Li Menglan not heard the knock? But where had that sound come from just now? Puzzled, you knocked again, but still no response from within. What could Li Menglan be doing? She couldn't be indulging in some secret hobby, could she? Luo Chen had no idea what she was up to, but he understood the principle of never pressing one's luck beyond 3 attempts. Since she hadn't answered after 2 knocks, she surely had reasons to keep the door closed. You suppressed the urge to barge in and catch Li Menglan red-handed, choosing to wait quietly outside. 3 minutes later, Li Menglan's door opened, and a hooded head peeked out, glancing left and right. Li Yuerong's quick survey was marked by startled rabbit-like eyes that glimmered with vigilance. How strange. Was the Prince of Han still in Lingnan? Luo Chen had been so absorbed in gunpowder research lately that he hadn't paid any attention to Li Yuerong. Unexpectedly 4 or 5 months had passed, and Li Yuerong still hadn't departed for her fief. In any dynasty, having infeft princes gather together outside the capital was a taboo that invited suspicion. Li Yuerong might not realize this, but surely Li Menglan did. Why hadn't she sent her away to Nanhai Commandery? You coughed, and Li Yuerong's neck suddenly stiffened. She turned toward you with a hesitant, jerky movement. In a panic, Li Yuerong tried to close the door, but forgot to pull her head back first. The 2 panels slammed shut around her neck. With a muffled she collapsed to the ground, clutching her head. Brother-in-law. Luo Chen suddenly understood why Li Yuerong had been allowed to remain here. It must be that very word, brother-in-law. Your Highness the Prince of Han, please mind your words. Sorry. After stammering her apology, Li Yuerong fell silent. Do you know where your sister is? Do you know what your sister has gone off to do? No matter what Luo Chen asked next, Li Yuerong simply kept her head down and refused to speak, leaving him utterly exasperated. Fortunately, time in the simulation could be accelerated. Soon Li Menglan returned with a worried expression. Upon seeing you, her face first brightened, but the joy was quickly overtaken by melancholy. You asked her what was troubling her, and she handed you the battle report that had just arrived from the front lines. 2 months earlier, the Prince of Qin, Li Jinyu, had led 30,000 cavalry into the grasslands only to lose his way. When the Xiongnu Chanyu learned that the Qin army had been circling the desert in confusion, he dispatched his main force to annihilate them. Yet, just as the Chanyu prepared to destroy the Prince of Qin south of the Gobi, the Prince of Wu suddenly struck from behind with 30,000 riders, catching the Xiongnu in a pincer. The Chanyu was slain on the spot. The Xiongnu princes erupted into civil war over the succession to the Chanyu throne, with each feudal lord choosing sides. The grasslands plunged into chaotic infighting, leaving no attention for the Tang army. The Prince of Qin, Li Jinyu, achieved the greatest merit of all, slaying the Xiongnu Chanyu in a single battle and triggering their internal collapse. Emperor Guangchong praised Li Jinyu's divine military genius, bestowing upon him the title of Grand General of Heaven, a rank above all princes with the authority to establish his own administration. Furthermore, the entire territories of Jizhou, Qingzhou, Daizhou, and Yanzhou were added to his fiefdom with authority to oversee Liangzhou. All these lands were merged into the Hebei circuit, with Li Jinyu appointed as its grand administrator. Meanwhile, Emperor Guangchong was convening his ministers to discuss amending the law. Without altering the existing rule that princes could not return to the capital for succession, he proposed adding a new provision allowing the grand administrator of a circuit to inherit the throne. Li Jinyu had somehow won his way back into the game. Luo Chen was truly astonished. Emperor Guangchong had his ways indeed. He was willing to rewrite even the ancestral laws he himself had established just to secure Li Jinyu's succession. From Emperor Guangchong's perspective, this combination of moves was ruthlessly effective. By granting Li Jinyu 5 prefectures as fiefdoms first, even without any power base in the capital, the Prince of Qin became a force that no faction in the capital could afford to ignore. With that, when the time came to amend the law, the other ministers would have to reckon with the Prince of Qin's strength. And if pushed too far, Emperor Guangchong could send a secret edict, and Li Jinyu could march with troops from 5 prefectures to rescue his sovereign and father. Then anyone who voted against would be branded traitors. It seemed this simulation would conclude in a way no one could have imagined. It looked like I wouldn't get my peaceful days with Li Minglan after all. Passing the throne to the eldest legitimate heir is only proper and reasonable, you nodded, signaling that the succession was settled and that this outcome was best for all concerned. Yet Li Minglan's expression only grew more somber. She reached into her collar, fished around inside, and produced a folded slip of paper. You felt the lingering warmth of body heat on the paper, as if touching her very skin. Your affection for Li Minglan increased by 10, now standing at 80. You suppressed the flutter in your heart and read the contents. Seventh sister, I've heard that Luo Chen is tinkering with new inventions. Bring him and his creations to me. Once I've slain the Prince of Wei with my own hands, I'll split the realm with you. The tone needed no signature. It was unmistakably Li Yifei. And given her attitude, she was clearly prepared to gamble everything. What about Luo Chen? Should we write to third sister or inform father? How can we possibly report this? First of all, there's no signature, so it could be seen as a fabrication. And even if we truly handed it over, wouldn't it make us look like we might be plotting rebellion ourselves? Since ancient times, why have secret letters concerning rebellion rarely been exposed? Because whoever receives such a letter, whether they participate or not, if they make it public, they offend both sides at once. So the only sensible course was to pretend they had never seen it. You and Li Minglan burned the note on the spot. Exactly 7 days after you and Li Minglan destroyed the letter, even more explosive news arrived from the capital. In the late summer of the 19th year of the Guangchong reign, Emperor Guangchong ordered the Prince of Wei and the Prince of Zhao to go boating on the lake. The Prince of Zhao had conspired with the commander of the Imperial Guard to launch a rebellion intending to murder his father and seize the throne for himself. However, the Prince of Wei learned of the plot in advance. He allied with the princes of Qi and Chu to arrest the guard commander, seized control of the Imperial Guard, and simultaneously summoned the northern garrison into the capital to suppress the rebellion. The Prince of Zhao, Li Yifei, led over 1,000 followers in a desperate assault on the Imperial Palace, but failed to breach its walls. They were ultimately annihilated by the combined forces of the garrison and the Imperial Guard. Li Yifei was slain personally by the Prince of Qi, Li Siki, as she fled, and the Duke of England was executed alongside her. Emperor Guangchong proclaimed that the Prince of Wei had rendered meritorious service in defending the throne and appointed him crown prince, granting him command over all military forces in the realm. However, the Prince of Qin, Li Jinyu, declared that the Prince of Wei had deliberately orchestrated a rebellion and framed the Prince of Zhao, calling it an act of supreme treason. The Prince of Qin resolved to raise his army to rescue his father. The Crown Princess Li Wanjuan ordered all prefectures to dispatch their garrisons to converge on the capital to suppress the rebellion. The Marquis of Lingnan, Li Minglan, was required to contribute 5,000 troops to reinforce Yangzhou. The Crown Prince orders Ling Nan to dispatch 5,000 troops under the command of Yangzhou and Nanhai to send 3,000 to reinforce Jingzhou. Li Minglan asks for your opinion. How do you respond? 1. The overall situation is still uncertain. We should not dispatch troops for now. 2. Follow the imperial court's orders and send troops to support the king. Li Jinyu was born with formidable political advantages, yet hindered by her overly conservative nature and limited abilities, she failed to capitalize on them. Now with the Prince of Wu, who possesses a 6-star attribute, as her advisor, Li Jinyu instantly became a dominant force capable of shaking the world. Luo Chen suspected that the Prince of Wu had originally come to Ling Nan with the intention of defecting to him. However, when she perceived that Luo Chen did not care for Li Minglan and suspected him of deceiving and using her, she harbored resentment toward him and instead went north to pledge allegiance to Li Jinyu. Had he been more forthright and less utilitarian, perhaps the Prince of Wu would now be on his side. But at this point, any such talk was just hindsight. The priority was to solve the current problem. Remember when Lushan rebelled, he was only a military governor of 3 commanderies. But Li Jinyu, upon just raising her army, already commanded nearly half of the nation's strength, more than 2 in Lushans combined. Who knew whether the Prince of Wei could hold out? But regardless of that, they had to venture out. If they missed this chance of chaos sweeping the realm, they might never again have a seat at the table. Luo Chen proposed following the imperial court's directive and sending troops to assist the king. Wasn't it suicidal to fight the eldest sister now? Throughout this round of simulation, Li Minglan had spent most of her time idle at home, let alone improving any attributes. Because she never exercised her martial might, and command skills had actually dropped by 2 points since leaving the capital. Compared to our eldest sister, our strength is like a praying mantis trying to stop a chariot. Can we truly prevail? Don't worry, I have a secret weapon that can turn the tide. Though Luo Chen comforted Li Minglan with these words during the simulation, he was well aware of the reality. His gunpowder technology had only been developed for less than half a year. The fire lances shot with less force than arrows, making them mere toys. Moreover, the problem of wooden cannons bursting their barrels remained unresolved, as the imperial court had cut off supplies of copper and iron. The only usable weapon now was the explosive charge. Thus, participating in this battle was still extremely dangerous. But wealth and honor come through risk. Only amid chaos could one reap greater rewards. Moreover, Luo Chen harbored an extremely audacious idea to turn his negative effect, Luo Chen defies heaven, to his advantage. Because he had offended all the literary factions of the court, whenever he faced danger, those civil officials and Confucian generals would surely turn a blind eye to his pleas for help. At that moment, Li Menglan could accuse them of disregarding the nation's safety and have them executed. In this way, under the banner of righteousness, he and Li Menglan might seize actual control over many regions. As for what would happen if he the bait failed to withstand the Prince of Qin's forces, then he would die. After all, without any hope of clearing the stage, death made no difference. You proposed to lead 5,000 troops to Yangzhou yourself, while Li Menglan and Li Yuerong lead the 3,000 soldiers from Nanhai Commandery to also head to Yangzhou. This way the two forces could support each other like the horns of a beast. As for violating the court's orders, well, let's discuss that after the court survives. Li Menglan had reservations, but under your persuasion, she decided to follow your plan. Lingnan had only 3,000 elite troops. Luo Chen brought along his students as well as the laborers and craftsmen involved in making gunpowder to make up 5,000. Luo Chen accepted Li Menglan's appointment, spent about a month preparing, and then carrying saltpeter, sulfur, and other materials personally, led the Lingnan army toward Yangzhou. In the autumn of the 19th year of Guangchang, you led the Lingnan army slowly into the Huainan region. At a courier station, you heard the latest frontline reports. After raising her army, the Prince of Qin divided her forces into two columns. She led 150 elite northern troops across the river to attack the capital region in Guangzhou, engaging the Central Shen's army. Under the Prince of Qin's command, the Liangzhou army attacked Guangzhou from the west. The Shuzhou army, following imperial orders, left Shu to counter the Liangzhou offensive, and the two sides were still locked in a stalemate. The Prince of Wu dispatched 150 troops from Qingzhou southward, intending to sever the court's control over the Jiangnan region. Half a month ago, the governor of Yangzhou led various loyalist forces from Jiangnan northward to reinforce Shuzhou, preparing to engage the Prince of Wu. 10 days ago, the reinforcements from Nanhai Commandery, led by Li Menglan and the Prince of Han, arrived at Jianghuai. Upon receiving the orders, they crossed the river to reinforce Shuzhou. A week ago, the commander of Shuzhou, an armchair strategist who clung to military manuals, deemed the Prince of Wu's troops weary from the long march and believed that striking them while they were unsettled would be the right move. However, the commander underestimated the quality of the northern troops. The initial assault by the Shuzhou army did indeed shake the northern forces. But the Prince of Wu personally led the veteran Yinzhou Iron Cavalry, which had campaigned against the Xiongnu in repeated charges against the Shuzhou formation. Within a single afternoon, the Shuzhou army collapsed completely. The reinforcing Yangzhou army, unaware of the disaster, continued marching toward Shuzhou. When they saw the routed Shuzhou soldiers, the Prince of Wu and his pursuing troops had already arrived. The Yangzhou army, caught unprepared, was swept away by the rout, and the Prince of Wu's pursuit scattering as well. Li Menglan and the Prince of Han fled into Suzhou Prefecture along with the defeated soldiers. Currently, the Prince of Wu has surrounded Suzhou with his army. Plans could not keep up with changes. Without real-time communication, even though Luo Chen and Li Menglan had agreed on a time to converge in the Jianghuai region, his side, burdened with heavy supplies and baggage, arrived more than 10 days later than Li Menglan. Originally, he intended to serve as bait while Li Menglan seized power, but now the bait was still far away and his liege had already been surrounded. Meanwhile, on Li Menglan's side, you and the Prince of Han are trapped in Suzhou. You have gathered a total of 50,000 routed troops. The Yangzhou governor and military inspector are both missing. You are now the highest commander in Suzhou. The Prince of Wu has surrounded you and promised that if you surrender the city, you will be granted high rank and generous rewards. What choice will you make? Alas! Li Menglan sighed. She realized she seemed destined to be besieged. Previously, she was surrounded by the Xiongnu and Daizhou, and now by her fourth sister in Suzhou. Should she surrender? After all, her fourth sister was not a Xiongnu, and surrendering to her wouldn't be shameful. But then Li Menglan remembered the pact she had made with Luo Chen before setting out. According to their original plan, Luo Chen would serve as bait, holding a solitary strategic city to resist the fourth sister, while she, under the pretext of saving the nation, would seize command of other prefectures. But events had turned completely opposite to the plan. The reinforcements led by Luo Chen had not yet arrived, and she had been besieged first. Under these circumstances, should she still hold on? While she was hesitating, Li Yuerong, who was beside her, suddenly spoke. "Sister, will brother-in-law come to save us?" "Of course he will come," Li Menglan said instinctively, then froze. If Luo Chen rushed to her rescue, only to find that she had already surrendered, what would he think of her? Wouldn't that be her personally letting their long-cherished aspirations come to naught? You reject the Prince of Wu's offer to surrender. Li Yifei, who had already perished in the simulation, was observing all of this from the sidelines. She had to admit that she had underestimated her younger sisters. In the previous simulation, her dear younger sisters were completely under her control, causing no ripples at all. Thus in this simulation, Li Yifei did not take the princes of Wu Qi or Chu seriously. Yet it was precisely this underestimation that led to her downfall at their hands. If only she had known that the fourth sister could make Li Jinyu so formidable, she would never have let her leave the capital. If only she had known that the fifth and sixth sisters would ally with the third sister, she would have driven them out of the capital first. Regrettably, there is no medicine for regret in this world, leaving her only to silently watch. After switching her perspective to Li Minglin and Luo Chen, Li Yifei felt that their end was also near. Li Minglin's isolated army was surrounded, their fall was merely a matter of time. Luo Chen had only 5,000 miscellaneous troops, and was despised by the literati. Even with his talents he could not turn the tide. Luo Chen, oh Luo Chen, why must you follow the seventh sister? Would it not be better to pledge allegiance to me? Li Yifei gnashed her teeth viciously, but the next moment the rage on her face transformed into admiration. However, this is precisely the captivating quality of Luo Chen. Meanwhile, Luo Chen's situation indeed could be described as a matter of life and death. The news of the great defeat in Shuzhou and the annihilation of the Yangzhou army had from a distance of 600 to 700 li nearly terrified all the prefectures in Jiangnan into losing their wits. Some people, disregarding the imperial decrees, led their relief troops back to their garrisons awaiting the arrival of the Prince of Qin and the Prince of Wu so that they could offer a price for surrender. Others, flouting the law, began recruiting and training soldiers on the spot, not to come to the king's aid, but to protect their own estates from being ravaged by the defeated troops and refugees that the war would produce. In short, the regions of Lianghuai and Jiangnan were already in chaos before the battle even began. Faced with this, Luo Chen felt both worry and joy. What worried him was that he had too few forces at his disposal, only 5,000 troops, and rescuing Li Minglin would be like throwing an egg at a stone. What brought him joy was that currently there was no larger military unit in Lianghuai or Jiangnan. The Battle of Shuzhou had mobilized almost all the mobile forces in Lianghuai and Yangzhou. After those mobile forces were annihilated in one battle, each prefecture was left with only the most basic city guard forces, with no elite troops remaining. Before the prefectures could form into warring factions, Luo Chen could exactly take the opportunity to unite them. If he could consolidate these regions, there might still be a chance to rescue Li Minglin. You visit the newly appointed governor of Lianghuai and Huayuan Prefecture, laying out the pros and cons, and implore him to continue conscripting troops from the various prefectures to relieve the siege of Suzhou. However, due to the negative influence of your, Luo Chen contemplates the heavens trait. The governor of Lianghuai rejects your suggestion, hinting that the court's orders are to defend the river defenses and that everything else can be abandoned. You insist on going to relieve Suzhou, infuriating the governor, who rebukes you for bringing merely 5,000 men and daring to think you can break the siege of Suzhou with such a force. With these 5,000 men you cannot even defend yourself. What do you think you can accomplish? What can you actually do? Meddle any further, and I will cut off your military supplies. What can I do? Good question. Let me show you what I can do. Having performed the necessary formalities, Luo Chen began instructing his students and soldiers to assemble the thunderclap cannon stone-throwing machines. The thunderclap cannon was a transitional weapon before the maturation of iron cannon technology. Its principle was to wrap gunpowder in iron or pottery, equip it with a fuse, and launch it via a trebuchet after igniting. Although Huayuan Prefecture, where the governor of Lianghuai resided, had only 2,000 defenders, launching a direct assault would inevitably incur significant casualties. At this moment, using new siege weapons combined with the element of surprise would minimize his losses. Under cover of night, you lead your army in a surprise attack on Huayuan Prefecture. The thunderclap cannon breaches the city gates and destroys a section of the eastern wall. Hearing the thunderous roar from within the city, the defenders, believing that the Prince of Wu has arrived with his iron cavalry, throw down their weapons and flee before your soldiers even enter the city. You capture the governor of Lianghuai. How do you wish to deal with him? Naturally, you would lecture him from the high ground of morality. You publicly denounce the governor of Lianghuai as a coward who prioritizes his own life over the survival of the state, and declare that he deserves execution. You execute the governor of Lianghuai, appoint yourself as the new governor, and simultaneously order the prefectures of Huainan and Jiangnan to assemble. The nearest prefecture, Fenyang, does not respond to your summons. You immediately dispatch troops to attack it. Fenyang, being a logistics hub, is defended by thousands of elite soldiers, but under your new weaponry it falls after only a morning's assault. The prefectures of Huainan are greatly alarmed and immediately send envoys to pledge their loyalty, willing to follow the new governor's orders. These fellows, I thought they had a backbone. They didn't even consume half of my stockpile. Through intimidation, Luo Chen temporarily brought the prefectures of Huainan under his control. He wished to intervene in the more distant Jiangnan region, but lacked the manpower to do so. However, Luo Chen knew that the Huainan prefectures were only superficially submissive. How cooperative they would truly be was uncertain. But even feigned cooperation was enough. As long as he could squeeze something out of them, even a little, it would not be a loss. After gaining control of Huainan, Luo Chen immediately raised local taxes and conscription to the highest levels. At the same time, he assigned his students to build workshops in Fengyang Prefecture to continue producing ammunition for the thunderclap cannon. 7 days later, when the court learns that you have killed the governor of Lianghuai and declared yourself the new governor, the court officials harshly criticize you, wishing they could devour you alive. However, considering that the Prince of Wu's army is imminent and that the Jiangnan prefectures are a crucial source of tax revenue for the court, if the Lianghuai region is cut off by the Prince of Wu, the court would suffer a devastating loss. Thus, the Crown Prince issues an edict specially appointing Luo Chen as the governor of Lianghuai, responsible for defending against the Prince of Wu's offensive. At the same time, the court orders the downstream prefectures of Yangzhou and the upstream prefectures of Jingzhou to strengthen their defenses against you. Your reputation in the capital deteriorates sharply. Even with the court's approval, Luo Chen's pressure does not diminish. He opens the troop interface. Counting all the city defense forces, patrol troops, and miscellaneous auxiliary soldiers in Huainan, he can barely muster 20,000 men. Of course, he could recruit new troops and train them from scratch. But he could train while Li Menglan might not last. If Li Menglan were to die midway, even if he trained 1 million troops and conquered the entire world in this simulation, it would be meaningless. 20,000 men then. As long as it doesn't rain heavily, he can still fight with gunpowder. But before formally setting out, he must first stabilize the rear. Luo Chen opens the list of his students and picks out all those with high ambition and intelligence. You summon your 17 students to a secret chamber and ask them if they are confident in managing the prefectures of Huainan. Your students are startled, exchanging glances as they sense the killing intent in your words. Master, do you mean to? When discussing official matters, address me by my title. Governor, are you planning to purge those cowards who fear the enemy and treasure their own lives? But wouldn't that harm your reputation? Luo Chen's reputation in this round had been negative from the start. Was he afraid of it dropping further? Do you want to advance in your careers? Your disciples, upon hearing this, all swallow hard. Your students. We are exceedingly eager to advance. In the autumn of the 19th year of Guangchang, you summon the prefects of the 15 prefectures of Huainan to discuss defense matters. When the prefects arrive, you bind them all onto horses and take them along on the campaign, while the administration of the rear prefectures is entrusted to your students. After a month of preparation, you led the Lingnan army and various auxiliary troops, totaling 20,000 soldiers carrying ample supplies, and advanced northward. After commanding the army to depart in the simulation, Luo Chen unfurled the map. Currently, he possessed no war-related traits, and the troops he led were a motley rabble of mismatched conscripts. Only 3,000 Lingnan soldiers could truly execute commands with strict discipline. If he were to rely on the same old tactics of direct flanking and surprise attacks in this upcoming battle, it would surely be a suicide mission. Therefore, to alleviate Li Menglan's pressure, the best course of action was to plant a thorn in Prince Wu's flank, drawing and pinning down a portion of his forces so that he could not fully commit to attacking Suzhou. If he could hold out for a year or so, waiting for the newly recruited troops to be sent up from the rear, the siege of Suzhou would be lifted. Luo Chen's gaze swept across the numerous darkened prefectures on the map, finally settling on a small county town named Nanping County, nestled along a river just over 100 li from Suzhou. This was the outer perimeter of Prince Wu's controlled area, where the garrisoned forces would certainly be weaker than at the center of the battlefield. Moreover, capturing this place with its back against a water source would be more suitable for a protracted stalemate. After several days of circuitous marching, you arrived at the outskirts of the county town. Upon reconnaissance, you discovered that the town was garrisoned by approximately 800 soldiers. The garrison of Nanping County detected your presence and dispatched cavalry to report to the rear. What is your decision? Time was of the essence. There was no leisure to slowly assemble siege engines. Luo Chen immediately ordered an assault on the city. You commanded your troops to attack Nanping County using ladders and battering rams. Prince Wu's army was disciplined and fought tenaciously. Although you sent men to blast open the city gate and directly led your cavalry charging into the town, the battle still exacted a considerable toll. After half a day of fierce combat, the garrison of Nanping County was annihilated, with your forces suffering over 600 casualties. After reviewing the battle report, Luo Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. When he had led 5,000 men against the 2,000 in Huayuan Prefecture, his casualties were merely 1 or 200. But now, with 20,000 men attacking this small town of 800, he had suffered over 600 casualties. Although he had not assembled thunderbolt catapults or used fire attacks, this starkly revealed the disparity in strength between the northern border troops and the imperial court's southern army. Not daring to waste time, Luo Chen immediately organized his men for digging earth, repairing the city walls, and transporting all the supplies he had brought into the town. After a day and night of frantic repairs, you restored the city gate and positioned 36 thunderbolt stone-throwing catapults behind the city walls. Simultaneously, you instructed your students to station 5,000 troops in the mountain pass 30 li to the rear as a supporting force. A day later, numerous roving cavalry appeared within a 10-li radius, and your scouts could no longer continue their reconnaissance. Another day later, the watchtowers within the county town could observe vast dust clouds blotting out the sky in the distance. Based on your estimates, you had spotted at least 10,000 cavalrymen. Your communication with the rear had been severed. On the 7th day after you captured Nanping County, Prince Wu personally led 80,000 infantry and surrounded your town. Luo Chen's eyes instantly widened. How many? 80,000. With 80,000 men, even Li Yunlong could attack Taiyuan. And here you were besieging me in a small county town. The developments in the simulation left Luo Chen drenched in cold sweat. How could the main force all be converging on me? If he remembered correctly, Prince Wu had only mobilized a total of 150,000 troops. After deducting the minimum forces needed to garrison Shuzhou and besiege Suzhou, Prince Wu had virtually pulled every available soldier under his command here. Instead of launching a main attack on the stronger Li Menglan, Prince Wu was concentrating all his strength against me. This didn't make sense. Prince Wu sent a messenger to shoot an arrow into the city bearing a letter for you. The letter read, "Now traitors have usurped the court. The Prince of Qin upholds great righteousness, intending to restore order. Lord Luo, this humble woman would like to invite you to join the Prince of Qin's camp and accomplish great deeds together." As soon as Luo Chen clicked to view the letter, this message appeared. Luo Chen had long grown accustomed to matters of talent poaching. "In this life, I am Li Menglan's man in life, and her ghost in death. Trying to poach me. Dream on." Just as Luo Chen was about to sternly refuse the other party, on the next page the content of the letter abruptly changed. The letter continued, "Lord Luo, if I were the seventh sister, perhaps I would use such methods to win you over. But unfortunately, we are now enemies." The letter continued, "Now the battle strength is 80,000 against 20,000. The advantage is mine, not yours, sir. Although your feelings for the seventh sister are false, her feelings for you are genuine. For the sake of the seventh sister, sir, please take your own life. I rely on your magnanimity, my lady, and I shall never forget this favor." What kind of demon was this person? When Luo Chen first met Li Zhishuan, he thought she was merely an aloof, eccentric individual. But now it seemed there was something seriously wrong with her. Who writes a letter before a battle asking someone to commit suicide? You could at least try to persuade me to surrender. Give me some sense of being a famous general. Did she already know that I would never surrender? Her ability to discern truth from falsehood was far too overpowered. Luo Chen sighed. Of his two 6-star traits, one had a negative effect that surpassed its power, and the other was simply a book. Compared to Li Zhishuan, I'm far behind. However, since she enjoyed throwing trash talk before battle, he would play along with her. After all, stalling for a day was a day gained. You replied to Li Zhishuan, "My bond with Menglan fears no trials. Our relationship is witnessed by gods and men. Even if you were to hack me into 1,000 pieces, I would not change my feelings for Menglan." Li Zhishuan quickly replied to you, "I must admit I am surprised by you, sir. Having your inner thoughts exposed, you still have the audacity to shamelessly boast." You replied to Li Zhishuan, "I believe there is a misunderstanding between us. Could we sit down and talk things over calmly?" Li Zhishuan sent you a final letter, "Spare me your attempts at stalling. No more words. Let us commence battle. Report to the system the enemy is cheating. All my psychological tactics were useless. What is this if not cheating?" Since empty tricks wouldn't work, Luo Chen had no choice but to confront Li Zhishuan head-on. In the 19th year of the Guangchong reign, during the golden period of autumn harvest, Prince Wu, Li Zhishuan commanded her troops to launch a fierce assault on Nanping County, which you were defending using battering rams and ladders. Your advisory team, composed of your students, offered the following suggestions. 1. This is the enemy's first probing attack. We should not exert full force and should rely on the city walls for standard defense. 2. Ignite the gunpowder jars buried beneath the city walls. 3. The wind direction today is favorable to us. We can use sulfur smoke to impede the enemy's advance. The enemy was strong while we were weak, and the morale of the two sides could not have been more different. Under such circumstances, conventional defense would be futile, inevitably leading to the same fate as the battle at Shuzhou. Therefore, the first battle had to both reveal our trump card and secure victory. Li Zhishuan commanded her troops to launch a fierce frontal assault on the county town. Li Zhishuan's army was formidable, and your soldiers showed fear before even engaging. Seeing this, you ordered your men to ignite sulfurous poison smoke. The pungent, eye-stinging yellow-green smoke spread across the battlefield with the wind. The soldiers of Prince Wu's army could not breathe, could not open their eyes, and their offensive momentum was immediately broken. Seeing the frontal assault fail, Li Zhishuan ordered a general attack from both flanks. Before your soldiers could celebrate repelling the enemy with poison smoke, thunderous war cries erupted from both sides of the battlefield. Although the poison smoke covered a large area, it could only be directed at one side. For the other two sides, they had to wait until the enemy reached the city walls before igniting the buried landmines. As Prince Wu's troops approached the left and right walls preparing to climb up, you ordered the detonation of landmines hidden in the moat below. A tremendous thunderclap shook the earth and hundreds of soldiers were instantly blown to pieces, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Prince Wu's army had never witnessed such a scene. The subsequent waves of troops dared not attack, and Prince Wu eventually sounded the retreat. Your army's morale soared. Good, we survived another day. Prince Wu's army had never seen gunpowder or landmines, and the sudden explosions caught them completely off guard. Had they continued their assault, they would have discovered that these landmines were single-use. The next day, Prince Wu's army began felling trees outside the city to construct siege engines. 5 days later, your students, following your designs, crafted flame-throwing tubes from bamboo and gunpowder that could spray fire down the siege ladders from the city walls. The drawback was that reloading took considerable time. 7 days later, Prince Wu's army set up catapults outside the city to bombard the walls. The county town's walls were made of rammed earth and could not withstand bombardment. Luo Chen did not hesitate and immediately ordered the catapults on standby within the city to fire. You launched thunderbolt catapults at the enemy's trebuchet positions. The explosions shook Prince Wu's battle formation. Prince Wu's artillery retaliated, but your students held a slight edge in mathematics. Before the enemy could determine the position of your catapults, all their trebuchets were destroyed in explosions. The next day, Prince Wu ordered soldiers to fill the moat with rammed earth and climb the walls once more, but they were repelled by your newly invented flame dragons, and he was forced to withdraw again. After several probing attempts, Prince Wu ceased attacking and instead ordered mass logging to construct siege towers battering rams and catapults. No battle today. Prince Wu's army continued building siege equipment. No battle today. For half a month, there was no conflict. Yet Luo Chen's heart grew more anxious. It had to be said that Li Jixuan was not only intelligent, but also not as headstrong as Li Jinyu or Li Yifei. Seeing that aggressive attacks were ineffective, she stopped wasting soldiers and instead prepared a massive, overwhelming offensive. With her siege towers and battering rams, one would think she was attacking Shuzhou, not a county town. If she launched a saturation attack, Luo Chen's current firepower would hardly be able to withstand it. All he could do was pray to heaven. Meanwhile, Li Yifei, who had been watching from the sidelines, was utterly stunned by the inventions Luo Chen had produced. Where did Luo Chen get so many strange contraptions? Though Li Yifei had no understanding of siege warfare, she knew that defenders typically used bows, crossbows, stones, hot oil, pine resin, and boiling filth. But weapons that could blow off limbs or control the direction of flames were something she had never heard of before. Combined with the rumors circulating in the court about Li Menglin practicing alchemy in Lingnan, she concluded that these devices must have been created by Luo Chen. I never imagined that Luo Chen, besides governing the state, would also master mechanisms and alchemy. Truly, no environment can restrain his development. Of course, Li Jinyu is the exception. How can I bring Luo Chen to my side? Li Yifei sighed. Just like a week ago, she woke her personal maid again and asked if she had taken a liking to someone, but that person had no intention of joining the Prince Zhao's mansion. What should she do? The maid, half asleep, did not hear clearly and misunderstood the question as, if you like someone, how do you win him over? I might get him first and then ask for your blessing, princess. Of course. I don't have a crush yet. Do I really have to do that? Li Yifei exclaimed in surprise, startling the drowsy maid awake. Princess, what's wrong? Nothing. Let me calm down. Luo Chen, unaware of Li Yifei's designs on him, was even more anxious than she was. There was good news and bad news. The good news was that Prince Wei and Prince Qin, who had been fighting near the capital, had fought a grueling, even battle. Following the advice of his chancellor and grand scholar not to delay the autumn harvest, Prince Wei ordered Vice Minister of War Lin Taining to abandon the 5 passes near the capital and march out to defeat Li Jinyu. The enemy voluntarily abandoning strongholds should have been good news for Li Jinyu, but she did not retreat and set up an ambush. Instead, she directly engaged Lin Taining in a brutal head-on battle outside the pass. As the name suggests, it was a straightforward clash with no tactics or strategy. Both sides engaged in an unprecedentedly massive formation battle on the open plain outside the passes. Fighting a dull battle naturally produced dull results. After this engagement, 100 of the 150 Divine Strategy Army soldiers were killed, leaving only 30 or 40,000 broken remnants to retreat back into the pass, unable to fight further. Meanwhile, Li Jinyu's 150 border troops also suffered 800 casualties, and the remaining forces were at risk of being caught between the Jingzhou front army and the enemy. Little Jinyu finally made her move. Li Jinyu was in danger of being annihilated by the Jingzhou army. To prevent that, Prince Wu would inevitably have to return and reinforce her. Once Prince Wu withdrew, the siege of Suzhou would be lifted. But the bad news was that Prince Wu had already completed preparations for an assault. Before leaving, he would surely clash head-on with Luo Chen one last time. After a month of preparation, Prince Wu had amassed and built over 200 catapults, 8 siege towers, 16 battering rams, and more than 300 ballistae. Of course, Luo Chen was not idle either. During that month, he had his men re-dig the moat and bury landmines. He also constructed a barbican inside the city gate and reinforced the earthen walls with timber and stone. At dawn, Prince Wu's army assembled under the cover of morning mist. As the sun rose and the mist cleared, you noticed the enemy's catapults advancing. You ordered your thunderbolt catapults to return fire, but since the enemy's catapults were constantly moving, you missed. What are they doing? Why aren't they leading the targets? What are the artillery observers for? It was then that Luo Chen realized his army had no artillery observers. Previously, when firing at stationary targets, they could lock positions using geometry formulas which his students could handle. But in real warfare, not only did they need to measure, but someone also had to provide timely guidance. It was his own careless mistake, and he had to bear the consequences. Having no other choice, Luo Chen took matters into his own hands. Ignoring his students' protests, he carried a signal flag onto the city wall and personally directed the timing of the cannon fire. Your command 1-0, and you have gained the entry word artillery combat. Prince of Qin's mansion. Li Jinyu was reviewing the battle reports. At the battle before the pass, you lost 80,000 men, while the Divine Strategy Army lost 100,000. Your deputy commander reported that the Jingzhou army was advancing northward, and the route of retreat was at risk of being cut off at any moment. It is all my incompetence. I failed to rescue His Majesty, and I have cost the Great Tang nearly 200,000 elite soldiers. My guilt is immense. Luo Chen declared himself the Governor-General of Lianghuai, recruited 20,000 irregular troops, and marched north to rescue Li Minglan. Prince Wu led 80,000 troops and surrounded him in Nanping County. Prince Wu is preparing to besiege the city and will launch a general assault in the coming days. Once Prince Wu annihilates Luo Chen's forces, Li Minglan and Suzhou will surrender, and Prince Wu will then dispatch troops to support the Guangzhou front. Luo Chen. Upon seeing Luo Chen's name, Li Jinyu's eyes, which had been dimmed by grief over the loss of tens of thousands in the battle, immediately brightened. Since Luo Chen and Li Minglan had been exiled to Lingnan, Li Jinyu had assumed that Luo Chen would have no role in this simulation. But to his surprise, in just one short month within the simulation, Luo Chen had risen from an obscure commoner to the Governor-General of Lianghuai. Indeed, gold will shine wherever it is. Luo Chen is the perfect example. No matter the circumstances, the world will see his brilliance. What a pity. Luo Chen was surrounded by his fourth sister, and the prospects were grim. Thinking this, Li Jinyu sent someone to deliver a letter to Li Zhishuan. Please, fourth sister, show mercy, and do not kill Luo Chen. He is a great talent who can serve the Great Tang in the future. A few days later, Li Zhishuan replied to your letter. Elder sister, so you too. Li Zhishuan's reply was a mere ellipsis. It left Li Jinyu somewhat bewildered. Prince Wu's army launched an attack, taking advantage of the wind. To destroy Prince Wu's siege equipment in advance, you disregarded the danger and climbed the watchtower to personally command. Under your command, when the enemy was still 150 meters away, your thunderclap cannons destroyed nearly 1/3 of their trebuchets. The enemy deployed crossbowmen to suppress your artillery positions. Since the trebuchets were placed behind the city wall, the enemy's bows and arrows could not cross the main wall and caused no damage. At this moment, Luo Chen was in a godlike perspective similar to a total war simulation. Around his city, dense black dots were slowly approaching. From within the city, his thunderclap cannons shot forth fireballs, trailing black smoke, plummeting like meteors into Prince Wu's formation, followed by cries of anguish. As for the trebuchets that were struck, a crisp crack echoed, and the main structure shattered from the explosive pottery shards, rendered permanently unusable. The range of the thunderclap trebuchet was approximately 200 to 300 meters. The light trebuchets hastily built by Prince Wu had a range of less than 50 meters. Even though he positioned his thunderclap trebuchet battery behind the city wall, its effective range was still nearly 200 meters farther than the small trebuchets. At this distance, Prince Wu's trebuchets could only suffer blows passively. By the time they entered their own range, less than half remained. At this point, the arrow towers he had placed on the wall could also suppress Prince Wu's trebuchets. The enemy's remaining trebuchets began to suppress your wall, attempting to buy time for the approach of their siege towers. Clearing out the enemy's trebuchets was only a matter of time. As for the siege towers, those wooden climbing devices were nothing more than oversized toys in the face of gunpowder. When they drew closer, he could simply toss a few ceramic pots filled with explosives to turn them into blazing towers. The real threat was the ramming chariots. The tops of the ramming chariots were usually covered with cowhide or iron plates to protect against the hot oil and fire attacks from the wall. Furthermore, the chariots were guarded by shield bearers. Unless a flanking cavalry unit drove the shield bearers away, it was difficult to burn the chariots from the wall. If he were defending a large city like Suzhou, it would be fine. Even if the chariots broke through the city gate, they would still face the barbican behind the gate. But now he was in only a county town. The ramming chariots did not need to force the gate. They could simply ram the earthen wall, and the wall would likely collapse after a short while. Of course, that was not without a solution. Because the ceramic pots would shatter and explode upon hitting the chariot's roof, but the roof was thick and not afraid of fire or explosive shards. At this moment, if someone jumped down with a ceramic pot and detonated it under the chariot, The pot would explode in the lower level of the chariot, damaging the structure and killing the crew. One of your students volunteered to jump down with a thunderclap bomb to exchange for the chariot. Luo Chen checked the attributes of his student. Liu Weikai. Intelligence 88. Moral 94. The students with high ambition and intelligence had been sent out by Luo Chen to plunder resources. The ones remaining were Luo Chen's most loyal and grateful students. He truly could not bear to lose them. He needed them to help him make the Great Tang great again. Just as Luo Chen was worrying about who to send on this suicide mission, the several prefects who had accompanied him on the march came to see him. Outside the city, Prince Wu was already fighting with all his might, and the clamor of battles soared to the heavens. The 16 prefects of Huainan, seeing from the wall the nearly invincible ramming chariots of Prince Wu, knew the city would soon fall. They came to advise you to save your own life. Governor General Luo, Prince Wu's attack is fierce. We are no match for her. Better to open the city gates and surrender. Indeed, Governor General Luo, some things are against the will of heaven. The Prince of Qin is the legitimate eldest daughter of the current dynasty. Logically, the Prince of Qin is the rightful heir. Surrendering to her would be conforming to heaven's will. A pillow arrived just when he was drowsy. Luo Chen was just figuring out who to send to jump off the wall with the bombs, and here came the candidates. But killing friendly troops directly on the battlefield would inevitably affect morale and military spirit. So Luo Chen first asked them a few questions. Honorable prefects, may I ask in which year you passed the imperial examination? Your subordinate passed in the 10th year of Guangchang. Your subordinate passed in the 8th year of Guangchang. After hearing this, you nodded slightly and replied with a smile. It seems you all still know the reign title of the current emperor. But His Majesty has not yet passed away, and you have already forgotten the grace of his promotion. His Majesty has decreed Prince Wei as the crown prince. Therefore, Prince Wei represents the imperial court and represents His Majesty. Now you want to abandon Prince Wei and defect to the Prince of Qin. You are betraying your sovereign and lord. The ancient sage Panzi did what he knew was impossible. You have read the sacred books day and night, but have you ever understood even half of the principles in the sage's words? Today, on behalf of the crown prince, I will eliminate you traitors. Guards, tie them together with the thunderclap bombs and throw them down toward the enemy's ramming chariots. The prefects widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at you as if they had seen a dog. Luo Chen, you despicable villain. Who doesn't know that you are a traitor taking advantage of chaos? How dare you speak of loyalty to the sovereign and the country? Amid the curses of the prefects, you threw them off the city wall. With several explosions, the ramming chariots of Prince Wu's army were set ablaze and disabled one after another. Yet Prince Wu, his eyes bloodshot, continued to command the troops to attack. But without trebuchets, without ramming chariots, without siege towers, they could do nothing to your wall. In fact, Li Jixuan still had two methods: digging tunnels or building siege ramps. That is, piling up earth to reach the top of the wall. But both required prolonged earthwork operations. The time left for her was clearly insufficient. In this battle, King Wu's forces suffered over 4,000 casualties, while your forces lost just over 1,000. The next day, King Wu launched 3 simultaneous assaults on the city from 3 different directions, all of which were repelled by your use of fire-breathing dragons and thunderous explosives. 2 days later, the wind shifted. You ordered your men to ignite noxious smoke, and King Wu, left with no choice, was forced to abandon the attack. Under pressure from other fronts, King Wu, Li Jixuan dispatched 10,000 iron cavalry to watch and wait, gradually dismantling the siege encampments before withdrawing his entire army in an orderly manner. Should you launch an attack? Would I be mad to go out and be slaughtered? I must choose no. Under your surveillance, King Wu's forces withdrew in an orderly fashion over 4 days. After 4 days, the Yin province iron cavalry also departed. Before leaving, King Wu ordered a letter to be shot into the city. Master Luo always manages to surprise me in ways I never expect. I'm afraid I'm starting to take notice of you. A mere divisive scheme. Do you truly think you can shatter the bond between me and Menglin? You read the contents of King Wu's letter aloud before the assembly, then burned it, mocking his divisive scheme as utterly childish and laughable. Having seen through Li Jixuan's petty trick, Luo Chen immediately dispatched light cavalry to scout towards Su province. Based on their reconnaissance, the troops besieging Su province were retreating in an orderly manner towards Su province. King Wu himself led his army towards Xuchang. The siege of Su province was lifted. Only after confirming the departure of the Wu forces besieging the city did Luo Chen feel completely at ease. He then wrote to Li Menglin instructing her to abandon Su province and withdraw her troops to Huainan. Meanwhile, at the Prince of Zhao's residence, King Wu's nearly 2-month siege targeting Luo Chen ultimately ended in failure without success. Li Menglin led 40,000 troops from Su province to Huaiyuan. After resting for half a month, Luo Chen advanced with 20,000 troops towards Yangzhou, simultaneously submitting a memorial to the court requesting honors for Li Menglin, the governor of Lingnan. Li Yifei's heart trembled at this sight. How was this possible? Who could have imagined that her seventh sister, once reduced to commoner status, was now a powerful general commanding 60 to 70,000 troops, while she herself was already buried in a pit? Li Minglin had done nothing herself, yet relying on Luo Chen, she had become a regional satrap commanding a separatist force. Sigh. Just how can I make Luo Chen become my man? Is the only way to just force the issue. Even Li Yifei, who prided herself on her thick skin, found committing such an act a considerable test of her resolve. After all, in the simulations, she had agonized over mere sleep for over a year. Doing this directly in reality was akin to being placed upon a mountain of blades. Even Li Yifei, a spectator, was astounded by Luo Chen's extraordinary performance. Naturally, Li Jinyu, the direct participant, was even more so. King Wu's reply read, "This defeat was not due to the soldiers' lack of valor, but truly a failure of our weaponry. After the battle at Xuchang, we too shall dispatch men to replicate these weapons." She was well aware of how elite and well-equipped her fourth sister's army was. Originally for the campaign against the northern Huns, the northern border armies were fully equipped and paid, and having participated in the campaigns against the Huns, they were all seasoned veterans who had seen blood. Yet this elite border force, after sweeping through the Su province and Yangzhou battalions, and on the verge of conquering Jiangnan, had failed to capture Luo Chen. How could Luo Chen's alchemy and mechanical arts be so formidable? Throughout history, warfare has emphasized favorable timing, geographical advantage, and unity among the people. King Wu's side, having won consecutive victories besieging only a small county town with strong troops and horses, could be said to have every advantage of timing, terrain, and popular support. Yet in this situation of assured victory, Luo Chen had managed to reverse the fortune with superior weapons. After a long silence, Li Jinyu suddenly took a deep breath and let out a soft sigh. One Luo Chen is worth an army of 100,000. Regaining her composure, a grave look flashed in Li Jinyu's eyes, and her fists clenched involuntarily. That a talent like Luo Chen could be driven out of the capital by the court officials simply because of incompatibility of academic philosophies. Clearly, for those in power, factional affiliation mattered far more than capability. Your wisdom has increased. It is now 70. For the first time, Li Jinyu's intelligence had surpassed its previous limits. But she found no joy in it. However, one man's sorrow is another man's joy. Li Minglin, lying down and transitioning from reality to the simulation, rolled over happily. In the late autumn of the 19th year of Guangchang, the crown prince ordered you to halt your advance towards Yangzhou and lead your troops to Jingzhou Prefecture to come under the jurisdiction of the Jingzhou military governor. If you remain obstinate and refuse, you will be deemed rebels. I knew it. As long as I held on firmly, Luo Chen would come to save me. Li Minglin was delighted that she had not surrendered or given up. Luo Chen had once again turned the dire situation around using an unexpected method. Now together she and Luo Chen had amassed an army of 60 to 70,000. With their superior weapons, entering the capital was within their sights. Li Minglin directly proposed to Luo Chen that they rebel in the name of saving the emperor, using his miraculous weapons to unify the country. However, upon seeing Li Minglin's proposal, Luo Chen outright rejected her fantasy. There has been conflict for the past 2 years, and now the central plains in Guangzhou have been embroiled in major battles during the autumn harvest. The people across the land face increased taxes due to the wars and poor harvests because of them. Even if we are capable of fighting, we lack the military provisions to sustain a prolonged expedition. Our current focus must be on securing the autumn harvest in Huainan and Jiangnan and addressing the settlement of refugees from the north. To consolidate our own strength, now is not the time to break openly with the court. Moreover, the Prince of Qin's strength remains formidable. We can manage a battle here relying on our city walls, but in open field warfare we are still no match for them. Therefore, we must continue our alliance with the court to jointly counter the pressure from the Prince of Qin. Luo Chen certainly yearned to sweep across the nation and reclaim his former glory. But that was simply impossible. With this 70,000-strong army, they could hold their ground, but marching north for a field battle wouldn't even be a snack for the Yin province iron cavalry. So rather than fight a battle they couldn't win, it was better to swallow Yangzhou and Jiangnan whole. Li Minglin produced the court's edict and transfer orders, saying helplessly, "But the court has already issued me this decree. If we attack Yangzhou, we become rebels. We don't have a choice." Luo Chen smiled. This problem was simple. The court already knew of their disloyal intentions. They were merely seeking a pretext to paint their side as the unjust party. All he needed to do was offer the court a benefit significant enough to prevent them from forcing a confrontation. You say to Li Minglin, "The gunpowder and weapons we used in this battle have certainly alarmed and gained the attention of the court. Why don't we present the gunpowder formula and the blueprints for these weapons to the court? In exchange, they can formally and legitimately cede Yangzhou and Jiangnan to us. This way the court gets their reward and can rest easy. We get Yangzhou and Jiangnan and can temporarily ally with the court against the Prince of Qin." Hearing your words, Li Minglin felt reluctant. Gunpowder was something we worked so hard to develop. If we just give it to the court, won't we lose our advantage? Li Minglin was indeed a bit of a hoarder. however losing their advantage. Their advantage was simply too great. As for gunpowder with enough spies dispatched, it would inevitably be stolen eventually. Technological embargoes cannot be maintained forever. Only by continuously creating a generational gap can one ensure lasting victory. And what is needed to rapidly advance technology? Nothing more than people and money. If they could take Yangzhou without a fight and legitimately govern Jiangnan, would they ever lack for people or money? You proposed exchanging your gunpowder formula and designs for explosive thunderbolts and other gunpowder weapons with the imperial court in return for Li Menglan's actual control over Yangzhou and Jiangnan. The court engaged in heated debate over this proposal. Some argued that Yangzhou was already undefendable and it would be a good deal to trade what was about to be lost for some benefits. Moreover, the Prince of Qin was powerful. Driving Li Menglan to oppose them might jeopardize the entire realm. Others contended that granting Li Menglan legitimate authority would allow her to govern Jiangnan and potentially become a great threat in the future. After weighing the pros and cons, the court ultimately agreed to place Yangzhou and Jiangnan under Li Menglan's jurisdiction, conferring upon her the title of Prince of Huainan on the condition that Jiangnan still submit basic taxes to the court. Did you agree? Agreed. In any case, take the land first. Whether to pay tribute can be decided later. The Prince of Huainan's faction was established. You led your forces to take control of Yangzhou Prefecture. 50 prefectures of Jiangnan were incorporated into the faction of Li Menglan Prince of Huainan. In many places across Jiangnan, marauding wokou were discovered, and 5 county towns were plundered. A rebellion broke out among the northern refugees in Huainan. After Luo Chen took over Jiangnan, countless problems of all sizes in the various prefectures and counties came one after another. Originally the coastal region of Jiang and had often been plagued by wokou pirates. However, with the suppression of the powerful local army, they had never been able to form a significant threat. But after the Qinwu rebellion, the main forces of Jiangnan were all annihilated beneath the walls of Shuzhou, and the wokou pirates in the various prefectures of Jiangnan grew increasingly rampant. They even gained the ability to raid county towns. Yet Luo Chen faced many difficulties while the pressure from the court and the Prince of Qin was only greater. In the winter of the 19th year of Guangchang, the Jingzhou army fought against the Prince of Qin and the Prince of Wu at Xuchang. Both sides suffered losses without a decisive victory. Some court officials accused Yan Wencai, the military commander of Jingzhou, of fearing the enemy and harboring intentions of secession, demanding his replacement. At the end of the 19th year of Guangchang, before the new governor appointed by the court arrived at the Jingzhou military camp, Yan Wencai announced that military supplies were running low and actively withdrew his troops. The Prince of Qin occupied Xuchang, but due to a shortage of military grain and a peasant uprising in the Central Plains, he was unable to campaign southward. In the 20th year of Guangchang, the Prince of Qin and the Crown Prince both halted their hostilities without prior agreement. The Prince of Qin led his troops to quell various disturbances in the Central Plains while the court was caught in a fierce dispute over whether to execute former Yan Wencai for defying imperial orders. Li Menglan, the Prince of Huainan, announced the appointment of Luo Chen as prime minister, making the Luo Chen school of thought the official doctrine and launching comprehensive reforms. The situation of the three Tang's separatist regimes was thus formed. Through systematic analysis, Luo Chen could identify the problems within the Prince of Wei's faction. The Prince of Zhao's faction was composed of consort kinsmen and nobles with the inherent danger of being usurped by them. The Prince of Wei, on the other hand, favored scholars close to him, and because these scholars differed in their mentors and backgrounds, they formed various factions. Thus, the greatest problem in the Prince of Wei's faction was severe factional infighting. Even though the Jingzhou commander was among the court's most capable generals, he was suspected and suppressed, because he did not belong to the same faction as certain court members. Of course, they were still much better off than Li Menglan's start with 6,000 taels. Nevertheless, starting from scratch with Li Menglan and teaching 1,000 students had given them a foundation. All that remained was to place his students in key positions across Jiangnan, and the entire region would be his. In the spring of the 20th year of Guangchang, Luo Chen dispatched troops to eliminate the large-scale wokou forces along the coast of Jiangnan. Luo Chen changed the rules for selecting officials in Jiangnan, replacing the traditional examination based on Confucian classics with a multidisciplinary comprehensive scoring system. The educational institutions of the various prefectures in Jiangnan were reformed to teach mathematics, history, and literature, physics, and chemistry. Your actions provoked resistance from the literati of Jiangnan. The various academic schools united their disciples in a collective resignation and protest. What does it mean to have double happiness? This is it. I was just worrying about how to deal with these old officials, and they left on their own, perfectly clearing the way for my students. Your students, deeply grateful for the great responsibility you had bestowed upon them, held a banquet in your honor and that of Li Menglan, the Prince of Huainan, before setting out to take their posts. At the gathering, a student asked when the master and his mistress would tie the knot, saying that with the realm divided into 3 parts and the hearts of the Jiangnan people still unsettled, an early heir would reassure everyone. Speaking of marriage, Luo Chen glanced at his affection level with Li Menglin. It had remained around 80, just one step away from unlocking the romance storyline. Perhaps because they had been together for so long and had grown used to each other, his affection for her barely increased anymore. But the disciples were right. To reassure the realm, he should take the next step with Li Menglin. After the evening banquet, as they walked back to the residence, Li Menglin quietly slipped her hand into his palm and gave it a gentle squeeze. She whispered softly, Luo Chen. We. Although his feelings for her were still slightly short, Luo Chen had already made his decision. The time had come. No need for words. Act directly. You swept Li Menglin into your arms and dashed back to the house. You gained growth. Your affection level with Li Menglin had reached 100. What? This last dozen or so points were waiting right here. On the other side, when Li Menglin saw that after spending a night with Luo Chen, his affection for her had instantly maxed out, her face flushed crimson. Men are all big pig trotters. We've been through hardship and life and death together, and he never fully opened his heart to me. Yet just one night together, and it's done. Could it be that all those months of companionship mean less than my body's appeal? Li Menglin touched her own face, unsure whether to be pleased or disheartened. At least she and Luo Chen had finally achieved their rightful union. Having taken that final step, the next was marriage. As a member of the imperial clan, she needed to formally petition her father, the emperor, for permission. You submitted a memorial to the crown prince requesting that Emperor Guangchong bestow the marriage. Li Menglin was clearly more adept at handling wedding arrangements. Luo Chen, upon learning that she had petitioned for the imperial blessings, stopped meddling and instead devoted himself to academic research. Now that the methods for gunpowder and thunderbolt grenades had already spread within a year or two, the court and the Prince of Qin would certainly produce and use them in large quantities. To counter the thunderbolt catapult with a range of 200 meters, he had no choice but to develop bronze cannons. However, creating bronze cannons required several prerequisite technologies. Tiangong Kaiwu unlocked intermediate gunpowder technology, saltpeter crystallization and purification, sulfur water washing refinement, fast-burning gunpowder formula, and bronze hand cannon design drawings. The gunpowder formula could be used, but the refined saltpeter and sulfur were the challenges, requiring new facilities and trained workers. As for the drawings, highly professional craftsmen were needed to interpret and attempt to produce prototypes. Where could he find ancient craftsmen capable of understanding modern blueprints? Oh, his faction still had a 5-star imperial princess. That one looked easy to bully. Meanwhile, at the Han Prince's mansion, Li Yuerong suddenly felt a chill running from her heels up to the top of her head. You found the residence where the Prince of Han was staying and arrived at her doorstep, gently knocking. There was no response from within. Luo Chen was no stranger to this situation. Drawing from his previous experience, he chose to barge right in. As you burst in, Li Yuerong, who was hiding in a corner of the room, quickly crouched down, curling into a small ball. I'm sorry, Li Yuerong immediately apologized. She seemed to be without stutter only when it came to apologizing. I knocked, but you didn't answer. Do you dislike me, oi? No. No, Li Yuerong repeated softly, her cheeks burning, her ears flushed a deep red. No matter what he asked, Li Yuerong couldn't give a clear answer. Coupled with her merely average goodwill towards him, Luo Chen couldn't figure out if she would cooperate. Asking her questions would yield nothing. It was better to just lay his cards on the table. I hear your highness never leaves your chambers, and your only delight is in arcane mechanisms that others cannot fathom. The court officials used to say you were a little carpenter who never left home. Unable to discern whether it was mockery or praise, her anxious heart caused tears to well up in her eyes. Pearls of tears as large as beans rolled down one after another, falling to the ground. Luo Chen was at a loss. Why did it feel like he was bullying a child? He sighed and decided to skip the formalities, getting straight to the point. I have a few blueprints here and would like your highness to take a look. Of course, it would be even better if you could craft them. Please wait a moment. Li Yuerong finished speaking in a trembling voice, then walked over to you, steadying herself against the wall. Li Yuerong's eyes lit up the moment she took the blueprints. It was as if she had discovered something novel, and she looked up to share it with you, but upon meeting your gaze, she blushed and lowered her head again. Can you do it? You asked after a long silence. Brother-in-law? I. Li Yuerong stammered, tears welling up again at the corners of her eyes. Luo Chen was exasperated. Am I that terrifying? She starts crying just from a glance. I believe in you. If you need anything, just send word to me. Oh, and remember, you're crying on your own. Don't blame me. And definitely don't go tattling to your sister. Li Yuerong simply nodded, not daring to reply. Having entrusted all the blueprint matters to Li Yuerong, Luo Chen personally organized the construction of the refining workshop and the training of personnel. Saltpeter or potassium nitrate required piling up soil rich in organic matter to ferment, then waiting for microorganisms to decompose it and generate nitrates. Sulfur was widely found in volcanic regions. It required organizing teams from Lingnan and the South Sea for exploration and mining. After half a year of site selection and another half year of construction, Luo Chen finally, by the end of the 20th year of Guangchang, secured the saltpeter fields and sulfur mines needed for manufacturing metal artillery, along with the corresponding refining processes. And Li Yuerong's 5-star skill rating was not a lie. She not only crafted a bronze hand cannon, but also a bull-mouth cannon. Although called a cannon, the bull-mouth cannon was essentially an early small artillery piece. Its lethal range of 200 to 500 meters was already comparable to that of a heavy trebuchet. It was with bull-mouth cannons that Zhu Di in his day bombarded the walls of Nanjing, calling for Li Jinglong to surrender. With a cheat, everything is fast. Without Li Yuerong's masterful craftsmanship, Luo Chen would have had to find his own people to study the blueprints and copy them bit by bit, which would have likely taken another 2 or 3 years. It seemed he had underestimated Li Yuerong's potential. You brought the officials of the Yangzhou Ministry of Works to find Li Yuerong. Even though you had known each other for 2 years, she still blushed at the sight of you, as if you were a maiden she had never met before. Option 1. Praise her technical prowess, commend her outstanding abilities, and request that she develop the more advanced breech-loading swivel gun. Option 2. Criticize her for becoming complacent despite her achievements, telling her she still has a long way to go, and then order her to continue working. Option 2 reminded Luo Chen of the fear of being dominated by teachers and bosses in his past life. He shuddered and chose option 1. You patted Li Yuerong on the shoulder, praising her as incredibly skilled, saying there was no one else in the world as capable as her. Li Yuerong's face grew redder, and a few minutes later she collapsed to the ground, twitching. You and everyone around were thrown into chaos. Fortunately, Li Yuerong was fine, she had simply fainted from being too overwhelmed. Li Minglan, the Prince of Huainan, arrived upon hearing the news. When she heard that Li Yuerong had fainted just from you touching her, she looked at you with a suspicious expression. You haven't been doing anything behind my back with little sister, have you? Li Minglan's instincts were immediately on alert. Although her little sister was shy, she was far from being so shy that she would faint from a pat on the shoulder from her brother-in-law. What could cause someone to faint from being so excited by a single pat and words of encouragement? Li Minglan judged by her own standards. Just a few days ago, when she had shaken hands with Luo Chen to win him over, she had only felt a little shy, not so overwhelmed as to lose her composure. This could only mean that her little sister might have feelings for Luo Chen that went beyond the ordinary. Li Minglan sat bolt upright in bed. She had made a decision. She could no longer allow Luo Chen to have direct contact with her little sister. And she also had to urge her third sister to hasten the matter of the imperial marriage decree. In the spring of the 21st year of Guangchang, Emperor Guangchang issued an edict betrothing Li Minglan, the Prince of Huainan, to Luo Chen as husband and wife. Upon hearing this, Li Jinyu, the Prince of Qin, led 50,000 troops carrying several newly built lightning trebuchets to attack Tong Pass. The defenders of Tong Pass were also equipped with lightning trebuchets. After a month of mutual bombardment, Li Jinyu withdrew her forces. Meanwhile, in the Prince of Qin's residence, Li Jinyu closed her eyes in anguish. How had her Luo Chen become someone else's husband again? Why had the third brother issued a marriage decree for Li Minglan? When she herself had been with Luo Chen, it was all worry and fear, hiding and sneaking around, terrified of being discovered by their father. But Luo Chen and the seventh sister could get married and have children openly and honorably. With nowhere to vent her rage, Li Jinyu clenched her fists. I will conquer the world. You found Li Zhishuan, ordering her to prepare more troops and immediately break through Tong Pass to march directly on the capital. However, Li Zhishuan vetoed your proposal. She pointed out that the capital also had gunpowder and grenades, and that her side had no significant advantage. A direct assault would be difficult to achieve results. War is a contest of comprehensive strength. Currently, you have gathered all the skilled craftsmen of Hebei Circuit to improve and produce grenades and other gunpowder weapons. The next step is to take the kingdom of Goryeo east of Liaodong to secure more abundant sulfur mines. With the abundant saltpeter and sulfur mines of Hebei Circuit, given enough time, the accumulation of gunpowder reserves would surpass both the capital and Jiangnan simultaneously. When that time comes, they could simply overwhelm them with their gunpowder stockpile. Why rush to fight head-on now? Fourth sister has a point. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Li Jinyu had just fought a campaign at Tong Pass and knew how quickly gunpowder was consumed. She, who controlled the largest population and the richest mines, had used up her stockpile after just a brief skirmish at Tong Pass. For the third and seventh sisters, whose resources were even more meager, they certainly would not have the advantage she had. Once I have amassed a vast amount of gunpowder, I can bury them in it, even if I have to use sheer volume. After re-establishing the plan for the next few years, Li Jinyu suddenly realized a problem. Emperor Guangchang, 21st year. Wasn't her father supposed to have passed away last year? How had he lived to the 21st year? At the Prince of Wei's residence. The mansion's steward Zhao Dequan, seeing that the candle shadows in His Highness's chamber had slanted yet another 3 degrees, finally gave a soft cough and stepped into the prince's study. Before the desk, Li Wanyun, the Prince of Wei, dressed in male attire, was staring blankly at a blank sheet of paper. Your Highness, it's getting late, you should rest. I'm fine. Steward Zhao, go and rest. Li Wanyun waved a hand, dismissively, clearly not paying attention. Your Highness, there is the morning court tomorrow. Go and inform them that I will not attend tomorrow's court. Your Highness, that may not be wise. The Grand Chancellor said that Minister Wang of the Ministry of Personnel will soon resign. Shouldn't we show more merit before the Emperor to secure that ministry? Zhao Dequan casually reminded, but unexpectedly, Li Wanyun flew into a rage on the spot. She suddenly stood up. Stop nagging. I work day and night, can't I rest and enjoy myself? How dare you presume to lecture me? This old servant deserves death. Deserves death. The prince seemed to realize she had spoken too harshly, and her tone softened slightly. Go about your duties. Yes. Watching the steward leave, Li Wanyun's face was full of worry. Yet she was not troubled by whether to attend the morning court. What truly worried her was the situation in the Heavenly Fate deduction. This divine deduction had suddenly appeared more than half a month ago. Initially she was skeptical of the content, but after verifying it with real people she discovered that the future in the deduction could be altered. However, the fixed background in the deduction remained unchanged. That is, if corruption cases appeared in the deduction, those involved might already be colluding in reality, just not yet exposed. Similarly, people with ambition and drive might seem ordinary in reality, but once a favorable environment arises in the future, they will naturally not remain subservient for long. Having obtained this divine artifact to peer into heavenly secrets, Li Wanyun naturally would not miss the chance to use it. Therefore, she had taken every past round of deduction seriously. Unfortunately, despite her utmost efforts, she never achieved a good ending. In the first deduction, she and her other sisters were all poisoned to death by the sixth sister Li Siki, the commander of the bad people, and the sixth sister inherited the throne. In the second deduction, she guarded against the second sister and was about to move against the sixth, but unexpectedly the eldest sister had an affair with a wild boy. In the third deduction, she allied with the sixth, drove away the wild boy Luo Chen, and fought the second to a standstill. Just as she thought she would topple the second and inherit the throne, Li Jinyu suddenly went mad and killed all the sisters. As for the fourth deduction, she allied with the other sisters to suppress Li Jinyu. But unexpectedly, Li Yifei hooked up with that wild boy again. This time the wild boy went even further, bringing an army of 400,000 to drive her from power, causing her to be humiliated under Li Yifei for over a decade. In the current deduction, she learned from past lessons at the start. She punished the wild boy Luo Chen, removed the sixth sister from her post as commander of the bad people, successfully drove away the eldest sister, entrapped, and killed the second sister. She exiled the seventh and eighth sisters. But who could have imagined that after winning in the capital, the entire Tang Empire would split into 3 parts? Had she truly ascended the throne? It was as if she had. Li Wanyun bitterly hated that she was not born male. If she were a man, she would not have to scheme against her sisters, causing the nation to split and the people to be displaced. Nor would her small court be so uneasy with literati and meritorious nobles bickering daily in the court. In the 21st year of Guangchang, at a court session, the scholar faction and the meritorious noble faction clashed over whether to sentence Yan Wenkai to death. In the end, the two sides brawled, throwing the entire court into chaos. You understand how difficult your father's position is. Your wisdom won, reaching 80 points. You visit the Guangchang Emperor, whom you have placed under house arrest, hoping he will return to take charge. The Guangchang Emperor sighs helplessly, saying that the sister's struggle has reached a point beyond his power to change. The road ahead must be walked by yourself. Your maternal grandfather Huang Konghua learns of your secret meeting with the emperor and urgently finds you, advising you never to consider returning power to him. You ask your grandfather who in the court are virtuous ministers and who are petty men, and in such turbulent times what kind of talent can turn the tide and recover the realm. Your grandfather replies, the meritorious nobles are nothing but blood-sucking parasites of the court. To govern the country, one must employ the virtuous and capable. As for what constitutes virtue and capability, it is the scholars. You ask again, then what about Luo Chen under the Prince of Huainan? Their natural philosophy can create terrifying things like thunderous explosives. Do they count as scholars? Artisans, merchants, and the like cannot stand alongside the literati. Though they possess small cleverness, they cannot achieve great things. Li Wanyun knows her grandfather said this considering her own status as a scholar. Everyone in the court is well aware of the threat posed by Luo Chen and Jiangnan. Yet though all know it, they all have to belittle him. Having come this far, Li Wanyun cannot possibly support and employ Luo Chen or his school in the court. Regardless of the outcome, she can only rely on these people. Before that, however, Li Wanyun wishes to confirm one thing with her grandfather and the great scholars. Grandfather, if the realm collapses and I must sacrifice myself for the country, how many of the current ministers would follow me to the grave? Your grandfather replies without hesitation, scholars value integrity above all. Naturally, all will follow your highness's steps. Now that the country is in turmoil, your highness should no longer waver. In the fourth deduction, Li Wanyun saw the tide had turned and surrendered to the second sister. As a result, she was humiliated in every way by Li Yifei. In this deduction, Li Wanyan has made up her mind regardless of the outcome, she will die to prove her integrity. You decide to fully employ the scholars. You order the execution of the former Jingzhou military governor Yan Wensai and strip all titles and offices from the meritorious nobles who pleaded for him. In late summer of the 22nd year of Guangchang, you purge all meritorious noble factions from the court, but the literati then split into northern and southern factions based on their origins. The northern ministers advised the court to first take Liangzhou to secure the trade routes to the western regions and guarantee tax revenue. The southern ministers advised the court to concentrate elite troops and advance down the river. Taking advantage of the damp rainy season, and since the Prince of Huainan is an ally, without suspicion, we can launch a surprise attack. Moreover, the scholars in the prefectures of Jiangnan bear great resentment against the Prince of Huainan. With internal and external coordination, we can certainly capture Yangzhou, should they attack Liangzhou or Jiangnan. With gunpowder, the court has also discovered its weakness. It fears dampness and rain. Late summer and early autumn is the rainy season in the south. A surprise attack at this time might yield twice the result with half the effort. Li Wanyan finally decides to first eliminate Luo Chen, who had caused her to fail multiple deductions. She refuses to believe she would stumble over Luo Chen every time. Meanwhile, on Luo Chen's side, new gold coins were also looted from Li Yuerong, the 5-star workhorse. In the spring of the 22nd year of Guangchang, Li Yuerong crafted the Franqi cannon and matchlock muskets according to the blueprints you provided. The cannon employed a detachable chamber system allowing rapid barrel replacement to achieve a firing rate of 4 to 5 rounds per minute, far surpassing the bull-mouth cannon, which required nearly 10 minutes to reload. However, this cannon had a notable drawback due to poor barrel sealing. Its effective range was only 5 to 600 meters. Li Yuerong stood before you both reserved and expectant. Just as you were about to pat her head in encouragement and instruct her to develop the last intermediate gunpowder technology, the Red Barbarian Cannon, Li Minglin swiftly intervened, slapping your hand away. Then she pulled Li Yuerong into her arms and praised her on your behalf. Li Yuerong pouted in dissatisfaction, seemingly burdened by something. You tried to say something, but Li Minglin glared at you, fiercely silencing you. What were these two sisters up to? Perhaps it was an illusion, but Luo Chen suddenly sensed that Li Minglin had the potential of a ticking time bomb. Outwardly obedient and easy to appease, but liable to explode at any moment. Sigh. Time to slip away. Luo Chen couldn't afford to provoke them, but he could afford to retreat. He delegated all development work entirely to Li Yuerong, while he himself promoted a new style education in Jiangnan. Advanced gunpowder technology, smokeless powder and steelmaking, required industrialization as a prerequisite. And industrialization could not be achieved through a single cheat, like Li Yuerong. It demanded comprehensive reforms in population education and institutions. Without several generations, it would be impossible. First, he formulated a 12-year education plan with his students, then proceeded to promote development across all industries. While developing, he also had to focus on military construction. With weapons changed, combat modes would change, and military organization could not remain as before. The military system in this game resembled the Ming Dynasty's Weisua system, but the army composition was not like the Ming Army's mixed formation of infantry, cavalry, archers, and firearms. Instead, it still utilized the pre-Han-era combination of infantry, cavalry, and archers. So to form combat effectiveness relying on the old organization would not do. He opened the military panel. Yangzhou Garrison. Light Cavalry 500. Sword and Shield Troops 5600. Spearmen 5600. Crossbowmen 2000. The light cavalry were reserved for reconnaissance and couldn't be moved. He drew half of the sword and shield and half of the spearmen to form a new force of 5600. Regarding how to organize these 5600 new troops, Luo Chen was at a loss. Should he adopt the Ming-style mixed arms configuration or follow Europe with all musket troops? After some deliberation, Luo Chen chose all musket troops. There were two reasons. First, all musket troops were easier to train and command, avoiding the Ming Army's problem, where a lack of coordination and training led infantry, cavalry, and artillery to fight independently, sometimes even losing to peasant rebels. Second, logistical pressure was relatively lower. No need to operate multiple workshops simultaneously to produce bows, armor, and gunpowder. Simply maximizing the gunpowder and lead shot factories sufficed. Additionally, a few field artillery pieces could be attached for combat. Newly formed matchlock troop 5600 men currently in training. Just as Luo Chen planned to develop quietly for a decade, and then sweep across the nation with overwhelming force, Li Wanyan, his so-called ally, suddenly stabbed him in the back. In the summer-autumn transition of the 22nd year of Guangchang, Jingzhou troops, disguised as a merchant caravan, launched a surprise attack on Anqing Prefecture, then taking advantage of your unpreparedness sailed downstream to capture Tongling. In Jiankang City, the literati allied with local magnates to assassinate the military governor you had appointed. Jiankang was now under the control of those local magnates. Your students in Zhongjiang Prefecture thwarted a conspiracy by local magnates and were currently holding the city. The court's betrayal indeed caught Luo Chen off guard. According to the logic of the three kingdoms, the two weaker parties should ally against the stronger. Yet the Prince of Wei had turned on her ally. I'm not the strongest, so why attack me? Or does she think she can kill me? With the Prince of Wei invading, Luo Chen wished he could immediately go out and give her a warm welcome. However, the weather in Jiangnan made him worry. Whether matchlock muskets or cannons' damp gunpowder rendered them nearly useless in battle. Forcing a fight could easily lead to total annihilation. He could only put his students through hardship. You sent a message to Zhongjiang Prefecture ordering them to hold at all costs and await the right moment. Meanwhile, Li Minglin also received the battle report. As a Ning prince who had led troops in the previous simulation, she immediately recognized the dire situation. Now Jiankong and Tongling had fallen. On the waterway from Jingzhou straight down to Yangzhou, only Zhongjiang Prefecture remained. If Zhongjiang were lost, everything would be in grave danger. Thus Li Minglin immediately proposed to Luo Chen that troops from Huainan be mobilized to reinforce Zhongjiang. Luo Chen rejected your proposal. Mobilizing Huainan troops could easily prompt the Prince of Wu and Shuzhou to march south, leading to a pincer attack that would mean certain death. The Jingzhou army was nothing to fear. As soon as the sky cleared, everything would be fine. In the autumn of the 22nd year of Guangchang, Jingzhou troops besieged Zhongjiang Prefecture from both land and water for 20 days, ultimately capturing it. Jingzhou troops landed at Jiankong and advanced on Yangzhou with a combined force of 100 from land and water. Even Li Minglin, who had great confidence in Luo Chen, now felt afraid. She could see Yangzhou's defenses. The sword and shield spearmen and crossbowmen together numbered only 8,000. The remaining 6,000 or so were Luo Chen's newly formed musket troops. For the old trebuchets, Li Minglin could still imagine them as equivalent to catapults. But these musket troops, what combat capability did they have? How did they fight? She knew nothing. Moreover, even if these musketeers were as elite as the Yenzhou Iron Cavalry, they would still be no match for a seasoned army of 100,000. At this moment, she couldn't care about Huainan's safety. She had to get the Huainan army to come and rescue Yangzhou. Otherwise, both she and Luo Chen would die here. Li Minglin believed Yangzhou would not hold. Li Jinyu, who was marching south, and Li Wanyun, who had personally orchestrated the ambush, also believed Yangzhou would not hold. Back then, the Prince of Wu had surrounded Luo Chen's 200 with 800 infantry and cavalry, but failed to take Nanping County because Luo Chen possessed gunpowder, a weapon no one understood. Now both the Prince of Qin and the imperial court had widely adopted gunpowder, understanding its capabilities and countermeasures. Moreover, to suppress Yangzhou's city defense trebuchets, the court had deployed all the large ships of its navy. All large ships were fitted with trebuchets, ensuring they could strike the city walls of Yangzhou from multiple angles. According to the Ministry of War's assessment, if Luo Chen did not mobilize Huainan troops for reinforcement, he would likely not hold out for even half a month. Just as Li Minglin was about to dispatch 300 troops from Huainan to reinforce Yangzhou, the Luo Chen in the simulation did something that left her utterly astonished. In the autumn of the 22nd year of Guangchang, the vanguard of the Jingzhou army numbering 200 had already appeared within 30 li of Yangzhou. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen personally led the musket troops and the city defense artillery battalion out 10 li from the city, forming ranks and building fortifications on a low hill, seeking a decisive battle. The force ratio is already 1 to 10. Relying on the great city might offer a fighting chance, but why go out and fight in the open? Li Minglin was now completely baffled. With gunpowder, they could defend the city walls. Yet Luo Chen had abandoned the advantage of gunpowder, taking the new army out to meet the enemy head-on. Wasn't that suicide? Luo Chen's actions completely violated military doctrine. Li Minglin, who shared a bed with him every night, thought he had gone mad. The imperial troops from Jingzhou naturally thought the same. Upon learning that the governor-general of the Tuhui, Luo Chen, had led a group of lightly armored infantry out of the city to form ranks, the Jingzhou vanguard immediately mocked him, saying that Luo Chen was indeed, as rumored, a man of wild fantasies. But in more imagination alone was useless. The Jingzhou vanguard did not set up camp to rest. Instead, they marched directly toward Luo Chen's position. This is the end. Seeing that Luo Chen was about to die, Li Minglin abandoned all caution and led the remaining 6,000 troops in the city to rush out as reinforcements. But by the time she had assembled the garrison troops, the Jingzhou army had already clashed with Luo Chen. There was no time for her to reinforce. The Jingzhou army divided into 5-0 to attack Luo Chen's flank, while the main force charged head-on. You heard a distant thunderous roar resonate in your ears, and the pungent smell of gunpowder smoke could be detected even within Yangzhou city. 40 minutes later, you learned from a scout that the Jingzhou vanguard had been routed by Luo Chen, who was currently clearing the battlefield. The Jingzhou army formed ranks and launched an attack against you. Your soldiers were mostly recruits lacking quality and began firing before the enemy entered effective range. Your musketeers' first volley only felled a few soldiers, but the Jingzhou army's formation wavered due to the sudden loud noise halting their advance. Your cannons fired, carving several trails of blood mist through the Jingzhou army's formation. The Jingzhou army wavered for a moment, then under their commander's orders held formation and continued advancing. At the same time you ordered archers and crossbowmen forward to suppress. Your troops took casualties and in panic fired wildly again. Since the enemy had entered effective range, the front ranks of Jingzhou soldiers fell like wheat. Your artillery units finished reloading. The cannonballs pierced the front infantry phalanx and splattered a mist of blood among the archer formations. The morale of the Jingzhou army collapsed. The front shield bearers and archers began to retreat in chaos. The Jingzhou army's rear elite soldiers reorganized their battle formation. Your musket units continued firing. After 4 cumulative rounds of attacks, the Jingzhou commanders could no longer maintain formation and the army scattered in defeat. In this battle you suffered over 200 casualties and over 100 accidental losses. Although Luo Chen had anticipated the power of the musket troops, he did not expect such excellent results. He had thought his side would pay a heavy price, but unexpectedly after a few rounds of firing the Jingzhou vanguard collapsed. These imperial elites actually performed worse than Li Ziqing's peasant army. Logically their quality should be higher than the peasant army. It was impossible for the formation to collapse after only 2 volleys and the entire army to rout after 4. The reason must be a greater proportion of psychological factors. The people here had never seen firearms, unlike the peasant army, which had a psychological expectation of them. When encountering never-before-seen weapons, the fear in their hearts would be greater than the peasant armies, hence they routed. Luo Chen was surprised by the battle situation, while the Prince of Wei was completely unable to comprehend it. The Jingzhou army's vanguard suffered a great defeat, the army scattered with only 3,000 escaping back to Jinkong, the rest missing. According to rumors from the routed soldiers, the enemy used a device that could suck away souls. With a single crack, a living person would vanish. The Ministry of War inquired whether to continue the planned attack. A device. Upon hearing this, the Prince of Wei, Li Wanjuan, let out a light snort and the corners of her mouth curled upward. I want to see what kind of device is so powerful. The more bizarre Luo Chen's method of defeating her, the stronger Li Wanjuan's curiosity and desire to win. She admitted that her emotions had dominated her thoughts. But she just wanted to win once. Was that not allowed? So Li Wanjuan overruled all objections and directly ordered the Ministry of War to launch the attack on Yangzhou according to the original plan. 10 days later, the Jingzhou army, carrying a large number of siege equipment, advanced by both land and water to attack the city of Yangzhou. To reduce pressure on the siege, the court mobilized all large ships from river fortresses along the river equipped with thunderbolt trebuchets to attack Yangzhou's defenses from the river and canal. When the navy was about 2 li from Yangzhou, they suffered an unknown attack. The hull of a large ship was pierced by an unknown dark projectile, causing several injuries, and it had to retreat for repairs. The naval commander believed that although such weapons were unheard of judging from the number of hits and range, they were few in number and difficult to use, otherwise they would not have attacked so infrequently. He therefore ordered the entire fleet to advance at full speed, get as close as possible, and then use thunderbolt trebuchets to attack Yangzhou city. However, as the fleet approached the defenses, the number of loud reports from within Yangzhou increased, and the frequency of attacks from unknown dark projectiles skyrocketed. The frontline ships closest to the river defense were directly punched with several large holes. Even worse, when a ship's compartment storing thunderbolt bombs was hit, the entire vessel burst into flames. The naval commander calmly directed the fleet to exchange fire with the unknown weapons of Yangzhou's defenses. After several hours of mutual combat, 1/3 of the fleet had sunk, all ships were damaged, and countless wounded forced to retreat along the river. On the land battlefront, even with the navy diverting the city's defenses, the first day's siege was a great defeat. Not only were all siege engines destroyed, but in just one day, nearly 10,000 casualties were left behind. Previously, the Prince of Wu had attacked Luo Chen with 8,000 against 2,000 and nearly wiped him out. Now, with 1,000 against fewer than 2,000, not only did they fail to capture the city, but they also suffered enormous casualties. At this rate of development, could she ever defeat Luo Chen in the future? Prince of Wei, Li Wanjun, had a premonition. This was the closest she would ever come to victory. If she could not take Luo Chen here, she would likely never have another chance. Cannot retreat, continue the siege. The Yangzhou garrison had fewer than 2,000 men. Even if they traded lives, they could wear them down. The Jingzhou army rested for a month, replenished their siege equipment, and then resumed the attack on Yangzhou. After several days of fierce fighting, the attackers suffered 2,000 casualties. The Jingzhou army's supervisor died in battle, and the left vice minister of war also perished. From the direction of Huainan, 1,000 troops sortied to attack the Jingzhou army's rear. With low morale and supplies cut off, the remaining soldiers abandoned resistance and surrendered to the Prince of Huainan Li Menglan. Li Wanjun sat dumbfounded before her desk. The Jingzhou army was the last mobile elite force of the court. Without them, her great momentum was gone. Although unwilling to accept and admit it, she was going to lose again. As she had thought after her Jingzhou army was completely annihilated, Li Jinyu, who had been watching from the sidelines, did not move south. Instead, he led his main force to once again assault the capital region. This time without the 1,000 strong Jingzhou army. To divert forces on the southern front, the capital had to rely on the remnants of the Shin's army and newly recruited soldiers for defense. Prince of Qin Li Jinyu led 1,000 troops to attack Tong Pass again. Tong Pass was in danger. Prince of Wu attacked Nanyang. Nanyang was in danger. Prince of Huainan Li Menglan mobilized the Huainan army, captured Jinkong, and was advancing toward Zhongjiang. Zhongjiang Prefecture and Anqing Prefecture surrendered without a fight. The Huainan army approached Jiangxia. Jiangxia was in danger. The court suggested that to preserve the dynasty's long-term interests, you should move your court to Shu Prefecture. In the spring of the 23rd year of Guangchang, the Prince of Huainan captured Jingzhou, and the Prince of Wu occupied Xiangyang. The following month, Emperor Guangchang passed away. You had no time to bury your father because Li Jinyu breached Tong Pass on the same day and was racing toward the capital. Your maternal grandfather urged you to immediately move your court to Shu Prefecture, otherwise you would never be able to leave. Prince of Wei Li Wanjun had become numb from the news of defeat. Beyond Tong Pass lay the capital. Beyond Jingzhou lay Shu. Without the capital, and without Jingzhou, going to Shu would only be a matter of prolonging her demise. I, the prince, will have the sovereign die for the state. As for Luo Chen, I cannot defeat him this time, but sooner or later I will. Prince of Wei Li Wanjun announced her ascension to the throne, and in the court cut off her hair to show her resolve, vowing to defend the capital to the death. The next day, the Prince of Qi and the Prince of Chu, in league with your maternal grandfather, beheaded you in your bedchamber. The Prince of Wei's faction was eradicated. The simulation ended. Li Wanjun clicked her tongue in frustration. TSK. These treacherous ministers in human guise. Meanwhile, at the Prince of Qin's mansion. In the summer of the 23rd year of Guangchang, the Prince of Wu attacked Jingzhou and suffered a great defeat, leading his troops back to Nanyang. In the same month, Tong Pass was breached, and you led 100,000 troops advancing toward the capital. The Prince of Huainan advanced along the river, directly taking Jiangzhou. Your fifth and sixth sisters, holding the head of the Prince of Wei, surrendered the city to you. You proclaimed your succession to the throne in the capital, ascending as emperor with the era name Yuguan. The Shu army surrendered to the Prince of Huainan. Under the recommendation of her trusted minister Luo Chen, the Prince of Huainan Li Menglan ascended the throne as emperor with the era name Mengzhao. The Prince of Qin Li Jinyu finally entered the capital and successfully ascended the throne. However, she felt the weight of pressure even more heavily on her shoulders, because the army commanded by Luo Chen had already become somewhat different from the army she knew. Thinking of this, Li Jinyu summoned her fourth sister and inquired about her experiences in Jingzhou. The Prince of Wu did not directly answer, but ordered someone to place a large iron pillar and a wooden pillar before you. The Prince of Wu pointed to one of the black iron pillars and said, "The one on the left is a new type of weapon developed and equipped by Luo Chen for the army. The one on the right is a new weapon we developed by gathering all the craftsmen and talents from Hebei. The one on the left can strike 1,000 paces. The one on the right can only strike 200 paces, and it cracks after 2 uses. Elder sister, you understand what I mean." Li Jinyu certainly understood her fourth sister's meaning. Luo Chen, in his mastery of craftsmanship, alone surpassed the entire Hebei region. No, he surpassed all the craftsmen of the entire Great Tang. Luo Chen had invented gunpowder 5 years ago. Now, only 5 years later, he had used gunpowder to create a lethal weapon that could strike enemies 1,000 paces away. If he were given another 5 years, would he not be able to strike 10,000 paces away? An inch longer means an inch stronger. When one is outmatched by 100,000 inches, how can one face the enemy? However, Li Jinyu was unwilling to accept this. She had expended so much energy and so much time. Was it all for nothing in the end? At least snatch Luo Chen away. Elder sister is truly adorable. The Prince of Wu chuckled softly, said nothing, and turned to leave. Was there really no chance? Li Jinyu continued the simulation for a while. When the time reached the second year of the new calendar, Li Jinyu's heart was completely dead. In the second year of the new calendar, the southern emperor Li Menglan gave birth to a son with Luo Chen, and Luo Chen named him Li Huqing. How did my son become Li Menglan's son? The moment she saw Li Huqing appear in Li Menglan's camp, Li Jinyu was completely stunned. Soon she felt a surge of blood and qi rushing upward. The world spun, and she felt dizzy and lightheaded. Then she collapsed directly onto the ground. My son, Your Highness, what's wrong? It was not until a servant shook Li Jinyu awake that she realized she had fallen to the ground. This king wishes to rest. Li Jinyu supported herself against the door and slowly stood up, her voice carrying a sob. Your Highness, who has angered you? The servant of the Prince of Qin's mansion, seeing the prince on the verge of tears, instantly became anxious as well. The pain in this king's heart. You cannot understand it. Li Jinyu clutched her chest. Matters of the heavenly Tao she could not tell anyone. The hardships she had endured in the simulation, she could only swallow them down, grinding her teeth. However, she had no mood to continue watching the simulation. Her husband had run off with someone else, and now even her child had run off with someone else. What need was there for her to watch any further? It was already late, time to wash up and sleep. This king still has to pick up Luo Chen this afternoon. I'll go rest first. Li Jinyu supported herself against the wall, staggering step by step toward her bedroom. After Li Jinyu returned to her room, the maidservant who had been concerned about her sidled into a warehouse and said to a guard inside, "Go tell His Majesty that the Prince of Qin just cried." The reason is still unclear, but she said she still has to pick up Luo Chen this afternoon. Meanwhile, on Luo Chen's side, after annihilating the Prince of Wei together with Li Menglin, he did not launch any more wars. Instead, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to production and construction. Now he and Li Menglin already held half the realm. Relying on such vast resources, there was absolutely no need to take risks confronting the Northern Iron Cavalry on the Central Plains. If he made a mistake and followed in the footsteps of the Prince of Wei, the joke would be enormous. Anyone who has played strategy games knows that when you can build up, you should not take risks. I have millions of manpower plus the technology tree of heavenly creations. As long as I develop for a few years, I can outmaneuver Li Jinyu to death, toy with her to death. Without another word, heavenly creations activated. You proclaimed yourself emperor in Jingzhou with the era name Mengzhou. You heeded Luo Chen's advice to not establish a chancellor in the new dynasty, but instead set up a grand secretariat to assist in governance, with Luo Chen serving as the grand secretary. In the first year of Mengzhou, Grand Secretary Luo, while guiding the work of the Garment Bureau in Yangzhou, had a burst of inspiration and invented the Luo Chen spinning machine. In the second year of Mengzhou, Grand Secretary Luo, while observing a kettle boiling water, had a burst of inspiration and built a steam engine powered by steam. To commemorate the birth of the Crown Prince, Luo Chen named it the Huching Steam Engine. In the same year, Grand Secretary Luo announced a pilot program for compulsory education in Yangzhou. In the third year of Mengzhou, Grand Secretary Luo Chen and the Prince of Han, Li Yuerong, improved the steam engine and used it as traction, successfully pulling a load that a horse could pull. Luo Chen replied, "I am of course preparing a third anniversary gift for my beloved Empress Li Menglin. I intend to name this machine the Mengzhou Divine Machine." You dismissed the workers from the workshop, and then together with Luo Chen, you shed a drop of sweat for the continuation of the royal bloodline. You established the Southern Court's secret agency, the New Bad People, and their mission was only one: to monitor the Prince of Han, Li Yuerong. Under your long-term surveillance, you discovered that there was no impropriety between Luo Chen and Li Yuerong. Wow, Luo Chen is so glib-tongued. So disgusting. Li Menglin's pretty face flushed a light crimson. Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. What beloved? What empress? This is too nauseating. My beloved empress. Li Menglin softly repeated the words from the simulation, then began to writhe on the bed. Arching like a kitten, twice Li Menglin raised her head again, her face still red, and softly changed the wording. My beloved Grand Secretary. After uttering the words, Li Menglin buried her head directly in the quilt, her two fair little feet kicking wildly on the bed. At the end of the third year of Mengzhou, Luo Chen and Li Yuerong improved the steel-making method and built blast furnaces for steel production. At the beginning of the fourth year of Mengzhou, they successfully transformed the Mengzhou Divine Machine into a steam locomotive capable of pulling 5-horse cargo trailers. Luo Chen invested funds in Yangzhou to lay iron tracks for the steam locomotive, greatly improving the freight turnover rate in Yangzhou. In the spring of the fourth year of Mengzhou, feeling the constant surveillance of the Badaran agents around him, Luo Chen deliberately distanced himself from Li Yuerong. One autumn evening, as Luo Chen sat cooling under a pear tree, a pear suddenly fell beside him. After deep reflection, he proposed the law of universal gravitation. He then organized students to conduct extensive mechanics experiments. In the fifth year of Mengzhou, Li Menglin gave birth to another son. Luo Chen wanted to name him Li Haiyan, but Li Menglin hoped the second son would be called Zhongxiao. You agreed to her suggestion. In the sixth year of Mengzhou, Luo Chen invented a process for making large sheets of glass, and by grinding the glass, he created a telescope. In the seventh year of Mengzhou, the Southern Tang successfully educated its first batch of graduates who began entering various professions. A student named Li Chuanfeng, after nearly a year of observing celestial phenomena with a telescope, summarized the sun-centered model of celestial motion. Just as he was about to name this discovery the Li Chunfeng theory of celestial motion, he was reminded that Grand Secretary Luo had already proposed this theory 13 years earlier, and at that time it had even been ridiculed as Luo Chen's daydream. Li Chuanfeng's astronomical discovery and the invention of the telescope instantly became the focus of attention for many scholars. Including the astrologers of the Northern Tang, the academic circles of the Great Tang, all began using telescopes to observe celestial phenomena. At the end of the 8th year of Mengzhou, the Yangzhou Railway exceeded 10 kilometers, and the imperial court issued an ambitious plan to build 1,000 li of railway. As the Southern Tang court's demand for steel surged, wealthy merchants across Jiangnan organized manpower to purchase steam engines for mining and built blast furnaces for iron smelting. The Southern Tang lifted restrictions on civilian commerce and focused on strengthening the Ministry of Revenue's tax department. In the 9th year of Mengzhou, as many scholars summarized their astronomical observations, more and more people accepted Li Chuanfeng's theory of celestial motion and renamed it the Luo Chen theory of celestial bodies. The connotation of Luo Chen's daydream was changing from derision to praise. You gained additional positive attributes, won the admiration of Southern Tang scholars, and your faction's technological development and social operations speed increased significantly. Under the guidance of Grand Secretary Luo, Southern Tang craftsmen adopted boring technology to produce new type cannons with greater range. Inspired by the advantages and disadvantages of the mother-son cannon during the production of new cannons, Southern Tang craftsmen improved the musket process and created breech-loading firearms. In the 10th year of Mengzhou, while repairing breech-loading firearms, Southern Tang craftsmen added a spiral line, creating rifling technology, which greatly increased the range of cannons and firearms. With the equipping of new weapons, the Southern Tang began to reform its military structure, forming a new mercenary-based army, with a hierarchical command system of corps, division, brigade, regiment, battalion, and company. At the same time, military agricultural colonies were abolished and returned to the royal family, and old military households were driven into cities to seek work. Li Yuerong summarized over a decade of experience in firearm development, established the science of ballistics, and wanted to invite Grand Secretary Luo to conduct research together. In the 11th year of Mengzhou, Li Yuerong was assassinated at home by unknown persons. Emperor Mengzhou stated that it was the work of Northern Tang spies. Li Yuerong is dead. It couldn't be Li Menglin, right? The useful 5-star workhorse was dead. It was impossible for Luo Chen not to be sad. However, at this stage of the game, the fate of the 5-star card Li Yuerong was no longer so important. Rather than who killed her, how to leverage her death was more crucial. It was time for Prince of Qin Li Jinyu, who had been enjoying comfort in the north for over a decade, to pay interest. In the 13th year of Mengzhou, to avenge Li Yuerong, the Southern Tang declared war on the Northern Tang, breaking over a decade of peace. The Southern Tang dispatched a full division to attack Nanyang from Jingzhou. The 80,000 Northern Tang defenders in Nanyang were annihilated in less than 2 days. Meanwhile, Prince of Qin Li Jinyu had changed clothes and lain on the bed. She had originally not wanted to continue watching the simulation, but the developments were so bizarre that she couldn't help but watch. Especially when she saw that the phrase Luo Chen's daydream, originally used to mock someone for daydreaming, had become a later-age encouragement for people not to give up and to learn from the sage Luo Chen's perseverance. Li Jinyu was so shocked that she lost all drowsiness. From this matter of Luo Chen's daydream, didn't it mean that Luo Chen's current knowledge and learning surpassed all the great scholars of the time? A sage like Luo Chen, who enlightened future generations when he was by her side, had only fathered a child with her. What is more painful than having your husband taken away? It was that her husband was far better off with another woman. That was exactly how Li Jinyu felt now. She was angry and resentful towards her 7th sister, and also jealous enough to turn sour, wishing she could take her place. Yet she could do nothing about her 7th sister in the simulation. Not only that, her 7th sister repeatedly tormented her in the simulation. The Southern Tang dispatched a full mixed infantry artillery division, about 12,000 men, to attack Nanyang. Your 80,000 troops stationed there were annihilated after 2 days of fierce fighting. The enemy lost only 42 men due to friendly fire. After hearing this battle report, the Prince of Wu told you that the situation was hopeless, then resigned from office, abandoned his title, and retreated into the mountains. 80,000 men, annihilated in 2 days. Even if 80,000 pigs were lined up to be slaughtered, they would tire out more than 42 butchers. Are Luo Chen's men heavenly soldiers? With such an exchange ratio, even if Li Jinyu's IQ were 9, she would understand that her own destruction was only a matter of months. It was impossible to reverse the overall situation. The key was to learn from this simulation and apply it to future real life. You developed a holistic strategic vision, and your wisdom increased to 75. The heavens were humiliating her again. But Li Jinyu had become numb. After the frontline reports came back, she stopped being busy with state affairs and organized people to inquire about the romantic life of Emperor Li Menglin and Grand Secretary Luo Chen. After your spy's exhaustive collection, you learned that although Li Menglin always wore a serious and dignified face in public, she acted like a little girl whenever she was with Grand Secretary Luo. Moreover, the examples of Li Menglin and Luo Chen supporting each other through life and death were widely circulated among the people. One widely spread and much discussed example was that Li Menglin, once the Prince of Ning, was willing to abandon her title and wealth to follow Luo Chen to the remote Lingnan region. Would she abandon everything for Luo Chen? If Li Minglin can do it, so can I. Li Jinyu gritted her teeth and sat up from the bed. But Li Jinyu's spirited expression quickly wilted. How do I learn to act like a little girl? Li Jinyu coughed lightly with some effort, placed her arms on her chest, then cast a gentle glance toward the door and deliberately spoke in a high-pitched voice, Master Luo, this young lady Jinyu in the future, please. Before she could finish, she shuddered and goosebumps covered her body. Yeah, I think it's better to be sincere. Prince Zhao's residence. Li Yifei, the Prince of Zhao, observed from the sidelines. In the 14th year of Meng Zhao, the northern Tang capital was besieged by 5 main divisions of the southern army, and northern Tang Emperor Li Jinyu hanged himself from the old crooked neck tree on the back hill. Northern Tang fell, and the 2 Tang kingdoms were unified into one. The surrendered officials of northern Tang and the scholars of the Hanlin Academy were commanded to go to Yangzhou City to study. When Hongwen, the grand scholar who had once ridiculed Luo Chen's wild fantasies upon seeing Yangzhou City shrouded in smog, immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly in worship. In his mouth, he even praised Yangzhou City as a celestial paradise on earth where even the air was sweet. Grand Secretary Luo was surely the reincarnation of the star of literature, and a celestial deity descended to the mortal world. Grand scholar, when your change from arrogance to servility is truly excessive. Luo Chen was not acquainted with Grand Scholar One. As the Prince of Zhao, Li Yifei had dealt extensively with these court heavyweights. Like ordinary descendants of meritorious officials, one could simply find a secret chamber to negotiate, openly offering whatever one desired in exchange. But when conversing with these Confucian scholars, before even opening one's mouth, one would be lectured on the grand principles of the sages. Her grandfather had once admonished her to maintain good relations with these scholars and not to slight them. Now, upon reflection, the only piece of advice from her grandfather she had disregarded turned out to be the most correct. With such a group of talentless, incompetent ministers who only loved to preach, it was no wonder that her elder sister and the third one were soundly defeated by Luo Chen. In the 15th year of Meng Zhao, Emperor Meng Zhao, Li Minglin, praying for eternal peace under heaven and the ushering in of a golden age, returned to the old capital with Grand Secretary Luo Chen to pay homage to Emperor Guangchang. Out of gratitude for the Prince of Zhao's past kindness to him, Luo Chen proposed paying homage to Li Yifei, the Prince of Zhao. Li Minglin's face showed no change in expression, but she secretly ordered all people within 3 li of the Prince of Zhao's tomb to be cleared away. Before the Prince of Zhao's tomb, Li Minglin questioned Luo Chen whether he had once admired Li Yifei, the Prince of Zhao. So there is a story about me too. Upon seeing this content, Li Yifei was no longer drowsy and immediately focused her attention, waiting for Luo Chen's reply. Luo Chen merely replied lightly, "The Prince of Zhao once helped me resolve a small trouble. I am merely grateful to her, far from the point of admiration." The expectant light in Li Yifei's eyes dimmed. But soon the developments in the simulation forced her to lift her gaze once more. "I once helped you with a small favor too. Between my second sister and me, whose help was greater?" Li Minglin removed her hairpin, and her soft flowing hair undulated like waves in the wind. Luo Chen gazed at Li Minglin, his heart stirred, and after a moment of daze he said, "How can the grace of a firefly compare to the brilliance of the sun and moon? Then why can't you forget your second sister?" "I was just thinking it was on the way." Li Yifei suddenly felt a knife pierce her chest. "So I was just on the way." Li Minglin was clearly unconvinced. She turned her head coldly, her tone icy. "Fine, I'll go first. You can stay here and keep your second sister company." Despite her words, Li Minglin only turned around but did not leave. Seeing this, Luo Chen hurriedly stepped forward and grasped her wrist. Li Minglin's tone softened slightly, but she still did not turn back. "Let go. I want to leave." Luo Chen remained silent, did not release her, and still firmly held Li Minglin's wrist. Li Minglin shook her arm and repeated, "Let go. I want to leave." Luo Chen remained silent and did not release her. The two pulled and tugged at each other for a moment before Li Minglin spoke again. "If you can't forget your second sister, why are you still holding on to me? Aren't you still here?" Luo Chen said. I. Hearing her little scheme exposed, Li Minglin's voice suddenly became aggrieved. That's not. Luo Chen finished Li Minglin's sentence. "I love you too." Li Yifei's face turned frosty. Others might not see Li Minglin's cunning, but Li Yifei saw through Li Minglin's tactics to manipulate Luo Chen at a glance. Li Minglin feigned anger, but was actually subtly changing her words to shorten the distance with Luo Chen. Deliberately creating conflict with Luo Chen was just part of her strategy to control him. If not for this heavenly Tao simulation, I would never have guessed that the seventh sister was so scheming. Compared to her, my eldest sister is like a baby who has just learned to walk and talk. However, Li Yifei had clearly underestimated Li Minglin's cunning. Staging this scene with Luo Chen before the Prince of Zhao's tomb was only one part of her plan. The real focus came next. Sweet words are easy to say. How can you prove your love? Li Minglin rose on her tiptoes, raised her arms, and wrapped them around Luo Chen's neck. Luo Chen understood her intent and reached out to untie his sash. Li Menglin and Luo Chen deepened their bond before the Prince of Zhao's tomb. Oh, 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 this wretch, what is she doing? I am still watching from above. She deserves to die. I will kill her. Kill her. Li Yifei paced angrily around the room several times, then took down the sword hanging on the wall and drew it with a sharp sound. The simulation then entered the next phase. After a bout of activity, Luo Chen wanted a second round, but Li Menglin declined with a laugh. She raised a slender jade-like finger and gently tapped Luo Chen on the forehead. All right. You're so grown up, yet still so unrestrained. Aren't you afraid of shortening your life? Seeing this, Li Yifei noticed that the time had reached the 15th year of Meng Zhao. Adding the 4 years her father had lived longer in this round of simulation, it would be the 19th year under her own reign title. Her own reign title had not even reached 19 years. As for Luo Chen being with her, he hadn't even lived past 11 years. Li Yifei slowly sheathed the sword she had just drawn. Meanwhile, Ming Prince's mansion. Li Menglin was laughing softly in bed, clutching the blanket. If my second sister has a spirit in heaven, she must be furious with me. How satisfying. Luo Chen might have forgotten that Li Yifei once offered him 3,000 taels of gold to stay away from her. But Li Menglin still remembered it clearly. My second sister humiliated me with money once. Isn't it only fair that I humiliate her in return? But soon Li Menglin could no longer smile. Because she died in childbirth. In the 16th year of Meng Zhao, you were found to be pregnant. Due to your advanced maternal age, you suffered a difficult labor and died along with the child. In the winter of the 16th year of Meng Zhao, you departed from this world. Historical evaluation. Who? Whenever someone asked, do you know Li Menglin, the emperor of the Great Tang? Everyone's reaction was a blank look. But when people mentioned that the First World War was started by her 3 grandsons, they would have some recollection. And when people mentioned that she was the wife and sovereign of the sage Luo, then everyone finally understood. Oh, she is the woman who lives in the background of history. You died. Do you want to continue watching Luo Chen's story? Unfair. Why can I only give birth to 2 children? Or is it because my time with Luo Chen having children was too late? After her simulated self died, Li Menglin immediately clutched her hair and wailed. She had fantasized about growing old with Luo Chen and enjoying the joy of 4 generations under one roof, but who would have thought she would suddenly die in childbirth? If only she hadn't done that with Luo Chen in front of second sister's grave. She must have been cursed by second sister's vengeful ghost. Oh dear. Second sister really is a lingering spirit. But luckily none of that has happened yet. Li Menglin sat on the bed and shook her head, then suddenly thought of something. Then without even putting on shoes, she hopped off the bed barefoot and pattered to the window. At the window she tiptoed and gently pushed it open, peeking at Luo Chen's room. In the 16th year of Meng Zhao, Li Menglin passed away. Citing the young age of the crown prince, you temporarily assumed regency over state affairs. Your students divided into the Academy faction and the Engineering faction respectively support the eldest Prince Li Huqing and the second Prince Li Zhongxiao. You have successfully cleared the level and earned 1 draw chance. Do you wish to continue viewing the story? So even this world has childbirth complications. Last simulation, Li Yifei gave birth one after another like a so Luo Chen thought this world had no childbirth risks. So it was just that Zhao Prince Li Yifei had good pregnancy luck. Since he had already cleared the level, everything after was just garbage time. Nothing worth watching. Just as Luo Chen was about to fast forward, his door suddenly sounded with a knock knock knock. Who is it? Luo Chen, seated at his desk, turned to look at the door and asked. Are you asleep? Li Menglin asked from outside. Not yet. Luo Chen set aside the simulation for the moment, picked up the oil lamp, rose, and opened the door. Your Highness, is there something you need? After Luo Chen opened the door, Li Menglin lowered her head and looked at the ground. I just wanted to hear your voice. Hear my voice? Luo Chen looked puzzled and asked back. Did I disturb your Highness's rest? I just wanted to see you. See me? Your Highness. Luo Chen was puzzled why Li Menglin suddenly fell silent. Li Menglin kept her head down and was quiet for a long time, and only then did her voice squeeze out like a mosquito. Let me stay a little longer. My. Luo Chen didn't hear clearly and was about to say something. With a clatter, the oil lamp in his hand was knocked to the ground. Just as he bent down to pick it up, Li Menglin's 2 small hands grabbed his from left and right. Your Highness, what are you? Under the dim moonlight, Luo Chen couldn't clearly see the expression on Li Menglin's face. He could only feel her small hands continuously drawing warmth from his. A woman's hands really are cold. You know the saying, shake hands and be friends, right? Is this what shaking hands and being friends means? Luo Chen secretly took a breath, not knowing how to respond. Although it wasn't the first time he had shaken hands with Li Menglin, he felt that this time she was completely different from last time. As for what was different, in reality, Luo Chen's ability to discern loyalty and treachery only allowed him to see friend or foe, not affection levels. He couldn't possibly say that Prince Ning had been captivated by the kingly aura generated by his 25 points of martial power, could he? Come on. Even an assembly line short drama wouldn't dare film something like this. The two of them stood there awkwardly for a few minutes, hands clasped until their palms were sweaty, before Li Minglan slowly released his hand. Li Minglan picked up the extinguished oil lamp from the ground and handed it back to Luo Chen. It's very late. Get some rest. Your Highness should rest early too. Li Minglan slowly turned around and walked away with halting steps, her hands firmly pressed against her chest. Her mind was a complete muddle. Woo. It seems so simple in the simulation, but in practice it's this hard. Luo Chen returned to his room, relit the lamp, and re-entered the simulation. In the 6th year of Regency, you now over 50 organized people to compile and perfect middle school curricula, but compulsory education had already drained the court's budget. Li Huqing firmly opposed extending the duration of compulsory education. With Li Huqing's tacit approval, wealthy merchants and powerful families across the regions opened fee-charging secondary schools. Under Li Zhongxiao's supervision and guidance, the Tang dynasty's steel production once again hit a new high, while you noticed that court factional strife was growing fiercer. In the 8th year of Regency, a case of iron workers murdering a wealthy merchant occurred in Yangzhou. During the process of arresting the culprit, the Yamen runners were surrounded and blocked by hundreds of workers. Li Zhongxiao accused Li Huqing of inciting the common people from behind the scenes to oppose the court's national steelmaking policy. Li Huqing in turn accused Li Zhongxiao of framing him with fabricated charges and showing no respect for his elders. In the 9th year of Regency, while inspecting and lecturing in Jiangnan, you were attacked with a gunpowder bomb. Fortunately, the gunpowder had dampened, and by the time it exploded you had already left the Jiangnan Academy. Both Li Huqing and Li Zhongxiao requested to take over the investigation from the Bad People Investigative Agency, hoping to seize control of the Tang dynasty's central intelligence. You rejected both their requests and ordered the Bad People to continue investigating. However, the first piece of news the Bad People brought you was that Li Zhongxiao had colluded with wealthy Jiangnan merchants to set up an underground arms factory and privately forge weapons. As for Li Huqing, he was colluding with the imperial capital garrison with unclear intentions. Just seeing these fast-forwarded scenes gave Luo Chen a splitting headache. With only 2 sons, they were already fighting so fiercely. Emperor Guangchong had 8 daughters. How much more worry did he have to deal with every day? No wonder the old man lived several more years after stepping down as emperor. However, these 2 incidents also gave Luo Chen a reminder: the matter of establishing the heir could no longer be delayed. The world is so vast. He couldn't let these 2 rebellious sons fight among themselves at home. The Bad People investigated and found the mastermind behind the attack on you. After setting an ambush and baiting, they successfully arrested the planner of the bombing. That person was Emperor Guangchong's 6th daughter, the former prince of Qi Li Siki. In this simulation, both Emperor Guangchong and Li Jinyu had already died. I have no grudge with Prince Qi. Why would she ambush me? Being hated was one thing, but Luo Chen couldn't figure out why he was hated. So he had people bring Prince Qi Li Siki before him. Prince Qi Li Siki appeared to have old injuries. Both her hands were wooden prosthetics. We have no grudge and are even relatives. Why do you want to assassinate me? Prince Qi Li Siki showed no fear in front of you, instead smiling at the corner of her mouth. No grudge. Do you know what kind of environment the common people live in today? Because you have allowed officials and merchants to annex farmland, now even a 7-year-old child from an ordinary family must go down into the mines just to barely avoid starvation. Even worse are the maidservants and servants who have signed indenture contracts. Regardless of illness or injury, they must labor at least 8 Shurchen ancient time units a day without any wages. Their wages all go to their masters. Even if they die, they are settled with a mere 5 taels of silver. Do you understand the principle that water can carry a boat, but also capsize it? Those are all subjects of our Li family. You are pushing our Li family toward the executioner's block. Forbidden City. In the dungeon of the Tang dynasty's Buyang Rin organization. The deep recesses of the dungeon echoed with intermittent cries of agony. Li Siki threw down the blood-stained whip, her brow deeply furrowed. At this moment, she was observing the heavenly Tao deduction that only she could see. As the head of the Tang dynasty's secret service, Li Siki had always been determined to seize the throne. Thus, in the first deduction, she directly executed her plan to seize the throne. She first forged an imperial edict to deceive her eldest sister into returning, then told her the truth and tricked her to death. Then she used the Prince of Wei to frame and forced the Prince of Zhao to commit suicide and later poisoned the Prince of Wei. As for the remaining princes, they were all poisoned by the Buyangren agents she had planted in their mansions. However, after she ascended the throne, she realized how difficult it was to govern a country. Because she had used despicable means of poisoning, neither the meritorious nobles nor the scholars of the realm were willing to submit to her. Thus, she had to resort to brutal massacres to purge all dissidents. This action in turn caused heroes from all over the realm to rise up against her. The imperial court was forced to dispatch large armies to suppress the rebels everywhere. Years of continuous warfare led to the collapse of the court's economy, causing immense suffering among the people and triggering constant uprisings. The largest rebel force was the 800 personal guards once trained by the Prince of Qin's residence. After learning that the Prince of Qin and Chief Steward Luo were framed and killed by treacherous court officials, they directly occupied Mount Lianshan in the water marshes, proclaimed themselves lords, and openly rallied anti-Tang righteous men. All the forest outlaws under heaven responded in droves. Finally, 6 years after her coronation, the capital was breached by the righteous army organized by the former Prince of Qin's residence, and she was dragged to the execution platform by the furious populace, meeting a grisly end without a complete corpse. After the first deduction, Li Siki deeply understood what her father the emperor often meant by establishing the Son of Heaven for the sake of the realm, not establishing the realm for the benefit of the Son of Heaven. Only those who could benefit the people were qualified to be the Son of Heaven, and she was clearly not cut out for it. Therefore, in the subsequent rounds of deduction, Li Siki went with the flow, aiding the impoverished while quietly observing the changes in the world. Although she herself died several times due to the chaos, the world was generally stable, and most people's lives were not much different from before. It was not until this round of deduction that Li Siki could no longer bear to watch. She had thought that the new dynasty established by Li Menglin would bring unprecedented stability and prosperity. But what she saw was imperial relatives and merchants galloping across the fields to enclose land, forcibly driving the people who could barely make a living into mines and factories. Countless honest and upright merchants were driven to bankruptcy, and the former moral benevolence vanished completely. In Li Menglin's new dynasty, from cabinet ministers to street beggars, everyone lived and died for profit. It was a complete collapse of rights and morality, an inversion of heaven's order. And the source of all this was the man who had repeatedly swayed the world situation in the deductions, Luo Chen. His inventions had destroyed everything of the past. He had brought hell to the world. In the 10th year of Meng Zhao, she went to find her 8th sister, intending to join forces to ambush and kill Luo Chen. But her 8th sister instead used bombs against her. In the end, Li Yuerong was killed by her own hand, but her hands were also blown off by Li Yuerong. During this time, she kept trying to unite her old subordinates to assassinate Luo Chen, but she was constantly betrayed and forced to hide. In the end, she successfully placed a bomb near Luo Chen, but due to her ignorance of explosives, it failed. Now captured and brought before Luo Chen, she only wanted to ask him personally what he was thinking. Facing your interrogation, Luo Chen showed neither shame nor anger. He remained expressionless, as if he did not care at all about what you said. After your hoarse and exhausted accusations, he merely replied softly, "Is that all? I brought a new era, and naturally a new era has its own problems to solve. You knew all along that your actions would turn the Tang dynasty into a hell where people devour each other. Suddenly increasing productivity inevitably brings many problems. This is the necessary path of development." Li Siki frowned. She had originally thought that Luo Chen as a sage was aloof and completely ignorant of the people's suffering. But unexpectedly, he knew everything. He had known it all before he promoted his doctrines and developed those stinking factories. Didn't you ever think that what you were doing was wrong? You demanded of Luo Chen, unable to understand why he was so cold-blooded, as if all the people were merely pieces on his chessboard. Luo Chen, there are indeed wrong places, and the wrong problems will persist for a long time. Didn't you ever want to change all this to let the people live with more dignity? Are you worthy of the title of sage given to you by the world? Luo Chen sighed wearily. Even a sage grows old. When I was first thrown into the imperial prison by Emperor Guangchang, I and a few cellmates thought that if one day we got out, we would surely kill all those corrupt officials who abused their power. But now I can barely open my eyes. I'm about to close them forever. Can you understand? If I were still 20 years old for Menglin's sake, I would certainly go and correct the current problems. But now ensuring that Menglin's children do not turn against each other consumes all my energy. The problems of future generations can only be left to future generations to solve. You asked Luo Chen again with reluctance. What if future generations cannot solve the problems either? Luo Chen pondered for a moment, and then said slowly, "If there is reincarnation, then let me be reborn and correct their mistakes." Heh, he. Li Siki laughed upon hearing this, her expression becoming increasingly exaggerated. Luo Chen, do you think you can escape in this life? On the other side, Luo Chen yawned. After clearing the game, he had no motivation to continue this round of deduction and naturally grew increasingly sleepy. Especially when Li Siki immediately started debating with him, which made his eyelids heavy. After forcing himself to place Li Siki under house arrest, he summoned his 2 sons in the deduction. I know both of you want to be emperor, but there is only one Tang dynasty. Do you want to see the Tang dynasty destroyed by your own hands? Li Huqing and Li Zhongxiao both knelt on the ground. Father, how would we dare? I see that you dare to do anything now. Seizing farmland, treating people like beasts of burden. Your aunt was right. You will likely end up on the execution platform. It's just a matter of time. I can only save you for 1 generation. The rest is up to your own choices. With that, Luo Chen handed over the navigation chart he had brought back at the cost of losing 3 disciples years ago. Although the Tang dynasty is the celestial empire, its territory is only a small part of the world. There is still a vast blank space in the world. Li Huqing, you find a way to abolish the personal indenture system in the country. Let all the commoners who cannot survive go to the sea. Across the sea they will find everything they desire. Li Zhongxiao, you take these people and go. How far you can go and how much land you can claim will be yours. In the 11th year of regency you initiated the Great Navigation Policy, diverting the internal contradictions outward. Having governed the realm for 15 years, you had someone fabricate a celestial omen for the 15th year of Guangchong, the day the emperor bestowed a grand banquet. To the east of the Taiwei enclosure, a dark rift 3 fingers wide split open, and the Mars star suddenly broke from its orbital path, dragging a trail of crimson mist like a comet's tail as it slanted into the Zhang constellation in the south. The stars along its path dimmed one after another like silk, burned with scorch marks. This signified the borderlands. The Great Plague Star shone for an instant, suggesting a great epidemic might strike the frontiers, but with timely intervention it could be completely averted. After entrusting all state and family affairs to others one by one, you passed away in an old residence in Lingnan. The simulation has concluded. How long is a human life really? Some live 70 years as if they were 1 day, while others live 1 day as if it were 70 years. A single sentence from you could take someone a lifetime to fully comprehend. Historical assessment: no matter which textbook you open, the first historical figure you encounter will always be Luo Chen. The following content is excerpted from a middle school textbook from 500 years in the future. In 39 BC, Luo Chen, gifted with extraordinary talent and literary brilliance, ranked first in the imperial examination in the 15th year of Guangchong. Later, his overly advanced academic views drew the persecution and suppression of feudal nobles, and he narrowly escaped death in prison. Prince Ningli Menglin, appreciating Luo Chen's genius, gave up his noble title to save him. In 38 BC, Luo Chen combated a plague in Lingnan, proposed the concept of microbiology, and established a modern educational system. In 37 BC, Luo Chen taught, without discrimination, instructing 3,000 disciples. In 35 BC, Luo Chen and his many students gathered the world's crafts and technologies, authored the unparalleled ancient masterpiece, Tiangong Kaiwu, and invented gunpowder. In 34 BC, Prince Zhao Li Yifei's coup failed, and Prince Wei was appointed crown prince. That same year, the Qinwu rebellion erupted. Luo Chen dwelt in the mountains, yet his heart remained with the realm. To save the nation, he defied mortal danger and led merely 5,000 soldiers northward to halt the chaos of war. When the empire was on the verge of collapse, Luo Chen executed the craven governor of Lianghuai, who wished to surrender, personally leading the Huainan troops in fierce resistance. After the pivotal battle of Nanping County, the Qin and Wu rebels could no longer march south. Luo Chen saved the crumbling imperial court. However, Prince Wei, fearing the threat posed by Luo Chen and his wife Li Menglin, openly turned his blade against the meritorious minister. In Luo Chen's desperate resistance, Prince Wei's army of over 100,000 was utterly annihilated, ultimately leading to the capital being breached by the Qin prince's rebel forces. Thus began the southern and northern Tang period. In 36 BC, with Luo Chen's support, Li Menglin ascended the throne and established a cabinet, appointing Luo Chen as Grand Chancellor. Luo Chen promoted education, advanced technology, lifted various government controls over the populace, and created the fertile soil for the birth of capital. During this period, Luo Chen managed state affairs while continuing his scientific research, successively proposing the 3 laws of motion, the law of universal gravitation, and the 3 laws of thermodynamics. By 16 BC, the southern Tang, whose productive forces had rapidly developed, had fully entered the age of firearms and unified the entire nation in just 1 year. In his later years, Luo Chen noticed that the Tang Empire's outdated institutions failed to safeguard human rights. To resolve the national fragmentation caused by the mismatch between backward institutions and advanced productive forces, Luo Chen promulgated a code of human rights, encouraging all disenfranchised citizens to venture forth into the wider world. From then on, the Tang Empire ushered in the great age of exploration, with the footsteps of the Tang people spanning the entire globe. After 400 years of global strife, all of humanity, sharing the same roots, ultimately reunified and formally entered the interstellar era. To commemorate Luo Chen's great contributions to humanity, the world designated the year of his passing as year 1 of the new era. Middle school exam mnemonic. When in doubt, choose Luo Chen. When uncertain, pick Luo Chen. If you truly don't know, fill in Luo Chen. If you can't remember who said it, it must have been Luo Chen. Great Master Luo. No further words needed. This system is getting better at its tricks. Seeing the absurdly extraordinary future, even Luo Chen felt this run might have gone too far. Is this even a romance historical simulation anymore? Where did you take me? My wife's name only appeared twice in the entire narrative. After briefly venting on behalf of Li Menglin, Luo Chen eagerly selected a page. From this simulation, you have obtained the following traits: Luo Chen's Grand Ambition 6-star, Tiangong Kaiwu 6-star, Luo Chen's Open Source 5-star, and Basic Artillery Combat 2-star. You successfully assisted Prince Ning Li Menglin in ascending the throne, once earning 1 draw opportunity. Would you like to draw? After the draw, the system will undergo maintenance and will not reopen for 1 week. Damn, how did a 2-star trait get in there? It was only during the system inventory that Luo Chen realized he had acquired a 2-star trait without ever leveling it up. In the late game, Luo Chen was too busy advancing the tech tree to go out and fight. So basic artillery combat was just something he'd unlocked from that one clash with Prince Wu. With a pool normally filled with 5-star and 6-star traits, this single worthless trait had snuck its way in. All Luo Chen could do was pray to the system not to draw it. Fortunately, counting the previous simulation traits, Valiant in battle, sweeping the nest, single-handed rescue of the beauty, and basic artillery combat, the odds of drawing it were only 1 in 7. The drawing pointer spun swiftly through 2.5 rotations before landing steadily among a cluster of 5-star and 6-star traits. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the 6-star trait Tiangong Kaiwu. Tiangong Kaiwu. The host receives a deluxe collector's edition of Tiangong Kaiwu from a later era. Thud. The moment the system reward materialized, a tome thicker than a civil code crashed onto Luo Chen's desk. They actually gave me a real book. Luo Chen casually flipped through the table of contents. The book not only recorded how to live in primitive times, how to cook, and how to select herbs. It also contained instructions on forging armor and constructing siege engines for this era, complete with detailed blueprints. Of course, besides these, there was a mountain of content Luo Chen simply couldn't comprehend. Things like aircraft carriers, lithography machines, deep space probes, and nuclear fusion reactors. Luo Chen couldn't even understand the symbols and markings on the blueprints, yet they were all there too. This Tiangong Kaiwu isn't just the greatest book of ancient and modern times. It would be the greatest book on Earth as well. Which later generation had even published this? Luo Chen turned to the last page where the publisher was printed. Excellent extracurricular reading for middle school students. Dynasty of Tang People's Joint Publishing House, 2077 edition. 2077. No wonder it's so cyberpunk. Huh. Luo Chen had already stayed up until 2 or 3 in the morning, and after reading more of the incomprehensible text in Tiangong Kaiwu, his eyelids soon grew too heavy to lift. At noon, I am still watching. Li Yifei, the Prince of Zhao, abruptly opened her eyes, gasping for breath. After a few seconds of blankness, she realized it was just a dream. Turning to glance out the window, the sun was already high in the sky. She recalled the scene from her dream. She was killed in a coup, and then the 7th prince brought Luo Chen to her funeral hall to engage in lewd acts in broad daylight. Although everything that transpired in the simulation was not as vile as in the dream, she would never allow either the simulation or the future shown in the dream to come to pass. Only I, the prince, am permitted to be intimate with Luo Chen before someone's grave. Li Yifei dressed and combed her hair with the assistance of her maids, all the while devising strategies to reclaim Luo Chen. Reflecting on the previous Heavenly Dao's revelation, the reason Luo Chen was exiled to Lingnan and completely lost contact with her was primarily that Huang Konghua, the maternal grandfather of the 3rd prince, had asked Luo Chen a question about celestial phenomena. Because Luo Chen's erudition far surpassed those old pedants, they could not comprehend his answers, which led to the entire court attacking him. Therefore, to keep Luo Chen, tonight's imperial banquet hosted by the emperor was crucial. Li Yifei raised her hand to summon her close attendant. Send someone to find the Marquis of Yi and the Marquis of Wuchang for me, and tell them I have matters to discuss. Also go to the Ministry of Revenue and inquire where Minister Zhang is, and tell him I will visit shortly. By evening, Li Yifei, the 2nd prince, had made thorough preparations to shield Luo Chen at the imperial banquet. Li Jinyu, the eldest, naturally would not sit idly by and watch Luo Chen be expelled from the capital. However, she did not possess as extensive a network as Li Yifei. To prevent Luo Chen from being ostracized by the court, Li Jinyu had no choice but to personally step into the fray and cover for him. Wasn't it that Luo Chen could not answer the celestial phenomena they demanded? Could she not simply slip him a note in secret? Li Jinyu tucked the prepared note into her sleeve and led her retinue to fetch Luo Chen. Luo Chen followed Li Jinyu to the outside of Zhao Hall, where the imperial banquet was held. According to protocol, everyone had to line up outside the hall in order of rank. When the emperor arrived, everyone entered the hall in sequence according to their noble rank and official grade, offering bows and congratulations. As Luo Chen and Li Jinyu just reached the front of the hall, the crowd immediately turned their gaze upon the two of them. The top scholar is here. Prince of Qin, Brother Luo. Facing the crowd, who came forward to clasp their hands in greeting, Luo Chen, though unwilling, had to return the courtesies one by one. After some wearisome exchanges, Luo Chen finally separated from Li Jinyu and took his place in his own line. The moment he stood properly, the crowd, which had quieted slightly, immediately erupted into clamor once more. Luo Chen looked toward the source of the noise. It turned out that Li Yifei, the Prince of Zhao, and Li Wanjuan, the Prince of Wei, had arrived. When Luo Chen's gaze met Li Yifei's, the latter, disregarding the crowd encircling her, smiled and raised her hand to wave in Luo Chen's direction. Realizing he was about to become the focus once again, Luo Chen immediately averted his eyes from Li Yifei, only to meet the gaze of Li Wanjuan, the Prince of Wei. Li Wanjuan did not wave to him, but instead narrowed her eyes like a lioness stalking prey on the grassland. Seeing this, Luo Chen looked at nothing else and intently fixed his gaze upon the ground. The officials entered the hall. Though the imperial banquet was ceremonious and elaborate, it bore close resemblance to the proceedings of a corporate meeting on Earth. First, everyone collectively greets the chairman, then listens to the chairman's speech. After the chairman concludes, the general manager speaks. After a round of leaders' congratulatory addresses, there are song and dance performances followed by a feast. During the meal, the company's top salesperson is singled out to share their experiences. As the top scholar who had effortlessly claimed victory in this imperial examination, Luo Chen was naturally expected to be called upon to display his brilliance. The one responsible for the nomination was none other than Left Prime Minister Huang Konghua, whom he had already known from the simulation. It unfolded exactly as predicted. Luo Chen had just expressed gratitude for being appointed as Right Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice by Emperor Guangchang. Huang Konghua, with a snow-white beard but brimming with vitality, rose to his feet. Vice Minister Luo is deeply trusted by His Majesty and is the top scholar of this imperial examination. A talent like Vice Minister Luo must be exceptionally brilliant, well-versed in both ancient and modern calendars. Might I ask Vice Minister Luo to analyze tonight's celestial phenomena for us? After Prime Minister Huang spoke, everyone, including Emperor Guangchang, turned their gaze toward Luo Chen, eager to see how he would respond. Here it comes. How did that phrase go? The east side of the Taiwei enclosure is split 3 fingers wide. Luo Chen rose to his feet, about to recite the astronomical explanation he had fabricated in the simulation. However, before he could utter a word, an old man he did not recognize at all interjected. Vice Minister Luo is a talent trusted by His Majesty. Naturally, he is brilliant and beyond question. There is no need for further discussion. May I ask whether Prime Minister Huang is questioning Luo Chen's erudition, or does he imply that His Majesty should not have appointed top scholar Luo as Vice Minister? What was going on? Who is this old man? Should I still continue reciting? Luo Chen was utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Left Prime Minister Huang Konghua, who had been abruptly interrupted and challenged by the Minister of Revenue, was equally taken aback. Although he had intended to suppress Luo Chen and give him a show of power, inviting the top scholar to display his talent had always been a standard procedure at the imperial banquet. It was merely a matter of which minister made the request. His invitation for Luo Chen to answer a question was entirely in accordance with protocol. Why had he suddenly been labeled with such a serious accusation? Huang Konghua replied unhurriedly, His Majesty certainly has discerning eyes, and I have no intention of questioning His Majesty's decision. But what is improper about asking the top scholar to answer a question? Why did Minister Zhang rise to question me? The person addressed did not answer, for another man had already stood up. This time it was the Marquis of Wuchang who spoke. It is acceptable to ask the top scholar to answer, but why did Prime Minister Huang add that Vice Minister Luo is deeply trusted by His Majesty? What exactly does the Prime Minister intend to achieve? When one person stands up, it might be a personal grudge. But when several rise at once, it signals factional strife. Seeing that the meritorious noble faction was all attacking Prime Minister Huang, Huang Konghua's protege, the Left Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, immediately stood up in support. We are all subjects of His Majesty. Remembering to be grateful for His Majesty's trust before speaking is the most basic sense of gratitude. To attack the Prime Minister on this matter is nothing but trumping up charges. Trumping up charges? I think not. In the past, it was always the Ministry of Rights that proposed asking the top scholar to answer. Could Prime Minister Huang's action stem from ulterior motives? The Ministry of Rights sees no impropriety in Prime Minister Huang's question. Also, Minister Li has arrived. I thought the Ministry of Rights had no one present. If you believe I have failed in my duties, then go petition His Majesty to dismiss me. Let us discuss matters as they are. Do not drag in demotions and removals. If Minister Li wishes to resign, I can help draft your letter of resignation. In law, why would you speak such words? There is no in law here, only subjects of the Great Tang. The number of people standing on both sides grew rapidly, and within a short moment, over 40 had risen. The dancers who were to perform songs and dances had to halt their performance because too many court officials had stepped forward. They stood trembling at the side. As for the true protagonists of this banquet, the Jinshi who had participated in the palace examination, they were all stunned, speechless. Is this a scene that we minor Jinshi are allowed to witness? Were we truly here to attend the imperial banquet, or to learn about factional strife? Had the court already descended to such a level of conflict? As for Emperor Guangchang seated high on the dragon throne watching the crowd argue endlessly around Luo Chen, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that appointing Luo Chen as right vice minister of the Ministry of Justice had been the correct decision. You are not making any allegorical references then. In that case, there are no allegorical references. Huh. You people always blow everything out of proportion. I'd say the ones who actually want to make allegorical references are you. I bled for His Majesty back in the day. The scars on my body are enough to condemn every treacherous minister here. It seems the arrogant old minister who boasts of his merits has revealed himself. You are one such example. The emperor's art of governance was all about balance. The more factions on the court, the greater the emperor's leverage. Although there were currently two factions, the Prince of Zhao and the Prince of Wei, they were so busy fighting each other that many important state affairs could not be advanced. Therefore, it would be ideal to have another faction mediate in between, creating a three-way check and balance. In this way, the equilibrium in court would not be disrupted and routine governance could proceed smoothly. Originally, Emperor Guangchang had intended for his eldest child to take up the banner of the third faction, but Li Jinyu had spent over a year with little progress. It was clear she was not cut out for court politics. As for his other daughters, none inspired as much confidence as Li Jinyu. So Emperor Guangchang had been troubled all along about how to maintain balance on the court. He had originally kept Luo Chen around merely as a trump card, a last resort to purge the court, but the value Luo Chen had proven to be far beyond his expectations. Luo Chen came from a clean background and could drive the second and third factions into a furious quarrel. Perhaps Luo Chen had the potential to become the third banner on the court. Of course, before taking such a step, he still needed to learn more about whether Luo Chen truly possessed the ability to serve as the third force on the court. Emperor Guangchang left the hall in a good mood to relieve himself behind the palace. He let the ministers continue their quarreling inside the hall. Only when the arguments reached a boiling point with some young officials, even rolling up their sleeves, as if preparing for an imperial free-for-all, did Emperor Guangchang return to smooth things over. He turned his gaze to the right Chancellor Yu Heguang, who had remained silent. Chancellor Yu, is there anyone on the court who wishes to make allegorical references? The right Chancellor understood immediately and gave both the Prince of Zhao's faction and the Prince of Wei's faction an elegant way out. No one on the court wishes to make allegorical references, Your Majesty. Then what were you all arguing about just now, eh? We were all considering matters for the good of the nation. There is no fault in that. It is like looking at a mountain. Depending on where you stand, the view you see is entirely different. You see the temple, I see the trees. Even when discussing the same matter, differences of opinion are inevitable. Emperor Guangchang waved his hand. In that case, everyone may return to your seats. When the emperor allowed everyone to sit, no one dared to continue arguing. Luo Chen also quietly slipped back to his place. But before he could sit down, Emperor Guangchang called out his name. The procedure still had to be observed. Observing the stars was too difficult, and analyzing current affairs also tested one's depth. Emperor Guangchang decided to test Luo Chen on a basic poetry composition to simply get through the formality. Luo Chen, since you are the top scholar, I imagine composing poetry is no trouble for you. Compose a poem based on what just happened with Chancellor Yu's words as the central theme. Luo Chen was instantly paralyzed upon hearing this. Compose a poem. Composing a poem was harder than analyzing the stars. How was he supposed to answer this? He certainly couldn't write something like a line of wild geese flies south, 2 roasted ducks head north, or such nonsense would cost him not just his own life, but every member of his extended family. Luo Chen's evident difficulty naturally caught everyone's attention, and the other ministers exchanged glances wondering why he remained silent. From the Prince of Zhao's side, Li Yifei saw Luo Chen's predicament and immediately signaled her people. But the one asking the question was the emperor himself. Who would dare to step forward and challenge him? The ministers naturally did not respond to the Prince of Zhao's signals. And at that moment, Li Jinyu, who had not spoken a single word since the banquet began and had been as invisible as a transparent wall, suddenly slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Every pair of eyes in the hall turned to her. If Li Minglin can risk everything for Luo Chen, then I, Li Jinyu, can certainly follow her example. Li Jinyu rose with full determination. But the moment she stood up, her mind went completely blank. How was she supposed to resolve this situation? Emperor Guangchang also pointed at her. Jinyu, what are you doing? This subject. Now it was Li Jinyu who broke into a cold sweat. She certainly could not say she had stood up deliberately to cover for Luo Chen. That would only make people suspect Luo Chen lacked genuine ability. How on earth could she resolve this predicament? Li Jinyu's eyes darted rapidly. Then suddenly an idea struck her. She pressed a hand to her stomach and leaned against the pillar in the hall. Father Emperor, this subject feels unwell. I would like Luo Chen, the top scholar, to escort me back to my residence. Hearing this, Luo Chen was dumbfounded. What on earth are you doing, you big fool? Wasn't this as obvious as planting a sign that reads, I have nothing to hide? How would the court view us after this? Emperor Guangchang, who had been calmly managing the court, clenched his fists upon hearing Li Jinyu's request. He had to admit he had misjudged. He had originally considered Luo Chen merely a chess piece to balance the court. But now it seemed that Luo Chen in just a few days had managed to turn his eldest daughter into this state. There must be something unusual about him. Emperor Guangchang had been secretly monitoring his eldest child all along. He was certain that his eldest daughter had only met Luo Chen a few times, and there had been no improper interactions. Yet his eldest daughter had publicly in front of the entire court named Luo Chen to escort her home. Did she not understand what this implied? My Jinyu should not be someone who lacks propriety. This is bizarre. Too bizarre. Could it be that Li Jinyu has developed feelings for this brat? Emperor Guangchang, his face dark, asked, Jinyu, are you truly unwell? Father Emperor, this subject is genuinely not feeling well, Li Jinyu explained through gritted teeth. Guards summoned the imperial physicians. Father Emperor, this subject only has a minor issue. There is no need for physicians. Just letting Scholar Luo Chen escort me back to rest will suffice. Emperor Guangchang's eyes widened in disbelief. I will send someone to escort you. Father Emperor, I need only Luo Chen, just one person. Li Jinyu met her father's gaze with an expression of utter resolve, as if she would die right there in the hall if Luo Chen did not escort her home that day. The hall fell into silence for a long while. Finally, Emperor Guangchang relaxed his brows. He pointed at Luo Chen. Luo Chen, since the Prince of Qin has said so, escort the Prince of Qin back to rest. Whether it was his imagination or not, Luo Chen sensed a murderous tone in Emperor Guangchang's voice. But he truly had no improper relationship with Li Jinyu. At most they were friends. Still, escorting the Prince of Qin home meant he had temporarily escaped the poetry composition ordeal, so he had no choice but to accept. Otherwise he would not survive the night. This subject complies. After Luo Chen and Li Jinyu left, the banquet continued as usual. However, the emperor did not seem pleased, and after Li Jinyu departed, he left as well. With the emperor gone, the other senior ministers also rose and departed, leaving the newly appointed Jinshi of this imperial examination to enjoy the feast. The Prince of Zhao, Li Yifei, walked out of the Zhao Hall followed by many court officials. This Luo Chen seems to have no real ability. Look at him. He couldn't even produce a single word of a poem with such a clear theme. Perhaps His Majesty promoted him out of consideration for the Prince of Qin's feelings. That must be it. Have we been overestimating him, treating him too seriously? Enough. Stop talking. Hearing the ministers openly link Luo Chen and Li Jinyu together, Li Yifei could no longer contain herself and sharply ordered them to be silent. Li Yifei was racked with headaches. She had spent the entire afternoon preparing for Luo Chen, running around and rallying support everywhere. But unexpectedly, all her preparations were useless compared to Li Jinyu leaning on a pillar and feigning illness to make a single request. If I had known this method existed, I would have had Luo Chen escort me back to my residence. Hearing this, everyone was completely bewildered. What was so great about Luo Chen? Your Highness, why are you so obsessed with him? Under the twilight, Li Jinyu, the Prince of Qin, and Luo Chen walked one after another along the stone-paved road of the capital. Li Jinyu suddenly halted, his expression twisted, his sleeves hanging by the jade belt at his waist, his fingers unconsciously rubbing against each other. Did today's events cause you any trouble? Li Jinyu's thin lips parted slightly, the final syllables fading into the late spring evening breeze. Luo Chen, half a step behind, immediately replied no. Though big fool, you had asked him to escort her home, and it would certainly stir gossip in the court. This move had indeed saved his life. Otherwise he too would have ended up like 2 roasted ducks fleeing north. Luo Chen could still distinguish such stakes. Rather, I owe your Highness a favor. Hearing this, Li Jinyu turned around again, his previously conflicted expression replaced by a hint of a smile. In that case, could I ask you for a favor? Luo Chen suddenly looked up. What favor? Li Jinyu without hesitation confided directly. I feel there are many petty people in my manor. I want you to help me screen the staff. In the first 2 simulations after Luo Chen took over the management of the prince's manor, he and Li Jinyu had children in the manor without being discovered. But in the later simulations, she conducted herself. Every time she tried to organize troops to head to Xuanwu Gate, she was discovered in advance. Clearly there were spies in her manor. Yet unlike her 4th sister, who possessed the ability to discern truth from falsehood and could easily find out who was truly loyal, she had no such power. So she could only turn to Luo Chen, begging him to help screen the staff of the Prince of Qin's manor. She truly had no one else to trust. Your Highness, can you really entrust me with such a matter? That doesn't seem appropriate. Luo Chen was astonished upon hearing Li Jinyu's request. Handing over the authority to appoint and dismiss manor staff to an outsider was equivalent to placing one's life and property in another's hands. Big fool, you really need to be more careful. Is it not allowed? But aside from you, I have no other friends. Li Jinyu decided to be completely sincere with Luo Chen. Little Yu was indeed too pitiful. To be honest, Luo Chen couldn't bear to watch. After all, Li Jinyu was his virtual ex-wife from a previous life, and seeing her toyed with like a fool made him a little reluctant to stand by. Moreover, he did owe her a favor. Screen out the good people from the bad. Luo Chen rubbed his chin. The first and second simulations were too far away. Luo Chen had long forgotten which people in the Prince of Qin's manor were trustworthy. After all, who would memorize thousands of NPCs in a game? However, this task was not impossible. He still had the ability to discern loyalty and treachery, and if used properly, he could certainly select a group of people worthy of little-used trust. Moreover, the constant rumors from the Prince of Qin's manor were not beneficial to him. After all, escorting the Prince of Qin back to the manor tonight would inevitably invite gossip. If your highness does not mind, I could offer some suggestions. At the same time, a dark figure slipped into the Prince of Qin's manor through the back door. His Majesty orders after the Prince of Qin returns, you must record everything the Prince and Luo Chen do and say. If Luo Chen attempts any treachery against His Highness, you may execute him first and report afterward. Understood. Having received the imperial decree, the servants and guards planted by the imperial household department in the Prince of Qin's manor all assumed their positions, replacing those on duty that day. Preparations were made foolproof. If that man named Luo Chen dared to plot against His Highness, they would surely cut off his head and present it to His Majesty. Soon after, Li Jinyu, the Prince of Qin, brought Luo Chen to the manor. Just as the spies from the imperial household department were about to eavesdrop, according to plan, Li Jinyu ordered all the manor's guards, servants, advisors, and retainers to assemble in the courtyard. Looking at the dense crowd of nearly 1,000 people standing together, Li Jinyu asked blankly, Luo Chen, gathering everyone like this, can you really tell the good from the bad? In this vast sea of people, everyone looked agreeable to Li Jinyu, all seeming like loyal ministers and good generals. I can only offer suggestions, of whether to adopt them is up to your highness. Facing the 1,000-strong crowd, Luo Chen silently activated the ability to discern loyalty and treachery. Since they were not familiar with him, everyone was currently neutral toward him. Luo Chen cleared his throat and began, I am the new steward of the Prince of Qin's manor appointed by His Highness. The manor's finances are currently not in good shape, so we should share His Highness's burden. I propose that we all voluntarily forego 2 years' salary, starting with me. After Luo Chen's words, half of the people immediately turned hostile toward him. A small portion became friendly. The rest remained neutral. Luo Chen took out 3 registers and asked Li Jinyu to write down the names of the friendly, neutral, and hostile individuals in separate books. After recording everyone, Luo Chen first explained the register of those who had turned hostile. These people work for money. They can be used, but not for important matters. Then Luo Chen explained the register of friendly people. These are your loyal supporters worthy of trust. Finally, he spoke of the neutral ones. These people are in your manor, neither for money nor for you. Use them with caution. Li Jinyu had no idea how Luo Chen had distinguished them, but she decided to trust him completely. So Li Jinyu, in front of everyone, raised the register that seemed to be a list of traitors and declared, everyone on this register leave the Prince of Qin's manor immediately. Upon hearing this, the spies planted by the imperial household department in the manor were dumbfounded. Had they been discovered? Impossible. They hadn't given themselves away. They were being expelled from the manor before completing their mission. Someone thought they could still salvage the situation and stepped forward to protest. Your Highness, we are all loyal to you. You cannot drive us away based on someone else's words. However, Li Jinyu did not hesitate and directly ordered the others to expel them immediately. Your Highness, you can't do this. We are innocent. We have always been devoted to you. In less than half an hour, Li Jinyu had driven out all those suspected of being spies. Watching Li Jinyu's decisive action, Luo Chen was somewhat surprised. He dared to suggest it, but she actually dared to do it. After purging the household, Li Jinyu invited Luo Chen to the guest hall for tea. Since most of the close attendants and servants were on the untrustworthy list, Li Jinyu's manor was temporarily without servants. She had to personally lean over to pour tea for Luo Chen. Luo Chen, with nothing to do, stared at Li Jinyu. He had never noticed before, but now that she was close, he realized Li Jinyu was truly impressive in size. Though it was a bit disrespectful to the Prince of Ning and the Prince of Wu, it was indeed almost as big as their heads. Luo Chen, why are you blushing? Li Jinyu looked at Luo Chen with a puzzled expression, then followed his gaze to her own body and immediately blushed as well. The spies have all been cleared outright. Li Jinyu set down the teapot and stood in front of Luo Chen, lost in thought. I merely offered a suggestion. Your Highness still needs to observe further in the days ahead. Having been caught stealing a glance, Luo Chen could only drink tea to cover his embarrassment. Then why don't we test if there are any more spies? Li Jinyu's voice grew softer and softer, ending in a mumble. My. Luo Chen uttered in confusion. Li Jinyu took a step closer, leaning in to look at Luo Chen's face. We'll know after we try. A warm, moist breath brushed against his face. Luo Chen was startled by Li Jinyu's sudden proximity. Before he could say anything, he felt a soft, fragrant touch on his cheek, as if something had pressed against it, bringing a slight coolness. After completing her so-called test, Li Jinyu scurried away without a trace, leaving Luo Chen stunned in his chair. Big fool, what have you done? I help you with a little favor, and you repay me by putting my entire clan at risk. Luo Chen touched his face. He could still faintly feel the dampness left there. Although it was hard to believe, it seemed that the Prince of Qin had indeed just kissed him. Was Li Jinyu trying to take advantage of him? The thought was dismissed by Luo Chen the moment it appeared. Li Jinyu was a rather traditional person. If she didn't truly have feelings for him, she would never have done such a thing. Although saying these words was a bit lacking in self-awareness, Luo Chen had to confirm that Li Jinyu might truly have taken a liking to him. The fact that she had just named him to escort her back to her residence was probably real. If a rich and beautiful girl like Li Jinyu, who was naive and sweet, liked him, Luo Chen would have been so excited that he couldn't sleep for 3 days in his past life. But this was not his past life, and Li Jinyu was not an ordinary rich girl. She was the emperor's most beloved daughter. Luo Chen recalled the scenes from his first 2 simulations. If he stayed with Li Jinyu, at the very least, he would have his nose cut off and be exiled to the frontier. Moreover, there was a high probability that he would die an untimely death. Please, I don't want to die young. The fear of death instantly overshadowed the joy of Li Jinyu's secret crush on him. Although Luo Chen had never been in love, he knew that love could not be taken lightly. Oh, it came with life-threatening risks. No one should have seen that just now, right? Luo Chen turned his head left and right, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. To prevent the secret from leaking before leaving, he scanned all the people in the Prince of Qin's residence once more. After confirming that there were no treacherous officials he recognized, he left uneasily. However, as soon as he stepped out, he was blocked by a palace eunuch leading the imperial guards. Master Luo, His Majesty requests your presence. This was too fast. Silly, you had just kissed me, and Emperor Guangchang already sent someone to fetch me. I haven't done anything, and I'm about to die. Luo Chen felt his vision go dark, his legs lost strength, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. In the end, the imperial guard who had come to summon him supported him. Master Luo, are you alright? I'm a little intoxicated. The effect is just now hitting me. My head hurts a bit. Luo Chen first blamed the wine from the imperial banquet, then took 2 deep breaths. Shaking his head to steady his mind, he activated his ability to distinguish loyalty from treachery. His gaze swept from the leading eunuch to the ordinary soldiers. Confirming that everyone's attitude toward him was neutral, he let out a slight sigh of relief. The emperor probably wasn't sending people to arrest him for adultery. If the emperor knew about Li Jinyu kissing him, these men would have bound him without hesitation, and they wouldn't have treated him with such courtesy. Since he couldn't escape anyway, Luo Chen could only console himself. Fortunately, after entering the palace, the green marker above Emperor Guangchang's head dispelled Luo Chen's concerns. Your servant Luo Chen pays respects to your majesty. After Luo Chen bowed, Emperor Guangchang stared at him sternly. I know everything. Tell me all about your affairs with the Prince of Qin. Serving a monarch is like serving a tiger. Not a single word from the emperor can be taken at face value. Luo Chen was certain that Emperor Guangchang knew nothing. Otherwise, given how much Emperor Guangchang doted on Li Jinyu, the marker above his head would definitely be red with hostility, and he would want to slice Luo Chen into hot pot. But now it was a friendly green, indicating that the emperor still believed that he and the Prince of Qin were innocent. I dare not hide anything from your majesty. I met His Highness the Prince of Qin some time ago, and we should now be considered ordinary friends. Just ordinary friends. I see that the Prince of Qin trusts you greatly. Out of so many people, she chose you to escort her home. Emperor Guangchang narrowed his eyes. He had just heard the reports. The eldest princess had followed Luo Chen's advice and replaced most of the servants and personal guards in her residence. All the spies planted by the imperial household department had been rooted out by Luo Chen in one fell swoop. An ordinary friend couldn't have such a great influence on the Prince of Qin. Of course, the matter of planting confidence in the Prince of Qin's residence and giving extra care to his eldest daughter. As the Emperor Guangchang certainly couldn't admit that, so he could only use the example of Luo Chen escorting Li Jinyu home. Since Guangchang didn't mention it, Luo Chen naturally played along and pretended to be oblivious. I don't know either. Perhaps His Highness the Prince of Qin sees that I am honest and dependable. The Prince of Qin has good judgment, and you are indeed talented. Your humble servant relies entirely on your majesty's promotion. Emperor Guangchang nodded. The fact that he could clear out all the spies in the Prince of Qin's residence in just half an hour was enough to prove he was no mediocre talent. But if Luo Chen could handle such a difficult task as rooting out spies so easily, why was he so slow to compose poetry? If Guangchang wanted to support Luo Chen to balance the court, he needed to have a full understanding of Luo Chen's abilities. At today's imperial banquet, I asked you to compose a poem. Why did you not answer? In reply to your majesty, it was not that I was unwilling to answer. It was just that earlier I had observed the stars and saw some revelations that lingered in my mind, and I could not set them aside. What revelations? Luo Chen recited the celestial omen that he had someone fabricate based on historical stargazing records in his simulation. The eastern side of the Taiwei enclosure has split 3 fingers wide. A great plague may spread from the northern route of Lingnan across the land, but with early intervention, it can be completely averted. Emperor Guangchang ordered someone to record Luo Chen's words, then asked skeptically, You mean there will be a great plague in Lingnan? It could spread across the entire country. Yes, your majesty. However, this matter can be avoided. Just as one prevents a fire if the source is controlled, then we can escape the disaster. Can you guarantee its authenticity? Your Majesty, I only have a slight knowledge of astrology. It would be normal if it doesn't match. But sending 2 people to verify it would not cost much, and it could prevent a potential hidden danger. The imperial astronomers in the court always tailored their words to the listener, reporting only good news and never bad. Therefore, Guangchang had never believed in things like celestial omens. But Luo Chen's confident assertion sparked some interest in Guangchang. Could it be that apart from his talent in recognizing and employing people, Luo Chen was also proficient in astrology and metaphysics? I will send people to investigate the matter of Lingnan. If it truly matches your prophecy and prevents losses for the court, you will have rendered a great service. To relieve your Majesty's worries is my duty as your servant. Good. Emperor Guangchang smiled and raised his hand, saying, if all the officials in the court could think of relieving my worries like you governing the world for me and benefiting the people, then our great Tang could enjoy eternal peace. Unfortunately, some people form cliques for personal gain, abuse their power, and disregard the law, allowing corrupt practices to spread throughout the court. Although you are the top scholar personally appointed by me and the Vice Minister of Justice, if you fail to relieve my worries and instead turn to evil ways, I will not let you off lightly. Luo Chen could tell that Guangchang was hinting at him not to engage in factionalism, not to get involved in any faction. If he sided with any side, Guangchang had the power to elevate him and could just as easily have him killed without a burial place. I will heed your Majesty's teachings. Good, it's getting late. Go back and rest. Also, Minister Wang of the Ministry of Personnel is already advanced in age. Luo Chen, you should strive to excel. Your humble servant thanks the Emperor for his graciousness. After Luo Chen left, Guangchang summoned the new head eunuch. Do you think Luo Chen's celestial warning is true? In reply to your Majesty, this old servant does not know. This is the duty of the Astronomical Bureau. I will summon the imperial astronomer here. Guangchang smiled and shook his head. No need. Luo Chen just said it casually. Oh, why make a big fuss and invite ridicule? Let the Imperial Household Department send 2 people to investigate Lingnan. If there is nothing, let it be. If there really is an outbreak, handle it first, and then inform me. The moment he left the Imperial Palace, Luo Chen finally felt his heart settle back into place. Indeed, helping others was helping oneself. Had he not genuinely aided Li Jinyu, but merely offered a few casual suggestions, he might well have lost his head today. As for how to respond to Li Jinyu's feelings, before Emperor Guangchang kicked the bucket, Luo Chen could only adopt the strategy of, if the enemy stays still, I stay still. If the enemy moves, I advise calm. Of course, if Li Jinyu insisted on having something with him, that would have to wait until he held a high position. Do I have to be competitive in this world too? Luo Chen's original aspiration was to live a leisurely life in a place of beautiful scenery. Unfortunately, Li Jinyu's allure made him reconsider whether he should seize the opportunity to marry the empire's foremost wealthy and beautiful noblewoman in this lifetime. Luo Chen returned to the Ningguang mansion in a tangled state of mind. As soon as he entered the gate, Li Minglin greeted him with a smile. Luo Chen, did the banquet go smoothly today? I heard that second sister and third sister almost came to blows at the banquet. It wasn't that exaggerated. I have a headache. I'm going to rest first. Luo Chen was distracted and only wanted to return to his room to ponder life. Wait, someone just delivered a letter. Li Minglin took a letter from her sleeve and handed it to Luo Chen, glancing at him sideways while speaking with a sour tone. It's from a young lady. Ignoring Li Minglin's presence, Luo Chen opened it on the spot. The content on the paper was brief. I have admired you for a long time, sir. Could we meet at a corner in the southeast of the city? Luo Chen was already worried about Li Jinyu, and now this love letter arrived. He had no mood to pay attention to it. He casually folded the letter, borrowed a flame from the oil lamp, and burned it on the spot. Seeing Luo Chen burn the letter on the spot, Li Minglin's sidelong gaze straightened. A girl confessed to you, and you won't even go see her. Maybe that girl is very beautiful. Luo Chen looked at Li Minglin's delicate face. Li Minglin was 4 or 5 years younger than Li Jinyu. Having just come of age, she still looked quite immature. She was also half a head shorter than Li Jinyu, so her head size exactly matched the height of a leaning Li Jinyu. Just the fact that Li Jinyu liked him was enough to put his life in danger. Who knew which ancestor sent this letter? Before her, someone had already liked me. However, at present my position is humble, and my words carry little weight, so I cannot reveal my feelings. I plan to focus on my career and speak of marriage only after achieving success in officialdom. Luo Chen said this to Li Minglin with a serious expression. After speaking, he went back to his room to ponder his future plans. Li Minglin stood frozen in place, her face growing redder. He saw through it. She looked up at Luo Chen's room, her lips moved slightly, and a hint of tenderness appeared in her eyes. Luo Chen is working so hard, I can't just watch. In the next day or two, I'll go ask grandfather to give Luo Chen some extra consideration in the Ministry of Justice. At a corner of the southeast city wall, Prince Zhao Li Yifei stood alone, quietly gazing at the street at the end of the road. Every time a figure appeared, her eyes would light up with excitement. When she saw that it wasn't Luo Chen, her eyes quickly dimmed. It was the third watch of the night. Seeing that Luo Chen still hadn't come to the appointment, Prince Zhao Li Yifei couldn't help asking her maid whether the letter had been delivered. Did you really deliver it to the Ningguang mansion? Why hasn't Luo Chen come? The maid, who had stood with Li Yifei under the city wall all night, her legs trembling with fatigue, said, Your Highness, if you want to win over Lord Luo, why not just go to his residence? Why bother sending a letter? I'm not just trying to win him over. Li Yifei replied irritably. Not just win him over. Your Highness, you don't mean you've taken a fancy to him. Shut up. Li Yifei gave her personal maid a look, signaling her to know it, but not say it aloud to avoid trouble. Li Yifei's maid immediately understood that the Prince Zhao had a crush. However, what puzzled her was that when it came to seizing things or positions, the prince always rolled up sleeves and went straight in. Why, when it came to matters of love, did she become so hesitant? Your Highness, since that's your intent, why not go directly to him and confess your feelings? Why go through all this trouble? If I were like other girls who marry and sleep with a man after just 2 meetings, what fun would that be? There's a story between me and Luo Chen. Li Yifei recalled her experiences with Luo Chen during the simulations. Their feelings had developed gradually through interaction, from working together to talking intimately at night. She and Luo Chen first knew each other, then trusted each other, and finally fell in love. Confessing directly would skip that part of life. The process of her and Luo Chen coming together step by step was the most precious experience. Confessing one's feelings is the result of a relationship, not the beginning. Your Highness, you and Lord Luo have only met a few times. Where would a story come from? Being called out on the harsh reality, Li Yifei stomped her foot in frustration. You wouldn't understand anyway. In the following 4 or 5 days, Luo Chen first moved into a residence arranged by the court, then attended etiquette training for wearing official robes, and politely declined gifts from officials and wealthy merchants who came to visit. During this period, Li Jinyu didn't come. Li Menglin was nowhere to be seen, and Prince Zhao seemed to have given up on winning him over, which made him much more relaxed. After completing the preparations before taking office, on the 6th day, Luo Chen officially assumed his post. He had to get up before dawn. As soon as he stepped out of the master bedroom, Luo Chen smelled the aroma of cooking oil and heard the rhythmic chopping of a kitchen knife. Since Luo Chen hadn't received his salary and hadn't accepted gifts, there was not a single coin in the residence, let alone any servants. Who on earth was cooking in his house early in the morning? Luo Chen grabbed a broom and walked toward the kitchen. As he reached the doorway, a scene he had never imagined greeted his eyes. The morning sunlight filtered through the window paper into the room. A steamer on the stove was emitting steam, while an iron pot on another stove was heating water. Li Menglin, wearing an apron, was using a knife to finely chop scallions with a bowl of beaten eggs nearby. Prince Ning, why are you here? Although Luo Chen had seen Li Menglin cook before, this was not the Ningguang mansion. It was his own home. Hearing Luo Chen's voice, Li Menglin dropped what she was doing and snatched the broom from his hand. Luo Chen put down the broom. Your courtyard isn't big. I'll sweep it later. While Luo Chen was bewildered, Li Menglin suddenly stood on tiptoe and reached her hand toward his head. What are you doing? Luo Chen felt inexplicably nervous, his heart pounding. There's cotton fluff on your head. If you go out like that, people will laugh at you. Li Menglin stood in front of him, smiling at him. At that moment, the hot water on the stove began to boil, making a gurgling sound. Li Menglin blew the cotton fluff toward Luo Chen, then ran to the stove with a smile and skillfully dropped the beaten eggs into the pot. Even if you say that. But why are you here? Luo Chen looked at Li Menglin, who treated his home as her own, stood still and pulled off the cotton fluff that had blown onto his face, feeling a bit confused. Could this little girl also have intentions like Li Jinyu? Isn't it enough that my entire 9 generations have to die once?